In the 16th year of Yonghe, the two prominent families of the capital, the Grand Tutors and the Generals, united through marriage. The Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter, Yunyu, at the tender age of 15, became the mistress of the General's household. She devoted her entire being to the General's estate, selflessly caring for her comatose and crippled husband for 2 long years. At last, a glimmer of hope arrived. One would think that after 2 years of unconsciousness, her husband would treat her with kindness upon awakening. However, to her dismay, he turned a cold shoulder. Qi Ziqing exhibited indifference, first seeking to marry his former fiancée, then elevating a concubine to the status of a secondary wife, stripping Yunyu of her authority and confining her to the inner chambers, relentlessly pushing her aside. Yunyu's heart grew utterly desolate. Since the general's estate had no place for her, she resolved to depart and make way for a pair of lovers. Just as her spirit began to wane, Qi Ziqing discovered her worth and sought every means to retain her. Yunyu declared resolutely, "A shattered mirror cannot be restored. My heart is cold and shall not warm again. You may cherish your beloved wife and live your life well." Chapter 1. Expulsion As the General Qi Ziqing triumphantly returned to the capital, he fell into a deep coma, leaving him physically impaired. All the imperial physicians were at a loss, and his fiancée promptly called off their engagement, plunging the capital into a wave of sympathy. The following day, the general's grandmother personally visited to propose marriage to Yunyu, the foremost talented maiden of the capital. Just as she turned 15, Yunyu wed into the general's household. 2 years swiftly elapsed, and the echoes of sympathy were shattered by the current excitement. The master has awakened. After 2 years, the general's estate transformed dramatically, filled with exclamations of joy. A woman in a plain green patterned dress, her figure slender, her hair styled in a lily bun adorned only with a plain white jade hairpin, hurriedly made her way. 2 maids followed closely behind, their eyes brimming with delight, anxiously advising, "Miss, be careful not to trip over your skirt." These 2 were Yunyu's accompanying maids, accustomed to referring to her as Miss in private. Suddenly, the lady turned, revealing a face as radiant as a lotus blossom. Untouched by powder, she radiated elegance. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gently cautioned her maids, "Qing Lian, once we leave the Hengwu courtyard, refrain from speaking thus." In response to their mistress's bashfulness, the maids nodded vigorously. "Understood, madam." The title made Yunyu's ears flush slightly as she promptly turned and continued her graceful strides. Her husband had finally awakened. She had waited 2 long years. With this thought, her urgency intensified. Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing their mistress's usual poise had given way to a rare display of eagerness, surely a sign of her delight. As the trio exited Hengwu courtyard and traversed the eastern gate and a long corridor, they arrived at Qi Ziqing's Equine Pavilion. Since Yunyu's marriage to the general's household, Qi Ziqing had remained in a state of unconsciousness, residing solely in the Equine Pavilion, while their shared residence, Xiaoxiang Courtyard, lay vacant. Yunyu stepped into the courtyard of Equine Pavilion, instinctively slowing her pace to compose herself before entering through the grand door. At that moment, the elder matriarch and Qi's mother were already in the bedroom, disregarding propriety as they sat eagerly beside him. Upon Yunyu's entrance, both women turned with smiles illuminating their faces. "Grandmother, mother," Yunyu greeted with a slight bow, her gaze sparkling as she looked at the bed, concealing a mix of excitement and trepidation. Her husband had never seen her before. She wondered how he would react. "Yue, come quickly, hunger has awakened." The elder matriarch's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Yunyu with immense pride. The man on the bed, tall and imposing, lay pale, showcasing signs of weakness from his prolonged slumber, yet he appeared well cared for. As Qi Ziqing raised his gaze to Yunyu, his eyes remained cold, devoid of recognition, as if observing a stranger, his expression impassive. Yunyu felt a tightening in her chest as her impatience softened under his indifferent stare. A faint smile graced her lips as she approached Qi Ziqing's side, her voice filled with concern. "It is truly wonderful that you have awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Shall I summon a physician?" Both the elder matriarch and Qi's mother turned their attention to him, filled with anticipation. Qi Ziqing frowned slightly, glancing at her with an expression of distaste at her address. Yunyu stiffened, her hands concealed within her sleeves, tightening slightly. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother hurriedly intervened. "Where is your wife? She has been managing the household affairs for the past 2 years and has taken care of your health. Were it not for her, your grandmother and I might have succumbed to the news of your injury. The elder matriarch refrained from mentioning his physical impairment, opting instead for the term injury. Chi's mother nodded in agreement, praising Yunyu. Indeed, Yue is quite capable. Upon hearing of your injury and coma, your grandmother and I were nearly bettered in ourselves. Thankfully, Yue married into our family and managed everything so well, enabling us to gradually recover. Yunyu smiled graciously as she listened. I am but fulfilling my duties as a wife and daughter-in-law. I do not deserve such praise. The elder matriarch and Chi's mother were thoroughly pleased with Yunyu's understanding and diligence. Throughout these 2 years, she had dedicated her talents to the general's household and her mother-in-law, not only ensuring stability during Qi Ziqing's coma, but also managing affairs with remarkable efficiency. It was evident she was the foremost talented maiden of the capital. They acknowledged her abilities and filial piety without reservation. Yet, Qi Ziqing's gaze remained cold, his brows furrowed deeper as he regarded her with apparent indifference. I understand. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with grandmother and mother. The first words Qi Ziqing uttered upon awakening were an order for Yunyu to depart. The room fell into an unsettling silence. Yunyu nearly faltered, unsure where to place her hands. Qing He and Qing Lian, standing at the door, exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Were it not for Qing He restraining Qing Lian, she would have rushed into the room to defend her mistress. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother quickly regained their composure, attempting to smooth over the situation. Yue, Hing'er has just awakened and must surely be hungry. Please go to the kitchen and have them prepare some of Hing'er's favorite dishes that are easy to digest. Yunyu snapped back to reality, suppressing her turmoil. Husband, please rest well. I will step out to make arrangements. Grandmother, mother, I will take my leave. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Yunyu maintained her customary composure and grace, straightening her back as she turned to exit. Qi Ziqing observed her retreating figure, arching an eyebrow before diverting his gaze. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother regarded him disapprovingly. Hing'er, although Yue may not be your preferred choice, she has been devoted to our household for 2 years. It is unseemly for you to disregard her upon awakening. This is not the manner of our family. Moreover, Yue has never complained. She has been by your side morning and night, caring for you and tending to us, alleviating our burdens. It is no exaggeration to say that without Yue, your recovery would not have been so swift. Qi Ziqing's expression remained impassive, yet upon hearing of her constant care, his frown deepened further, as if he were displeased. What of Xu Rou? Why do grandmother and mother not allow her to marry into the general's household? She was my fiancée. Chapter 2. Heartache ***. Do not mention Xu Rou. When you returned triumphant from battle and news of your injury emerged, the Xin family was the first to propose breaking the engagement. Their cowardly behavior has not been forgotten by your grandmother. They turned our general's household into a laughingstock of the capital. Had your grandmother not personally sought Yunyu's hand in marriage, you would have faced the ridicule of the entire city. As the matriarch of the general's residence, Lady Qi commanded a formidable presence when angered. In contrast, Qi's mother exuded a gentler demeanor, lacking the stern authority of the matriarch, yet she disapproved of the Shun family's actions. The Shun family's treachery has made our general's residence a laughingstock. If it weren't for you willingly marrying into our family, you can only imagine how the nobles of the capital would mock us. The mere mention of the Xin family brings misfortune. Qi Ziqing furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long while. The matriarch exchanged glances with Qi's mother, both softening their tones. Thank goodness you have awakened. Heaven has blessed our general's residence, allowing you to escape this calamity. From now on, our house will surely prosper. Yue is the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's residence, possessing considerable talent and dedication to our family. You should cherish your life with her. Recalling those dark days, Qi's mother couldn't help but redden her eyes. If not for Yue marrying in and helping to manage household affairs, your mother would have surely collapsed under the burden. When you first spoke, you chased her away, which must have broken her heart. Qi Ziqing was taken aback. His grandmother and mother, who usually revered him, were now defending an outsider, which unsettled him. Grandmother, mother, I have known Xu Rou since childhood. We share a profound bond. I believe she has her reasons for her actions. She is not that kind of person. I have already promised her that I would marry no one but her, and my heart belongs solely to her. Absurd. Lady Qi, who had just spoken softly, erupted with fury. Qi's mother gazed at Qi Zichen in shock. "Hunger, you still cling to that Shen Ro? She betrayed you while you were unconscious. How could you even consider marrying such a woman? If you were to marry Shen Ro, what would become of you, or have you thought about it? With her background, she would never consent to be a concubine." Qi Zichen's gaze was resolute. "That is precisely why I do not intend to make her a concubine." Lady Qi and Qi's mother exchanged a heavy look, struggling to accept such a notion. "What do you mean? My military achievements have yet to be recognized, and I plan to use them to secure Shu Ro as my primary wife. There are precedents for such arrangements in the capital. I believe the emperor will consent."
Henya.
"You are being foolish. I cannot agree to this." Lady Qi was taken aback by her grandson's decision upon awakening, feeling deeply disappointed. Qi's mother, equally incredulous, looked at Qi Zichen with a complex expression, urging, "A man should aspire to achieve great deeds. Are you truly willing to exchange your military accomplishments for the hand of that ungrateful woman? Is Shen Ro truly worth it? In my eyes, yours surpasses her in character, appearance, and talent. Why can't you let go of her?" With profound meaning in his gaze, Qi Zichen replied, "Mother, Shu Ro and I have been betrothed since childhood. We have always recognized each other. My heart belongs solely to Shu Ro, and I believe she would not have acted treacherously if not for the pressure from her family. You have always praised her character, have you not?" Lady Qi stood up in anger. "Do not bring up the past. Do you know that the Shen family not only publicly broke off the engagement, but also secured a match with the Zhao family the very next day? Have you considered how the people of the capital would view us if you were to proceed with this? Shen Ro is now someone else's fiancé. You must abandon this idea. I will never agree." Suppressing her fury, she turned to the servants standing nearby and commanded, "Hengge has just awakened and is weak. See to it that the physician examines him thoroughly." With that, she departed. Qi's mother glanced at her fuming mother-in-law, and then at the ailing Qi Zichen, sighing as she left with a parting, "Think this through carefully." Qi Zichen's gaze remained profound, and he said nothing further. The servants nearby dared not breathe, lowering their heads in an effort to minimize their presence. After Yunyu left Ikuan Pavilion, she first went to the kitchen and then returned to Hengwu Courtyard. Along the way, Qing He and Qing Lian watched her with great concern. Li Momo, who was also Yunyu's wet nurse, stood in the inner room and, seeing their troubled faces, quickly inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you see the master?" The young lady had waited for the master for 2 years, enduring much hardship, and she had hoped that at least 2 hours would pass. Observing their mistress's pale countenance, Qing He and Qing Lian struggled to maintain a facade of calm, feeling a surge of indignation on her behalf. The master's first words upon waking were to send the young lady away. How could the master say such a thing? If it hadn't been for the matriarch personally visiting to plead for the young lady's hand, she would never have married into the general's residence. The matriarch praised the master endlessly. It seems now he is blinded by foolishness. "Qing Lian, what nonsense are you speaking?" Qing He glanced at her mistress, noticing her cold demeanor and the unmistakable sadness she could not hide. She had seen how eagerly her mistress had anticipated this moment. It was clear she cared deeply for the master. To receive such cold treatment from him must have wounded her heart. Hearing this, Li Momo was taken aback and quickly set down her needlework, approaching Yunyu. "Miss, is what Qing Lian said true?" Yunyu lifted her gaze to them, having regained her composure during the walk back. "Momo, do not heed Qing Lian. To my husband, I am but a stranger." His reaction is to be expected. Li Momo furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before agreeing with her. "Indeed, for the master, today marks the first time he has seen you. He has just awakened to the knowledge that he is a wife, and he may still be processing it. You are intelligent and virtuous. He will surely come to recognize your worth. Qing Lian, do not speak such words in the future. If others hear them, it may cast a shadow on the young lady's reputation, and I shall have to silence you." As Li Momo spoke, she shot an admonishing look at Qing Lian before moving to Yunyu's side. Qing Lian stomped her foot. "But I truly saw the way the master looked at the young lady. It was unlike the gaze of a stranger. Anyone with a conscience would acknowledge that the young lady took care of him for 2 years and would not act like this."
Qing Lian.
Qing He scolded sharply, turning back to her mistress with concern. Did she not realize that the more she spoke, the more it would hurt the young lady's feelings? "You dare to say more?" Li Momo threatened to silence her, prompting Qing Lian to quickly hide behind Qing He's back. Yunyu regarded them calmly. "Qing He, it is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Li Momo relented. As she turned away, Qinghe stuck her tongue out at her, still feeling a degree of indignation on her mistress's behalf. The two prominent families of the capital, the Taisher mansion and the general's mansion, have united through marriage. Yunyu, the legitimate daughter of the Taisher mansion, was wed to the general's mansion as its matriarch shortly after coming of age. She devoted her exceptional talents entirely to the general's mansion, selflessly caring for her husband, who lay in a coma for 2 long years without a hint of complaint. At long last, the dawn of hope arrived. She had anticipated that her husband would shower her with affection upon awakening from his 2-year slumber. However, he coldly turned away from her. Qi Ziqing, her husband, exhibited indifference, first seeking to marry his former betrothed, then elevating a concubine to the status of a wife, ultimately stripping Yunyu of her authority as matriarch and confining her to the inner quarters, leaving her increasingly isolated and neglected. Yunyu's heart grew cold. If the general's mansion had no place for her, she would depart to make way for a pair of star-crossed lovers. Just as she resigned herself to despair, Qi Ziqing began to recognize her worth, desperately attempting to win her back. Yet Yunyu resolutely declared, "Though a broken mirror may be reunited, my heart is now frigid and will not warm again. You may cherish your beloved wife and live your life well." Chapter 1. Expulsion In the 16th year of Yonghe, General Qi Ziqing returned victorious to the capital, yet remained in a state of unconsciousness, left with physical impairments. All imperial physicians were at a loss, and his fiancée hastily called off their engagement, causing an uproar throughout the capital. The following day, the general's grandmother personally visited to propose marriage to the capital's foremost talent, Yunyu of the Taisher mansion. Barely past her coming-of-age ceremony, she was married off to the general's mansion. 2 years swiftly passed, and the sighs of the past were shattered by the sounds of jubilation. The master has awakened. After 2 years, the general's mansion was revitalized, filled with joyous exclamations. A young woman clad in a simple yet elegant green-patterned gown, with a slender figure and hair styled in a lily bun adorned with a solitary white jade hairpin, hurried forward, her steps light and swift. Behind her trailed 2 maidservants, their faces alight with joy, anxiously advising, "Miss, be careful not to trip over your skirt." These were Yunyu's personal attendants, who had grown accustomed to addressing her as Mississippi. Suddenly, the young woman turned, revealing a face as radiant as a lotus blossom, devoid of makeup, yet exuding natural beauty. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she softly cautioned her attendants, "Qinghe, Qinglian, once we leave the Hengwu courtyard, refrain from speaking in such a manner." The 2 maids exchanged glances, noting the blush on their mistress's cheeks, and nodded vigorously. "Understood, madam." The term madam caused Yunyu's ears to flush, prompting her to turn and continue her graceful strides. At long last, her husband had awakened. She had waited 2 long years for this moment. With this thought, her heart raced even more. Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged knowing smiles behind her, recognizing their mistress's usual composure was now tinged with excitement. As the trio exited Hengwu courtyard and traversed the east corner gate and a long corridor, they arrived at Qi Ziqing's equine pavilion. Since Yunyu's marriage to the general's mansion, Qi Ziqing had remained in a comatose state, and thus she had always resided in his equine pavilion, while their shared quarters remained empty. Upon entering the courtyard of equine pavilion, Yunyu instinctively slowed her pace, adjusting her appearance before stepping through the grand door. At that moment, the elder matriarch and Qi's mother were already seated beside Qi Ziqing's bed, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. As Yunyu entered, both women turned to her, their faces alight with smiles. "Grandmother, mother," Yunyu greeted with a slight bow, her gaze shimmering as she looked upon the bed, her heart a mix of nervousness and joy. Her husband had never seen her before. She was uncertain how he would react. "You come quickly. Henghe has awakened." The elder matriarch's eyes glistened with emotion, her gaze resting on Yunyu with deep appreciation. Lying on the bed was a tall man, pale and weak, clearly the result of a long period of unconsciousness. He had been well cared for. Despite his pallor, he showed no signs of emaciation, his face clean and well-groomed. Qi Ziqing lifted his gaze slightly to regard Yunyu, his expression cold and indifferent, as if he were gazing at a stranger, devoid of any emotion. Yunyu's heart sank at his gaze, yet she steeled herself, forcing a smile as she approached him. "It is truly wonderful that you have awakened. Are you unwell? Do you require a physician?" Both the elder matriarch and Qi's mother turned their attention to him, their expressions filled with hope. Qi Ziqing furrowed his brow, glancing at her with a hint of disdain at her address. Yunyu's body stiffened, her small hands hidden within her sleeves, tightening slightly. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother quickly intervened. Yue is your wife. She has been managing the household for the past 2 years and has cared for your health. Had it not been for Yue, your mother, and I might not have survived the distress of your injury. The elder matriarch refrained from mentioning his physical limitations, instead referring to his injury. Qi's mother nodded in agreement, praising Yunyu profusely. Indeed.
Yue is remarkably capable.
Upon hearing of your injury and coma, your grandmother and I nearly fell ill ourselves. Thankfully, you were married into our general's mansion and kept everything in order, allowing us to gradually recover. Yunyu smiled graciously, replying, I am hardly deserving of such praise, grandmother and mother. Serving my elders, caring for my husband, and managing the household are simply my duties. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother were quite pleased with Yunyu's demeanor. Over the past 2 years, she had devoted her talents to the affairs of the general's mansion and the care of her elders, ensuring that the household remained stable in the wake of Qi Ziqing's coma, even thriving beyond its previous state. Truly, she was the capital's foremost talent. They recognized her abilities and filial piety without dispute. Yet Qi Ziqing's gaze remained cold, his frown deepening as he turned to her, seemingly oblivious to his mother's words. I understand. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with grandmother and mother. Qi Ziqing's first words upon awakening were a command for Yunyu to exit. The room fell into an unsettling silence. Yunyu nearly faltered, unsure where to place her hands. Qing He and Qing Lian, standing at the door, exchanged incredulous looks. Had it not been for Qing He restraining Qing Lian, the latter would have stormed into the room to defend their mistress. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother quickly regained their composure, looking towards Yunyu to mediate. Yue has just awakened and must surely be hungry. Please go to the kitchen and have them prepare some nourishing dishes that he enjoys. Yunyu collected her thoughts, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. Husband, rest well. I shall arrange for food. Grandmother, mother, I shall take my leave now. Despite the suddenness of the situation, Yunyu maintained her usual calm and grace, straightening her posture before departing. Qi Ziqing watched her retreating figure, raising an eyebrow before averting his gaze. The elder matriarch and Qi's mother regarded him disapprovingly. While Yue may not be the woman you desire, she has been devoted to our household for 2 years, managing affairs diligently. It is quite inappropriate for you to disregard her upon awakening. That is not the way of our general's mansion. Furthermore, Yue has never complained, attending to you morning and night, while also caring for both me and your mother, alleviating our worries. It is no exaggeration to say that without Yue, you would not have awakened so swiftly. Qi Ziqing showed no change in expression. Upon hearing of her constant care, his brow furrowed even deeper, as if displeased. What of Xu Rou? Why did grandmother and mother not allow her to enter the general's mansion? She was my fiancée. Chapter 2. Heartbreak ***. Do not mention Xu Rou. When you returned victorious, news of your injury spread, and the Shen family hastily proposed to break the engagement. The manner in which they distanced themselves is still fresh in grandmother's memory. It would have turned our general's mansion into a laughingstock. Had it not been for grandmother's personal visit to propose marriage to Yue, you would have faced the scorn of the capital's populace. Madame Qi, as the matriarch of the general's residence, commanded a formidable presence when roused to anger. In contrast, Madame Qi displayed a gentler demeanor, lacking the imposing authority of the matriarch, yet she too disapproved of the actions taken by the Shen family. The Shen family's malicious tactics have turned our general's house into a laughingstock. Were it not for Yuer's willingness to marry into our family, you would not fathom the mockery we would endure from the aristocracy in the capital. The mere mention of the Shen family brings ill fortune. Qi Ziqing furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long while. The matriarch exchanged a glance with Madame Qi, their tone softening. Fortunately, you have awakened. Heaven has blessed our general's residence, allowing you to escape this calamity. From now on, our family shall flourish. Yue is the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's house, possessing considerable talent and dedication to our family. You should cherish her and build a life together. Recalling the dark days of their past, Madame Qi's eyes glistened with tears. If not for Yuer's arrival to help shoulder the household burdens, I fear I would have been unable to endure. To dismiss her upon your first words would surely chill her heart. Qi Zichen was taken aback. His grandmother and mother, who usually revered him, were defending an outsider, which displeased him. Grandmother, mother, I have been betrothed to Xu Rou since childhood. Our bond is profound. I trust she had her reasons. She is not that kind of person. I have already vowed to marry only her in this lifetime. My heart belongs solely to her. Preposterous. The once gentle matriarch erupted in fury. Madame Qi gazed at Qi Zichen in shock. You still cling to that Xu Rou. She betrayed you in your time of need. How can such a woman be welcomed into our home? If you marry Xu Rou, what becomes of you, or have you considered that, given her status, she would never accept being a concubine? Qi Zichen's gaze remained resolute. That is why I do not intend to make her a concubine. The matriarch and Madame Qi exchanged a glance, their breaths heavy with disbelief. What do you mean? My military achievements have yet to be acknowledged, and I plan to use them to secure Xu Rou as my primary wife. There are precedents in the capital. I believe the emperor would consent.
Heng.
You are being foolish. I cannot agree. The matriarch could not fathom her grandson's decision upon waking, feeling deeply disappointed. Madame Qi, equally incredulous, regarded Qi Zichen with a complex expression as she urged him, a man's aspirations lie in making a name for himself. To barter your military merit for that ungrateful woman. Are you out of your mind? From what I can see, you surpasses Xu Rou in character, appearance, and talent. Why can you not let go of her? Qi Zichen's eyes shone with depth. Mother, I have been betrothed to Xu Rou since childhood. We have always recognized each other. My heart belongs only to her. I believe that had it not been for her family's coercion, she would never have acted maliciously. You have always praised her character, have you not? The matriarch, incensed, rose abruptly. Past matters are not to be mentioned. Do you not know that the Shen family publicly broke off the engagement and the very next day became betrothed to the Zhao family? Have you considered how the capital will perceive us if you proceed with such actions? Xu Rou is now another's fiancé. You must abandon this notion. I will never consent. Suppressing her rage, she turned to the servant standing nearby and commanded in a low voice, Heng has just awoken and is weak. Ensure the physician examines him thoroughly. With that, she departed. Madame Qi observed her furious mother-in-law leave, then looked at Qi Zichen lying on the bed, sighed, and left with a parting remark, think this through carefully. Qi Zichen's gaze remained profound, uttering nothing further. The servants nearby dared not make a sound, lowering their heads to mask their presence. After leaving Yiquan Hall, Yunyu first visited the kitchen before returning to Henggu Courtyard. Along the way, Qing He and Qing Lian watched her anxiously. In the inner room, Li Mama, Yunyu's wet nurse, noticed their troubled expressions and hurriedly inquired, Why are you back so soon? Did you see the master? Having endured so much for 2 years, Yunyu had finally hoped for a brighter future. She had anticipated spending at least 2 hours with him. Seeing her mistress's pale face, Qing He and Qing Lian couldn't help but feel indignant on her behalf. The master's first words upon waking were to send the lady away. How can the master be so cruel? If it weren't for the matriarch personally advocating for the marriage, Our Lady would never have entered the general's residence. The matriarch praised the master endlessly, but now it seems he is blinded by foolishness. Qing Lian, what nonsense are you spouting? Qing He glanced at her mistress, noting her despondent demeanor. The earlier excitement on her face had vanished, revealing how much she cared for the master. To receive such coldness from him must have wounded her heart. Hearing this, Li Mama was taken aback, quickly setting aside her needlework and moving closer to Yunyu. My lady, is what Qing Lian said true? Yunyu raised her eyes to meet theirs, having regained her composure during the walk back. Mama, do not heed Qing Lian's words. To my husband, I am but a stranger. His reaction is entirely expected. Li Mama furrowed her brow, contemplating, and ultimately concurred with her assessment. Indeed, for the master, today marks the first time he has seen you. Upon awakening to find himself married, he may still be processing it all. You are so wise and virtuous. He will surely recognize your worth. Qing Lian, do not speak such words again, lest others hear and tarnish my lady's reputation for poor management of her servants. I shall silence you myself. As Li Mama spoke, she shot a glare at Qing Lian before returning to Yunyu's side. Qing Lian stomped her foot. But the way the master looked at the lady, surely it was not the gaze of a stranger. Any man with a conscience would acknowledge how she has cared for him these 2 years and would not act so coldly.
Qing Lian.
Qing He reprimanded sharply, casting a worried glance at her mistress. Did Qing Lian not realize that the more she spoke, the more she hurt Yunyu? You dare to say more? Li Mama feigned to strike her, prompting Qing Lian to hide behind Qing He. Yunyu regarded them calmly. Qing He, it is of no consequence. At her words, Li Mama relented. As she turned away, Qing He stuck out her tongue at her, still feeling a sense of injustice for her mistress. Chapter 3. Anticipation. Old Madam Li observed the unusual indifference on Yunyu's face and earnestly advised Miss. It is quite common for the young master to feel a bit unfamiliar on his first meeting with you. You need not take it to heart. Rest assured. I have not taken it to heart, replied Yunyu. Qinghe, prepare the ink for me. I shall write a letter to my father. It is only fitting that I inform him of this joyous news upon my husband's awakening. Yes, miss, Qinghe responded, quickly pulling Qing Lian away. Wishing to spare their young mistress any distress, old Madame Li opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence. The hutching courtyard fell into a tranquil hush, leaving Yunyu seated alone in the inner room. Reflecting on Qi Zichen's cold gaze and impatient tone from earlier, she tightened her clasped hands resting on her lap. Was he truly merely unfamiliar with her? Cackling. The clear crowing of a rooster echoed from outside. A robust red rooster strutted proudly into the courtyard. This was her rooster, named Fugue. More accurately, it was the rooster she had raised on her wedding day, standing in for the comatose Qi Zichen. She had kept it in hutching courtyard, naming it Fugue as a token of her thoughts, wishing blessings upon Qi Zichen. Gazing at Fugue, Yunyu felt her earlier displeasure dissipate. Perhaps old Madame Li was right. It was indeed normal for her husband to feel a bit estranged on their first meeting. On the following day, as was her custom, Yunyu arose early, preparing to first pay her respects to her grandmother at Baomotang, followed by visiting her mother at Liao Xingjai. For the past 2 years, regardless of the weather, she had never missed a day. With her husband awake, there would surely be much to attend to in the household, hence her early rising today. She adorned herself in a simple embroidered dress and carefully placed a plum blossom hairpin in her headdress, a standout piece among her many plain garments. Since learning of Qi Zichen's coma and the subsequent management of the general's household, her attire had predominantly been understated. This particular embroidered dress, more delicate than her usual attire, was chosen specifically for her visit to Ikuan Pavilion. Qinghe and Qing Lian, aware of their mistress's intentions, stood behind her silently, each silently wishing that the young master would recognize Yunyu's merits and refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Upon arriving at Baomotang, Yunyu was pleasantly surprised to find her mother and sister present alongside her grandmother. With a composed demeanor, she entered and greeted everyone in turn. Good day to grandmother and mother. Good morning, Linger. I see you are here as well. Standing upright, she regarded Qi Xiongling with a gentle gaze full of warmth. Qi Xiongling, who had been leaning against the old matriarch, quickly rose, her face bright with a charming smile. Sister-in-law, you have come. She affectionately took Yunyu's hand and guided her to sit beside the old matriarch. The two were 2 years apart. Yunyu exuded grace, while Qi Xiongling retained a hint of youthful innocence. She was Qi Zichen's younger sister, only 13 when Yunyu married into the general's household. Her wide eyes filled with shyness upon first seeing her. Yunyu, of a similar age, instantly took a liking to her and embraced her as a sister. The old matriarch observed the two, with growing satisfaction for Yunyu. Where? Come sit with your grandmother. Yunyu gracefully approached her grandmother, settling into a Wangwali circle chair, her posture poised and elegant, contrasting with Qi Xiangling's casual demeanor. The old matriarch appreciated Yunyu's calmness, her poise evident in all situations, save for a slight lapse in Ikuan Pavilion the previous day. Gently patting Yunyu's hand, affectionately, as she would with Qi Xiongling, she smiled. Your unwavering dedication to paying respects to your grandmother these past 2 years has not gone unnoticed. Your efforts in managing the general's household have been commendable, and I trust you implicitly with it. It is no wonder everyone in the capital speaks highly of the Taisher family's daughter, so well-educated and gracious. Our general's household is truly fortunate. Heaven has seen fit to grant you this wait of 2 years, and now, at last, Hunguder awakens. The doctor examined him yesterday and confirmed all is well. I think since you are already husband and wife, why not choose an auspicious day to move back to Xiaoxiang Courtyard? The old matriarch felt relieved upon hearing the doctor's assurance of Qi Zichen's health. When he had been injured and lapsed into a coma, the nature of his injuries had been obscure, prompting the Shun family to swiftly withdraw from their engagement upon learning of it. Thus, the old matriarch's fondness for Yunyu deepened. Now, hearing that there were no lingering issues, the weight that had pressed on her heart for 2 years lifted. As she continued to smile at Yunyu, noticing a hint of shyness in her expression, her delight only grew. Such a wonderful girl as you are. I wonder what Hung-ger thinks, entertaining thoughts of Shinshuru. The old matriarch hoped to draw their hearts closer, allowing Qi Zichen to gradually recognize Yunyu's virtues and forget about Shinshuru. Regardless of her motivations, she would never allow a girl from the Shin family to enter their home. When the incident with the general's household occurred, the Shin family had hastily distanced themselves. If the general's household were to propose marriage to Shinshuru now, it would not only be a loss of dignity, but would also invite ridicule from many esteemed families in the capital. It was precisely this consideration that led the old matriarch to firmly oppose Qi Zichen marrying Shinshuru. Naturally, Qi's mother understood her mother-in-law's sentiments and readily agreed.
Where?
Moving back to Xiaoxiang courtyard would be beneficial, allowing you to care for him. With your wisdom, I feel at ease with you. By Hung-ger sighed. Qi's mother, straightforward and candid, spoke her mind, but her words drew a disapproving glance from the old matriarch, who harbored some dissatisfaction deep within. This blunt statement was rather imprudent of her. Qi's mother remained oblivious to the fact that her words had displeased her mother-in-law. The old matriarch, noting Yunyu's composed expression, felt slightly reassured. A hint of blush graced Yunyu's cheeks as she regarded them with grace. The praise from her grandmother and mother was merely recognition of her responsibilities, which brought her joy. She was content to alleviate their worries. As for moving back to Xiaoxiang courtyard, should her husband agree, she would gladly follow her grandmother and mother's wishes. Though Qi's mother's words were direct, Yunyu took them in stride, having already become Qi Zichen's wife. Now that he had awakened, returning to Xiaoxiang courtyard felt only natural. As her grandmother said, spending more time together would allow her husband to see her virtues. How wonderful! I did not visit my elder brother yesterday. Today is perfect for all of us to go together and share this good news with him, Qi Xiangling chimed mischievously, her fondness for her sister-in-law evident, hoping for harmony between her sister-in-law and elder brother. Yunyu, upon hearing this, offered her a gentle smile. Chapter 4. Once more on the road, the old matriarch released Yunyu's hand and gestured to them. Go on. Linger, do not be too noisy. Your brother has just awakened and cannot bear any commotion. Grandmother, when have I ever been noisy? Qi Xiangling pouted playfully, then, brimming with joy, pulled Yunyu towards Ikuan Pavilion. Having been angered by Qi Zichen the previous day, the old matriarch was reluctant to visit him today for fear of being agitated once more. Qi's mother glanced anxiously towards the entrance, a hint of worry etched on her face. Mother, do you think Hung-ger might propose to marry that girl from the Shin family before you are? Her thoughts were laid bare, showing no effort to conceal her concerns. The old matriarch was particularly displeased with Qi's mother for her lack of subtlety. As a lady of high standing, she ought to comprehend the ways of a military household and the propriety of common families. Frowning, she admonished, such words should not reach Yuer's ears. She was resolute in her refusal to permit Shinshuru into their home, trusting that Hung-ger understood this principle and would refrain from discussing such matters in front of Yuer. Seeing her mother-in-law's stern expression made Qi's mother feel anxious, uncertain of what she had said wrong. Do not worry, mother, I will not speak of it, she assured. The old matriarch pressed her fingers to her brow. Picking up the white jade prayer beads from her seal box, each of the 108 beads smooth and lustrous, polished to a radiant sheen. Since the string of Buddhist beads came into her possession after Qi Zicheng's incident, it is said that the white jade beads can ward off evil spirits and dispel calamities and illnesses. Thus, the elder Madam Qi would daily recite scriptures while holding the beads for half an hour, praying for blessings upon the General's residence and Qi Zicheng. During these moments, Qi's mother would sense that her time was drawing near. She stood quietly, murmuring to her daughter-in-law that she would not disturb her mother, and then departed. Elder Madam Qi opened her eyes slightly and cast a glance. After Yunyu and Qi Xiangling left the Bauma Hall, they traversed the long corridor directly to Ikuan Pavilion. Along the way, Qi Xiangling chattered incessantly, expressing her joy for Yunyu. Qing He and Qing Lian followed behind them, also sharing in the cheerful atmosphere. According to Ling Jie, the elder brother was quite admirable. Perhaps he had merely been disoriented after awakening yesterday. They could not help but feel a heightened anticipation, hoping that the elder brother would treat their young lady with kindness. Unbeknownst to Qi Xiangling, no one had mentioned yesterday's events to her, and thus she was unaware that her elder brother had urged Yunyu to leave. Sister-in-law, we have arrived. At such a late hour. She wondered why there was no sound. Could it be that her elder brother had yet to awaken? Qi Xiangling peered into the chamber, her steps unwittingly drawing her closer. According to propriety, as Qi Xiangling had reached maturity, she should avoid entering her elder brother's quarters. However, her concern for him, combined with Qi Ziqing's current bedridden state, rendered her heedless of such decorum, and she found herself at the door. Yunyu's gaze flickered, and though she intended to offer a warning, she ultimately remained silent. Qi Xiangling, being the legitimate daughter of the general's household, had a straightforward disposition, free from the constraints of many rules. Even the elder Madame Qi and Qi's mother had never reprimanded her. Yunyu understood this well and chose to feign ignorance. The servant beside them merely expressed surprise, glanced at Yunyu, and hurried inside to notify the elder brother. Elder brother. Before Qi Xiangling could step into the chamber, she already heard her own voice. Qi Ziqing had long been awake, and upon hearing his sister's voice, he prepared for the servant to assist him in dressing. However, he noticed the servant at the door hurriedly entering and whispering something to him. He quickly adjusted his bedding, waiting for her to enter. Elder brother, Qi Xiangling, beaming, stepped into the chamber and hastened her pace upon seeing her brother lying on the bed. Elder brother, you have finally awakened. You cannot imagine how eagerly I have wished to see you awake every day over these past 2 years. At last, that day has come. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she took a seat on the Wangwali armchair beside Qi Ziqing, scrutinizing him as if fearing she might missee him. Just as Qi Ziqing was about to respond with a smile, his expression darkened upon seeing Yunyu follow closely behind. Yunyu, having just entered the chamber, caught the change in his demeanor, and her steps faltered, her heart sinking with disappointment. Husband, are you feeling better today? She approached the bed, noting that Qi Xiangling occupied the only other chair, and she stood there with an air of calm concern. All warmth vanished from Qi Ziqing's demeanor, and he averted his gaze from Yunyu entirely. Yes, I am somewhat better today. There is no need for you to come to Equine Pavilion. The household is busy these days, and I have someone to look after me. You need not come back and forth. Although his tone was softer than the previous day, it still conveyed an implicit dismissal. Yunyu clenched her hands tightly concealed within her sleeves. She fully comprehended the implications of his words. At this moment, Qi Xiangling noticed the peculiar tension in her elder brother's treatment of her sister-in-law and questioned him. Elder brother, while you were still unconscious, sister-in-law visited several times a day. No matter how busy she was, she would always come to see you without feeling weary. Why is it that now, upon your awakening, you do not want her to visit? Qi Ziqing's expression darkened further as he regarded Qi Xiangling with the sternness befitting an elder brother, his voice low. I know what I am doing. Qi Xiangling immediately fell silent, feeling a tinge of grievance. Her elder brother was a great general, exuding a soldier's authority even in silence. Now, directed with a cold glare, she felt a pinch of hurt. Observing her distress, Yunyu smiled softly. I was just about to attend to some accounts in the treasury. Since my husband has awoken and the household is indeed quite busy, I shall come again another day. As if nothing had transpired, she turned to leave. The plain embroidered dress and plum blossom hairpin she had purposely donned received no acknowledgement from Qi Ziqing. Watching her maintain her composure as she exited the chamber, a flicker of surprise crossed Qi Ziqing's eyes before his cold demeanor returned. Qi Xiangling opened her mouth, intending to inquire why he treated his sister-in-law in such a manner, but upon meeting her elder brother's frosty gaze, she swallowed her question. As Yunyu exited the doors of Equine Pavilion, Qing He and Qing Lian gaped in astonishment. The young lady had entered and emerged in the blink of an eye, unmistakably indicating that the elder brother had intentionally dismissed her. Such a learned and composed young lady would never engage in a hasty exit upon entering. Let us return. Yunyu's back remained straight as she glanced at Qing He and Qing Lian, behaving as though nothing had occurred. The two maids, witnessing their young lady's demeanor, felt a surge of sympathy. Their young lady, so dignified and devoted, had stood by the elder brother for 2 years. Did he not realize how much her heart ached now? The trio walked toward the drooping flower gate of Equine Pavilion, just as they were about to cross the threshold when they encountered the maidservants from Qi Ziqing's courtyard. Be careful. This jewelry box contains a gold-topped hairpin inlaid with precious stones, extremely valuable. Even if we were to lose our heads, we could not afford to replace it. The two maidservants warned, carefully carrying the box as they hurried through the drooping flower gate. Upon noticing Yunyu and her maids, They appeared somewhat flustered and hurriedly lowered their heads to greet her. "We pay our respects to the eldest madam." Yunyu's gaze fell upon the jewelry box they held, and the gloom within her heart dissipated. Qing He and Qing Lian also exhaled in relief. It seemed that the elder brother was not so unkind after all. Upon returning to Hengwu courtyard, Qing Lian had initially intended to speak up for her young lady, but now her spirits lifted, and she began to tease her young lady. "Miss, the elder brother has commissioned a gold-topped hairpin inlaid with precious stones, surely a gift for you. How did he know you liked plum blossoms? Could it be he has been inquiring about it all along, deliberately treating you coldly in front of others to prepare a grand surprise?" Qing Lian's newfound appreciation for the elder brother brightened her mood. Hearing her whimsical remarks, a rare blush crept upon Yunyu's face, transforming her earlier gloom into a subtle joy. Qing He, too, rejoiced for her young lady, allowing Qing Lian to continue her playful banter. Madame Li, observing from the side, raised an eyebrow and deliberately addressed Qing Lian. "I wonder who it was yesterday, calling the elder brother foolishly blinded by greed. Now you see how wrong you were. Don't you? Do not speak such words again, lest you bring trouble upon the young lady or dampen her spirits. I shall not hesitate to silence you." Though Madame Li's words were harsh, Qing Lian took no offense. She smiled sweetly at Madame Li, performing a courteous gesture, her expression obedient. "I am indeed blind and foolish, and my heart has been misled. Everything you say is correct." Yunyu and Qing He exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in Hengwu courtyard brightened, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The four of them engaged in lively conversation, discussing the need for new garments for Yunyu. Before they could finish, Yunyu's outer maid, Qing Mei, rushed in, her face anxious, hesitating as she looked at them. Not noticing her troubled expression, Qing Lian, with her head held high and a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Now that the elder brother has awakened, Miss need not wear plain garments any longer. Why not have the embroidery room create a few sets of flower-patterned skirts for you tomorrow? It has been ages since I have seen you in such attire." Yunyu wore a faint smile, preparing to jest about the incongruity of the floral skirt. But upon seeing Qing Mei's hesitant expression, her smile faded into a more neutral demeanor. The laughter of Qing He and Qing Lian abruptly ceased, as all eyes turned to the entrance where Qing Mei stood. The three of them were Yunyu's maids, sharing a deep bond with her. Typically, Qing He and Qing Lian attended to Yunyu's daily needs and grooming, while Qing Mei served as an external maid, entrusted with errands outside the estate when Yunyu could not venture forth herself. For instance, she had delivered a message to the Taisher mansion that very morning. Observing Qing Mei's reluctance to speak, Yunyu's first thought was that something had transpired in her family, especially since Qing Mei had just returned from delivering a message. What could have happened? Yunyu's smile diminished, her tone tinged with concern. Knowing Qing Mei's steady disposition was the reason she had chosen her for such duties, Yunyu understood that if Qing Mei appeared troubled, it likely meant significant trouble had befallen her family. Qing Mei opened her mouth to speak, her face paling further, yet words eluded her. Mama Li, observing her distress, urged her, "Child, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop hesitating." With a resolve, Qing Mei gathered her courage and exclaimed, "I saw someone from the master deliver a cosmetics box to the Shun residence. From what I overheard, inside the box was a jeweled plum blossom hairpin. Such a hairpin, adorned with gold, was among the most sought-after styles in the capital, coveted by the daughters of noble families, and nearly impossible to acquire." Doubting her ears, I followed the two young servants to the Shun residence, where they openly proclaimed that it was a gift from the master to Shinshuru. Qing Mei, filled with indignation, recounted her observations. Who was Shinshuru? If not a name known to all in the capital, it was the Shun family that had turned their backs during the master's unconsciousness, leading to much ridicule for the general's residence. Now, upon the master's awakening, his first act was to present an exquisite plum blossom hairpin to Shinshuru. Worth 1,000 taels, more than a month's salary of a first-rank official, its value was unimaginable. As Qing Mei's words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Hengwu courtyard. All gazes were fixed upon Yunyu, who dared not utter a word. Qing Lian's earlier playful remarks now felt like a slap in the face. Almost in tears, Qing Lian regretted ever having spoken so lightly. "Miss," Qing Mei Yunyu's voice was cool and commanding, interrupting Qing Lian's words. Instantly, Qing Lian fell silent, casting a timid glance at her. Qing Mei, sensing the tension, stepped forward. "I am here. Did you receive a reply after sending a message to the Taisher mansion?" Qingmei's face faltered slightly, but she had no choice but to respond. Lowering her head and speaking in a hushed tone, the master said that the young lady has finally seen better days and should focus on living well with the master. Not to worry about home, as all is well. What should have been a mundane statement now felt like a dagger to their hearts. The atmosphere in Hengwu courtyard grew even more suffocating, filled only with the sound of anxious breaths. Yunyu's gaze was indifferent as she forced a smile. That is good. The master's awakening means the household is likely bustling with activity. The embroidery room must be busy preparing his garments. There is no need to rush regarding what we discussed earlier. She looked at the faces of Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei, her expression unreadable, and cautioned, for now. Remain within Hengwu courtyard unless something urgent arises. You have all been tirelessly attending to me these past 2 years. Take this opportunity to rest. In the confines of the grand residence, it was evident that if a woman did not prioritize her husband, her maids would fare no better. Qinghe and Qingmei understood the depth of their mistress's concern, which only intensified their feelings of sympathy for her. Do not worry, miss, we will not leave. Though talkative, Qinglian grasped the gravity of the situation and was nearly brought to tears. Had she known the master would awaken to such news, she would have refrained from speaking.
Qinglian.
Yunyu's brow furrowed as she interrupted the latter part of Qinglian's statement, her voice firm. You know my temperament well. If you cannot maintain decorum while accompanying me, you might as well return to the Taisher mansion. Qinglian's tears fell instantly, and she knelt before Yunyu.
Miss.
I know I was wrong. I will adhere to the rules from now on and will not speak out of turn. Please do not send me back to the Taisher mansion. I do not want to leave you. Yunyu's hand moved slightly, turning her face away as she spoke sternly, since you understand. Go to the study and transcribe the 4 books for women. You may not leave until it is completed. Yes, miss. This was Qinglian's first punishment while serving Yunyu. She stood up, her face a mask of grievance, yet her heart ached more for her mistress. Watching Qinglian leave with lingering glances, Yunyu felt a pang of sorrow. Qinghe, I recall you made red bean soup in the small kitchen of Hengwu courtyard. The study is stifling. Please take a bowl to Qinglian. I shall do so at once. Qinghe bowed and hurried after Qinglian. She understood her mistress's intentions. Qinglian's talkativeness had been acceptable in the Taisher mansion, but prior to the master's awakening, the household had treated Yunyu with respect and refrained from gossip. However, times had changed. Mama Li sighed as she observed Yunyu. Miss. The master has a past with the young lady from the Shin family. His lingering affections indicate he is a man of sentiment and loyalty. The gift to the Shun young lady does not necessarily carry significant meaning. As Mama Li spoke, her own conviction wavered. Historically, it was commonplace for men to take multiple wives, and even if the master harbored feelings for Shinshuru as the legitimate wife, Yunyu would have to prepare herself for the realities of expanding the general's household. Mama Li worried that Yunyu, being young, might struggle with jealousy and could easily be labeled a petty woman. Yunyu, well aware of Mama Li's concerns, glanced back at her, her eyes calm. Do not worry, Mama. I understand. She smiled softly. You should rest. I intended to bring you comfort in the general's residence, yet here you are, worrying for me. As Yunyu's wet nurse, Mama Li was like a mother to her, earning Yunyu's deep respect. Sitting beside her, Mama Li gently patted Yunyu's hand and spoke earnestly. Knowing you think this way brings me great satisfaction. I have no children of my own. If I may speak bluntly, I have come to regard you as my daughter. All I wish is for your happiness. With a heart full of gratitude, Yunyu leaned her head against Mama Li's knee as she had in her childhood.
Mama Li siged.
Tenderly combing Yunyu's hair. With such talent, if you had been born while the old Taisher was still alive, how could it have come to this with the general's residence? The entire Hengwu courtyard stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the general's estate. News of Qi Ziqing's awakening had stirred excitement throughout the capital. The emperor, aware of his condition, showed compassion by exempting him from court duties and sent officials to the general's residence to offer greetings, permitting him to resume his duties only when fully recovered. Gong Jing, an esteemed official close to the emperor, was the only one permitted to review the emperor's edicts, highlighting his favored status. Upon his arrival at the general's residence, everyone knelt in respect. Even Qi Ziqing was carried out on a soft couch to signify importance. Yunyu knelt beside Qi Ziqing, her head bowed, quietly listening as Gong Jing read the imperial decree. Upon completion, Gong Jing smiled at Qi Ziqing. General Qi, the emperor, understanding your ailment, has graciously allowed you to attend court only when you are fully recovered. Such consideration from His Majesty is indeed a blessing for our dynasty. We all hope for your swift recovery to serve the court. Your servant accepts the decree. Long live the emperor. Though Qi Ziqing could not rise, he leaned against the soft couch, bowing to demonstrate his loyalty to the emperor. Master Jing assembled the imperial edict, his keen eyes meticulously scrutinizing Qi Ziqing, deliberately presenting the edict before him. General Qi is our nation's grand general. During your period of unconsciousness, His Majesty has been quite concerned. You must recover swiftly to honor His Majesty's sentiments. After speaking, Master Jing forcefully patted Qi Ziqing's legs, the strength of which caused Qi Ziqing to squint his eyes. Yet he remained stoic. His Majesty's benevolence and compassion are a blessing to a humble official. I, too, hold great concern for the emperor. Were it not for my injuries, I would strive to crawl to see His Majesty. Master Jing released his grip, a knowing smile playing on his lips as his gaze fell upon Yunyu. Rest assured, General Qi, I shall inform the emperor of your loyalty. You are fortunate to have the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor managing the general's residence. Having met her today, I can see she is indeed remarkable. Whether intentional or not, Master Jing's gaze lingered on Yunyu for a moment. Yunyu immediately lowered her head, gracefully responding. Your words are too kind, Master Jing. I am overwhelmed. Though a eunuch, Master Jing served closely to the emperor, and thus the title of master was a mark of respect. His satisfaction with Yunyu's decorum deepened his smile. A flicker of disdain crossed Qi Ziqing's eyes, yet he too bowed his head, saying, It is indeed a blessing for my wife to receive Master Jing's praise.
Ha ha.
Everyone rise. Master Jing laughed, shifting his attention to the old lady Qi, engaging in pleasantries. Yunyu slowly straightened, extending her hand to assist Qi Ziqing.
Husband, allow me.
Just as her fingertips brushed against his hands, he forcefully shook her off, pushing himself up with determination, turning to lie back on the bed as if disregarding her entirely. This scene went unnoticed, yet Yunyu's hand quickly retreated into her sleeve. The term wife had momentarily left her dazed. It was all a figment of her imagination. She straightened her back, maintaining a calm demeanor as she awaited Master Jing's departure to the palace. As Qi Ziqing's legitimate wife, it was her duty to greet esteemed guests, especially one favored in the palace. Even if she felt as though she were in an ice chamber, she must uphold the dignity of the primary wife. After sharing 2 cups of tea with the old lady Qi, Master Jing stood, remarking, The tea in this general's residence is indeed soothing to the throat. Were it not for my haste to return to the palace, I would love to linger for a few more cups. The old lady Qi understood immediately, saying, Master Jing, you are busy, and I would never dare to delay such important matters. I am honored you enjoy our tea. I shall prepare some for you to take along.
Ha ha.
Then I shall accept it. I have no other indulgences but a love for tea. It is getting late. I must return to the palace. The old lady Qi quickly signaled Yunyu, her face beaming. Yue, see Master Jing off. It is rare for him to appreciate our general's tea. So, remember to bring some along. Chapter 7. Reluctance. Yunyu nodded, graciously escorting Master Jing outside and discreetly instructing Qing he to hand a bag of fine tea to Master Jing's attendant. Master Jing, observing the weight of the tea bag, expressed satisfaction, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then departed in his carriage. Once the favored eunuch had left, the atmosphere in the general's residence lightened considerably. The old lady Qi pressed her forehead, preparing to send servants to carry Qi Ziqing back, but before she could speak, she saw him slowly rising with support from the soft couch. This sight startled the old lady, causing her to gasp, after decades as the matriarch of the general's residence. She was momentarily taken aback. Yue,
Quickly assist Heng'er.
the old lady Qi called out. After lying down for 2 years, how can he simply stand? Wouldn't it be a disgrace for the great general to falter in public? Yunyu stiffened, the image of Qi Ziqing forcefully shaking off her hand flashing in her mind. Yet she steeled herself and approached, deliberately slowing her pace. A servant beside Qi Ziqing was already a step ahead, supporting him. By this time, Qi Ziqing had taken a couple of steps, though slowly. He was steady. He exhaled deeply, gazing at his grandmother with satisfaction, saying, No need to worry. The old lady Qi sighed in relief, casting a meaningful glance at Yunyu, then smiled broadly. Wonderful. Heng'er can stand today. He will surely recover fully soon. This is a joyous occasion for our general's residence. It's been so long since we've had such celebration. Tonight, we shall host a family banquet. Her joy was palpable. and everyone shared in the sentiment of seeing the young master able to stand. Yet, Yunyu stood beside Qi Ziqing, her hands tightly clasped, forcing a composed smile while feeling as cold as ice. She had noticed her grandmother's gaze upon her just now. However, she was unwilling to acknowledge it. Once the phrase family banquet left the old lady Qi's lips, a wave of excitement swept through the general's residence. Today marked the happiest day in 2 years. All the servants busied themselves, and as the general's wife, the responsibility for the family banquet naturally fell upon Yunyu's shoulders. With her husband recovering steadily, the banquet must be grand. The dishes could not be treated lightly. I must first speak with the steward to ensure everything is in order. She hastily excused herself, her slender figure revealing no outward signs of distress. The old lady Qi watched Yunyu's retreating figure until she exited the main courtyard, then turned to Qi Ziqing with earnestness. Hinger, on such a joyous occasion, why not move back to Xiaoxiang courtyard? It would be a fitting celebration of 2 blessings arriving at once. Qi Ziqing's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of reluctance. I have only just begun to stand. I still need practice. Moving to Xiaoxiang courtyard might disturb Yunyu. She is already busy managing the household. It would be inappropriate for me to impose further upon her. Let's discuss this matter later. His words, though seemingly considerate of Yunyu, subtly conveyed his refusal. The old lady Qi could certainly discern this. A woman's world revolves around her husband. No matter how pressing the matters, she would never feel burdened by her husband. The old lady Qi firmly believed that Yunyu would not find it tiresome. However, Qi Ziqing's public declaration of such sentiments made it difficult for her to intervene in their affairs, lest it backfire. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. The old lady Qi, not wishing to overthink, readily agreed. You have only just begun to stand. You indeed need to practice walking. It is wise to postpone the move to avoid any disturbances to your recovery. I trust Yuer feels the same way. The old lady Qi cast a glance at her daughter-in-law, feeling a surge of frustration. Such a simple truth eluded her. If one truly cared, how could they delay so? She was well aware of Hung Gere's gift to the Xin family and had observed Yunyu's earlier demeanor. If they did not move back to Xiaoxiang courtyard now, it would likely be even more challenging in the future. With these thoughts, the old lady Qi's dissatisfaction with her daughter-in-law grew, and she pressed her forehead, revealing signs of fatigue. Let Henger decide. I am too old for such exertion. Just a moment of kneeling has left my knees aching. Grandmother, please rest. It is my fault for causing you trouble. Qi mother quickly rose to support her. Let me assist you back to Baomao Hall to recover. Initially, the old lady Qi held some reservations towards her, but seeing her filial piety softened her displeasure. Very well. I shall return to rest.
Hang.
As long as you and Yuer are well, I shall enjoy my old age. As the 2 women walked out of the main courtyard, exchanging idle chatter, Qi Ziqing watched his grandmother's frail form, his gaze deepening. Has there been a response to the gift sent to the Xin family yesterday? He looked down at the attendant beside him, lost in thought. The attendant quickly lowered his head, whispering, This morning we received a reply. But Master Jing's visit delayed its delivery to you. He promptly presented the letter, the top sealed with a striking red wax forming a plum blossom. Qi Ziqing's eyes brightened. This was the manner in which Shinshuru had previously corresponded with herself. She adored sealing her letters with a crimson wax emblem of her beloved red plum, expressing her hope that Qi Ziqing would think of her upon seeing the missive. Qi Ziqing understood immediately. He hastily opened the letter, reading its contents in a mere glance, a smirk tugging at his lips. He instructed that the 2 letters he had composed the previous day be delivered to the Shun residence, one for the minister and another for Shuru, ensuring they reached their intended recipients. At this moment, the entire capital was abuzz with news of the emperor dispatching Master Jing from the Imperial Rights Office to greet the general's household, a matter that had stirred considerable excitement. Everyone understood that the general's fortunes were on the rise, and they praised the decision made by the Grand Tutor as exceptionally wise. The discussions among the populace brimmed with envy as they anticipated Yunyu's forthcoming prosperity. Within an hour, news broke from the Shun household regarding the annulment of the engagement with the Zhao family, causing an uproar throughout the capital. The Xin family had now severed 2 engagements, and despite Shinshuru's father holding the position of Deputy Minister of War, many found amusement in her plight, speculating that no one in the capital would be willing to marry her. This information inevitably reached Yunyu's ears. Having just concluded her family banquet, she sat in the courtyard watching Fugu engage in a cockfight with another rooster when she heard the news, her expression turning bleak. No more of this.
Le tesse confine fugie.
Qing Lian, who had just finished transcribing the 4 books for women, emerged from the study, her cheeks flushing upon hearing the tidings, her mouth opening to speak, only to be swiftly pulled away by Qing He. Qing Mei hurried to catch Fu Go, muttering that she would confine him right away. As he seemed to relish bullying the other roosters to showcase his prowess, she would starve him for a few days and see if he still dared to strut about. Chapter 8. The family banquet. Yunyu's gloomy mood suddenly lifted as she observed Qing Mei's frantic attempts to catch Fu Go, failing repeatedly, which brought a smile to her lips. After considerable effort, Qing Mei finally captured Fu Go, but found herself in a disheveled state, grumbling as she retreated to the back courtyard. Having witnessed the commotion, Yunyu's gaze drifted to the distance, and she suddenly felt that Hengwu Garden appeared more desolate than usual. Despite Fu Ji's incessant clucking, it did little to dispel the chill of the garden. The time for the family banquet had arrived, set to take place in the main hall. Even before the banquet commenced, all direct and collateral branches of the general's household had gathered. For the past 2 years, due to Qi Zichen's prolonged unconsciousness, the general's household had seen no joyous events, and no banquets had been arranged. Today, with Qi Zichen's awakening, it marked the first opportunity for the entire family to meet Yunyu. Although they had heard of her over the past 2 years, none had yet had the pleasure of meeting her in person. At this moment, the matriarch, old Madame Qi, sat prominently in the center of the main hall, with Qi Zichen seated beside her on the left, both radiating vitality. Qi Zichen had donned a deep blue brocade robe adorned with golden patterns, appearing completely rejuvenated, showing no signs of his 2-year slumber. He sat confidently in a Wangwali armchair, exuding the commanding aura of a general. As the collateral branches of the general's household entered, witnessing his formidable presence, they were momentarily taken aback, hesitant to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Yunyu had prepared the banquet and was now entering the main hall. To signify the importance of the occasion, she had changed into a smoke blue gauze skirt, her hair styled in a lily bun, adorned with a jade plum blossom hairpin. Though she remained in simple hues, the lip makeup she wore accentuated her ethereal grace, bestowing upon her an air of elegance. As she stepped into the hall, all eyes lit up. While they had often heard of her, none had anticipated such exquisite beauty. Even Qi Zichen's gaze flickered momentarily, compelling him to concede in his heart. In terms of grace and poise, Yunyu undoubtedly surpassed all. Yet her family status could not rival that of Shinshuru. Acknowledging this, he averted his gaze, unwilling to linger on her for even a moment. The instant Yunyu entered, she noticed his averted gaze and indifferent expression. Prepared for this, she approached with composure, greeting everyone with her customary politeness. Yuer pays respects to grandmother and mother and wishes everyone well. Yuer, come sit by grandmother, the elderly lady beckoned, her face alight with affection. Complying, Yunyu endearingly moved to the vacant seat beside the matriarch, which happened to be adjacent to Qi Zichen. A gentle smile adorned her face as she passed him, nodding and calling husband. Both the matriarch and Qimu turned their attention towards them. Qi Zichen responded softly with a simple, though it was but a single syllable. It relieved the matriarch's heart. At that moment, Qi Xiongling, leading the unmarried and younger members of the general's household, rose with a bright smile to greet Yunyu. Sister-in-law, you look truly lovely today. Yunyu smiled back at them. Younger siblings, all is well. Here are some candies for everyone to share while we await the banquet's commencement. The children, elated, hurried to Qing He for their treats, eagerly anticipating the start of the family feast. Witnessing their innocent joy, a smile crept onto Yunyu's lips. After 2 long years, the matriarch reveled in the lively atmosphere of the general's household once more and instructed her attendant, "Today marks a momentous occasion for our general's household. I am delighted. Let us prepare red lucky bags for everyone. May our descendants brim with blessings and prosperity." As Lin Momo brought forth a large lacquered tray adorned with a thick stack of red lucky bags, Yunyu, as the new bride, was the first to speak auspicious words and accept a bag. The matriarch relished such good omens, her hearty laughter echoing in the hall. The previously tense atmosphere, weighed down by Qi Zichen's general demeanor, suddenly lightened. After collecting their lucky bags, the steward of the household entered, beaming, "Madam, the banquet is ready." "Excellent." Lin Momo assisted the matriarch as they made their way into the main hall. In the capital, royal banquets typically featured 108 dishes, while prominent families like the generals were restricted to 58 to avoid accusations of extravagance. Among these dishes were essential meats like chicken, duck, goose, pork, lamb, and fish, along with a range of cold dishes and pastries, creating a splendid array. The matriarch, supported by Lin Momo, took her seat first, followed by the younger generation according to seniority. Qi Zichen and Yunyu, as husband and wife, should have sat together, yet Qi Zichen deliberately positioned himself apart. He arranged for Qi Xiongling to occupy his former seat while he settled beside the matriarch. Grandmother, upon awakening, I have been thinking of you, and wish to sit beside you. Such filial devotion brings me joy, hunger. Since this is our family banquet, and with no outsiders present, it is permissible to make an exception. The matriarch patted Qi Zichen's hand, sighing inwardly as she began to sample the first dish. Yunyu sat with her back straight in the Wangwali chair, maintaining a composed demeanor, taking only small bites of each dish, as she typically would. She understood Qi Zichen's intentions. The banquet proceeded in silence, with not a single sound uttered until they rose from their seats. Upon returning to the main hall, the atmosphere was somewhat more animated. Engaging in conversation was a necessary component of the family banquet. The matriarch and Qi Zichen, seated at the head, were engrossed in conversation, laughter ringing out. Yunyu and Qi Xiongling sat to the left, maintaining their distance from Qi Zichen, with not even a glance exchanged. The chilly demeanor between the two did not escape the matriarch's notice, and she was poised to find an opportunity to speak. Grandmother, since we are all gathered here today, I have something I would like to share with everyone. The matriarch, previously pondering her own thoughts, looked up at Qi Zichen. What is it that you wish to say before everyone, Hing? I fear your matters of state may be beyond our understanding. Her gaze held a profound meaning,
As if she had discerned something.
Yunyu paused momentarily while holding the white jade teacup, naturally taking a sip before placing it on the tea table. Furrowing her brows in quiet contemplation. Grandmother speaks too gravely. Matters of state are not for me to discuss. This is a personal affair, and it is only fitting that everyone hears it. I intend to wed the legitimate daughter of the Shin family, Xu Rou. We have already exchanged sentiments, and today I wish to announce this before all of you, to share in the joy. As his words fell, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. All the direct and collateral relatives turned their gazes toward Yunyu, stifling their astonishment. Qi Xiongling immediately looked back at Yunyu, her eyes filled with worry and disbelief. Share in the joy. At this moment, aside from the elder brother, who would find joy in such news, old Madame Qi was infuriated. Her previous good mood vanished in an instant, though she restrained her anger due to the presence of others.
Hengea.
This matter concerns the reputation of the entire general's residence. It is not something you can discuss with that girl from the Shin family on your own. We shall postpone this discussion. Madame Qi observed her mother-in-law's stern countenance, glanced at Yunyu, and then at the rest of the relatives, all of whom bowed their heads in silence. Her expression also soured somewhat. Hung Air, did mother not already express her disapproval? Why bring this up again? As Madame Qi's words concluded, everyone abruptly looked up once more at Yunyu. Yunyu's fingers paused slightly, her hands resting on her knees, her expression remaining unchanged. Old Madame Qi's face turned even graver as she covertly cast a disapproving glance at Madame Qi before directing her attention back to Yunyu.
Yue.
Rest assured, I shall never consent to this matter. That is why I have not spoken to you about it. Grandmother need not worry. Yu heir has not overthought this. My husband is merely sentimental, and it is understandable. But if the young lady from the Shin family wishes to enter our home, the term marry is inappropriate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the main hall varied, filled with admiration for the calm demeanor of the eldest madam. A common woman, who has stood by her husband for 2 years, would surely display a foul temper when her husband, upon awakening, clamors to marry another. Yet the eldest madam remained composed, earning the respect of all present. Old Madame Qi's expression darkened, casting a deep look at Yunyu, sighing inwardly. Hung Go heir has indeed wounded Yu heir's heart. This matter is not yet settled. Let us not even mention whether I agree to Shinshu Rou entering our home. The engagement between Shinshu Rou and the young master of the Zhao family is well known in the capital. How could such a woman be permitted to cross the threshold of our general's residence? As her words concluded, old Madame Qi exchanged a glance with Nurse Lin, who promptly understood and hurriedly ushered the other attendees out. The main hall was left with only old Madame Qi, Yunyu, and Qi Zichen, and the atmosphere grew tense. The elderly lady's face became stern, full of seriousness.
Hengea.
I declare this. as long as I am here. I will never allow Shu to enter home. I recognize you, heir, as my granddaughter-in-law. She turned to Yunyu, soothingly stating, you heir, do not worry. You have been married into the general's residence for 2 years, and your merits have not gone unnoticed by your grandmother. I will certainly advocate for you. She believed this was merely Yunyu throwing a fit, expressing her discontent by suggesting Shu enter their home. Any woman in her position would feel aggrieved. Yunyu nodded, straightening up to bow respectfully to the elderly lady. You heir understands that there are many matters from the family banquet that need to be reconciled, so I shall take my leave. Grandmother and mother may discuss this matter among themselves. With that, she departed with a serene expression. Not sparing a glance at Qi Zichen, Madame Qi looked out, bewildered by Qi Zichen's words, and said earnestly, Hung heir, what is it about Shu that captivates you so? With only the 3 of them remaining, old Madame Qi's expression softened slightly. Hung heir, please explain to me. Your intention to marry Shu is genuinely rooted in your feelings for her? She could not believe her grandson could be so foolish, otherwise he would not have achieved the rank of general at such a young age. A flicker of light passed through Qi Zichen's eyes as he glanced around. The elderly lady signaled for Nurse Lin and the other 2 maidservants to exit the hall. You should also leave, the elderly lady said quietly to Madame Qi. Madame Qi, astonished, was about to say something, but upon seeing her mother-in-law's authoritative expression, she reluctantly withdrew. Grandmother, I understand your intentions. Yunyu is indeed remarkable, but compared to Shu, she falls short. If the late grand tutor were still alive, her family background would undoubtedly be impressive. However, the current grand tutor's residence is but an empty shell. Her father, serving as the Minister of Rights, has no capable subordinates and is preoccupied with the imperial examinations, lacking real power. In days gone by, the disciples of the late Grand Tutor would honor him, yet they may not extend the same courtesy to the Minister of Rights. Yunyu indeed has an aunt in the palace, but after the consort gave birth to the 5th princess, she has produced no further offspring. The current circumstances shift rapidly, and our general's residence must devise a strategy. The reason I insist on marrying Shu is twofold. She possesses a formidable family background, with her father holding significant military authority as the Deputy Minister of War, which would be highly advantageous for me. Furthermore, Shu's aunt, the noble consort, gave birth to the 6th prince, surpassing Yunyu's aunt in prestige. As his words concluded, the elderly lady's eyes narrowed. She pondered deeply, still unwilling to concede. According to your reasoning, the most favored in court should be the 3rd prince, who is talented and of comparable age, making him the most suitable candidate for the throne. Why do you not choose to align with him? Moreover, if you marry Shu, you will undoubtedly attract scorn in the capital, which would not bode well for your reputation. Qi Zichen smiled wryly. Grandmother, think carefully. The emperor is in his prime. Would he allow a prince who threatens his throne to rise? The 3rd prince is indeed talented, yet his brilliance draws attention, which is a liability. As for my reputation, I have returned triumphantly, my merits overshadowing my lord. Sometimes, infamy may not be a detriment, but could potentially be an advantage. Old Madame Qi lowered her gaze in contemplation. The emperor's heart is inscrutable. How could he allow a prince that poses a threat to his throne to flourish? This could very well be a trap. The general's residence should adopt a more restrained approach. Perhaps this infamy is indeed a blessing in disguise. Her brows gradually relaxed, and as she lifted her gaze, it seemed she had made a decision. Yet, Yu heir is truly a good girl. She has devoted herself to the general's residence, displaying exceptional wisdom. Do not hurt her feelings. Qi Zichen's eyes flickered. Within this general's residence, there must be a place for her. A mere refuge, nonetheless. Old Madame Qi sighed, slowly rising. Grandmother is aging. Matters of the younger generation are not for me to meddle in. With that, she exited the main hall. That child, Yunyu, I find quite likable, but what a pity it is. After Yunyu left the main hall and verified the expenses and all affairs concerning the family banquet with the steward, she returned to Hengwu courtyard, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Qing He and Qing Lian followed closely behind her, distraught. Had there not been outsiders present, they would have likely burst into tears. Upon returning to Hengwu courtyard, Qing Lian could no longer contain her emotions and sobbed. How could the young master treat people this way? He has only just awakened a few days ago, and he is already eager to marry that vixen from the Shen family. If it weren't for the young lady managing the general's residence for him, Could he be enjoying such comfort now? Though Qing, he felt sorrowful. She understood that the one suffering most at this moment was the young lady, so she tugged at Qing Lian's sleeve. Qing Lian, let us speak less. Anger surged within Qing Lian. She shook off the sleeve. Am I wrong in expressing my thoughts? This time, I must voice my opinion. Qing He's expression darkened further. Worry etched on her face as she looked at the young lady. Seeing them argue, Yunyu appeared unfazed. You two, cease your quarrel, after a long day. Do you truly wish to burden yourselves over such trivial matters? Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged looks of dismay. Young lady, how could this possibly be a trivial matter? The young master intends to marry that vixen. When the vixen enters, our good days will come to an end. We have barely enjoyed these happy days for a couple of days, and it seems that the future will only become more challenging. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee walked in with a look of shock. Miss, are they speaking the truth? Does the master really intend to take Shinshuru as a concubine? Yunyu pressed her fingers against her forehead, uncertain. He said so in the main hall. Aunt Lee's face turned pale, and she rushed in, forgetting to suppress her anger. The master is confused. Back when the Shun family was malicious, he actually wants to take Shinshuru as a concubine. Yunyu rubbed her ears, her gaze indifferent. He mentioned marriage. How could it be marriage? The young lady, being the esteemed wife of the General's household, could only accept Shinshuru as a concubine, especially since the legitimate wife is still in the residence. Has he been bewitched by the vixen of the Shin family, forgetting all decorum? Listening to Aunt Lee's furious remarks, Yunyu smiled faintly. This matter is not yet settled. Grandmother opposes it. Reclining on the soft couch, she appeared unaffected by the situation. Aunt Lee sighed in relief, knowing that with the old lady on the young lady's side, this matter would not come to pass. Observing Yunyu's fatigued expression, she refrained from further conversation to allow her some peace. Just then, footsteps were heard from the courtyard. Aunt Lin entered, looking at Yunyu and her maidservants, immediately donning a beaming smile. Madam, the old lady wishes to speak with you, and has sent this old servant to convey her message. Yunyu promptly straightened up, a proper smile gracing her face, her weariness vanishing. Thank you, Aunt Lin, for making the trip. I shall come at once. As she rose, she regained her usual grace and composure, showing no signs of displeasure. Aunt Lin was secretly astonished, following closely behind Yunyu. The young madam, though still young, possesses such maturity. It is indeed the master who has let her down. Upon arriving at the Baomall Hall, both old Lady Qi and Madam Qi were seated inside. Upon seeing Yunyu approach, they immediately greeted her with warm smiles. Greet your grandmother and mother. What matter does grandmother wish to discuss with you? The old lady extended her hand, looking at her affectionately. Come and sit beside grandmother. Yunyu gracefully approached her side, sitting half on the circular chair, allowing the old lady to hold her hand. The old lady, observing her obedient demeanor, gently patted her hand and sighed. I just gave Hung a severe scolding. Yet, he stubbornly insists on Shinshuru, causing grandmother great distress. Hung is so obstinate, refusing to yield no matter what. That's why I wanted to see you. You are so well-behaved and dear to grandmother, you would never provoke her like this. As she spoke, she pressed her other hand heavily against her chest, appearing as if she were struggling to catch her breath. Madam Qi, standing nearby, anxiously patted the old lady's back, saying, really? It's just a concubine. Why must he make his mother so upset? What if this leads to serious health issues? Mother, do not be troubled. Take a deep breath. Yunyu's body stiffened, feeling the coldness of the hand that clasped hers. She gently lifted her gaze, worry etched across her features. Grandmother, please do not be angry. I have already stated today that if my husband wishes to take Shinshuru as a concubine, I will consent. There is no need for grandmother to let a mere concubine cause discord between you and my husband. It would be even more unworthy should it affect your health. Upon hearing this, Madam Qi quickly chimed in. Mother, I told you Yuer is reasonable and does not easily succumb to jealousy. You should feel at ease now.
Take a deep breath.
There's no need to worry about this matter. It is perfectly normal for men to have multiple wives. Not to mention, Hung could take 2 or 3 concubines if he wished. We should not allow this issue to disrupt the harmony between you two. Yunyu's spine turned cold, her expression calm. What you say is true. I will not be envious of this matter. Grandmother, please take a deep breath. With the encouragement from both women, the old lady gradually sat up straight, sighing once more. Grandmother knows that Yue is sensible and understands the situation. Even if Shinshiro enters the household, Grandmother does not approve of her. I trust you the most with the management of our household. Since you all agree on this matter, we must not allow the general's household to lose face. There are proper protocols to follow when taking a concubine, and I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, Grandmother. I know how to handle it. Yunyu smiled subtly, discreetly pulling her hand away. Madame Qi watched Yunyu, continuously praising her. I am relieved to leave this matter to Yue. She manages things with clarity and will not let our household lose face. Is simply fixated on this desire. Once he achieves it, I believe he will settle down. Yue, do not overthink it. You are Hung's legitimate wife, and your mother stands by your side. Madame Qi also patted Yunyu's hand to comfort her. Yunyu's heart grew colder as she meticulously discussed the arrangements for bringing Shinshiro into the household before returning to Hanggu Courtyard. Qinghe and Qinglian, along with Aunt Li, hurried forward, curious about her visit to Baomao Hall. Miss, what did the old lady say to you? Yunyu feigned ease, smiling. It was merely about my husband taking a concubine. You guessed wrong this time. The old lady is powerless against my husband, and Shinshiro will soon be brought into the general's household. Aunt Li was taken aback, frowning. The old lady actually agreed? Miss, how can you still smile? Yunyu nonchalantly reclined on the soft couch, closing her eyes to rest. Would it help if I cried? Her words rendered the three present speechless. Even if the miss were to cry, it would be futile. It was just that Yunyu appeared so nonchalant, making them feel discontented on her behalf. Yunyu opened her eyes, observing their worried expressions, and couldn't help but smile. It's no big deal. You need not be so concerned. Aunt Li is correct. It's just a concubine, and it won't stir much trouble. Seeing their anxious faces, it instead made Yunyu seem the least perturbed among them. Chapter 11. Deception. Aunt Li looked at her, urgency creeping into her voice. Miss, what are your thoughts on this? Yunyu replied indifferently. What can I think? Since my husband insists on taking a concubine, then let him. As the legitimate wife, I should support and understand this. Aunt Li was rendered speechless. Although she often advised the miss not to be jealous and to embody the composure of a lady from a noble family, it was hard for her to bear the current situation. There's no need to frown, Aunt Li. You have taught me to be gracious and composed as the legitimate wife, to alleviate my husband's burdens. It's merely a concubine. How much trouble can she cause? Yunyu reassured her. Aunt Li, feeling a bitter pang in her heart, nodded. What you say is true. As the mistress, even if the concubine behaves audaciously, she cannot surpass you. Upon realizing this, Aunt Li finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yunyu's gaze turned slightly detached as she approached the writing desk and began to draft a contract. Aunt Li, Qinghe, and Qinglian were puzzled by her writing. Moving closer to see, their expressions darkening. Miss, what are you writing? Yunyu replied with a calm gaze. Since the general's household is taking a concubine, a contract for her must be drafted. Absurd. Aunt Li struggled to contain her anger, gripping her hands tightly to maintain her composure. It's one thing for the master to take a concubine, but to have you handle the arrangements? It's just a concubine. Why must you be involved in drafting the contract? The master is truly overstepping. You are the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's household, of noble status. And yet the master treats you with such disdain. If the old master finds out, he will not spare me. I shall go to the old lady for an explanation. She said this with the intention of leaving, her fury barely contained. The miss is kind-hearted, but she should not be subjected to such humiliation. Yunyu called out to Aunt Li. Aunt, there's no need to go. This task was assigned to me by grandmother and mother. She lowered her gaze and continued writing, soon completing the contract and lifting it with an indifferent smile. This matter must be addressed by someone. Given my grandmother's advanced age and her lack of concern for household affairs, my mother has entrusted the management of the family to me. As such, it is only fitting that the responsibility now falls upon my shoulders. After all, it concerns merely a concubine. Why should we expend energy and stir the masses? Very well. I have already prepared the contract, which I shall present to my grandmother and mother tomorrow. Once we finalize the identity of Shinshiro, we can send it to the matchmaker. Yunyu pressed her fingers against her brow, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, it is not a marriage, otherwise, the intricate rituals of wedding ceremonies would take a month to complete. In contrast, the matter of taking a concubine requires merely that both parties review the contract and select an auspicious date for her arrival in a small sedan chair. Qinghe and Qinglian observed the weary expression on Yunyu's face, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Miss, the master is truly being unreasonable," they exclaimed. Qinglian's thought remained unfinished, yet everyone understood her sentiment. At that moment, no one reprimanded her. Instead, they felt she spoke with merit, with the lady's esteemed background and talents. There were countless noble families in the capital to choose from, yet she ended up in the general's residence, leading to this unfortunate situation. From the moment he awakened, the master had shown disdain for the lady, never even stepping foot into the Hengwu courtyard, let alone considering what would transpire once Shinshuru entered the household. Qinghe, Qinglian, and Mama Li felt a pang of sorrow for their young mistress, yet they worried about hurting her feelings, forcing themselves to endure. Yunyu looked at them and smiled. "What troubles you? Do you believe it is burdensome to be by my side, to the point of weeping?" Qinglian stamped her foot, her eyes reddening. "Miss, how can you be so indifferent?" Yunyu chuckled. "What does it matter if I care? If I were to oppose it like a jealous woman, would it change anything?" Qinghe, Qinglian, and Mama Li were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a bittersweet expression. "It is futile. Completely, without purpose." At that moment, the sound of a maid inquiring about their well-being reached them. Yunyu lifted her head and saw Xiangling approaching, smiling as she looked at the three. "Enough. It is merely a trivial matter. We wouldn't want Linger to witness our troubles. Let us tidy ourselves quickly." The three hastily wiped their eyes and composed themselves. As Xiangling entered the courtyard, she immediately noticed the somber expressions of Qinghe and the others, and understanding dawned upon her. She turned to Yunyu and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." She rushed into Yunyu's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. "What is the matter? Who has wronged our Linger? Sister-in-law will go and confront them. So, do not cry anymore." Yunyu gently wiped her tears away. Xiangling looked up at Yunyu with a pitiful expression, pouting in dissatisfaction. "It is not Linger who is being bullied. It is my elder brother who is bullying you, sister-in-law."
Linger feels sorrow for you.
Yunyu paused, her heart warmed by Xiangling's words. It seemed that within the household, only Linger genuinely cared for her well-being. "Is Linger referring to your elder brother taking a concubine? Have you learned of it so soon?" She smiled brightly, unfazed by the news. Xiangling, seeing her demeanor, grew even more anxious. "Sister-in-law, how can you be so unfazed? Are you not upset?" Yunyu shook her head, taking her hand and leading her to sit down beside her. "I am not troubled in the least. As a husband, he is entitled to take 4 concubines. If I were to be upset, I would be grieving 4 times. Her gaze was gentle, as if she were patiently instructing her younger sister. "Linger, you too shall someday be a wife and face similar challenges. Nothing is more important than living well. Why concern yourself with such trifles?" Hearing this, Qinghe and Qinglian, though still somewhat saddened, felt their spirits lift. Mama Li gazed at Yunyu, her heart aching for her maturity. Though her words rang true, who would willingly share their husband with others? Upon hearing this, Xiangling's tears transformed into a smile, her curious eyes sparkling.
"Sister-in-law,
"Is it truly so? Why can men have multiple wives and concubines, while women are bound to marry but one man for life? Can they not remarry?" Yunyu quickly placed a finger over her lips. "Linger, do not speak of such things again. Since ancient times, women have preferred widowhood over remarriage. Remarrying brings shame upon the family and brands a woman with a stigma. It is unthinkable, especially for families of nobility. Fear not, Linger. You shall surely find a worthy husband in the future." Xiangling blushed. "Sister-in-law, I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. I never meant to imply such a thing." The thought of one day marrying made her shy. The pair conversed for quite a while in the courtyard before Xiangling, her cheeks flushed, took her leave from Hengwu courtyard. Qinghe observed her mistress, contrasting her demeanor with Linger's carefree spirit, feeling a pang of bitterness. Yunyu watched as Xiangling departed, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the general's residence, it was only Linger who brought her warmth. Chapter 12. The concubine. She then turned her attention back to the matter of Qi Ziqing taking concubine, finalizing the contract and preparing the necessary gifts and customs, working tirelessly until midnight to complete everything, leaving her quite fatigued. The following morning, Yunyu rose early to seek an audience with old Madame Qi in the Baomou Hall. Still showing hints of weariness, the identity of Shinshuru required the approval of both old Madame Qi and Madame Qi before it could be finalized. Qinghe and Qinglian observed their mistress, who had toiled through the night over the matter of the master taking a concubine, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet unsure of what to say. With a calm demeanor, Yunyu entered the Baomao hall, coincidentally arriving just as Madame Qi did. Old Madame Qi appeared in good spirits that day, showing no signs of the anger she had felt the previous day. Yue, pay your respects to grandmother and mother. Each time they witnessed Yunyu's graceful gestures, both women felt a sense of satisfaction. Truly, she was the foremost talented woman in the capital, excelling in both intellect and propriety. Old Madame Qi smiled, addressing Yunyu. You need not be overly courteous. Seeing you each day brings me unbidden joy. Come, sit with your grandmother and chat for a while. Yunyu complied, settling beside her with a smile. I have matters to discuss with grandmother and mother. Oh, what matters? Old Madame Qi and Madame Qi exchanged knowing glances, yet pretended to be unaware. Yunyu produced the prepared concubine contract and a list of gifts, respectfully presenting them to old Madame Qi. It concerns my husband taking a concubine. I have prepared the contract. Since Shinshiru has been promised to him since childhood, their birth dates must align suitably. Thus there is no need for formal engagement or auspicious inquiries. Therefore, I have drafted the list of engagement gifts to be sent to the matchmaker for her to approach the Shin family about the proposal and to set a date. I wish to seek grandmother and mother's approval before proceeding. Old Madame Qi and Madame Qi exchanged another glance, both pleased with Yunyu's competence. As expected, Yue is quite capable, managing such intricate matters overnight.
Few could accomplish this.
Observing their expressions, Yunyu noted their smiles and felt no selfishness. My husband is eager to take a concubine, and I am merely responding to his wishes. Miss Shen is the daughter of the Minister of War, exquisite and precious. And since they are childhood friends, it would be respectful to elevate her to the status of a noble concubine. I thought since my husband intends to take concubines, why not accept both a lowly concubine and an esteemed one together? Given his status, having 4 concubines would be fitting and would save future complications. What do grandmother and mother think? Isn't that generous of her? If so, accepting 4 concubines together would demonstrate her own generosity as the primary wife. After all, they would all face ridicule from the capital S society. It would be better to embrace the situation fully. While Yunyu was amiable, she was not devoid of spirit. She was determined to see whether the general's residence could uphold such dignity. She regarded old Madame Qi and Madame Qi with an inquiring gaze, a gentle smile awaiting their response. Old Madame Qi felt a bit cornered by this suggestion. The general's residence had already treated Yunyu poorly, and now they were placing the burden of taking a concubine upon her. That was simply unacceptable. In normal households, taking a concubine was a common practice. Yet the fact that Heng Ge had not yet entered Yunyu's chamber while already considering women outside was a slight no one could swallow. Yunyu, far from being resentful, displayed the magnanimity befitting a legitimate wife, starkly contrasting with her grandson's callousness. Was not the implication of Yuer's words an inquiry into whether her Heng Ge was of the debauched ilk? However, Qi Mu failed to grasp the underlying meaning. Genuinely pondering the matter, to suddenly take 4 concubines would indeed facilitate the care of Heng Ge. She would later seek Heng's thoughts on the matter. She smiled and raised her gaze, ready to inquire about her mother-in-law's opinion. Yet, upon encountering her mother-in-law's stern countenance, her smile quickly faded. Bewildered by what she may have said amiss, the elder Qi was nearly provoked to scold her for her folly. In a reputable family, which noble son would concern himself with such frivolities? Who would not be satisfied with a single legitimate wife? In the capital, was there a young master so eager to take concubines? Even within the emperor's harem, there existed but a few consorts. This matter, if trivialized, was Heng Ge's private affair. If exaggerated, it could lead to malicious gossip labeling Heng Ge as indulgent and extravagant, which would surely attract the emperor's scrutiny. The elder Qi chastised Qi Mu in her heart for her foolishness, though she concealed her discontent. She glanced at Yunyu, realizing that Yunyu harbored a sense of indignation. There was no need for 4 concubines. Rest assured, Heng Ge's intention to bring Shinshiru into the household would ensure that no other concubines would follow. Heng Ge was not particularly invested in such affairs. His choice of Shinshiru was rooted in their shared past. The elder Qi had long fretted over Qi's Yiqing, and now she sought to restore his reputation. As her words concluded, a tall figure entered the doorway. Though his pace was not hurried, it was a marked improvement from the previous day. The gazes of the three within Baomotang converged upon him. The elder Qi and Qi Mu wore expressions of delight, appraising him with eager eyes. And, upon seeing his restored health, they felt a surge of excitement. Yunyu silently observed Qi Ziqing, her heart betraying little emotion. Rather, she reflected calmly. It is evident he is of military stock, possessing a recovery capability beyond that of ordinary folk. Qi Ziqing entered with a grave demeanor, approached his grandmother, and seized the contract from her hands, swiftly reading it with furrowed brows. This contract was untenable. The elder Qi's heart sank, preparing to voice her counsel. But after a moment's thought, she swallowed her words, her expression growing complicated. Yunyu's gaze remained steady as she looked up at Qi Ziqing, calmly inquiring, "What is amiss with what you have stated, my husband? I shall amend it upon my return." She believed herself devoid of ulterior motives, and the contract had been drafted in accordance with Shinshiru's status. Elevating her to a favored concubine might indeed tarnish her standing as the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War, yet it was arguably the most suitable arrangement at present. Moreover, to consider that Shinshiru had twice withdrawn from engagements, even with a good family background, she might not secure a favorable match. Who among families of similar standing would wish to marry a girl who had twice declined proposals? Thus, being a favored concubine was her best fate. Yunyu continued to scrutinize Qi Ziqing, observing as his brows knitted tighter, his eyes brimming with disdain, and then he looked at her with impatience. Her heart remained untroubled. "Who said I intended to take a concubine? I proclaimed I would marry." Qi Ziqing's face was frigid as he regarded Yunyu, his indifference palpable. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Qimu looked at him, bewildered, and then at Yunyu, murmuring, "What wife are you marrying?" "You, is your wife." The elder Qi sighed inwardly, feeling guilt towards Yunyu, yet she refrained from offering counsel. Chapter 13. Equal wife. Yunyu's hands clenched tightly. Her spine straightened, and her expression was taut as she remained silent for a considerable time. Qi Ziqing gazed at Yunyu, speaking deliberately. "Shuru's entry shall be as an equal wife, not as a concubine." Yunyu abruptly stood, meeting Qi Ziqing's gaze with a frown. "My husband, have I done something to displease you? Must you humiliate me thus?" Historically, while it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, since the 16th year of Yonghua, due to the emperor's focus on state affairs and his opposition to extravagance, the noble families of the capital had not seen equal wives. Unless the legitimate wife bore no children or made a grave error, such humiliation would not occur. Furthermore, she represented the Grand Preceptor's household. This was the first time Yunyu directly questioned Qi Ziqing's attitude towards her, and her dignified demeanor even caused the elder Qi to feel a twinge of uncertainty. In Qi Ziqing's heart, however, Yunyu had long been regarded as a discarded piece, and regardless of her actions or words, he remained indifferent. "You have not erred. My actions do not belittle you, but rather acknowledge Shuru's standing, which entitles her to an equal position." Yunyu's hands remained tightly clenched, her teeth gritted, as she maintained her silence while observing Qi Ziqing. Had it not been for her upbringing, she would have surely stormed out. Even the elder Qi and Qi Mu held their breath, fearing she might utter something harsh. After a long pause, Yunyu slowly bowed, her expression impassive. "My husband's decision to take an equal wife is a significant affair for our household. Recently, I have been feeling unwell and am truly unable to manage this marriage matter. I fear I would neglect mission. This matter should be handled by grandmother and mother to demonstrate our respect for mission. There are other matters within the household. I shall take my leave." With her words spoken, she straightened her back and turned to exit Baomotang. Qi Mu watched Yunyu's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Was it not said that the Grand Preceptor's daughter was well-educated and reasonable? Why, today, did she display such a lack of decorum? Without her mother's directive, she departed on her own accord. She muttered to herself, glancing back at her mother-in-law and seeing no reprimand, continued, "I once thought Yunyu was quite agreeable. But how quickly she reveals her true nature. It seems she is not one to endure long." The elder Qi cast a sidelong glance at her, speaking in a measured tone, "You would do well to speak less." Although she held some fondness for Yunyu, since had chosen to forsake her, only a hint of regret remained in her heart. Although you wish to wed Shinshiru, do not neglect Yunyu's feelings. Though the Grand Preceptor's household may lack the substantial power of the Minister of War, it can still serve as your ally. Yunyu's talents and management skills are formidable. If you can gain her support, it would ease your burdens considerably. The elder Qi gazed at Qi Ziqing earnestly. Qi Mu listened quietly, finally grasping the situation, her discontent towards Yunyu's earlier outburst deepening. In my opinion, had Hung not been injured and fallen into a coma, a family like the Grand Preceptor's would never have aspired to align with our General's household. Though they assisted us initially, it was with our interests at heart. Since the Grand Preceptor passed, the family has steadily declined. And by the time of Yunyu's father, he could only be a powerless minister of rites. The disciples of the late Grand Preceptor would not extend their influence to the Grand Preceptor's household. Fundamentally, how could they benefit our General's household? To suggest that when the Minister of Revenue arranged for Yunyu's marriage, he did not consider the benefits is simply unbelievable. In comparison, Shen Shuru's family background far surpasses that of Yunyu. Yunyu, oblivious to her husband's interests, continues to act with childishness. This marriage matter should not be entrusted to her. Listening to Qi Mu's complaints, the elder Qi surprisingly refrained from interjecting. Ultimately, while Yunyu had contributed to the Qi household, it did not excuse her disrespect. After 2 years of their indulgence, it was time for her to recognize her place. Qi Ziqing cared little for Yunyu's sentiments. Addressing his grandmother and mother, he stated, "Mother need not concern herself with her for now. The matter of marrying Shuru will be managed by grandmother and mother. Shuru and I have known each other since childhood, and I do not wish to slight her. Please prepare, the wedding will take at least a month. In a few days, I will visit the emperor and clarify this matter." The elder Qi furrowed her brow. "But your legs are still not fully recovered." Qi Ziqing's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene of Gong Jing grasping his thigh, and he replied solemnly, "Precisely because my legs are not yet fully recovered, I must hasten to address this matter." Madame Qi's gaze deepened, and she slowly nodded. Ever since Yunyu departed from the Baomao Hall, the news of Qi Ziqing's impending marriage to a concubine had spread throughout the general's residence. The servants were all taken aback, whispering among themselves. Upon returning to Hengwu Courtyard, Qinghe and Qinglian were too apprehensive to speak, having accompanied their mistress for so long. It was their first encounter with her in such a tempestuous mood. Although they were unaware of what had transpired in the Baomao Hall, they sensed it was something grave. Otherwise, their mistress's countenance would not have been so dark. Li Mama entered, observing the 3 women's expressions with a hint of confusion. "Miss, has the matter of taking a concubine been settled with the old madam? Has there been a change? You left just now to discuss this. Did something unexpected occur?" Yunyu pressed her fingers to her temples, having calmed down during her return, and replied softly, "Indeed, there's been a change. But this matter is no longer within my purview." Upon hearing this, Li Mama's face brightened as she stepped forward. "This is actually good news. It indicates that the old madam understands your predicament. Taking a concubine is a trivial matter. Simply send a matchmaker to negotiate. There is no need for you to handle it personally." Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged glances with Yunyu, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "It is not merely a concubine, it is a legitimate wife." Yunyu's calm statement caused all 3 to gasp in astonishment. "What?" Even Li Mama, who typically valued propriety above all, could not suppress her shock, her eyes widening and breath quickening. "Miss, what do you mean by this?" She struggled to contain her fury, her heart racing. Yunyu sighed inwardly and said, "As I mentioned, my husband intends to marry Shinshuru as his lawful wife, placing her on equal standing with me." "Absurd. This is an intolerable insult." Li Mama trembled with anger, pacing back and forth in agitation. Qinghe and Qinglian finally comprehended why their mistress had erupted in fury at Baomao Hall. Among the reputable families in the capital, it was virtually unheard of for a legitimate wife to be introduced alongside a concubine, especially in prominent households like the generals and the grand tutors. They felt a surge of indignation for their mistress.
"Miss,
how can you allow him to subject you to such humiliation by marrying a legitimate wife? Shinshura hasn't even entered the door yet, and already this is happening. If she becomes part of our household, how will we endure it? That vixen has nothing to offer." When the master was unconscious, the Shin family was the first to withdraw their proposal. This is known throughout the capital. What has blinded the master to consider Shinshuru a treasure? Qinglian vented her frustration, even as Qinghe clutched her sleeve, trying to restrain her. Seeing Qinglian's fury, Yunyu could not help but smile. "You, where did you learn such rhetoric? If a decent man hears you, no respectable family would dare propose." Qinglian, noticing her mistress's nonchalant demeanor, stamped her foot. Miss, how can you remain so indifferent? They have come to our doorstep to bully us. Yunyu's smile faltered slightly as she gazed at the desolate Hengwu courtyard, murmuring softly, tell me, would it be of any use for me to cause a scene? Qinghe, Qinglian, and Li Mama's expressions froze, their lips pressed tight, eyes reddening. Even if they did not wish to admit it, they understood their mistress spoke the truth. Throughout history, when a husband takes a wife or concubine, the legitimate wife can only acquiesce. Any dissent would brand her as a jealous woman. No matter how reluctant they felt, what could they do? Their anger was ultimately for their mistress, who bore the greatest burden. Miss, what shall we do now? Yunyu's gaze remained calm, her expression serious. What else can we do? We shall wait for Shinshuru to enter the door. I, Yunyu, have been loyal to the general's residence. 2 years ago, when the residence was ridiculed by many, my father, out of respect for my grandmother, allowed me to marry in. I have devoted myself to this family. Even if the household does not appreciate my efforts, many eyes in the capital are watching. If they do not mind a shame, why should I? I will see if they can withstand the scorn of everyone when Shinshuru enters. Li Mama breathed a sigh of relief. Miss is right. These past 2 years, you have not even worn a colorful dress for the general's residence. Now, they repay your kindness with enmity, and the eyes of the capital are many. We shall see if they can endure the public's contempt. Yunyu gazed intently at the courtyard of Hengwu, pondering for a moment before addressing Qinghe earnestly. Qinghe, please take my dowry list to my storeroom and verify the quantities. Inform Qingmei to visit the shops in the city and ask the shopkeepers to check the accounts for the past 2 years and bring them to me. Qinglian was taken aback, her face paling as she vaguely guessed her mistress's intentions. Miss, even if that vixen enters, it is impossible, Qinghe pulled her back urgently.
Qinglian.
The miss has her reasons for doing this. We only need to follow her instructions. Rest assured, I shall do this at once, Qinghe said, hastily leading Qinglian away to prevent adding to their mistress's distress. Li Mama, upon hearing this, understood Yunyu's foresight, but a hint of worry crossed her face. Miss, the old madam and the lady stand with you. This cannot be. Yunyu smiled reassuringly. I understand, Mama. It is merely a routine account verification. Do not overthink it. Seeing the fatigue in her demeanor, Li Mama could only withdraw. Yunyu pressed her fingers to her temples, contemplating for a moment, before approaching the writing desk to draft a letter. The news of Shinshuru's impending marriage was creating quite a stir in the general's residence, reaching Qi Xiangling's ears, who felt indignant for Yunyu. What is my elder brother thinking? What merits does Shinshuru possess? In terms of appearance, my sister-in-law surpasses her by far. In talent, Shinshuru does not even match half of my sister-in-law. A maid rushed into the courtyard, breathless, and exclaimed to Qi Xiangling, Miss, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Miss Shun has sent a gift for you. Qi Xiangling wrinkled her nose, eyeing the cosmetic box in the maid's hands with displeasure. Sending gifts for no reason surely hides ill intentions. Return it. I will not betray my sister-in-law for this trinket. The maid hesitated, then replied, the maid delivering the gift has already left. Miss, will you not at least take a look? Qi Xiangling lacked interest and waved her hand dismissively. If you wish to open it, do so yourself. What could she possibly send that would be of value? The 2 little maids, curious, opened the cosmetic box and their faces instantly changed.
Miss.
It is a golden begonia flower hairpin, all crafted from gold. It was the most sought-after hairpin among the young ladies of the capital, nearly impossible to purchase, and would complement her long gown of embroidered silk beautifully. The little maid revealed the hairpin, which glistened in the sunlight, exuding both opulence and delicacy, embodying youthful purity and charm. Qi Xiangling was taken aback, turning around just in time to catch the shimmering hairpin, her thoughts igniting. She reached out, examining the golden begonia flower hairpin more closely, finding herself increasingly enamored. I did not expect Shinshuru had such skill. It is indeed quite lovely. Captivated by the exquisite hairpin, Qi Xiangling scrutinized its craftsmanship, every detail meticulously done, and could not help but smile at her 2 maids. Does it truly look good with my gown of embroidered silk? The 2 maids nodded vigorously. It is beautiful. Miss, this golden begonia flower hairpin is so stunning. Why not keep it? Accepting it does not mean you are siding with her. Qi Xiangling nodded. That is true. Even if I accept it, it does not mean I stand with her. I shall keep it. Bring me my mirror. Miss, here it is. One maid presented the mirror while another adorned Qi Xiangling with the hairpin. As she admired her reflection, satisfaction blossomed within her. And her previous discontent towards Shinshuru began to dissipate alongside the golden begonia flower hairpin. With the general's residence busily preparing for the marriage of a concubine, everyone was bustling about, while the people of Hengwu courtyard remained aloof, as if nothing were amiss. Yunyu found herself quite at ease. Ever since everyone became preoccupied with Qi Zichen's marriage to a secondary wife, the affairs in the estate had significantly diminished, allowing her some leisure time. She spent her days either flying kites in Hengwu Garden or enjoying music and laughter with Qinghe and Qinglian, and life felt quite delightful. Both Qinghe and Qinglian, along with Mammy Li, had come to terms with the situation. If the master wished to take a secondary wife, so be it. The young lady would always remain the legitimate wife, ultimately overshadowing Shinshuru. The children of the young lady were legitimate sons and daughters, while Shinshuru's offspring could only be regarded as secondary. For this reason, Mammy Li frequently reminded Yunyu to consummate her marriage with the master. Even Qinghe and Qinglian could not bear to see this, and Qinglian sought excuses to divert Mammy Li's attention, granting them a moment of respite. Chapter 15. The first meeting, Qinghe looked at Qinglian with admiration, surprised that she could manage something so serious. Qinglian pouted, asserting that she was not merely a pretty face devoid of intelligence. The master had not even set foot in Hengwu Garden, yet he spoke of consummation. Realizing her words may have been too harsh, Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged concerned glances towards their young lady. Yunyu found their banter amusing and raised an eyebrow, questioning the need to mention such an unfortunate topic. As she spoke, Qinghe and Qinglian could not help but stifle their laughter. They initially thought that such peaceful days were quite pleasant, but little did they know that tranquility would soon be disrupted. 10 days passed and Qi Zichen, having regained his composure, prepared to enter the palace to meet the emperor early that morning. However, just before his departure, he informed Yunyu of his plans. The tranquility of Hengwu Garden was shattered as Qinghe and Qinglian hurried to assist Yunyu with her makeup, while Mammy Li and Qingmei busied themselves arranging Yunyu's official attire for the palace. The master's visit to the palace was certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Why had he not informed them sooner? Now, in this hurried manner, it was uncertain whether they would be ready in time. As Qinglian fashioned Yunyu's hair into an elegant bun, she grumbled about the lack of time. This was the young lady's first audience with the emperor, requiring a formal appearance that would undoubtedly consume considerable time, and with the official attire needing preparation, half a day would hardly suffice. The master's last-minute notice of entering the palace in half an hour showed a complete disregard for their efforts. Qinglian, if you don't hush, no one will think you're mute. Mammy Li scolded her sharply, continuing, time is already tight, and you keep chattering away. You're only causing chaos here. Turning to Yunyu, Mammy Li reassured, my lady, pay no heed to Qinglian's words. The master allows you to accompany him to the palace, which indicates he values you. Yunyu smiled indifferently, not taking the words to heart. Behind Mammy Li, Qinglian made a face, eliciting laughter from Qinghe, Qingmei, and Yunyu. Such reassurances were hardly convincing even to a child, and how could Yunyu believe them? Finally, amid the flurry of activity, Yunyu completed her makeup and appeared before Qi Zichen, adorned in her official attire. After 2 years without vibrant clothing or makeup, her transformation astonished Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei. Even Qi Zichen's usually indifferent gaze flickered upon seeing her. Yunyu stood tall, her gaze steady, and calmly addressed him, husband, we may depart. Qi Zichen snapped back to reality, his expression returning to its usual coldness. As he stepped into the carriage, without a second glance at Yunyu, she had not expected warmth from him, and upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, she took a seat inside the carriage, deliberately choosing a position away from him. Since they were entering the palace to meet the nobility, Yunyu did not bring her maidservants along. Throughout their time in the palace, the couple remained silent. Yunyu kept her gaze forward, her hands resting on her knees, her back straight. Her composed demeanor caught Qi Zichen's attention, prompting him to scrutinize her closely. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her brows graceful, her starry eyes radiant, her lips naturally rosy, and her figure slender, embodying beauty. He had anticipated that marrying Shinshuru would elicit some reaction from her, providing him the opportunity to disregard her under the guise of a jealous wife, yet she remained remarkably composed, maintaining her silence for over 10 days. Had their circumstances been reversed with Shinshuru, he would have gladly treated her with mutual respect. However, mere beauty and talent were insufficient to aid the general's household. Yunyu lowered her gaze to her delicate hands, acutely aware that he was assessing her. Expecting him to avert his gaze after a moment, she was surprised when the carriage came to a halt, and he continued to observe her. If you are not in a hurry, then neither am I, Yunyu thought quietly, waiting for him to look away. It appeared that Chi Zichin had forgotten to withdraw his gaze until the coachman outside gently reminded him, prompting him to frown in displeasure before stepping out of the carriage. Yunyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his sudden irritation. With a calm demeanor, she exited the carriage and walked alongside Chi Zichin along the palace path, the couple remaining silent. This was Yunyu's first time in the palace after 2 years, and her mindset differed greatly from previous visits. In the past, she had accompanied her parents to visit her aunt, feeling a sense of excitement and anticipation.
Now,
Returning as a married woman, that excitement was replaced with solemnity. The two walked in silence until they reached the grand hall, where Steward Jing guided them to meet the emperor. Upon seeing Steward Jing for the second time, he cast a casual glance at Yunyu, his gaze lingering. Yunyu kept her head lowered, while she could have entered the palace merely to greet the empress and the queen as a minister's wife. Due to Chi Zichin's merits 2 years prior and her status as his new wife, they were permitted to meet the emperor together. As they stepped into the study, Yunyu immediately sensed an imposing aura enveloping them. Keeping her head lowered, she walked alongside Chi Zichin to the center of the room and respectfully bowed to the emperor. Your humble servant or humble servant wife pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Please rise. A commanding voice echoed. As Yunyu and Chi Zichin gradually straightened, they lifted their heads only to discover the presence of others in the study. A figure adorned in a splendid robe of golden threads caught their attention, the bright blue adorned with red embroidery strikingly vivid. While this was a color typically favored by women, it suited the man wearing it surprisingly well. His lips curled into a nonchalant smile, his beauty striking, exuding an air of relaxed confidence. In the royal family, only one person dared to be so casual in the presence of the emperor, the first prince, Huang Fuqinga. True to his name, he was the prince most associated with indulgence and revelry, often deemed the least favorable by the esteemed family. Though it was their first meeting, Yunyu recognized his identity and maintained a calm expression. Chi Zichin reacted quickly, bowing in unison with Yunyu, addressing him as Your Highness. Huang Fuqinga waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely here to chat with my father. There's no need for formality. You may continue your conversation. Chapter 16. Shocked, the emperor glanced back at him. His eyes filled with unspoken meaning, seemingly displeased with Huang Fuqinga's casual demeanor. Yet, the prince remained unfazed, continuing to lounge idly as he surveyed his surroundings. The emperor harbored no expectations for him, turning his attention back to Chi Zichin, a smile softening his authoritative features. This was Yunyu's first time observing the emperor from such a close distance. In her memory, he had always appeared formidable, but now he was only filled with cheerful laughter, humorously engaging with Chi Zichin. It brings me immense joy to witness your esteemed recovery, my loyal subject. Your triumphant return is indeed deserving of commendation and reward. After a 2-year wait, I am grateful to see you restored to your former self. It appears my patience for this moment has been worthwhile. Whatever you desire, I shall bestow upon you generously. The emperor appeared greatly pleased, his voice resonating with authority. Standing beside Chi Zichin, Yunyu kept her gaze fixed on the ground, her lips curving into a composed smile as she expressed her gratitude alongside him. My humble self is honored, Your Majesty. To serve the court and alleviate your burdens is my fortune. I never sought any reward. Yunyu noticed his respectful demeanor, an expression and tone she had never encountered before. Such formalities led her to envision how the emperor would respond, and indeed, he burst into hearty laughter. Clearly satisfied with Chi Zichin's loyalty, I have witnessed your devotion, and I am known for my fairness in reward and punishment. Your merits warrant recognition, so there is no need for alarm. If there is anything you wish for, do not hesitate to speak. I shall certainly fulfill your request. The emperor's gaze flickered with a hint of depth. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Chi Zichin lowered his eyes, seemingly beginning to ponder deeply. Yunyu stood nearby, fully aware of his formalities, maintaining her gracious smile. I do have a request, Chi Zichin declared, his words prompting a subtle flash of surprise in Yunyu's eyes as she caught his expression. The emperor's demeanor shifted slightly, his smile broadening as he encouraged him. Speak freely, my loyal subject. Standing beside the emperor, Jing Gonggong regarded Chi Zichin with a knowing look, silently hoping that his request would be reasonable. Even the bored Huangfu Qingge glanced at Qi Zicheng with curiosity. "It is a personal matter, Your Majesty. I have shared a bond with the eldest daughter of the Xin family, Shinshuru, since childhood. We have always recognized each other in our hearts. But misunderstandings from 2 years ago caused our separation. Now that the misunderstandings are resolved and she is unbetrothed, I wish to take her as a concubine as my reward. I humbly seek your approval." Qi Zicheng raised his hands high in a respectful bow, his body bent at a 90-degree angle, exuding sincerity. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Yunyu's eyes widened in disbelief, a fleeting expression that quickly vanished, her hands clenched tightly, her face maintaining an outward calm. The Emperor and Jing Gonggong appeared surprised, their gazes involuntarily shifting towards Yunyu. The Emperor's smile bore a hint of scrutiny as he remarked, "Qi Aiqing, what do you think your future wife would say about this?" All eyes turned to Yunyu, including Qi Zicheng's, who momentarily faltered, glancing down. Yunyu composed herself, stepping forward to bow respectfully, replying, "In response to Your Majesty, being able to alleviate my husband's burdens brings me great joy. If my husband desires this, I have no objections." The room fell silent once more. Yunyu's words echoed Qi Zicheng's earlier declaration of loyalty, raising questions about the mindset of those who profess loyalty. As her voice faded, Huangfu Qingge suddenly burst into laughter. "How amusing! I did not expect General Qi to be such a man drawn to beauty. One wife is not enough, and he still yearns for another." The laughter continued. "How interesting that the general's wife would willingly offer her husband to another." Yunyu stiffened. Despite Qi Zicheng's neglect, Huangfu Qingge's comments unsettled her more. She suppressed her complex feelings and calmly responded, "Your Highness jested. If my husband has the intention of marrying another, as his lawful wife, I should assist him in expanding the family line." Her reasoning was sound and understandable in ordinary circumstances. Yet, Huangfu Qingge's remarks cast Qi Zicheng in a different light. Qi Zicheng's hands clenched tightly, his displeasure evident as he bit his lip, remaining bent and silent. "I merely wish to honor my childhood betrothal." The Emperor's face brightened, and he suddenly laughed heartily. "Indeed, it has been customary for men to have multiple wives throughout history. Since Qi Aiqing and the daughter of the Xin family share mutual affection, how could I intervene? I grant my consent." The Emperor's approval was given without any additional gifts or rewards, yet for Qi Zicheng, it sufficed. "Thank you for your gracious approval." Yunyu stood beside him, expressing her gratitude as well. Huangfu Qingge chuckled lightly, shaking his head as if bemused by the situation. Yunyu maintained a serene expression, pretending not to hear. If Qi Zicheng was indifferent, why should it trouble her? Following a brief exchange with the Emperor regarding state matters, Yunyu took her leave, escorted by Jing Gonggong. Qi Zicheng offered no words of guidance or gentle glances as she followed Jing Gonggong out. Huangfu Qingge cast a knowing glance at Yunyu. Since father is in discussion with General Qi about state affairs, there is little I can contribute. I shall take my leave. He stood lazily, appearing utterly uninterested in the matters of state. The Emperor seemed to anticipate this behavior, his displeasure evident as he huffed, "All you do is indulge in pleasures." Huangfu Qingge waved his hand dismissively, seemingly oblivious to the Emperor's ire, chuckling lightly. "With father and General Qi handling affairs, I need not involve myself." He exited the room with a carefree swagger. The Emperor's displeasure echoed in the chamber as Huangfu Qingge paused at the door, spotting Yunyu following Jing Gonggong. With a bored expression, he turned and departed in another direction. Unperturbed, Yunyu straightened her posture and followed Jing Gonggong to greet the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The Sinang Palace, nestled in the quietest part of the palace, exuded an air of tranquility. As they approached, Yunyu felt the stillness deepen. Her steps and breath remained steady, and her composure in response to Qi Zicheng's earlier words surprised Jing Gonggong, though it seemed she had no foreknowledge of the situation. "Madam Qi, we have arrived at Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager awaits you inside." "Thank you, Jing Gong." Yunyu nodded gratefully as she passed by him. As she walked forward, Jing Gonggong's eyes flickered, and he sighed quietly, lamenting, "What a pity that General Qi does not cherish her." With that, Jing Gonggong departed. Yunyu's body stiffened momentarily, yet she maintained her composure as she entered Sinang Palace. The serene atmosphere belied the need for caution within the depths of the palace. Upon entering, all eyes turned to her. She approached with a respectful demeanor, her brows serene and her gaze steady. Noticing the Empress's presence, she gracefully approached, Straightening her back and bending slightly at the waist, her hands folded at her side, she lowered her gaze respectfully. This humble servant, Yun, greets your majesty and the Empress Dowager. May you both live for 1,000 years.
Rise. Take a seat.
The Empress Dowager's gaze rested upon Yunyu's face, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, you are the granddaughter of the esteemed tutor, possessing both beauty and talent. The Empress smiled approvingly, affectionately stating, Jingping is 3 years your senior. You are of similar age. Seeing you reminds me of my daughter, who is married to a neighboring kingdom. You bring me comfort in her absence. Do visit me more often, dear Yuer, so that I may ease my longing. Yunyu immediately half-curtsied, her face reflecting a sense of trepidation. I dare not compare myself to the esteemed Grand Princess. To receive the recognition of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Empress is an immense honor for me. Observing her decorum, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress exchanged knowing smiles. There is no need for such formality. Upon entering my Sinang palace, consider it akin to returning to your own home. Come, take a seat. The Empress Dowager continued. The Grand Tutor is also the Emperor's mentor, and the Emperor once spoke highly of him. As the Empress Dowager regarded Yunyu with increasing satisfaction, the Empress affectionately gazed at her, her eyes glimmering slightly as she remarked, Had it not been for the youth of the 9th Prince, he would not have missed such an admirable young lady like you. I lamented for quite some time over this matter. However, your marriage into the General's household is indeed a fortuitous event. With General Qi now awake, you shall enjoy a good life, and my heart can rest easy. Yunyu's body stiffened momentarily, but she maintained her composure, smiling gently. Your Majesty is too kind. It is I who lack the fortune, and dare not harbor thoughts of entering the royal family. As for whether I shall enjoy a good life now that Qi Ziqing has awakened, let us not dwell on that. The Empress noted her calm demeanor at such a tender age, and regarded her with increased admiration. Her eyes flickered as she continued to inquire. Your marriage into the General's household is indeed a blessing. General Qi has achieved victory. The Emperor will certainly reward him handsomely. In the court, who does not raise their thumb in praise at the mention of General Qi? Even my own son has been clamoring to emulate General Qi in military exploits. Alas, this child is quite stubborn. Yunyu understood her intentions and smiled gracefully, though I dwell in the inner chambers and am unfamiliar with men's grand ambitions. I am aware of the 9th Prince's renowned talents. He is of noble birth and will undoubtedly become a capable individual. The Empress's intentions were clear to Yunyu. She sought to win her over to align Qi Ziqing with the 9th Prince. However, the Empress's hopes were misplaced, for Qi Ziqing paid her little mind, rendering the endeavor futile. The Empress Dowager cast a disapproving glance at the Empress, perturbed by her impatience. The 9th Prince is still young. It is premature to begin paving paths for him. Turning her gaze to Yunyu, the Empress Dowager said, What you say is true. Such grand matters of state are beyond our understanding as women. I have heard that your rendition of Feng Qiu Huang is quite remarkable. Might I be fortunate enough to hear it? The Empress Dowager shifted the topic with a smile, seeking Yunyu's consent. As the foremost talented woman in the capital, Yunyu was well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and embroidery. Before her marriage, her performance of Feng Qiu Huang was said to be akin to a celestial melody, and the Empress Dowager was genuinely intrigued. The Empress's smile faltered slightly, aware of the Empress Dowager's intentions, and she quickly added, I too have heard that your rendition of Feng Qiu Huang surpasses the sounds of heaven. After listening, no other musician's skill could compare. I am eager to hear it as well, if fortune permits. This is merely a rumor that has been exaggerated, Yunyu replied modestly. I can indeed play Feng Qiu Huang, but it is not as extraordinary as they say. Since Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Empress have graciously provided me this opportunity to showcase my talent, I shall humbly oblige. Please do not laugh at my efforts. With poise, Yunyu rose and, guided by the palace maids, took her seat at the zither on the left. With a serene expression, she let the melodious notes of Feng Qiu Huang flow from her fingertips. She had played this piece countless times before her marriage, and even with her eyes closed, she could effortlessly perform it. However, since entering the General's household, she had not touched the zither, and now, as she played once more, her heart was devoid of the youthful anticipation and dreams that once accompanied her. Her performance was exquisite, and both the Empress Dowager and the Empress listened with rapt attention, offering their praises. After conversing with them for half an hour in Sinang Palace, Yunyu bid them farewell and stepped outside. Upon returning to the palace corridor, she exhaled in relief, yet still maintained an upright posture, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Each visit to the palace was more exhausting to her spirit than to her body. Fortunately, she would soon meet her aunt, and with this thought, Yunyu felt her mood lighten considerably. She followed closely behind the young eunuch, maintaining her calm demeanor as they walked toward Shushio Palace, finally breaking into a smile. Madam Qi, we have arrived at Shushio Palace. The young eunuch turned respectfully, not daring to show any negligence. Yunyu produced a small sachet and deftly handed it to the eunuch, saying, "Thank you for your troubles." The eunuch accepted it with a composed expression, bowed, and hurried back. Upon seeing her, Aunt Shushio immediately beamed, "Madam Qi, come inside. The noble consort has been eagerly awaiting your arrival since morning." The palace maids, all smiles, guided her in, and Yunyu's heart finally felt light. As she entered Shushio Palace, the noble consort welcomed her warmly. "Pay your respects to the noble consort. Rise, there is no need for such formalities with your aunt.
Come.
Let me have a good look at you." The noble consort held Yunyu's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with emotion as she scrutinized her from head to toe. "Why have you lost so much weight? You were such a radiant beauty at the Grand Tutor's residence, yet now you do not even have a proper adornment. Color Lotus. Go to my jewelry box and bring the set of ruby and gold hair ornaments." "Yes, noble consort." A maid quickly entered the inner chambers. The noble consort looked at Yunyu's face, finding it unsatisfactory, and frequently touched her hair and cheeks with concern. Yunyu smiled gently, watching her aunt's flurry of activity, feeling a warmth in her heart. "Aunt, I am doing well in the general's household. You need not worry. That set of ornaments is too precious.
I do not need them there.
Please keep them for yourself." Yunyu, who had been treated like a daughter by her aunt since childhood, was reluctant to accept such gifts. She truly had no use for them in the general's household, as there was no one to admire them. The noble consort shook her head, caressing Yunyu's hair with a pained expression. "Who says they are not suitable? My dear Yunyu is as beautiful as a flower. Any precious adornment would suit her perfectly. Look, you do not even have a decent hairpiece. I do not understand why your father insisted on marrying you to a man in a coma. I opposed it from the start. You deserve a better match. 2 precious years of your life wasted. Thankfully, Qi Ziqing has awakened. Otherwise, I would have never been able to rest easy." The noble consort looked at Yunyu with renewed concern, her eyes misty with emotion after 2 years of longing. Yunyu's gaze flickered as she considered Qi Ziqing's attitude towards her, and her hands tightened slightly. Suddenly, the noble consort looked at her, furrowing her brow and asking, "How does Qi Ziqing treat you?" Yunyu raised her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "Well enough. That is good. At least he has some conscience. It would not be in vain for you to have waited for him for 2 years. A relieved smile graced the noble consort's face. At that moment, Color Lotus returned with the hair ornaments, and the noble consort carefully adorned Yunyu's hair. Upon seeing Yunyu adorned with exquisite jewels, she finally smiled in satisfaction.
"Now,
this looks appropriate. By the way, why did Qi Ziqing not accompany you into the palace?" The noble consort seemed to recall something, glancing towards the door. Yunyu's expression remained calm as she held her aunt's hand tightly. "My husband is discussing state matters with the emperor. I came ahead to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress." The noble consort's gaze turned serious as she smiled. "Oh? The Empress is also in Sinang Palace?" Yunyu nodded and recounted everything that had transpired in Sinang Palace. The noble consort snorted, "Humph. The Empress has calculated well. She starts paving the way for the 9th prince at such a young age, not fearing to trip over herself." The noble consort understood the Empress's schemes immediately. Yunyu too recognized this, and felt no need to hide anything from her aunt. Let us not speak of such inconsequential people. By the way, with Qi Ziqing entering the palace this time, the emperor will surely reward him handsomely. At least he had the decency to bring you along. As the general's wife, alongside Qi Ziqing's awakening, she became one of the most favored individuals by the emperor. It is essential to prepare a selection of splendid garments.
Gai Lian.
Please fetch the soft smoked gauze, the floral satin, the brocade, and the silk that I have prepared for you, along with the dowry I have arranged for her. Let her take it all back today." The noble consort beckoned Kai Lian, her mind drifting to the dowry she had painstakingly assembled, always feeling it was insufficient.
"Aunt."
"You, does not." Before Yunyu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the consort. "You must not say you do not need it. This is the dowry I have prepared for you." It is already regrettable that I could not see you off on your wedding day. If you refuse my dowry, it would surely sadden me. The consort recalled how Yunyu had hurriedly married into the general's household, unable even to take her dowry with her, which had been brought directly from the Grand Tutor's residence. Her eyes grew misty. In prominent families, a woman's marriage preparations should take at least 6 months to show respect. A minimum of 3 months is customary. You, marrying in just 2 days, are the only one in the entire capital to do so, and yet you do not allow me to bestow you a dowry. Are you intending to leave me heartbroken for a lifetime? The consort's words brought tears to the eyes of the maidservants nearby, who quickly came forward to persuade her. Your Highness, your health is of utmost importance. Please take care of yourself and do not dwell on sorrow. Upon hearing this, Yunyu's eyes brightened as she lifted her gaze to her aunt. Aunt, what do you mean? The consort smiled and nodded, her right hand resting gently on her abdomen. Indeed, I am nearly 3 months pregnant. The imperial physician has assured me that the signs of my pregnancy are stable and vigorous. The emperor, being considerate of me, instructed that the announcement be made only after 3 months. Not even the Empress Dowager or the Empress is aware of this. The consort understood the emperor's intent and felt grateful for it. Yunyu's eyes glistened with joy for her aunt. How wonderful! The 5th princess will soon have a brother or sister. Her words held a hint of subtlety, yet she understood well. A stable and vigorous pregnancy could only signify a prince. Since the birth of the 5th princess, her aunt had not received any joyful news. Yunyu recognized the hardships faced by consorts in the palace without a prince. Now that her aunt carried a prince, it was the greatest support. Yunyu remained in the consort's Shu palace for quite some time, until the sky began to darken. When a young eunuch informed her that Qi Zichen was waiting outside the imperial study after discussing state matters with the emperor. Upon hearing that Qi Zichen did not come to the Shu palace to fetch her, the consort's expression momentarily faltered. But seeing Yunyu's calm demeanor eased her worries. As Yunyu departed from the Shu palace, she was accompanied by more than 10 boxes of dowries. Her posture remained straight, bolstered by her newfound support. She spotted Qi Zichen waiting along the palace path from a distance. The couple exchanged polite nods before walking side by side toward the exit. Qi Zichen did not inquire about the boxes behind her, nor did Yunyu offer any explanation. Seated in the carriage, they remained silent, yet Yunyu no longer harbored any expectations of Qi Zichen. Despite the heavy atmosphere within the carriage, she maintained her composure. During the journey, Qi Zichen glanced at her once, but that was the extent of their interaction, and they did not exchange glances until they returned to the general's residence. News of Qi Zichen's impending marriage to Shinshuru spread throughout the capital. Even the nobility within the palace were aware of his intentions, and public opinion quickly swelled. Upon learning of the news, the consort shattered several precious ornaments in the Shu palace. Only after the maidservants persuaded her did she sit down. Feeling indignant on behalf of Yunyu, Yunyu understood that her aunt would feel pained for her, but without seeing her, she chose to believe her aunt was living well. Chapter 19. A resounding slap. When Yunyu's boxes of dowry were brought into the general's residence, all the servants cast envious glances. The first thing Yunyu did upon returning was to visit the Bao Hall to inform the elder Mrs. Qi of her visit to the palace. The 10 or more boxes of dowry accompanied her to the hall. Elder Mrs. Qi, upon seeing the numerous boxes filled with treasures brought back from the palace, beamed with delight. Before Yunyu could speak, she chimed in. The emperor still holds dear to Hung Er. Although this reward has come 2 years late, it is a testament to Hung Er's valor. My Hung Er's military achievements are commendable, and this reward is well deserved. As women of the household, our duty is to ensure Hung faces no concerns, managing our domestic affairs with diligence. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Mrs. Qi looked proudly at the rows of yellow pear-wood boxes outside the courtyard, deliberately speaking for Yunyu's benefit. Though Elder Mrs. Qi's words carried a hint of reprimand, they were not met with rebuke. For Hung had indeed brought honor to the general's residence. Just as Yunyu settled down, her gaze flickered as she followed their attention outside, calmly stating, "The boxes outside contain the dowry bestowed upon me by the noble consort, which I have just returned with. My husband has exchanged military merit for the hand of Shinshuru as a primary wife. As for the emperor's other rewards, I believe they will be delivered to the general's residence soon." After my audience with the emperor in the imperial study, I also paid my respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Yunyu briefly recounted her visit to the palace, leaving the Bao hall in stunned silence. Without any rewards accompanying her out of the palace, it was clear there would be none at all. Elder Mrs. Qi felt a burning shame, a sentiment she had never experienced before. Similarly, Qi Mother's face flushed with embarrassment. Her earlier pride now felt like a distant memory. Their beloved Hung had exchanged military merit for the hand of Shinshuru and received not a single reward. In the capital, no young noble had ever married a primary wife, nor had a general ever exchanged military merit for such a union. This was akin to a resounding slap to their faces, yet they still had to comfort Yunyu with dignity. Elder Mrs. Chi's face turned crimson, and after a deep breath, she managed to maintain a smile. Your performance during your visit to the palace displayed the grace of a capable matron. It was worth my efforts to personally seek Hung-er's marriage. The daughter of the Grand Tutor has made me quite reassured. Even though Hung-er sought to marry Shinshuru before the emperor, it does not diminish your status as the general's wife. The elder lady spoke with a hint of awkwardness, for she had not anticipated Hung-er would propose to Shinshuru in front of Yunyu before the emperor. It required great composure to remain steady in front of the emperor and immense patience to return and calmly discuss the matter with them. Qi Mother understood that Qi Zichen's actions were ill-advised, her laughter forced and reluctant. Hung-er should not have been in such a rush. Do not worry. When Shinshuru arrives, the formalities will not overshadow your standing. Yunyu smiled gently at her two relatives, not taking the matter to heart. Since her husband wished to marry Miss Shin, it was inevitable that he would express it sooner or later. Yunyu still needed to catalogue and categorize the dowry bestowed by the noble consort. If grandmother and mother had no other matters, she would take her leave. Elder Mrs. Qi quickly nodded. Yes, you should return. It has been a tiring day in the palace. Yunyu gracefully stood, nodding to both of them before turning to depart. The 10 or more boxes of yellow pear with dowry were once again lifted away, leaving the courtyard feeling empty. Qi Mother watched this scene with a heavy heart. Yunyu, too, had brought the dowry to her mother's Bao hall, yet she had not thought to present even one item in filial respect. Qi Mother bit her lip, displeased with Yunyu's actions. If she understood the importance of honoring her mother-in-law, she should also recognize the value of honoring her own mother. The gifts from the noble consort were surely of the finest quality. Elder Mrs. Qi cast an annoyed glance at her daughter-in-law, asserting, the dowry bestowed by the noble consort must have come from her own collection, even if is willing to give. Would you dare claim the noble consort's dowry? The noble consort would never dare pass on the emperor's rewards. The dowries brought out of the palace must have originated from her own treasury to be so openly displayed. Yunyu cherishes her aunt's dowry. How could she possibly part with it? Lady Qi is displeased that Qi's mother fails to grasp such a simple truth, and her frustration is directed squarely at her. Qi's mother feels aggrieved, genuinely perplexed by these intricacies. Mother, even if I am not dutiful, it is permissible to take a glance. Lady Qi's expression hardened at once. What would others think if I were to look? They would assume I covet my granddaughter-in-law's dowry. If this were to spread through the general's residence, what would others think of me? Qi's mother, aware of her culpability, flushed with anxiety. Mother, the daughter-in-law harbors no such intention. Lady Qi pressed her fingers to her brow, unwilling to engage further. Very well, if you have nothing else, you may leave. Qi's mother had never been so overtly dismissed by her mother-in-law. She felt a sense of injustice, attributing it all to Yunyu's lack of understanding. Rising, she complied, reluctantly exiting the Baoma hall. Upon returning to the Hengwu courtyard, Yunyu was followed by dozens of servants who bore heavy boxes of dowry that nearly spanned the entire general's residence. The household was aware that these gifts were bestowed upon the eldest lady by the noble consort and gazed upon them with envy, yet dared not approach her, opting instead to keep their distance. Qing He and Qing Lian had been waiting in the Hengwu courtyard for quite some time, straining their necks to catch a glimpse. When they saw the graceful figure approaching, they could no longer contain their joy and hurried out to greet her. Eldest lady, so many gifts, Qing Lian exclaimed, her voice ringing with delight as she beheld the lengthy procession behind Yunyu. Yunyu smiled gently and nodded. Yes, let us return first. My lady's visit to the palace is indeed remarkable. Qing Lian raised her chin slightly, deliberately speaking in a manner that the rough maidservants behind her could hear. The dozens of maidservants quickly nodded in agreement. Although the dowry was heavy, they secretly admired Yunyu. Qing He smiled, moving beside Yunyu to lend her support. Miss, you must be weary after your trip to the palace. Allow me to assist you. Yunyu placed her hand atop Qinghe's, feeling slightly fatigued, and gracefully stepped into the Hengwu courtyard. Mistress Li had already prepared a meal for Yunyu, knowing that her visit to the palace must have been arduous, and that she likely had not dined well there. Yunyu stepped into the inner chamber, where Mistress Li brought warm water for her to wash her hands. Then, she picked up the silver chopsticks and sampled the dishes on the table, savoring each bite. She consumed a large bowl of rice, and a bowl of silver fungus and egg custard. Chapter 20. The betrothal. Mistress Li, along with Qinghe and Qing Lian, stood nearby, observing Yunyu's healthy appetite and quietly waiting, thinking that their lady seemed to be in good spirits after her visit to the palace. It was not until Yunyu set down her silver chopsticks and bowl that Mistress Li presented her with tea to rinse her mouth. And only then did the three of them speak. Miss, it seems you are in good spirits after your visit to the palace? They speculated that such generous gifts would surely brighten her mood. Yunyu's gaze was tranquil, revealing no emotion. It is adequate. I met the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and my aunt. The boxes outside are all gifts from my aunt. Qinghe. Please check the contents and prepare a list to secure the dowry in my treasury. Understood, miss, Qinghe replied, though her eyes held a hint of confusion. Mistress Li also felt curious. The three of them had assumed the gifts were from the Emperor, but were surprised to learn they were actually from the noble consort.
Miss,
did the Emperor not bestow any gifts upon you when you entered the palace with the Lord? Yunyu's gaze lifted slightly, recalling the moment when Qi Ziqing sought permission. Her expression remained calm. There were indeed some gifts. In the study, my husband requested to marry Shinshuru based on his military merit, and the Emperor agreed. If we are to speak of gifts, perhaps this could be considered one. Upon hearing Yunyu's indifferent tone, the excitement of Qinghe and the others vanished, replaced by shock and resentment. Mistress Li's face darkened with anger, unable to suppress her complaints. Had I known that the Lord and that vixen shared such deep affections, I would have done everything in my power to prevent you from marrying into the general's residence. My lady is exceptionally talented and beautiful. She would receive proper regard no matter which prominent family she wed, unlike the Lord, who is so cold-hearted. As she spoke, tears welled in Mistress Li's eyes, her heart aching. Yunyu regarded her with a smile, surprised by how well she was perceived in Mistress Li's eyes. Such praise had never been afforded to her during her lessons in propriety. Mistress Li was instantly amused by Yunyu's smile, tears mingling with laughter. My lady, what time is it, and yet you still find amusement in my plight? Only you would smile at this. Qing Lian crossed her arms, pouting adorably in her frustration. Qinghe wore a bitter expression, her heart aching for Yunyu's calm demeanor. My lady's heart has surely been chilled by the Lord. That is why she appears indifferent. Yunyu smiled gently. It is not a matter of great concern. I was already aware he intended to marry Shinshuru, whether it was said earlier or later. The outcome is the same. You should all rest. I am indeed tired after my day in the palace. After dismissing the three of them, Yunyu sat quietly on her bed, observing her surroundings with a serene gaze. The news of Qi Ziqing's proposal to Shinshuru had spread throughout the capital, prompting laughter and pity for Yunyu, the capital's foremost talent. When the news of Qi Ziqing's proposal emerged, the next day, he personally delivered the betrothal gifts to the Shun residence. It was said that the procession of gifts stretched from the general's residence to the end of the street, a display of utmost grandeur. When Qingmei returned to share this news with Yunyu, their expressions were all grim. Only Yunyu remained composed, her gaze steady. This matter is being handled by grandmother and mother. I am not involved. Mistress Li's expression soured. What do the old lady and your mother intend? You are the rightful wife, brought in with great ceremony, yet when you entered, the betrothal gifts were only 6 boxes. Are they taking advantage of your kindness? Or do they believe the Taisher family is without influence? It was somewhat understandable that your preparations were insufficient when you first entered. Now, however, Shinshuru's entrance is even more ostentatious than yours. What are they trying to convey? Have they considered how the capital will perceive them?
Mistress Li,
previously urging Yunyu to maintain a good relationship with Qi Ziqing, was now incensed by his disregard for Yunyu. Qing Lian, usually full of words, was left speechless in her anger. Yunyu's gaze remained calm and detached, unaffected by Qi Ziqing's visit to the Shun residence. She lowered her eyes to the account books in her hands, finally finishing the last volume, making her annotations before closing it.
Qingmei,
I have completed reviewing these account books and made my notes. Please return them to the managers of the various families and inform them that starting today, All profits should be deposited into the bank. Additionally, keep an eye on the prime locations in the capital, particularly near the Shin family shop. Once you have gathered the information, present it to me for review. Qing Mei collected the account books, not daring to ask further questions, and promptly replied, "Rest assured. My lady, I will deliver them to the managers at once." Qing Lian watched Yunyu focus solely on the shops. Seemingly indifferent to the betrothal Qi Ziqing had just made, and felt a surge of urgency. "My lady, how can you still concern yourself with this at such a time? The Lord personally went to the Shun residence to propose, giving that vixen a reason to boast, and now the entire capital is abuzz with gossip about it. You must think of a way to deal with her." Qing he furrowed her brows and interjected, "Qing Lian, have you forgotten the principles of propriety and righteousness that my lady has taught you? What is my lady's status? What is that vixen's status? Does my lady truly need to expend thought on such a person?" Qing Lian pouted, feeling wronged. "I understand the principles of propriety and righteousness my lady has taught me, but it is that vixen who disregards them. If she enters, I fear my lady will not have a good life. My lady is capable of managing her affairs. Your excessive chatter has begun to irritate me. Qing He, how could you say that to me?" Qing Lian huffed, stamping her foot in frustration before turning to leave the room. Qing He remained, looking at Yunyu with a helpless expression. Qinghe's thoughts were calm and contemplative, a trait shared with Yuyue. Yuyue wore a faintly serene smile as she raised her chin slightly. "Go on if you do not comfort her. That girl may remain upset for quite some time." Qinghe understood that her mistress intended to send them away, and with a bittersweet nod, she departed. Yuyue sat quietly in the inner room, her smile fading into tranquility, her gaze becoming neutral. On the day Qi Ziqin returned from delivering the marriage proposal, he promptly went to Baomei Hall to report to the matriarch, Lady Qi. Lady Qi was present, and they discussed the marriage arrangement together. "Grandmother, mother. Today I visited the Shun residence to propose marriage. They presented a list of Shin Shuru's dowry. I ask you to review it." As Qi Ziqin spoke, he handed the dowry list to his grandmother, a smile gracing his lips. Lady Qi accepted the list, her gaze growing wider as she read further down, culminating in a beaming expression. "Come, take a look yourself," she said, passing the list to Lady Qi, her satisfaction with the Shin family's generosity palpable. Unlike the composed demeanor of her grandmother, Lady Qi gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening with disbelief. "I never expected that the Shin patriarch held such esteem for his daughter. This dowry surpasses what Yuyue received upon her marriage by at least double." Lady Qi's eyes widened, and although they could not pry into Shin Shuru's dowry, the honor of entering the general's residence brought them pride. It seems the Shin family values our general's household quite highly. Lady Qi's perception of Shin Shuru and the Shin family shifted, her smile unwavering. Qi Ziqin seemed to anticipate his mother's reaction, a proud smile gracing his features. "Shuru has expressed that any dowry pieces that appeal to you, grandmother and mother, she will select to honor you." Lady Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, her acknowledgement of Shin Shuru's filial piety understated. Yet, Lady Qi could hardly contain her delight, exclaiming, "This is Shuru's dowry. How could mother and I possibly covet it?" However, her thoughtfulness is indeed commendable, unlike Yuyue, who brought back more than 10 boxes of dowry from the palace without even opening them. Reflecting on Yuyue's past, Lady Qi could not help but draw comparisons, her heart still troubled by the memory. Lady Qi shot her a glance, but Qi Ziqin remained silent, his mood evidently buoyant. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, the Shin family has a proposal that I am uncertain about. Since we shall soon be family, what concerns could there be?" "Please share your thoughts," Lady Qi replied, her spirits lifted as she held the dowry list. "It's about the wedding chamber. Time is pressing, and since Shuru is the legitimate daughter of the Shin family, we do not wish for her to feel unduly constrained. We were considering placing the wedding chamber in Xiaoxiang courtyard. What are your thoughts, grandmother and mother?" Lady Qi's smile faltered as she turned to her mother-in-law, testing the waters. "The Xiaoxiang courtyard is indeed vacant, but that is your and Yuyue's courtyard." Lady Qi's brow furrowed slightly, her previous excitement dissipating. "Is this the Shun family's intention?" she asked cautiously. Qi Ziqin nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Lady Qi's expression grew more serious as silence enveloped the room. Lady Qi, sensing the tension, attempted to lighten the mood. "It is not a significant matter. After all, the Xiaoxiang courtyard has been empty. I will discuss this with Yuyue. She always considers the general's household, and will likely agree." Lady Qi pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Mama. Please summon the eldest young lady to Baoma Hall. At once, Lin Mama replied, making her way to Hengwu Courtyard, where Yuyue was still seated in the inner room. Qinghe approached, her worry evident. Miss, Lin Mama has come. The matriarch wishes to see you in Baoma Hall. Inform Lin Mama that I shall come shortly, Yuyue instructed. Qinghe complied and left the courtyard, relaying the message to Lin Mama. As she exited, she turned back to the inner room, just in time to see Yuyue emerge, fully prepared. Qinghe and Qinglian followed closely behind Yuyue as they made their way to Baoma Hall. Miss, did you not say you would not concern yourself with the master's marriage? Why has the matriarch summoned you? Qinglian asked curiously, her earlier grievances now forgotten. Qinghe also regarded her mistress with concern, although Yuyue showed no outward signs. Qinghe sensed her inner turmoil. Miss, why not let Lin Mama know that you are unwell and excuse yourself from attending? Yuyue smiled at Qinghe. You are usually the one most like me. Why are you so restless today? Do you believe I can feign illness indefinitely? Since grandmother has sent for me, I cannot avoid this matter. Qinghe recognized the truth in her mistress's words and acknowledged her haste. The trio remained silent as they left Hengwu Courtyard. Before they could step into Baoma Hall, the sounds of laughter and merriment reached them, starkly contrasting their somber mood. Yuyue's gaze flickered as she entered gracefully. Yuyue pays her respects to grandmother and mother. Both Lady Qi and Lady Qi turned their attention to Yuyue, and even Qi Zichen was present, which surprised Yuyue. His mood appeared elevated today. His gaze lingered on Yuyue momentarily. Upon noticing her composed demeanor and dignified posture, his eyes softened from their initial coldness. Lady Qi smiled warmly at Yuyue, inviting her to sit.
Yuyue.
We called you here to inform you that Heng's wedding to Shinshuru has been scheduled for the 20th of this month. We would like to know your thoughts. Lady Qi expressed her delight, reiterating, the 20th is an auspicious day. In fact, for the next 3 months, there is no better date available. Although it feels hurried, it is indeed fortuitous. Henge has been in a stupor for 2 years, and our household has not seen any joyful events. This occasion will surely bring liveliness to the general's residence. Yuyue's eyes shimmered momentarily as memories of the matriarch and Lady Qi's anger towards the Shun family flooded her mind. Their insistence that Shinshuru should not enter the household felt like a distant past. The 20th of this month is merely 10 days away. She maintained a polite smile, nodding in agreement. Since grandmother and mother have chosen a date, it is certainly commendable. Upon hearing her words, Qi Zichen cast her a glance, his perception of her shifting positively. Lady Qi appeared pleased with Yuyue's compliance and understanding, though a hint of concern crossed her face. While the date is set, there remains an important matter that has yet to be determined, and I would like to inquire about Yuyue's opinion. Yuyue's gaze remained steady. As for the marriage, I prefer not to involve myself. Let grandmother and mother decide. Lady Qi exchanged a knowing look with her mother-in-law, offering a nervous chuckle. Though you may not wish to participate, it is courteous to inform you. Given the haste in selecting a date, we have not arranged the wedding chamber. Your mother suggests using the Xiaoxiang courtyard, which you and Henge have left empty, as the wedding chamber for now. When you and Henge move into Xiaoxiang courtyard,
We can vacate it then.
what do you think? At this, Yuyue's eyes widened slightly, disbelief flickering across her features. She distinctly heard Qinghe and Qinglian gasp behind her. It is said that inviting someone in is easy, but sending them out is a different matter. Moving in may be simple, but vacating it is nearly impossible. Lady Qi recognized the awkwardness of broaching this topic and smiled, attempting to alleviate the tension. If you find this arrangement unsuitable, we can promptly prepare a wedding chamber elsewhere. Yuyue slowly turned her gaze, her voice calm yet firm. Does grandmother find this arrangement appropriate? Yuyue will heed grandmother's words. Faced with Yuyue's inquiry, Lady Qi's expression faltered slightly. If even grandmother deemed it inappropriate, then they would need to reconsider. Qi Zichen furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, it is merely a wedding chamber. There is no need to waste resources on a new arrangement. Henge and I have been married for 2 years, and this chamber has remained vacant for just as long. It serves no purpose. A moment of joy has arrived at the residence, and it is prudent to make good use of resources rather than let them go to waste. Let us designate the Xiaoxiang courtyard as a celebration hall. As the words fell, Qi Zichen turned to the old matriarch, stating that there were pressing matters to attend to within the military, and such trivialities did not require his grandson's counsel. Frowning, Qi Zichen rose and left promptly, the slight shift in his perception of Yunyu dissipating in an instant. Yunyu clenched her fists, her mind lingering on Qi Zichen's remark about making full use of resources, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. The old matriarch, aware of Yunyu's discontent, pressed her temples and prepared to retire to the inner chamber, casually instructing Qi Mu to converse with Yunyu about any matters at hand, for her age rendered her easily fatigued. Qi Mu misinterpreted her mother-in-law's words, believing it was Yunyu's lack of discernment that displeased her, and thus wore a sour expression. She composed herself and, regarding the indifferent Yunyu, gently patted her sleeve, smiling, "Dear Yunyu, a daughter must yield to her husband. He is the sky for a woman. Instead of trying to hinder Shinshure's entry, you would do better to invest your efforts in hunger, lest he remain unwilling to cross your threshold." The maids in the Baomotang were astonished, quickly bowing their heads, not daring to eavesdrop on the lady's admonishments to the eldest daughter-in-law. Yunyu felt as if she could barely remain seated, her carefully maintained composure shattering in that moment. With reddened eyes, she looked at Qi Mu, her voice trembling slightly. "Mother thinks this is Yunyu's fault?" Qi Mu patted her hand, speaking earnestly. "Regardless of right or wrong, a woman's failure to hold her husband's heart is indeed her shortcoming. You must understand this, dear Yunyu. Why should you, for the sake of your pride, push hunger away? Though I know you mean well, it is beyond your reach. If I can see this, do you not think hunger can as well? This is why he hesitates to enter your chamber." Yunyu felt as though struck by lightning, her only pride reduced to nothingness in Qi Mu's eyes. She lowered her head somewhat awkwardly, fighting back tears, and respectfully replied, "What mother says is true. Yunyu is unwell and will take her leave." Qinghe and Qinglian stood behind her, tears brimming in their eyes, quickly supporting Yunyu as they prepared to exit. However, Qi Mu grasped Yunyu's hand, her expression capturing every nuance. "Do not hold it against your mother for speaking thus. It is all for your benefit." Yunyu found herself almost powerless to break free, hastily lowering her head to conceal her last remnants of pride, replying softly, "Yunyu understands." Qinghe and Qinglian hastened to assist Yunyu away, feeling the immense weight in their hands, nearly unable to support her, yet too afraid to utter a word.
Qi Mu,
Feeling a sense of triumph, brushed her sleeves, reveling in the sight of Yunyu brought to tears by her words, taking satisfaction in her perceived victory. They say the first talent of the capital is nothing more than this. The maids in Baomotang kept their heads bowed low, not daring to lift them, even their breaths suppressed. The fear instilled by the lady's reprimand left them momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the old matriarch entered the inner chamber, completely unaware of Qi Mu's remarks towards Yunyu. With the support of Qinghe and Qinglian, Yunyu returned to Hengwu courtyard and shut herself in her chamber.
Granny Li,
Observing the tears in Qinghe and Qinglian's eyes and their disheartened expressions, hurriedly cast aside her thread and approached them in haste. "What has happened?" she whispered, tugging at Qinghe. Usually composed, Qinghe could not prevent her tears from cascading down. She pulled Granny Li outside and recounted the events that transpired in Baomotang. Qinglian stood by, weeping silently, desperately suppressing her cries. Never had the servants witnessed their miss lose her composure. Since the age of 5, she had ingrained various etiquettes into her very being, always poised and graceful in public and private alike. Even on her wedding day, she did not shed a tear. How could the lady speak such hurtful words to our miss? Upon hearing this, Granny Li's heart ached, and she too could not hold back her tears. "Let the miss have some peace. You must quickly wipe your tears. Do not let her see your sorrow." Qinghe and Qinglian promptly dried their eyes, forcing a smile that was more painful than their weeping. At this moment, Qi Zichen had just concluded a discussion with his subordinates in the Equine Pavilion, feeling quite satisfied with the stability of the military over the past 2 years. "Indeed, it is remarkable that you have maintained morale without my presence. I was most concerned about any changes within the troops." Only recently, Zhao Jun had reported back, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Cao Yun, his most trusted subordinate and vice commander, was prudent and intelligent, instilling confidence in Qi Zichen. Zhao Jun, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and remarked, "It is not solely the merit of the subordinates. When the general faced such circumstances, chaos indeed ensued within the ranks. I even sought counsel from the old matriarch, but with little effect. If not for the eldest daughter-in-law's guidance, the morale would not have stabilized as it has." Qi Zichen's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened, his brows knitting together. "The eldest daughter-in-law?" Zhao Jun, unaware of the discontent in Qi Zichen's expression, replied with a smile, "Yes, the eldest daughter-in-law. 2 years ago, When the general lay unconscious, rumors spread within half a month that he would never awaken. Many soldiers were anxious, fearing they would never see the light of day again. And those loyal to the general were frantically spreading rumors, prompting many soldiers to consider leaving. Despite my efforts to soothe them, I was at a loss. So, I approached the old matriarch. When I arrived at Baomotang, the eldest daughter-in-law had been present. Upon hearing my request to see the old matriarch, she discreetly withdrew. After discussing the state of the troops with the old matriarch, she had no solutions. Just as I was leaving, the eldest daughter-in-law sent a letter with me. And it was her advice that ultimately stabilized the morale of the troops. Qi Zichen's brows furrowed deeply, his expression turning icy. What methods did she employ?
Sao Yun.
Oblivious to Qi Zichen's displeasure, continued cheerfully. The eldest daughter-in-law instructed me to convey a message. She expressed gratitude to those soldiers who fought alongside the general to protect the homeland. At first, I doubted the significance of her words, but surprisingly, after relaying them, many soldiers reconsidered their intentions to leave. A month later, the eldest daughter-in-law sent supplies to the barracks, increasing each soldier's monthly ration by an additional 2. This has continued uninterrupted over the past 2 years, truly putting everyone's minds at ease. As Zhao Jun spoke of Yunyu, admiration shone in his eyes. Chapter 23. A Step Forward. Although he had never met the eldest daughter-in-law, the mere mention of her brought joy to his face. Qi Zichen, however, remained impassive, repressing his displeasure as he addressed Zhao Jun. I see. You may return for now. If anything arises, send word. And I shall handle it directly in the military. Zhao Jun, pleased to see Qi Zichen restored to his usual self, replied cheerfully, Very well, I shall return. Once he departed, Qi Zichen's expression turned cold, and he unleashed a torrent of frustration. He stood abruptly and made his way towards Hengwu Courtyard. This was Qi Zichen's first visit to Hengwu Courtyard, leaving Qinghe, Qinglian, and Granny Li somewhat taken aback. Although the three were reluctant, they slowly bowed to Qi Zichen, greeting him respectfully. We pay our respects to the Lord. Intrigued, they pondered Qi Zichen's purpose in Hengwu Courtyard. As he stood in the courtyard, listening to the crowing of a rooster, his brows knitted tightly in displeasure as he glared at Qinghe and the others. What is that noise? Are you raising chickens here? Qinghe stepped forward calmly and explained, This rooster was the one that stood in for the Lord and the eldest daughter-in-law during their wedding ceremony 2 years ago. The eldest daughter-in-law named it Fugue, and it has been kept here in Hengwu Courtyard for 2 years. Qi Zichen's brows tightened further, his gaze flickering with indifference as he surveyed his surroundings. Where is she? Though he uttered only 2 words, the three understood whom he was inquiring about. The matriarch had just settled into her chamber when the elder uncle arrived at the most inopportune moment. Qinglian's face was flushed with anger, clearly still reeling from the grievances inflicted upon her by her mistress. In response to Qinglian's disrespect, Qi Zichen, already displeased, wore a stern expression. Qinghe, fearing that the elder uncle might chastise Qinglian, quickly restrained her, noting that the matriarch had only just entered the room and likely had not yet settled in. I shall summon the matriarch at once, she added. Qinglian was initially reluctant, but after receiving a pointed glare from Qinghe, she lowered her head and stood silently to the side. The trio's voices were not hushed, and they carried directly into the chamber, causing Yunyu, who was seated motionless on the bed, to tighten her gaze. Before Qinghe could reach the door, Yunyu had already opened it from within. Her countenance betrayed no hint of grievance, only an air of composure and propriety. What is it, my husband? Seeing her mistress emerge, Qinghe discreetly exhaled in relief and quickly lowered her head, leading Qinglian and Nurse Li out. It was Qi Zichen's first visit to Hengwu Courtyard, and he noted that both the decor and Yunyu herself exuded an aura of frosty elegance that created an undeniable sense of distance, which displeased him greatly. He strode to the center, boldly seated himself, and radiated an imposing presence. Yunyu, observing his demeanor, calmly approached and took her place beside him, awaiting his words. Did you send a letter to Zhao Jun 2 years ago? Yunyu's gaze lifted slightly as understanding dawned upon her. So this was the matter at hand. Indeed. Qi Zichen suppressed his ire, questioning her audacity.
Why?
Yunyu, perplexed by his anger, furrowed her brow and replied, When you lay unconscious, I had just assumed control of the household. I surmised that the troops might be unsettled due to your injury. By chance, I encountered Master Zhao seeking my grandmother, which confirmed my suspicions, prompting me to boldly offer him a strategy. Qi Zichen's voice was low and heavy, You were indeed audacious. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Faced with his sudden fury, Yunyu frowned slightly and gazed at him in confusion. What do you mean, my husband? You, a mere woman, dare to meddle in military affairs without understanding their gravity. Fortunately, nothing untoward has occurred this time. But if your reckless actions had unsettled the troops, could you bear the responsibility? Yunyu met Qi Zichen's gaze, her breath quickening in surprise. Is this how you regard this matter? How else should I perceive it? Are you aware of the military significance? You, a mere woman, presume to communicate with outside men and involve yourself in military matters. Such behavior could warrant my casting you aside. For the sake of the Grand Tutor, I might grant you a reprieve. But you are to remain within Hengwu courtyard and not step outside. Recalling Zhao Jun's admiring gaze, Qi Zichen's anger surged uncontrollably as he swept his sleeve and departed briskly. The atmosphere in Hengwu courtyard had turned palpably tense due to Qi Zichen's arrival and departure. Though Qinghe and Qinglian stood outside, they overheard the elder uncle's words to the mistress, causing their eyes to well with tears as they hurried back into the inner room. Yunyu maintained her calm demeanor, remaining seated even after Qi Zichen had left. Miss. Before Qinglian could express her concern, tears had already welled in her eyes. Yunyu raised her gaze to Qinglian and smiled gently. Is it necessary to be so agitated? You can rest well. What is there to be so distressed about?
Miss.
It does not matter. I have not had a moment's peace in the general's residence these past 2 years. It is quite fine to take this opportunity to rest. I shall ignore all outsiders and claim I am in the study, diligently writing scriptures. With that, Yunyu stood and coldly retreated into the inner room. Qinglian's tears still lingered on her cheeks as she looked at Yunyu with evident concern. Qinghe, what should we do? The elder uncle barely spoke 2 words before confining the mistress. What has transpired? Qinghe, equally perplexed, shook her head in resignation. Just then, Qingmei hurried over, spotting the two standing in the courtyard. Did the elder uncle come to Hengwu courtyard? Qinghe nodded. Yes, he came for a brief moment and then confined the mistress.
We do not know what happened.
Qingmei's expression darkened as she murmured, I believe I may know what transpired. On my way back, I happened to encounter Zhao Jun leaving the general's residence, likely concerning military matters. The reason the elder uncle visited Hengwu courtyard must be related to the mistress's earlier efforts to stabilize the troops. Furthermore, I heard that the elder uncle visited the Shin family today to discuss a betrothal, and it is said that Shin Shuru's dowry is quite substantial. Surely, the elder uncle feels the mistress cannot compare to her. Upon hearing this, even the composed Qinghe could not hold back her tears. She quickly understood the elder uncle's motivations. It was merely because the mistress's talents had garnered the troops' favor, overshadowing the elder uncle.
Today,
the lady and the elder uncle's reprimands toward the mistress were likely due to Shin Shuru's generous dowry. They failed to consider that when the mistress entered the general's residence, she was hastily brought in just 2 days later with a modest dowry, which was no small feat. How blind the elder uncle must be. If it were not for the mistress's counsel to Zhao Jun, would there be any morale to speak of in the military now? The elder uncle's eagerness to suppress the mistress, does he not fear completely alienating her? She struggled to suppress her tears, gazing sorrowfully at the chamber. Yunyu, seated on the bed, absorbed Qinghe's words. She understood why Qi Zichen was so determined to marry Shinshuru. Was it not for the power associated with the position of Minister of War? Did he truly believe that the Minister of War was more advantageous than the Grand Tutor's household? Chapter 24. Confinement. Yunyu sat dazedly, watching as Hengwu courtyard grew increasingly desolate, her resolve strengthening with each passing moment. The news of Yunyu's confinement spread throughout the general's residence following Qi Zichen's initial visit. The servants were at a loss, puzzled over what the usually gracious, gentle, and virtuous matriarch had done to incite the elder uncle's wrath, especially with everyone preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming celebration, completely overlooking the matriarch. When this news reached the ears of the old matriarch, she was incensed, her heart aching with fury. She summoned Qi Zichen to the Baomao Hall for questioning. Today, I did not see Yuer come to pay her respects. Lin Mama informed me that you have confined Yuer to Hengwu courtyard. Is this true? The old matriarch scrutinized Qi Zichen, unable to fathom what Yunyu had done to anger him. If this is merely a show of force regarding Shinshuru, it is entirely unnecessary. You are a man. Do not meddle in household affairs. Qi Zichen recalled Yunyu's cool demeanor, as if nothing could ruffle her, and his displeasure only deepened. It is not about Shuru. Seeing Qi Zichen still seething, the old matriarch, though equally irked, had to restrain her temper. You have always faced calamities with composure. What has transpired to provoke such anger? During your courtship with Shinshuru, you were a paragon of propriety. Why are you so cold toward Yuer? Let me offer you a word of advice, my dear. Though Yuer may not be the woman you desire, she is still our general's officially wedded matriarch. You must not show undue favoritism. We must maintain the dignity of the Grand Tutor's household. Qi Zichen's expression darkened further as he recalled Yunyu's tranquil reaction to her confinement, igniting his ire. He turned to the old matriarch and inquired, "Grandmother, did Zhao Jun ever approach you regarding the instability of the troops?" The old matriarch was taken aback, recalling the past events. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "Indeed, during your unconsciousness, there were whispers among the troops due to your injury. Zhao Jun came to consult me, but I could offer little assistance, and he has not sought my counsel since." Qi Zichen's countenance grew even grimmer. "Then it follows that you are unaware that Yunyu sent a letter to Zhao Jun, advising him on how to stabilize the troops. That is precisely why I have confined her. What audacity she possesses to meddle in military affairs. My refraining from dismissing her is already an act of great forbearance toward the Grand Tutor's household." The old matriarch gasped in disbelief. "You are saying you confined her due to her advice to Zhao Jun regarding military morale?" Qi Zichen nodded. "Is this not sufficient to teach her a lesson? A woman ought to focus on the inner chambers and not presume to possess talent to interfere in my military affairs. Military matters are sacrosanct. Any transgression should be met with severe consequences. My decision to spare her from punishment is already a display of leniency." Lady Qi appeared visibly agitated, repeatedly gesturing towards Qi Zichen as she exclaimed, "This situation is the grandmother's fault. Initially, it was I who, lacking foresight, instructed Mama Lin to disclose the information to Yuer. Given Yuer's intelligence, she immediately grasped my intentions, which led to her subsequent advice to Zhao Jun. Although the women of the inner residence, should not interfere in state affairs or military matters, as the matriarch of a general's household, my position differs from that of an ordinary woman. You were incapacitated at that time, and had it not been for your support, the entire general's household would have faced dire consequences. Grandmother knows that Yuer undertook this action, yet neither of us has acknowledged it. Now, you have the audacity to confine Yuer over this matter, which is truly disheartening." Qi Zichen's expression shifted, though he was unaware of his grandmother's involvement. He did not believe himself to be at fault. "Grandmother, you did not explicitly instruct Yunyu to act in such a manner, indicating her premeditated intention. Thus, this matter does not require your concern. If she is not reprimanded, she will continue to carry herself as if the general's household owes her a great deal. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for his grandmother's response, Qi Zichen rose and swiftly exited Baomao Hall. Deep down, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Yunyu, but steadfastly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing on his part. Lady Qi watched him stride away, reaching out as if to call him back, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Yuer has managed the household with remarkable efficiency, earning universal praise. Such a talented and virtuous woman, yet she remains unattainable.
Heng-er is indeed foolish.
I wonder if Shinshuru possesses such capabilities. Lady Qi struggled to comprehend why her diligent efforts to secure such an exceptional granddaughter-in-law were met with indifference from Heng-er. For the past 10 days, Yunyu had not stepped foot outside Hengwu courtyard. Matters within the household piled up, yet the steward was too intimidated to seek out Yunyu in the rear courtyard, opting instead to approach Lady Qi. Having been idle for 2 years, Lady Qi had long ceased to manage household affairs, even when she had the authority. She did so with the support of the elder lady. Upon seeing the thick stack of over a dozen account books, all of which required monetary resolution, she felt overwhelmed. She quickly dismissed the steward and made her way to Baomao Hall to seek counsel from Lady Qi. "Mother, it is untenable for Yuer to remain confined in Hengwu courtyard without attending to her responsibilities. Shuru is set to enter tomorrow, and with so many matters accumulating, what are we to do?" Lady Qi began to voice her grievances to Lady Qi, believing that her mother-in-law shared her sentiments regarding Yunyu. However, upon hearing this, Lady Qi's expression hardened. "Are you not aware of the reasons behind your seclusion?" Lady Qi was momentarily taken aback, forced into silence, and offered a nervous laugh. As this matter was determined by Heng-er, the daughter-in-law dared not interject. Yet, with Yunyu suddenly withdrawing from her duties, the accumulation of work became overwhelming, When the steward sought out the daughter-in-law, her unexpected involvement left everyone at a loss on how to proceed. Lady Chi understood the implications of her daughter-in-law's words. She was acutely aware of the inner workings of the general's household, which is precisely why she had been reluctant to relinquish control to Yunyu. With a disapproving gaze, she addressed Lady Chi. As the lady of the general's house, is it too much to ask you to manage this minor issue? Lady Chi chuckled awkwardly, wringing her hands in distress. These are matters that can only be resolved with money, and my daughter-in-law is at a loss. I am sure you are aware of that. This remark left Lady Chi feeling somewhat cornered, compelling her to maintain a stern demeanor. Cannot you find a way to adapt? If you cannot leave Hengwu courtyard, cannot you go to her? Lady Chi's eyes brightened, and her worries eased. Her daughter-in-law understood. A smile spread across her face as she remembered that tomorrow was Shinshuru's entrance. Mother, it is not feasible for you to remain confined in Hengwu courtyard. Otherwise, Shura may perceive our household in an unfavorable light upon witnessing such disarray. Chapter 25. A refusal to meet. Lady Chi's expression darkened slightly as she lowered her gaze in contemplation. Mama Lin, please summon Hunger to Baoma Hall. Mama Lin bowed and hurried off. After waiting a short while, Lady Chi saw Qi Zichen stride in confidently. After 10 days, he walked with the poise of a man restored to health, exuding an impressive stature. Lady Chi beamed with pride at her son's excellence, while Lady Chi felt a weight lift as she noticed his robust condition. Grandmother, have you summoned me for something? Perhaps due to the impending joyous occasion. Qi Zichen was in high spirits, even sporting a rare smile. Lady Chi sighed inwardly, while she acquiesced to Shinshuru's entry. She did not believe her to be superior to Yunyu. Hunger, tomorrow marks your wedding to Shinshuru. Given that Yuer has been confined in Hengwu courtyard for 10 days, if Shinshuru arrives and learns of this, she might conclude that our general's household is excessively strict. It would be prudent to allow Yuer to emerge during tomorrow's celebration. At these words, Qi Zichen's countenance immediately cooled, as if he had forgotten about Yunyu altogether. He took a seat beside his grandmother, his brow furrowed, and thoughts of Yunyu only added to his frustration. Lady Chi noticed his expression and remarked, your confinement of Yunyu in Hengwu courtyard has left the household affairs unattended. A multitude of tasks has accumulated, and having not been in charge for 2 years, I cannot manage all this alone. Yunyu, too, has neglected to send someone to handle these matters. As she spoke, Lady Chi expressed her dissatisfaction with Yunyu. Lady Chi furrowed her brow but refrained from speaking due to Qi Zichen's presence. Do you believe grandmother thinks Hunger is in the wrong? Qi Zichen inquired, observing his grandmother's demeanor. Lady Chi wore a smile and advised, tomorrow is your wedding day. Our general's household should be filled with joy and festivity. Since Yuer has been confined for 10 days, she must be aware of her error. Let this matter rest. Furthermore, with so many guests expected tomorrow, we cannot afford to allow any mishaps that would lead to ridicule. Qi Zichen remained silent, his brow furrowed for some time. Lady Chi and Lady Chi exchanged glances, waiting quietly. Since both grandmother and mother were advocating for her, perhaps it was time to allow her to emerge. However, there was no guarantee that Shinshuru would extend her respects to her. Qi Zichen's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled Yunyu's composed demeanor, suddenly curious about how she would react to the unfolding events. Lady Chi felt a tightness in her throat and took a deep breath. Hunger, previously, during your illness, your marriage to Yuer did not warrant a grand banquet. This time, to celebrate your recovery, you have invited numerous guests. With so many attending tomorrow, if they witness this, it would surely lead to embarrassment. Hunger, mother is right to be concerned. As your legitimate wife, Yuer deserves to be honored with tea by Shinshuru upon her arrival. Otherwise, others will think our general's household lacks decorum. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zichen finally responded, I will clarify everything with Shinshuru. If there are no further matters, I have many responsibilities awaiting my attention. With that, he strode out of Baoma Hall. Lady Chi sighed in relief and exchanged a knowing glance with Lady Chi. Are you not heading to Hengwu courtyard? Tomorrow's event is of great significance. There must not be a single error. As long as Yuer was present, she would feel at ease. Lady Chi quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, I shall go at once. Her spirits lifted. She was eager for the household matters to not encroach upon her, wishing for Yunyu's confinement to be lifted as soon as possible. She exited Baoma Hall with enthusiasm, pondering how she might gently address Yunyu upon their meeting. Meanwhile, within Hengwu courtyard, Yunyu remained unaffected by Qi Zhichen's confinement. In fact, these past 10 days had become her most leisurely and liberating period. Aside from her daily routine of writing scriptures in the study, her schedule had become even more regular than before her confinement, and her spirits were notably high. After 10 days, her complexion appeared radiant. Qinghe, along with Qinglian and Qingmei, had come to terms with their situation, finding solace in the tranquility of Hengwu courtyard, free from disturbances. As Qinghe entered the study, she beheld her mistress, Yunyu, seated at the writing desk, diligently inscribing sacred texts. Yunyu's expression was serene, her eyes shimmering like clear water, a ray of sunlight illuminating her forehead, enhancing her tranquil beauty. Witnessing this scene, Qinghe felt an even deeper conviction that her mistress was the most exquisite woman in existence, lamenting the folly of the master. Miss, tomorrow is the day the master wed Shinshuru. I expect visitors will arrive today, Qinghe remarked as she approached Yunyu, her heart heavy with the sounds of merriment outside. The general's residence was a prominent family in the capital, well-versed in the nuances of propriety. Should it become known in front of guests that the master had confined his legitimate wife, the ensuing gossip would be unbearable. Yunyu's hand paused momentarily as she wrote, yet she did not set down her brush. Instead, she replied calmly, "Do you recall what I said earlier? If someone comes seeking me, just relay my words as instructed." "I understand what to say," Qinghe affirmed, her eyes lighting up with newfound hope as she turned to leave the study, closing the door behind her. As she exited the courtyard, she encountered Lady Qi entering, prompting her to feel that her mistress had indeed foreseen this moment. Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei hastily approached Lady Qi to pay their respects, their expressions submissive. "We come to pay our respects to the madam," they said. Lady Qi waved her hand dismissively, peering into the courtyard. "Where is your eldest mistress? She did not come to welcome Yunyu upon her arrival, which leaves me somewhat dissatisfied." With a fleeting glance, Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei straightened, their eyes calm, having received their mistress's guidance earlier. Since the day the eldest mistress was confined, she has devoted herself to writing sacred texts in the study daily to pray for the general's household. She believes that continuous and complete inscriptions will convey her sincerity to the deities. Today, she has just finished her writing. Qinghe recounted Yunyu's instructions verbatim. Qingmei nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. The eldest mistress mentioned that in her 2 years at the general's residence, she has not had ample time to pray for the household. This confinement has allowed her to fulfill that wish, also praying for the health of both you and the old madam. The eldest mistress has been in the study for less than a quarter of an hour. She must be deeply engrossed in her writing. Madam, do you require the eldest mistress? If she emerges now, her prayers could be interrupted. However, if you have urgent matters, it is only right to call her out." Qinglian expressed a hint of regret in her voice as she gazed at Lady Qi. Chapter 26. The unraveling Lady Qi found herself at a loss for words. Her thoughts stifled. Considering Yunyu's dedication to praying for the general's household, especially for herself and her mother-in-law, she could not interrupt her writing. Observing the closed door of the study, she waved her hand. "There is nothing of great importance. I merely wished to see you ere. Since she is busy, I shall return another day." Glancing around the quiet Hengwu courtyard, she felt no desire to linger. Once Lady Qi departed, Qinghe exchanged knowing glances with Qingmei, both smiling subtly. They understood that if there were no pressing matters, Lady Qi would not have entered Hengwu courtyard. Regardless, their mistress had chosen to remain unseen, and they trusted her judgment. "You stay here. I shall inform the mistress," Qinghe said with a hint of a smile. Realizing this was the first time in their 2 years at the general's residence that they were strategizing solely for themselves. Qingmei gave her an understanding look, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will guard the courtyard well." With graceful steps, Qinghe approached the study and gently pushed the door open. "Mistress, the madam has just left," she announced. Yunyu paused her writing, then continued, inquiring, "Did she say anything?" "The madam did not have time to speak. Upon learning you were writing sacred texts, she left," Qinghe replied. Since hearing the elder madam's critical remarks about her mistress, any lingering respect for Lady Qi had vanished. The thought of Yunyu beginning to strategize for herself brought a smile to her face. Yunyu glanced at Qinghe, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "A trivial matter has brought you such joy. Your efforts have been commendable." She had anticipated Lady Qi's visit, deliberately ignoring the household affairs, knowing this day would come. With her grandmother present, it was unlikely she would continue to be confined on the day of Qi Zhichen's wedding. observing her mistress's elegant calligraphy. Qinghe felt a tinge of regret. I am pleased because you are learning to plan for yourself. It is a pity that you continue to pray for them. Yunyu smiled. Looking up, who says I am writing for them? She placed the finishing touches on her work, lifting the sacred text to admire it, her eyes shimmering. This is a prayer for the Taisha residents, for my father, mother, and Ajin. As her words lingered in the air, Yunyu continued to arrange the sacred text with utmost reverence, her demeanor earnest. Qinghe, witnessing her mistress's seriousness, finally exhaled a sigh of relief and quietly exited. The festivities of the general's residence felt worlds apart from the calm of Hengwu courtyard. Qi Zichen's marriage to Shinshuru as his legitimate wife had stirred considerable excitement in the capital. While society outwardly congratulated Qi Zichen on his good fortune, many inwardly criticized his actions. Qi Zichen remained unfazed, exuding joy as he donned ceremonial attire, a bright red embroidered ball hanging from his chest, riding through the city on horseback before arriving at the Shun residence. A grand procession accompanied him, filled with jubilant music, drums, and gongs. As they fetched the bride adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and flowing robes, making their way to the general's residence amid the gaze of a curious crowd. The 8-bearer sedan carried Shinshuru into the general's residence, her vibrant red wedding attire and an abundance of dowry causing envy among many. In stark contrast, Yunyu's quiet entrance had made her seem more like a concubine, while Shinshuru appeared as the legitimate wife. The grandeur of Shinshuru's wedding surpassed that of Yunyu's, with nearly all prominent families from the capital in attendance for the banquet. Hand in hand, Qi Zichen and Shinshuru entered the main hall of the general's residence. Greeted by the auspicious words of the matchmaker, the hall was adorned with celebratory decorations, and the elder madam and Lady Qi sat at the center, beaming as they watched the couple approach. As they entered the main hall, the matchmaker announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The couple is now in position to exchange their vows." Among the guests was Lady Li, the wife of a cabinet minister. Seated in the left center of the main hall, her rank surpassing even that of the elder madam. Given her emphasis on etiquette, she frowned at the sight before her. "Xiuhua, is this how you manage the household?" Her words rang out, silencing the previously boisterous hall. Even the matchmaker fell silent, nervously observing this formidable presence. Xiuhua was the given name of the elder madam, and only a handful of noblewomen in the capital could address her by that name. The elder madam's expression shifted slightly as she looked towards Lady Zhao, smiling. "What do you mean, Lady Zhao?" Lady Zhao's demeanor darkened as she surveyed the room, her voice cold. "Today, General Qi marries a legitimate wife. As per custom, the first wife should be present. Where is the granddaughter of the Taisha? Furthermore, the daughter of the Shin family, dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown, is indistinguishable from a legitimate wife. What does this imply? Traditionally, a secondary wife should wear colors like pink or light blue. The Shin family has made such a grand display for their daughter's wedding attire. Do they presume she will occupy the position of a legitimate wife? Xiuhua, have you not ensured proper compliance before the wedding?" Lady Zhao's presence was largely due to her connection to the elder madam, a significant factor in her attendance. Her son, the current Prince Zhaoshi, is indeed a disciple who once studied under the esteemed grand tutor. The Zhao family has always held great importance to etiquette. As the guests gathered to witness the ceremony, they scanned the surroundings but could not find Yunyu's presence. Instead, they noticed Shinshuru adorned in a vibrant red bridal gown, and those unaware might have mistaken her for the lady of the general's residence, leading to a flurry of whispers. Indeed, General Qi had chosen to marry a secondary wife. According to tradition, he should present tea to his primary spouse, and the bridal attire must differ from that of the primary wife. With the absence of the principal wife, could this union be deemed valid? Standing at the center of the main hall, Qi Zicheng exhibited a hint of discomfort, feeling the hand he held stiffen. He gently patted Shinshuru's hand in reassurance. Beneath her red veil, Shinshuru's voice carried a note of grievance. "Madame Zhao speaks truly. This bridal attire was prepared on the day of my coming of age. My father and mother had previously mentioned the need for a new gown, but due to the hurried wedding arrangements, we could not have one made in time. Thus, in accordance with the emperor's values of frugality and virtue, we decided to use the old gown." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "The Shin family girl has a greedy tongue, daring to invoke the emperor in this matter. The emperor holds the empress in high regard and does not advocate for officials taking secondary wives. Does this mean that Miss Shin need not marry today?" Shinshuru swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, her muffled sobs escaping from beneath the veil. Chapter 27. Support Qi Ziqing hastily reassured her. Turning to Madame Zhao with utmost respect, "This is all my fault. I prioritized frugality, without considering the precedents of etiquette. It was my oversight." Madame Zhao snorted, clearly unconvinced by Qi Ziqing's words. The elder matriarch, sensing the tension, attempted to smooth things over. "At my age, I should have entrusted this matter to the younger generation. I never anticipated such an oversight. It is my failing. My memory seems to falter with each passing day." Surely the primary wife is still in the Hengwu courtyard preparing herself. Someone should fetch her at once. A nearby maid quickly bowed and turned to summon Yunyu. Qi Mu, seated nearby, tightened her grip, her eyes darting nervously. Having visited Hengwu courtyard yesterday, she had not informed Xing He of the lifting of the confinement. Thinking that Yunyu needed to write scriptures for blessings, thus it mattered little whether the confinement was lifted today or tomorrow. Upon returning to her own Liao Xingjai, preoccupied with wedding plans, she had forgotten about the matter. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, and she feared that something might go awry. Yet, recalling Yunyu's usual composure and grace, Qi Mu chastised herself for overthinking. The elder matriarch noticed her unease and cast a discerning glance her way. Qi Mu quickly lowered her head, concealing her expression. The guests in the main hall exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. They occasionally glanced at the bride in the center, her vibrant red attire glaringly obvious. Among the many wives of officials present, there was a palpable aversion towards a secondary wife, leading to unflattering thoughts about Shinshuru. Even shrouded beneath her veil, she could feel the scrutinizing stares upon her. Her figure trembled precariously, but fortunately, Qi Ziqing's steady hand kept her upright. The atmosphere became painfully tense. Everyone had expected to see Yunyu arrive shortly. Yet the maid who had gone to fetch her returned swiftly, her expression grim, with only her rushing figure to indicate trouble. The elder matriarch observed the maid's demeanor, her brows knitting in concern, suspecting that Yunyu was throwing a tantrum, and her countenance darkened slightly. Meanwhile, Qi Mu, seeing only the maid return, felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest, sensing that something was amiss. Fearing the maid would speak out of turn, she raised her voice. "How can Yunyu be so thoughtless? Today is Hung Er's joyous occasion, as the primary wife. She should preside over the event rather than sulking in jealousy and refusing to appear, making a mockery of us all." With her words, she branded Yunyu as a jealous woman, striving to safeguard the reputation of the general's household. The elder matriarch frowned slightly, though surprised. She remained silent for the sake of the family's honor. The others were taken aback by her comments. The esteemed first talent of the capital is a jealous woman? This explains her absence. It seems she is trying to assert her dominance over the new bride. The guests murmured among themselves, their voices low yet discernible. Madame Zhao frowned, recalling her previous encounters with Yunyu, who had always exuded grace and propriety, uncharacteristic of a jealous woman. Furthermore, she was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, renowned for her etiquette, talent, and poise. Such a woman, she could not believe Qi Mu's one-sided claims. Observing the maid's pale face, which was laden with unspoken words, Madame Zhao smiled and said, "How can you know Yunyu is jealous, when you have yet to see her?" She turned her gaze to the maid, inquiring, "When you went to summon your lady, what did she say?" The maid timidly lifted her head, ready to speak, but upon seeing Qi Mu's warning glance, she quickly lowered her gaze, appearing hesitant to continue. Madame Zhao, noticing her reluctance, smiled. "Since you cannot persuade her, perhaps my old nurse should go instead. Our Zhao family has some ties to the Grand Tutor's residence. Surely Yunyu would grant me this small courtesy. We cannot allow General Qi's marriage to be deemed improper." With each mention of a secondary wife, Shinshuru subtly tightened her grip on Qi Ziqing's hand, both she and Qi Ziqing gritting their teeth in silence at the implications. Yet, due to Madame Zhao's status, they refrained from showing their displeasure. The elder matriarch understood Madame Zhao's intentions well. The Zhao family and the Grand Tutor's residence shared a close bond, and Hung Er's actions had already become the talk of the capital, making them the subject of ridicule. She was prepared to sacrifice her own dignity for the family's reputation. Hastily, she smiled to ease the tension. "This is no cause for concern for Madame Zhao. My dear girl, when Madame Zhao inquires, what is there that you cannot share? Just tell us how your lady responded." The maid hesitated, glancing between the elder matriarch and Madame Zhao, who was poised to send her own nurse to fetch Yunyu. Ultimately, she had no choice but to voice the truth aloud. I did not see the primary wife. It was her maid who relayed the message. The primary wife is currently under confinement and cannot leave Hengwu courtyard without the master's command. As her words echoed in the hall, an oppressive silence engulfed the room. The elder matriarch nearly gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she inhaled deeply several times, grateful for her years of experience that allowed her to maintain composure. She cast a questioning glance at Chimu, who appeared equally astonished, bowing her head in shame under the scrutiny. The maid's proclamation struck like a slap to both the elder matriarch and Chimu, and the surrounding guests exchanged knowing glances, their eyes shifting to Qi Zicheng. The implications clear. Just moments ago, the elder matriarch had claimed that Yunyu was merely preparing herself, and Chimu had branded her a jealous woman. Yet now the truth of her confinement revealed a lack of decorum in the general's household. Qi Zicheng's brows furrowed tightly, suppressing an overwhelming surge of anger, gripping Shin Shuru's hand with such force that it nearly caused her to stumble. Her mind raced with the revelation of Yunyu's confinement, a smirk creeping onto her lips as the earlier grievances faded away. Madame Zhao's expression darkened as she turned to the elder matriarch, her tone sharp. Xiaohua, what exactly has Yunyu, as General Qi's primary wife, done to warrant such punishment? The Grand Tutor's residents risked everything to marry their daughter into the General's household, only for her to find herself in this predicament. The General's household seems remarkably adept at this. With connections to the Grand Tutor's residence, Madame Zhao's fury ignited, her words no longer cloaked in politeness. She had never held any regard for Shinshuru, a woman who would strike at her fiancé in such a manner. Even going so far as to withdraw from 2 engagements would never be favored by a respectable family. Only Qi Zicheng treated her as a treasure. Chapter 28. The arrival of Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao's visit today was to lend support to Yunyu. Among those present, besides Madame Zhao, were various officials and ladies from prominent families, all furrowing their brows upon hearing her words. General Qi, is this how you treat your legitimate wife? Which of the ladies here is not a legitimate wife? In the capital, Qi Zicheng was the only one marrying a concubine, and all the ladies stood in sympathy for Yunyu. Qi Zicheng found himself at a loss for words. The once handsome groom, amidst this commotion, was perceived by everyone as one who favored his concubine over his wife, losing much of his former luster. Madame Zhao, you misunderstand. This maid is confused and does not mean what you think, Qi Zicheng explained. The servants in the household have been overworked, which is why she is resting in the Hengwu garden. He dared not offend Madame Zhao, for after all, the esteemed minister Zhao was known for his integrity and maintained a neutral stance in court, even earning respect from the emperor. Lady Qi quickly regained her composure and smiled, attempting to mediate. Madame Zhao, there may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could have Mama Lin fetch you and once she arrives, we can clarify the matter. Hearing Lady Qi's seemingly genuine regard for Yunyu, Madame Zhao did not press further and nodded in agreement. Very well. I am not unreasonable. I simply thought that the General's residence, being a prestigious family and a model of etiquette in the capital, should set a proper example when it comes to such significant matters as marrying a concubine. If the General's residence does not set a precedent, others might follow suit, and chaos would ensue. Every word from Madame Zhao was a jab at Qi Zicheng for favoring a concubine over his wife. Marrying a concubine through military merit, an unprecedented act in the capital. The crowd's impression of the General's residence plummeted. Previously, they viewed Qi Zicheng as a valiant man who bled for the court, but since the news of his intention to marry Shinshuru surfaced, that image began to fade. The capital had never seen a woman repeatedly withdraw from engagements, nor had it witnessed a noble family marrying a concubine. The moment Qi Zicheng decided to take Shinshuru as his concubine, it sealed the fate of the General's residence to endure a wave of rumors. Lady Qi and Qi's mother listened, their hearts heavy with unspoken tension, yet they could only feign ignorance. The old lady gestured to Mama Lin. Hurry and fetch the eldest young lady. She had never anticipated that a wedding would unfold under such circumstances. If only you were present, this would not have happened. Mama Lin quickly bowed and exited the main hall. The other guests remained seated, their attention fixed on the direction from which Mama Lin had departed. The newlyweds, initially prepared to perform their rituals, were left awkwardly in the center of the hall. This time, Mama Lin took longer to return than the maid who had first gone to fetch Yunyu. As the guests waited in anticipation, Their expressions grew subtly tense, fearing they would not see her again. Finally, Mama Lin appeared before them, bowing to the old lady. "Madam, the eldest young lady will be here shortly." Lady Qi released a breath of relief, her gaze lifting to see behind Mama Lin. The crowd followed her gaze, and a graceful figure emerged before their eyes. Yunyu was adorned in a smoke blue dress with plum blossom patterns, her dark hair held up by a single plum blossom hairpin. Exuding tranquility, like a flower reflected in water, moving as gracefully as the wind caresses the willows. Her arrival was like a gentle spring breeze, captivating the attention of all. Yunyu wore only a touch of simple makeup, yet her beauty was undeniable, standing in stark contrast to Shinshuru's heavy and extravagant appearance. This comparison rendered Yunyu's understated elegance even more precious. However, in such a grand setting, one couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. As the general's legitimate wife, she lacked even a modest adornment, falling short of Shinshuru, the concubine. Yunyu's simplicity belied the old lady's earlier remarks about her grooming. All eyes were on Yunyu, including Qi Zichen's, who turned to gaze at her. His previously furrowed brow relaxed as he found himself mesmerized, instinctively loosening his grip on Shinshuru's hand. Shinshuru's hand stiffened, retreating discreetly. With measured steps, Yunyu approached with poise, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes around her, her face adorned with a familiar, graceful smile. "I come to pay my respects to grandmother and mother, and greetings to all esteemed guests." Lady Qi finally exhaled with relief, a smile breaking across her face.
"You heir."
"Your timing is perfect. Madame Zhao has been inquiring about you. Without you, today's wedding would be lacking in propriety." Following Lady Qi's gesture to the left, Yunyu's smile deepened upon seeing Madame Zhao. "Madame Zhao, to have your concern is a blessing for me." Madame Zhao, having watched Yunyu grow up, could not help but feel a pang of heartache at the sight of her treatment in the general's household. "You are the legitimate wife of General Qi. How can the wedding conform to propriety without your presence? I sent a maid to fetch you, but she returned saying you were under house arrest. Is that true?" Madame Zhao scrutinized Yunyu, her words echoing in the room. Lady Qi and Qi's mother felt their hearts race, their hands tightening in their sleeves as they anxiously watched Yunyu. Qi Zichen's eyes narrowed, lost in thought as he stared at Yunyu. Yunyu lifted her gaze to Madame Zhao, her eyes clear and bright, and replied, "The maid must have misheard. I was merely in the courtyard writing scriptures to bless the general's residence. There is no truth to the claim of house arrest. I have heard that Madame Zhao possesses great knowledge of scriptures. I brought some along to see if there are any errors in my writing." Her words mirrored Qi Zichen's sentiments. Lady Qi and Qi's mother sighed in relief, appreciating Yunyu's understanding, their faces brightening with smiles. Qi Zichen cast a deep glance at Yunyu, but remained silent. "Then it's fortunate. The maid could not articulate properly, leaving us with a jest. You understands me well. I often enjoy reciting scriptures and praying. To see your writing is indeed a blessing for me." Yunyu smiled as she presented a thick stack of scriptures on a jade tray, handed to Madame Zhao by Qing He. Madame Zhao regarded the thickness of the scriptures, her eyes flickering with comprehension. After examining them, she nodded in approval. You are indeed the foremost talent in the capital. Even I find it hard to match the quality of your scriptures." Madame Zhao's words were the highest praise for Yunyu. She placed the scriptures back on the jade tray, which Qing He returned to Yunyu's side. The scriptures, praised even by Madame Zhao, confirmed that Yunyu had indeed been writing scriptures to bless the general's residence for the past 10 days, causing Lady Qi to regard Yunyu with even greater esteem. The guests present had already heard of Yunyu's reputation, and seeing her in person only enhanced her illustrious status. Chapter 29. An offense. This was the effect Yunyu desired. Once the guests returned home and reflected on the day's events, they would undoubtedly grasp the significance of the scriptures. Yunyu surveyed the grandeur of the general's wedding, even more extravagant than her own. Recalling her grandmother and mother's solemn promises, they would never elevate her status above anyone else. With a calm demeanor, she sat beside Qi's mother and smiled. "The newlyweds have been waiting for quite some time. We must not delay the auspicious hour. Let's proceed with the rituals." Shinshuru shifted slightly, her hands tightening. Lady Qi glanced at Madame Zhao, smiling in agreement. "Indeed. With you present, the propriety is upheld. We can proceed with the rituals." The matchmaker's face lit up with joy, her celebratory voice filling the hall. Amidst her exclamations, Qi Zichen and Shinshuru completed their vows. And in the cheers of the crowd, Qi Zichen lifted Shinshuru's red veil, revealing a face of striking beauty. Yunyu sat in the main seat, her lips curling into a composed smile, quietly observing Shinshuru. Shinshuru adorned herself with a phoenix crown and donned a crimson bridal gown, which illuminated her delicate beauty, surpassing even that of a palace consort. At first glance, her presence appeared to eclipse that of Yunyu, the legitimate wife. Together with Qi Zichen, she served tea to the matriarch, followed by Qi's mother. Both the matriarch and Qi's mother presented Shinshuru with a festive gift. Yunyu's gaze fell upon the gift, then shifted to the bright red bridal attire of Shinshuru, prompting her to whisper to Qinglian. Qinglian nodded and retreated to the back, holding a tray covered in red cloth, its contents hidden from view. This scene caught Shinshuru's attention, and with a flicker of her eyes, a scheme formed in her mind as she slowly approached Yunyu. All eyes turned to Yunyu, their gazes shifting. Shinshuru gracefully stepped before Yunyu, mirroring her earlier tea offering to the matriarch and Qi's mother, and raised the cup towards Yunyu. "Sister, please have some tea." As Yunyu's gaze fell on the delicate fingers adorned with a youthful hue, she prepared to accept the tea, but Shinshuru feigned a stumble, splashing the tea towards Yunyu. Yunyu narrowed her eyes and raised her right hand to shield herself with her sleeve. Qingmei reacted even more swiftly, leaping in front of Yunyu, inadvertently colliding with Shinshuru and sending her sprawling to the ground, her crown askew.
Ah!
Shinshuru cried out in pain. "Madam, did you get bumped?" Qingmei turned anxiously to Yunyu, disregarding the tea that splattered on her own attire, and only relaxed upon seeing Yunyu unharmed. Unfazed, Yunyu lowered her hand and addressed Qingmei. "I am quite well. Your clothes are soaked, go change." "Yes." Qingmei nodded and hurriedly exited the main hall. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, and by the time they regained their composure, Qingmei had already left. Turning back, they saw Qi Zichen frowning as he helped Shinshuru to her feet. Yunyu glanced at Shinshuru with indifference, remarking, "Sister must be quite fatigued today." Unable even to steady a cup of tea, the spectators exchanged knowing glances, subtly questioning how a perfectly composed person could fail to hold a cup of tea. It was evident that Shinshuru had aimed to embarrass Yunyu. Fortunately, Qingmei's quick reflexes spared Yunyu from any disgrace, instead causing Shinshuru to falter. Qi Zichen, eager to confront Qingmei, found her absence frustrating, and thus swallowed his irritation. He glanced at Yunyu's calm demeanor, realizing the situation was not her fault, and discreetly shifted his gaze to Shinshuru. The matriarch's expression darkened, her earlier laughter vanishing the moment Shinshuru spilled the tea. Despite her decades as the matron of the general's household, she could not maintain a pleasant countenance. Qi's mother was equally stunned, struggling to process the incident. Madame Zhao's expression turned icy as she regarded Shinshuru with disfavor, noting how the Shin family daughter, despite her noble upbringing, could not manage a simple cup of tea. Fortunately, it had splashed onto a maid. Had it been the matriarch, the scene would have been far worse. Madame Zhao's words dripped with veiled criticism towards Shinshuru. The gathered guests understood the implications, their expressions betraying their anticipation of the unfolding drama. The matriarch, having spent decades in her role, recognized the underlying tensions and immediately adopted a stern demeanor. Shinshuru felt a twinge of panic as she watched Yunyu attempt to justify her actions, claiming her sister was simply too anxious and had accidentally spilled the tea. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would be troubled," she said. "Auntie, please bring me another cup of tea. I wish to toast my sister." The attendant promptly returned with another cup of tea, while Qinghe, her brow furrowed, entrusted the tray to a nearby maid and hurried to Yunyu's side, ready for any eventuality. Observant guests stifled their laughter at this unfolding spectacle, recognizing Qinghe's foresight in preventing another mishap. Yunyu made no move to dismiss Qinghe, instead watching Shinshuru with an air of elegance akin to a white plum blossom. She accepted the tea from Shinshuru, taking a small sip before glancing at Qinglian. "I have a red auspicious bag for you, dear sister," she offered. "May you and your husband be forever united." Shinshuru timidly took the bag, her expression shifting towards one of grievance. "Sister, do you not blame me for my earlier clumsiness?" The murmurs among the guests were palpable, their expressions shifting subtly as they awaited the next act. Yunyu turned her gaze to Shinshuru, who stood with a pitiful demeanor. "What do you mean by that, sister?" Shinshuru, summoning her courage, looked towards Qinglian and took a deep breath. "Sister, You clearly instructed your maid to prepare a gift, yet suddenly changed it to this red, auspicious bag. Is it not due to my earlier mishap that you are displeased? Yunyu followed Shinshuru's gaze towards Qinglian. The tray she held was indeed a part of Yunyu's dowry, crafted from rosewood and intricately carved with her favorite plum blossoms. Starkly different from the lavish lacquered trays in the main hall. Those with discerning eyes understood that Qinglian's tray was meant as a gift. It was this realization that prompted Shinshuru to challenge Yunyu publicly. The guests, following Shinshuru's cue, turned their attention to Qinglian, their expressions shifting with intrigue. Qi's mother furrowed her brow and cautioned Yunyu. Beware, Shinshuru acted without malice. As the principal wife, you should maintain your composure. Do not let this trivial matter trouble you. Since Shinshuru has seen the gift, let it serve as an eye-opener for everyone. Qi's mother's words inadvertently placed the blame on Yunyu, and the noble women present, all astute, instantly grasped Yunyu's precarious position within the general's household. Madame Zhao, preparing to defend Yunyu, hesitated upon witnessing her calm demeanor in response to Qi's mother, ultimately remaining silent. Yunyu regarded Qi's mother with a profound gaze, memories of her earlier praises flooding her mind. Just days ago, the atmosphere had been entirely different. With a smile, she nodded, I have not taken this matter to heart. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between mother and sister. Qinglian, please bring it forth for all to see. Eagerly awaiting her cue, Qinglian stepped forward, lifting the red cloth from the tray with a flourish. Indeed, this is the grand gift I prepared for my sister, a red wedding gown I once wore. Upon seeing that my sister had already arranged her own gown, I instructed Qinglian to step back. Since both mother and sister believe I harbor selfish intentions, I must reveal this to clear my name. Qinglian raised the gown high, its vibrant hue matching that of Shinshuru's attire, though perhaps even more resplendent. The matriarch nearly gasped, her anger evident as she trembled in response to Shinshuru's foolishness. Having already served tea, the formalities had been fulfilled, yet they had chosen to dredge up these matters. Qi's mother, misunderstanding the matriarch's anger towards Yunyu, felt an increased disdain for her. Madame and, among the invited guests, could not contain her laughter at the unfolding drama. Earlier, Madame Zhao had commented that during weddings, a secondary wife should wear pink or light blue attire, while the principal wife presenting a red gown signified her importance. Surely, Qi, the principal wife, had not anticipated that Shinshuru would bring her own red gown. Shinshuru's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. Qi Zichen's expression darkened, and the two stood in the center of the hall, akin to jesters for all to ridicule. The once gallant general found himself entangled in such a spectacle on his wedding day. The audience's gazes towards Shinshuru were filled with unmasked derision. Madame Zhao, her face wan and weary, pressed her fingers to her brow, gazing at the frowning old Madame Qi, and remarked, It is quite astonishing to witness the Grand General's residence hosting a wedding banquet with such a lack of decorum. This is the first time I have encountered such a spectacle. The wedding ceremony had concluded, and given her advanced age, she could not endure any further commotion. She expressed her heartfelt wishes for the newlyweds to share everlasting unity and decided to take her leave. With that, Madame Zhao rose from the main hall and departed from the general's residence, surrounded by her maids. Madame and chuckled softly, and also sought an excuse to exit. The other noble ladies, witnessing that Yunyu, the rightful wife, was disregarded by Qi Zicheng, felt disheartened and similarly found reasons to leave. What should have been a joyous wedding feast saw a significant portion of the guests depart. The remaining attendees were primarily officials of lower rank than Qi Zicheng or those with requests to make of him, all keeping their heads bowed, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Old Madame Qi was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, struggling to catch her breath. Fortunately, Nurse Lin was quick to assist her, preventing her from losing composure before the guests. Nevertheless, the old matron lacked the energy to continue engaging with the attendees. After Qi Zicheng and Shinshuru were escorted to their bridal chamber, Nurse Lin helped her to leave. The direct descendants of the general's family anticipated a lively gathering that day, but were met with this farce, leaving them in no mood to partake in the feast. Qi Xiongling was also taken aback by the day's events and stood dazed beside Yunyu. In contrast, Yunyu remained unaffected, sampling each dish at the main table, relishing the best appetite she had experienced during her confinement. Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei stood behind her, feeling quite pleased. Upon seeing Qi Xiongling approach, they gently reminded Yunyu. Yunyu looked up, smiled, and beckoned Linger, come sit here. The banquet arranged by Mother is delightful. Every dish has been thoughtfully prepared. You should try some too. Qi Xiongling was surprised by her sister-in-law's hearty appetite and, after a moment of hesitation, inquired, "Sister-in-law, how is it that you have such a good appetite?" Big brother is currently with Shinshuru in the bridal chamber. Unperturbed, Yunyu smiled and replied, "Yes, I am aware. On such a joyous occasion, I am happy for my husband. You should celebrate as well. Enjoy the meal." With that, Yunyu used the communal chopsticks to serve Qi Xiongling some braised goose, urging her to eat it while it was hot. Qi Xiongling, puzzled by her sister-in-law's contentment, could only bow her head and eat. After the banquet, as the guests dispersed, old Madame Qi sent Nurse Lin to summon Yunyu to the Baomao Hall. Sated from the feast, Yunyu ambled toward Baomao Hall, viewing it as an opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Qinghe, somewhat anxious, remarked, "Miss, old Madame summoned you to Baomao Hall. It cannot be to reprimand you, can it?" Qinglian, dissatisfied, scoffed, "Why would the old lady reprimand her? What does this have to do with the miss?" Yunyu, wearing a faint smile, glanced back at Qingmei, having deliberately asked her to change into different attire for this occasion, and said, "Do not speculate about grandmother's intentions. Qinghe, you still have the scriptures with you, correct?" Qinghe nodded. "Yes, miss, I have been keeping a close watch over them." "Very well, then let us proceed." In high spirits, Yunyu recalled how she had instructed Qinglian to deliver the red wedding dress to Xiaoxiang Courtyard as a grand gift for Shinshuru. They must be feeling uncomfortable at this moment. Despite it being Qi Ziqing and Shinshuru's wedding night, Yunyu felt no disturbance, but rather a sense of relief. With poise and a smile gracing her lips, she walked steadily toward Baomao Hall. The servants in the residence, spotting her from a distance, quickly bowed their heads in greeting. Yunyu responded with the same composed demeanor as usual, revealing no hint of change. The servants, initially eager to witness the stir surrounding the lady of the house, were perplexed by her calmness and unhurried stride. Upon arriving at Baomao Hall, Yunyu repressed her smile as she entered the courtyard. Casting a glance back at the three maids, Qinghe and the others nodded in understanding, quickly concealing their smiles as they walked. It was evident that old Madame Qi was quite upset, reclining on the soft couch without rising, while Qimu busied herself around the hall to ensure the comfort of the old lady. Upon seeing Yunyu enter, both old Madame Qi and Qimu turned their gaze toward her. "Grandmother, mother, Yuer has arrived. What seems to be the matter?" Yunyu, noticing old Madame Qi's discomfort, hurried to the couch, her expression filled with concern. Old Madame Qi had initially harbored some grievances regarding Yunyu's conduct that day, but upon seeing Qingmei following closely behind, her gaze fell upon the girl's changed attire, rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. "When the maid came to fetch you, why did you directly tell her you could not leave due to your confinement?" The old lady's expression was one of confusion as she rephrased her inquiry. Yunyu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not comprehending. "Grandmother, Yuer has indeed been confined to Hengwu Courtyard all this time. Were you not aware of this?" Gazing into Yunyu's clear eyes, old Madame Qi found herself momentarily speechless. Taking a breath before responding, "I am aware of this matter. Yesterday, your mother specifically went to Hengwu Courtyard to lift your confinement. Why do you still say this?" The old lady had hoped that with Yuer present, there would be no disturbances at the general's residence, but she had not anticipated that one sentence would lead to such a mockery. Qimu's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of guilt. Yunyu noted her expression and looked at old Madame Qi with confusion. "Grandmother, I was truly unaware that mother had visited Hengwu Courtyard yesterday. It was my final day of copying scriptures for the general's residence, and I was in the study without anyone informing me of her arrival." At that moment, Qinghe stepped forward respectfully, bowing to the old lady. Replying to old Madame, "Indeed, the madam did visit Hengwu Courtyard yesterday." Upon learning that the eldest lady was copying scriptures to pray for the general's residence, she took her leave and did not mention anything about lifting the confinement.
Qimu,
feeling flustered, quickly raised her head. "It was you who said that Yuer should not be interrupted while copying scriptures, which is why I did not mention it. I never expected such an incident to occur. I thought that delaying the lifting of her confinement for a day or two would be acceptable." Hearing this, old Madame Qi, who had initially calmed down, struck her chest in exasperation, looking at Qimu with disappointment. "So, it turns out you failed to communicate. How foolish. No wonder Yuer was unaware. I always said Yunyu was the most prudent. How could she have acted in such a manner?" Being scolded directly by her mother-in-law in front of her daughter-in-law and maid left Qimu feeling somewhat humiliated. She hastily countered, "This matter cannot be blamed on the daughter-in-law. If it weren't for your maid not speaking up and her appearing with the bright red wedding dress, how could this have happened? Old Madam Qi, already feeling guilty toward Yunyu, was now incensed. You are foolish. How can this be blamed on you? Yunyu clenched her hands tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Chimu, her voice trembling as she asked, Mother, do you believe it is Yuer's fault that her husband regained the loyalty of his troops? Is it Yuer's fault for praying for the general's residence during her confinement? Is it Yuer's fault for gifting the wedding attire to Shinshuru? She restrained her emotions, her hands tightly clenched, turning red from the force. If I had known that my husband would be suspicious of me for restoring his military morale, I would never have acted in this way. How could my husband's army be faring well now? Yuer bore no resentment during her confinement and prayed for the general's residence. What crime is that? The same goes for her maid, who was also confined to Hengwu courtyard. They were unaware of the commotion in the residence. Had I known that Shinshuru would enter wearing the bright red wedding dress herself, would I have gifted her the attire? Who informed me that she would do such a thing? So, does Mother believe that all of this is Yuer's fault? Yunyu's relentless questioning left Chimu momentarily speechless. Aware of her own shortcomings, she gazed at Yunyu and said, That is not what I meant. Mother often says that you are the most capable. You should have anticipated this. Old Madam Qi, listening to her increasingly absurd remarks, was so incensed that she propped herself up, exclaiming, And you still dare to speak? You know in your heart that this has nothing to do with you or? On this auspicious day of celebration, there remains a multitude of tasks to attend to within the manor. Should you not take a moment to examine any potential oversights? The wedding of Hunger has been orchestrated by you, thus the primary accountability lies with you. Listening to her mother-in-law's reproach, Chi Mu could only rise, feeling a twinge of guilt. Do not be upset, mother. The daughter-in-law will go and check, Yunyu gently urged, assisting the elder Chi matriarch to recline. Her eyes filled with concern. Grandmother, do not let such matters trouble you. The elder matriarch, witnessing Yunyu's filial piety, tenderly patted her hand. Grandmother understands your grievances and your anger. Even without your words, I comprehend. The matriarch sighed and continued, however, Hunger is married now. I only wish for him to cherish a harmonious life with you, Shuru. Once their wedding festivities have concluded, I will ensure that Hunger visits you without fail. The elder matriarch had anticipated an outpouring of gratitude from Yunyu, yet to her surprise, Yunyu merely withdrew her hand gently, shifting the conversation. Grandmother is not in good health and needs to rest. Let events unfold naturally. There is no need for haste. Observing her reluctance to elaborate further and feeling the weight of her own fatigue, the elder matriarch acquiesced and lay down to rest. As Yunyu exited Bauma Hall, she encountered numerous servants bustling about, preparing for the wedding banquet. She cast a few indifferent glances, her heart unperturbed. Approaching Hengwu Garden, she passed by Xiaoxiang Courtyard, which was brightly lit and resplendent with joy, the air filled with the jubilant chatter of maids and matrons. Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qingmei followed closely behind, their expressions laced with concern for their mistress's emotional state. Miss, shall we accompany you for a stroll to Tsingxin Lake? Yunyu paused, turning back to Qinghe with a playful smile. What is this? Do you think your mistress is someone so easily disheartened? A charming smile graced her lips. Seemingly oblivious to the festive atmosphere of Xiaoxiang Courtyard, she walked with serene composure. Meanwhile, within Xiaoxiang Courtyard, Qi Zichen and Shinshuru were sharing a cup of marriage wine, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Shinshuru, nestled against Qi Zichen, feigned sorrow. Brother Hung, today Yunyu has treated me unjustly. Tomorrow the entire capital shall know of my humiliation. Upon hearing this, Qi Zichen's expression turned cold, his thoughts drifting to Yunyu's frosty gaze, his brows furrowing slightly. Do not speak of such disheartening matters. Tonight, we have more pressing matters at hand. Although he was not one to be swayed by beauty, having shared a profound bond with Shinshuru since childhood, he could not help but feel a surge of joy at their union. He lifted her chin, admiring her flower-like beauty, yet his mind inadvertently recalled Yunyu's serene visage. His hand twitched slightly, his brow knitting tighter, a sense of displeasure creeping into his heart. In this moment of romantic intimacy, his thoughts of Yunyu's cold expression were a consequence of the day's earlier disruptions. Shinshuru, initially reveling in Qi Zichen's gaze, noticed his frown and felt a pang of anxiety. Brother Hung, she cooed, leaning into him, her delicate hand encircling his waist. Qi Zichen's expression darkened. and with a swift motion, he drew the red silk canopy down, enveloping the room in a shroud of modesty. In the throes of passion, Shinshuru could not help but let out a soft sigh, her fair hand tracing across Chi Zichen's back, glistening with perspiration. Yet suddenly, Chi Zichen's brow furrowed deeply. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 32. Interruption. He abruptly pushed Shinshuru away. Clumsily retrieving the wedding attire that had fallen to the edge of the bed to cover himself, his countenance clouded with a storm of emotions. Shinshuru, bewildered by this unexpected rejection, gazed at Chi Zichen, her expression shifting from joy to confusion as he donned his garments, with a grim visage. Brother Hung, what are you doing? Chi Zichen's expression remained somber, irritation bubbling within him. He glanced at Shinshuru's questioning eyes, struggling for words. It is nothing. I suddenly recalled an urgent matter in the military. You should rest. Shinshuru stared at him in disbelief, rising to reveal her delicate shoulders from beneath the silken quilt, an alluring sight that stirred emotions. Brother Hung, are you upset with me? What have I done to deserve this? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her demeanor heartbreakingly pitiful. Do you not realize that if you leave now, how others will perceive me? She lamented, leaning against him and weeping softly, her beauty accentuated by her vulnerability, a sight no man could resist. Chi Zichen's gaze darkened as he looked at her, his brow furrowing once more. He comfortingly patted her back. I doubt anyone would dare to speak ill of you. Do not worry. I will wait until you fall asleep before I depart. Yet Shinshuru was not easily placated. She nestled closer, biting her lip, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Brother Hung, do you resent me for leaving you before? I have explained that it was my father's decision due to the clan leader's pressure. I never intended to abandon you. Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Chi Zichen's eyes. But he nodded slowly, continuing to soothe her. I understand. I bear you no ill will. It is indeed a pressing matter in the military that has necessitated your rest. Shinshuru gazed at him with an expression of longing. You thought I would go to my sister's side? Chi Zichen's expression soured further, his brows knitting tightly. That is not the case. I assure you, I will not go to her. What about tomorrow? Shinshuru queried, biting her lip, still unwilling to relent. Tomorrow's matters can be discussed later. I promise you, I will not visit Yunyu. Finally resigned, Shinshuru lay back down, gradually drifting into slumber under Chi Zichen's gentle reassurances. As Chi Zichen gazed at Shinshuru's enchanting features, his eyes wandered elsewhere, a storm brewing within him as he lifted the wedding blanket. Outside the bridal chamber, the matron and Shinshuru's handmaid were startled to see Chi Zichen emerge. Initially dozing, they quickly scrambled to their feet, bowing respectfully. Master, do you have any instructions for this old servant? Noticing his somber expression, they wondered if the wedding night had not met his expectations. Shinshuru's maid, too, lowered her head in trepidation, sensing her master's discontent and worrying for her mistress. Chi Zichen shot them a cold glance, his voice low yet firm. I have pressing matters to attend to. Ensure you take good care of the second madam. Additionally, inform the others not to disturb her tomorrow morning. With that, he strode away, leaving the matron and Shinshuru's maid in stunned silence. Not to disturb the second madam tomorrow morning implied something far more serious than expected. Disregarding their astonished expressions, Chi Zichen hurried back to Iquan Pavilion, where he angrily swept the items off the table, causing his personal attendant to flinch in fear and hesitate to approach. Master is angry, the attendant murmured cautiously. Chi Zichen shot him a fierce look, his expression dark as night. You must fetch the physician immediately. The attendant, taken aback, stammered. At this hour? You wish to summon the physician now? The night had deepened, and it was perplexing why the master required the physician's presence in Iquan Pavilion. Chi Zichen's expression hardened. Do I need to repeat myself? Seeing the imminent storm in his eyes, the attendant hurriedly nodded and left to summon the physician. Thus, Chi Zichen sat in his chamber, his demeanor a tempest, while the servants within Iquan Pavilion dared not breathe a word. They remained oblivious to the cause of their master's fury until the attendant finally returned with the physician, allowing them to exhale in relief. The physician, an elderly man, was hurried along by the attendant, arriving at Iquan Pavilion panting, barely able to catch his breath before being ushered to the door. Master, the physician is here. At the entrance of the chamber, a young servant whispered an inquiry, while the physician stood behind him, perplexed. A low, somber voice emanated from within, permitting only the physician to enter. This single utterance sent shivers down the spines of those present. The physician stepped heavily into the room, turning to close the door behind him. The servants of Ikuin Hall exchanged glances, yet dared not inquire further. Inside the chamber, a solitary candle flickered, casting a dim light solely upon Qi Zhichen, who appeared ominous. His brow furrowed, exuding an air of authority that was chilling. The physician, observing his demeanor, felt a tremor in his heart but steeled himself to approach. "Master, what is it that you seek from me?" he inquired. Qi Zhichen slowly lifted his gaze, his expression dark as he struggled to speak. "Come closer." The physician moved to his side, only to witness Qi Zhichen abruptly lift his robe, leaving the physician's countenance bereft of words. That night, Ikuin Hall had been haunted by sleeplessness. News of Qi Zhichen not spending the night in the bridal chamber had spread to Hengwu courtyard by the following day. Qinghe and Qinglian, while attending to Yunyu's grooming, chattered incessantly. "Miss, I have delightful news to share," Qinglian said, her face shrouded in mystery. As for the first time in over 10 days, a smile graced Yunyu's lips. With delicate fingers immersed in warm water, Yunyu raised her gaze, noticing Qinglian's barely contained joy, and arched an eyebrow. "What has brought you such elation?" she asked. Leaning closer, Qinglian whispered, "Miss, can you guess what transpired at Xiaoxiang courtyard yesterday?" Yunyu cast a glance at her, lightly tapping Qinglian's forehead with her fingertip. "I am no longer the newlywed. How would I know what occurred at Xiaoxiang courtyard?" Qinghe chuckled. "Do not tease the miss. Just tell her." "Miss, I heard that the master did not spend the night at Xiaoxiang courtyard. He left in a foul mood in the middle of the night, causing quite the stir at Ikuin Hall." Qinglian recounted, her face alight with joy at the gossip. Yunyu's expression shifted slightly, a hint of surprise flickering, yet she remained mostly unfazed. A gentleman does not speak ill of others behind their backs, particularly regarding matters of the bedchamber. Qinghe offered Yunyu a warm cloth, noticing the brightening of her eyes, which in turn lifted her own spirits. Chapter 33. A late arrival. Yunyu quietly wiped her face, returning the warm cloth to Qinghe, before accepting a cup of tea from Qinglian to rinse her mouth. She then rose gracefully, with Qinghe and Qinglian assisting her in changing her attire. Today marked the second day of Shen Shuru's marriage, a day for her to present tea to her mother-in-law, a duty that should also extend to her as the legitimate wife. After a thorough search through the wardrobe, Qinghe and Qinglian finally unearthed the gown prepared for Yunyu by her mother before her marriage, a gown of golden lace adorned with butterflies, perfectly suited for today's occasion. They thoughtfully selected a set of gold begonia hairpins and a matching hairpiece from the dowry gifted by the virtuous concubine. Upon seeing the dress, Yunyu regarded it silently, offering no words. Once she donned the silk gown and adorned herself with the begonia hairpieces, she dazzled in her appearance. Qinghe and Qinglian beamed with delight. "Miss, you look exquisite. How much more beautiful you are in this attire than in the simple garments at the general's residence. Even we servants cannot bear to look at it." Yunyu smiled, teasing Qinglian. "So, you have been dissatisfied with your mistress all along?" "That is not my meaning at all," Qinglian retorted, pouting playfully. The trio, in high spirits, set off towards Baomotang as dawn broke. Upon arriving at Baomotang, they found that Qi Mu had yet to arrive. Qi Laofu, observing the empty space, earnestly addressed Yunyu. "Yuer, Shuru has already entered. She is now a member of our general's household. I hope you can embrace her." Yunyu smiled gently. "Grandmother need not worry. I harbor no ill feelings towards her. Surely, having another to serve my husband is a blessing." Qi Laofu was pleased with Yunyu's understanding. "It is good to hear you say so. I fear you may inadvertently reveal any displeasure to Henggur, which could create discord between you both." Yunyu's expression shifted slightly as she recalled Qi Zichen's icy gaze. Her heart grew even calmer. Were they truly not at odds yet? "There is no need for concern, grandmother. I shall not make things difficult for my sister." The term sister brought another smile of satisfaction to Qi Laofu's face. The two conversed for quarter of an hour, with the elderly matriarch reassuring Yunyu of her status as the principal wife. After about 15 minutes, Qi Mu finally arrived at Baomotang. Yunyu stood respectfully, greeting her mother. Yuer pays her respects. Qi Mu, still feeling the weight of her mother-in-law's displeasure from the previous day, responded to Yunyu with a faint acknowledgement. "You have come quite early. Waiting for Shuru to present tea, I presume?" Yunyu maintained her composure, replying slowly, "Mother, wherefore such words? I come to pay my respects to grandmother every day at the hour of the rooster, without fail. Today, I merely await my sister's tea ceremony on her second day as a bride. Qi Laofu shot a glance at her, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. You seem to have forgotten. I, an old woman, remember that you always arrive at this hour. You may be young, but you should keep better track. Hearing this, Qi Mu's face flushed with embarrassment, her mood soured. It was merely a momentary lapse. She settled herself beside Qi Laofu, glancing at Yunyu. Hungur has married Shuru. I hope you can coexist harmoniously with her and not let trivial matters cause discord in our household. The sentiment was similar, yet expressed differently through Qi Mu's lips. Qi Laofu's displeasure was evident, but she refrained from showing it in front of Yunyu. Yunyu remained unfazed, responding obediently, Mother, rest assured, I will not trouble my sister. The repetition of this phrase from Yunyu bore a different connotation. Qi Laofu felt a pang of guilt towards Yunyu, and thus changed the subject. The trio engaged in further conversation, initially anticipating Shinshuru, the new bride, to arrive promptly at Beomotang for her tea ceremony. However, they found themselves waiting for over an hour without sight of her. Throughout this time, they had exchanged many words, predominantly consisting of Qi Mu advising Yunyu to be gracious and not to indulge in jealousy. Although Qi Laofu's brow was furrowed, she failed to grasp the underlying meaning of her mother-in-law's words, assuming her displeasure stemmed from Yunyu's actions the previous day. It was not until Qi Laofu interrupted the conversation that Qi Mu ceased her commentary. The expressions of both Qi Laofu and Qi Mu shifted from delight to a noticeable tension, revealing their dissatisfaction. I heard that Hungur did not stay at Xiaoxiang courtyard last night. Why is Shuru not yet risen with the sun? The implication in Qi Mu's words was clear to all present. Qi Laofu's countenance grew solemn, having heard the commotion from Xiaoxiang courtyard and Ikuan Hall the night before. She found Shinshuru's lack of decorum upon entering the household less favorable than Yunyu's. Yunyu sat composedly at Qi Mu's right, her expression serene, unlike Qi Mu's agitation. Lin Mama, please go check, Qi Laofu instructed, casting a glance at Lin Mama. Lin Mama bowed and swiftly exited Beomotang. After a brief interval, sounds from outside indicated a commotion. The three within Beomotang simultaneously looked up as Shinshuru, resplendent in a grand red pleated skirt, finally made her entrance. Her hair was styled in a flowing cloud bun, adorned with a jewel-encrusted golden hairpin and matching hairpiece, her arms decorated with wide, gem-studded bangles. She radiated opulence. Even Qi Laofu and Qi Mu, seasoned in the presence of grandeur, were taken aback by Shinshuru's lavishness. The ostentation of Shinshuru starkly contrasted with Yunyu's understated elegance, rendering her presence even more striking than that of Qi Laofu and Qi Mu, not to mention Yunyu, the principal wife. Yunyu gently lifted her gaze, noticing the arrogance radiating from Shinshuru. This was their second encounter, and today, her makeup was lighter compared to her wedding day, allowing Yunyu a clearer view of her features. Shinshuru's alluring eyes and voluptuous figure exuded a haughty demeanor, completely disregarding Yunyu's presence. Her disdain for Yunyu was vividly apparent. It seemed that Qi Zichen had a preference for such women, making them quite a compatible pair. As Yunyu observed, Shinshuru and Mama Lin had already approached the crowd. Mama Lin subtly shook her head at old Madame Qi before quickly returning to stand behind her. Old Madame Qi's expression darkened slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure, which she masked upon Shinshuru's arrival. Ro Oi pays her respects to grandmother and mother. Wishing you both good health. I overslept this morning, please do not blame me, Shinshuru said, her right hand resting atop her left at her waist. Her legs slightly bent. Before one could discern how much they bent, she straightened up, her greeting casual in manner. She made no mention of Yunyu, her words hinting at the exhaustion of the previous night. Old Madame Qi and Qi Mu exchanged glances, their expressions differing. Since you are tired from last night, no need for formalities. Please sit and rest, old Madame Qi said calmly, her thoughts concealed. Qi Mu, eyes gleaming at the sight of Shinshuru's finery, smiled and added, your mother insists you sit down and take a break. How could that delicate girl not appreciate the beauty of a woman? Upon finishing, she intentionally glanced at Yunyu. Yunyu recalled Qi Mu's previous admonitions, her fingers twitching slightly, remaining detached as she sat to the side. Shinshuru, with a coy smile, cast a triumphant glance at Yunyu, her eyes brimming with provocation. My husband is indeed like this. He must have learned restraint after yesterday. Lowering her head in feigned modesty, every word seemed to suggest the fervor of her bridal night with Qi Zichen. Yunyu remained unfazed, sitting calmly, indifferent to the insinuations. To her knowledge, the information she possessed contradicted Shuru's claims. Shuru stole another glance at Yunyu, noting her pale eyes devoid of makeup. Yet her natural beauty shone through, without the need for embellishments. Shuru gritted her teeth secretly, surprised at Yunyu's exquisite appearance. Pondering why her beauty had not been heralded in the capital, as Yunyu had always been regarded as the foremost talented woman. With this thought, Shuru's smile grew even more enchanting as she turned to old Madame Qi and Qi Mu, sweetly exclaiming, "Ro is not fatigued at all." Just before arriving, "I brought gifts for grandmother and mother. Do see if you like them." She smiled and gestured to the entrance. Two maids entered, delicately carrying a tray of exquisite blue and white porcelain. Qi Mu's gaze fell upon the tray, recognizing it as the most renowned blue and white porcelain in the capital. Both aesthetically pleasing and highly valuable. Her eyes sparkled, already calculating the worth of the accompanying gifts. As the maids approached old Madame Qi and Qi Mu, they unveiled the tray covered in red cloth. "Grandmother, these are precious South Sea pearls of our dynasty, in a delicate pink hue, round and full, totaling 108 pearls. I know grandmother enjoys collecting them, so I thought of you immediately," Shuru proclaimed, presenting the string of pearls respectfully to old Madame Qi. Old Madame Qi beamed, taking the pearls in her hands for a closer inspection, her affection for them palpable. "It has been so long since I have seen such quality pearls. Ro has been thoughtful." Shuru felt a surge of joy, signaling another maid to step forward. "This is a gift for mother. As mother is as lovely as a blooming flower, I prepared a matching set of adornments. It includes a gold hairpin with gemstone flames, a gold hair heart with gemstones, a gold phoenix patterned hairpiece with gemstones, a gold plum blossom hairpin, and a pair of gold bracelets adorned with gemstones. Do you find them to your liking, mother?" Qi Mu was captivated, unable to hide her delight. She had admired the very adornments Shuru wore upon her entrance, and could hardly believe her generosity in preparing an identical set. "Haha, mother is very pleased. How can I accept such an extravagant gift?" Shuru stepped closer, presenting the tray to Qi Mu, affectionately stating, "This is a special gift for mother. If you do not accept it, it would suggest displeasure towards Ro. Her words struck a chord with Qi Mu, who quickly acquiesced. "Since Ro insists, I shall accept it." Qi Mu lowered her gaze at the exquisite adornments, picking them up one by one, clearly overjoyed. Old Madame Qi observed her with a glance, noting that while the adornments were indeed splendid, her heart remained with the pearls. The three women seemed to have forgotten Yunyu's presence entirely. Since Shuru entered, she had not uttered a single word about Yunyu. Yunyu, maintaining her silence, sat serenely. After the customary exchanges, they remembered the need to serve tea. Mama Lin leaned in to whisper to old Madame Qi, "Madam, it is already the hour of the snake." Though her voice was low, everyone heard her clearly. If they did not serve tea soon, it would approach noon, a time when no bride served tea. Yunyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shuru, finally breaking her silence. "Sister, your preparations seem ample. I wonder if you are ready to serve tea to the elders?" Yunyu's calm and composed words easily deflated Shuru's bravado, causing her expression to sour slightly. "Sister, what are you saying? Ro is indeed ready to serve tea. Timing is crucial. A moment's inattention could lead to an inauspicious hour." Though Yunyu used the term auspicious hour, everyone present understood the implication of Shuru's tardiness. Shuru bit her lip in frustration, yet refrained from expressing her anger. Just as Yunyu finished speaking, a tall figure entered through the door, prompting all four women to look up simultaneously. Qi Zichen strode into the room with a frosty expression, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the festive atmosphere of the previous day. "Husband," Shuru exclaimed, turning eagerly towards Qi Zichen, her face displaying a hint of grievance. "Ro is just about to serve tea to grandmother, mother, and sister. Thankfully you have arrived. Or we may have missed the auspicious hour. Sister just reminded me." She cast a pitiful glance at Qi Zichen, her expression suggesting she was on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. Though Yunyu had made similar remarks, Shuru's delivery bore a different weight. Old Madame Qi's face stiffened slightly. Having been the matriarch for decades, she understood Shuru's intentions all too well. Had it not been for hearing Qi Zichen's earlier words, she would have reprimanded Shuru for such petty tricks. However, now that she had accepted Shuru's gifts, she had to feign ignorance. Qi Mu, having received such precious gifts from Shuru, naturally sided with her. Yun is merely being impatient. Serving tea a little later is of no consequence. Chi Mu waved her hand, oblivious to the way her words caused old Madame Chi's expression to tighten, casting her an annoyed glance. She could pretend to be unaware, but such an important custom should not be dismissed as trivial. Chi Zichen's face darkened upon hearing this, and he frowned at Yunyu, questioning her directly. Are you so eager to have this cup of tea? Or will you push away as you did yesterday? Chapter 35. Displeasure. Yunyu raised her gaze to meet his, responding with unwavering poise. Husband, your words are misguided. It was not my intention to dismiss my sister yesterday. Let us not dwell on the past. However, it is a time-honored tradition for a bride to serve tea on the second day after her arrival, a custom passed down from our ancestors, akin to the significance of betrothal, engagement, and name inquiry. This ritual not only signifies the bride's respect for her elders, but also embodies the acceptance and blessings from them. The timing is prescribed, and the tea ceremony must be conducted with utmost solemnity. As a prominent family in the capital, our household ought to exemplify proper decorum. Husband, if you believe that the tea ceremony at the hour of the snake is not urgent, then I too shall not be in haste. Yunyu's eloquent words left Chi Zichen speechless, while Shun Shuru blushed in embarrassment. She had assumed that her playful demeanor would endear her to Chi Zichen, never anticipating that Yunyu would invoke tradition so directly. Even Chi Mu, upon hearing this, recognized the absurdity of her previous comments. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she observed Yunyu's calm demeanor, igniting her inner discontent. Yunyu's grace and knowledge only served to highlight Chi Mu's own inadequacy. At this moment, Chi Leofuren chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Look at me, lost in my delight and neglecting the time.
Lin Nana.
Please hasten the preparations for the tea ceremony. Lin Mama immediately nodded in agreement, filled with admiration for the eldest mistress. Truly, as a daughter of the Grand Tutor's household, the eldest mistress embodies the highest standards of propriety. Under Lin Mama's direction, Shinshuru finally served tea to Chi Leofuren and Chi Mu, reluctantly recalling Yunyu's earlier remarks. She also offered a cup to Yunyu. Sister, please have some tea. Yunyu accepted the cup with a gentle demeanor, taking a sip before presenting Shinshuru with a red lucky bag. Since you have entered the general's household, dear sister, you must serve your husband dutifully and strive to bear him children soon. This comment, though it might not have been her place to make, was deemed appropriate given that neither Chi Leofuren nor Chi Mu mentioned it. As the legitimate wife, Yunyu's mention of it would not raise eyebrows. Upon hearing these words, Chi Zichen's expression darkened considerably. Even Qing He and Qing Lian, who were waiting at a distance, sensed their master's fury, silently cheering for their young lady. Our lady knows how to provoke. Chi Leofuren cast a discreet glance at Yunyu, noting her tranquil countenance, and suppressed her own speculations. Shun Shuru, glancing at Chi Zichen, bashfully accepted the red lucky bag from Yunyu, lifting her chin to display a coy mannerism. Sister, thank you. Rest assured, I shall fulfill what you have said. She cast a triumphant glance at Yunyu, fully aware of her own and Chi Zichen's lack of intimacy. It was precisely because she understood this that she disregarded Yunyu. Meanwhile, Chi Zichen's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he were suppressing some inner turmoil. Yunyu, donning a composed smile, slowly rose to her feet, bowing to Chi Leofuren and Chi Mu. Grandmother, mother, I have some matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Seeking an excuse to exit the Bauma Hall, she wished to avoid Chi Zichen's cold demeanor. As she strolled out, Qing He and Qing Lian hurriedly followed behind, giggling. Inside the Bauma Hall, Chi Zichen's gaze flickered as he addressed his grandmother and mother. Grandmother, mother, I have urgent military matters to attend to as well. Following Yunyu's departure, he too exited the Bauma Hall with a stern facade. At that moment, he was preoccupied only with the matter of the medicine that the household physician had promised to deliver at this hour. He had arranged for the medicine discreetly, wishing to keep it known to no one else. Upon leaving the Bauma Hall, he spotted Yunyu laughing with her two maids. Qing Lian playfully leaned forward, exclaiming, Miss truly possesses great talent. Yunyu smiled, playfully tapping Qing Lian's forehead with her delicate finger and whispering, You clever girl, you understand everything. Chi Zichen observed her gentle interaction with the maid, a demeanor he had never witnessed before, and his gaze momentarily softened. It appeared she was genuinely pleased with Shun Shuru's entrance. Sensing Chi Zichen trailing behind her, Yunyu swiftly composed her expression, casting a calm glance his way. Husband, As she resumed her previous cool and elegant demeanor, Qi Zichen's expression hardened, responding curtly before turning to leave. Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged furtive glances, watching him depart, then burst into suppressed laughter. The trio of mistress and maids made their way to Hengwu courtyard, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Shen Shuru clenched her teeth in frustration after Qi Zichen followed Yunyu out. She peered anxiously outside. And only after witnessing Qi Zichen and Yunyu parting ways did she exhale in relief. Qi Laofuren, observing her demeanor, could not help but sigh. Ultimately, Shen Shuru could not rival Yunyu's grace and propriety. However, since Henggur favored her, there was little she could do about it. She gently patted her legs, extending her hand, and Lin Mama promptly supported her. Grandmother being of advanced age, it is easy to feel discomfort after sitting for too long. Burrow, go attend to your matters with your mother. I need to lie down. With Lin Mama's assistance, Qi Laofuren entered her chamber. Qi Mu and Shinshuru then proceeded to Liao Xingzhai together. Upon entering, Shinshuru, unfamiliar with the general's household and having no other tasks at hand, followed Qi Mu closely, eager to please. Their conversation revealed a bond that seemed more intimate than that of mother and daughter. Observing the closeness between the eldest mistress and the second mistress, the servants could not help but speculate, treating the second mistress with heightened respect. Shinshuru affectionately linked her arm with Qi Mu's, engaging in light-hearted banter as they walked. Their personalities bore a striking resemblance, with both sharing a disdain for tedious customs. As they made their way back to Liao Xingzhai, Qi Mu found herself genuinely fond of Shinshuru, often patting her hand and regarding her with an expression of lament. Burrow, you truly speak to a mother's heart. I cannot abide those who take pride in their understanding of propriety, believing themselves superior. Qi Mu nearly uttered Yunyu's name, but instead, she clasped Shinshuru's hand as they settled down together. Shinshuru's eyes flickered, and she looked at Qi Mu with feigned innocence. Mother, there are merits to understanding propriety. My sister is indeed graceful and striking. Surely, husband favors spending time in her Hengwu courtyard. To be candid, last night was my wedding night with husband, yet he did not stay in Xiaoxiang courtyard, leaving me anxious throughout the night, which is why I arose late. Could it be that I am lacking compared to my sister, leading husband to choose not to remain? Perhaps he has gone to sister's side. Chapter 36. Transformation. As Shinshuru spoke, a hint of grievance colored her features, and she quickly released Qi Mu's hand, lowering her head in despondence.
Qi Mu,
unable to conceal her thoughts, immediately reassured her with fervor. Ruru, rest assured, Henggur would never visit Hengwu courtyard. Let me share a secret. He has not yet consummated his marriage with Yunyu. He has never set foot in Hengwu courtyard. His feelings towards her are ones of disdain, not affection, and certainly, he would not choose to linger there. Who would find joy in the cold atmosphere of Yunyu's courtyard? Qi Mu wrinkled her nose in distaste, recalling Yunyu's frigid demeanor, and her displeasure resurfaced. At this, Shinshuru concealed a satisfied smile, for her earlier words had merely served to confirm her suspicions. With the answer she sought now in hand, her heart brimmed with contentment. Shinshuru lifted her head in feigned confusion, gazing at Qi Mu. But why is that? Sister possesses unparalleled beauty and talent, so why does her husband not cherish her? Qi Mother scoffed, who knows? It must be that lofty demeanor of Yunyu, perpetually exuding an air of aloofness, which surely displeases Henggur. As if recalling something, she continued, had she not married into the general's household 2 years ago and maintained its affairs with such diligence, Henggur would likely not have cast her glance. Shinshuru stiffened slightly, her expression one of grievance. Mother, are you blaming me for the matter of the broken engagement? I was powerless then. It was the clan leader who forced my father into that decision to safeguard the future of the Shen clan. As she spoke, 2 clear tears slipped from her eyes. Seeing this, Qi Mother grew anxious, hastily reassuring her. Mother does not blame you, my dear. What I mean is, had you entered the household before Yunyu, the authority of managing it would surely have been yours, and Yunyu would not have had the chance. Though she manages well, she has grown complacent, neglecting household matters for over 10 days, which has caused the steward to seek me out, and I find it quite bothersome. Shinshuru paused, her gaze contemplative, seemingly casually inquiring, Mother, why has sister not attended to the household affairs for over 10 days? Qi Mother hesitated, realizing she had let something slip. After a moment's thought, she glanced around and decided to clarify, lowering her voice as she spoke to Shinshuru. This is something you must not disclose to anyone as coming from me. Shinshuru's eyes brightened as she nodded in agreement. 10 days prior to your entrance, Yunyu was indeed confined by Hunggo in Hengwu courtyard. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but Hunggo was quite enraged that day. A flicker of joy illuminated Shinshuru's eyes, though doubt lingered in her heart. My husband has never shown anger towards me, nor have I seen him lose his temper with others. He is not an unreasonable man. It seems Yunyu must have committed some unforgivable act. Chi mother nodded. Exactly. Although Hunggo is a formidable general, he rarely expresses anger towards those in the household. His significant ire towards Yunyu indicates his deep discontent. Shinshuru's brows lifted in delight, her earlier worries about Qi Ziqing's abrupt departure dissipating. Just as the two were sharing light-hearted conversation, Qi Xiongling arrived at Laixingzai in search of Qi mother. Upon witnessing her mother in such a friendly posture with Shinshuru, she momentarily froze, her mind struggling to comprehend. Mother, what is she doing here? Qi mother feigned sternness. What do you mean? She is your sister-in-law. From now on, when you see Shuru, you must address her as sister-in-law. Qi Xiongling pouted, clearly displeased. My sister-in-law is in Hengwu courtyard. Qi mother's expression faltered, glancing awkwardly at Shinshuru. Yet, Shinshuru remained unfazed, turning to her maid with a subtle nod. Linger, you arrived just in time. Sister-in-law has brought you a gift to commemorate our first meeting. I was about to seek you out. The maid stepped forward, holding out a cosmetic box. Qi Xiongling, unimpressed, turned her head away. No need. The maid, looking somewhat flustered.
Met Shinshuru's gaze.
Shinshuru offered a gentle smile, encouraging her to continue. The maid understood immediately, addressing Qi Xiongling with enthusiasm. Miss, this cosmetic box contains a double-layered flower and butterfly gold hairpin, prepared by the second madam just for you. She had it reserved at Lioli Pavilion a month in advance. And now it's no longer available in the capital. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiongling's eyes widened in surprise. She snatched the box from the maid's hands, eagerly opening it. Upon seeing the exquisite hairpin adorned with gemstones, her face lit up with joy. Shinshuru, observing her delight, exchanged a knowing glance with Qi mother, and they both smiled warmly. How did you manage to secure this hairpin? Even with a hefty sum, one could scarcely acquire it from Lioli Pavilion. Do you possess some secret means? The hairpin, crafted entirely of gold, featured 2 vibrant butterflies, a testament to the artistry of Lioli Pavilion's craftsmen. The sheer amount of gold alone was worth a fortune, and with the addition of the ruby nestled between the butterflies, its value was astonishing. Holding it, Qi Xiongling felt its weight, her heart swelling with happiness as her perception of Shinshuru began to shift. Shinshuru slowly rose, beckoning Qi Xiongling to sit beside Qi mother, smiling as she said, as long as one is earnest, anything can be achieved. You Linger are so radiant. It is worth any effort to bring you joy. Hearing this, Qi Xiongling looked at her, slightly bashful. What I said earlier was unintentional. I meant no offense. Shinshuru shook her head with a smile, affectionately patting Qi Xiongling's hand. Sister-in-law takes no offense. You need not dwell on it. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall make it happen for you. Realizing she had received such a precious gift, Qi Xiongling felt a pang of guilt over her earlier rudeness. Thank you, sister-in-law, she responded, her face beaming with delight as she admired the hairpin in her hands. Shinshuru's gentle smile deepened, pride swelling within her as she exchanged glances with Qi mother. Chapter 37. Impeachment. Laixingzai was filled with laughter and cheer. At this moment, Yunyu and her 3 maids had finally returned to Hengwu courtyard. Qinglian could no longer contain her excitement as she approached Yunyu. Miss, you should have seen the look on the master's face when you mentioned wanting them to bear a son or daughter. He turned quite pale. Qinghe chimed in with a smile. It's odd, really. The master should be eager for offspring after marrying Shinshuru, yet his expression changed so drastically upon hearing your words. Yunyu smirked, her eyes sparkling. You two need not speculate. Let us mind our own affairs. Has Qingmei returned? Yunyu glanced up, contemplating a matter. Qinghe, suppressing her smile, replied, Qingmei left early this morning. She should be back shortly. As her words faded, a familiar figure hurriedly approached, prompting Qinghe's eyes to brighten. Miss, Qingmei is back. Yunyu's gaze brightened as she looked up. Qingmei rushed into the courtyard, beaming as she greeted Yunyu and her maids. Miss, I encountered some significant news on my way back. Noticing Qingmei's jubilant expression, Yunyu surmised it must be good news. What is it? Word has spread outside that today, Minister Zhao of the cabinet reprimanded the master during the morning court session, accusing him of disrespecting his legitimate wife by allowing a concubine to don a bright red wedding dress on their wedding day, which he deemed a breach of decorum. As a general, such behavior could lead to public unrest and instability in governance. In total, Minister Zhao lectured the master for a full quarter of an hour, and it is said the court fell silent, with Minister Shin of the Ministry of War turning red with anger, unable to utter a word in rebuttal. On my way back, I saw the master's servant rushing to Ikuan Pavilion. I can only imagine the chaos unfolding there now. Qingmei finished her account in one breath. Despite her usual composure, her excitement evident. Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. At last, the heavens have opened their eyes. Minister Zhao has not reprimanded officials in over a decade. It seems Madame Zhao must have mentioned something to him yesterday. Given Minister Zhao's emphasis on propriety, he is undoubtedly displeased with the master's actions, and it is only natural for him to voice his objections. I, too, am eager to witness the commotion at Ikuan Pavilion. The master's expression must be quite entertaining. Seeing her three maids so jubilant, Yunyu felt her spirits lift as well. Qingmei, how did you fare in the task I entrusted to you? Qingmei, recalling the matter at hand, reined in her smile and lowered her voice, reassuringly replied, "Rest assured, Mississippi. Today, I visited several shops, and I have conveyed your words to the shopkeepers from our previous encounter. I trust they will secure those premises within the next couple of days." Good. Has this matter drawn any attention from others? Qingmei's smile deepened as she responded, "Fear not, miss, no one has noticed. The shopkeepers have handled this quite discreetly, employing intermediaries to carry out the transactions, ensuring their own anonymity. Although they were unaware of the miss's intentions, they instinctively recognized the soundness of her plans." Yunyu gazed contemplatively at Hengwu Courtyard, nodding slowly, lost in thought. At this moment, Ikuan Pavilion was indeed in turmoil, just as Qinghe and the others had surmised. Qi Zichen had just swallowed the medicine prepared by the estate physician, when a servant rushed in, exclaiming a grave situation had arisen. He immediately darkened his expression, casting a stern glance at the servant. What has caused this alarm? What kind of decorum is this? The servant, taken aback, stood hesitantly, stammering as he recounted this morning's events, where Lord Zhao had lodged a formal complaint against him in court. Qi Zichen's face grew darker as he remained silent, the atmosphere in Ikuan Pavilion heavy with tension. Even the estate physician bowed his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. After a long pause, Qi Zichen finally spoke. "Suppress this matter and ensure grandmother is kept in the dark." The servant, looking flustered, stammered, "This news has spread widely. It is likely that the old matriarch is already aware." Qi Zichen's brows furrowed tightly, and he strode outside. In the Baomao Hall, old Lady Qi was contemplating whether to inform the matriarch of this troubling news. Lifting her gaze to Lin Momo, she stated, "Momo, is it now that even you have taken to concealing matters from me?" Her authoritative voice prompted Lin Momo to immediately bow before her, her expression grim. "Esteemed matriarch, it concerns the eldest master. This morning, in the court, Lord Zhao formally accused him." Lin Momo recounted the events in full detail, without daring to withhold any information. The old lady's breath quickened, and she appeared on the verge of losing her composure, struggling to steady herself against her chest. Lin Momo's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed to the matriarch's side, helping her change position and gently patting her back to ease her breathing. "Matriarch, I feared you could not bear this news, which is why I hesitated to tell you. Please calm yourself, do not frighten me." Once the old lady managed to regain her breath, her complexion improved slightly. Just then, Qi Zichen arrived at Baomao Hall and was met with this disconcerting sight, causing his expression to darken further. "Grandmother, this is my fault, burdening you with my troubles." Observing Qi Zichen's somber demeanor, the old lady raised her hand, signaling Lin Momo to assist her in rising. Lin Momo quickly placed a soft cushion against the back of the bed to make her more comfortable. After catching her breath, the old lady appeared to have aged several years. Lord Zhao is a high-ranking scholar of our dynasty, well-versed and upright. Even the emperor shows him some respect. Today, you have been accused by Lord Zhao, and this reflects poorly on my judgment, allowing you to be the subject of gossip, which may affect your career. Qi Zichen slowly took a seat, meeting the old lady's gaze with reassurance. "Grandmother, do not fret. I remain the Grand General of our dynasty. My subordinates have fought alongside me for years, forming bonds forged in battle. They would not easily switch allegiance. Lord Zhao is a civil official, and his actions will not fundamentally impact us military men. Furthermore, my marriage to Shinshuru has received the Emperor's approval. Even should I falter, it would only result in a few reprimands from the Emperor, who must also consider my father-in-law the Grand Minister of War. Thus, this matter shall not escalate. The old lady listened attentively to Qi Zichen's analysis, finding it reasonable, and finally exhaled in relief. In reality, Qi Zichen dared not reveal to his grandmother the gravity of the Emperor's displeasure regarding Lord Zhao's accusation, which had resulted in a month-long suspension from morning court sessions. A month's absence from court was akin to house arrest. Qi Zichen refrained from divulging this to his grandmother, and after ensuring she could rest, he quietly departed from Balma Hall. This situation had caught him off guard. He had anticipated returning to morning court after his marriage, but before he could even begin, he had faced Lord Zhao's censure, effectively stifling his plans. Chapter 38. Provocation. He returned to Ikuan Pavilion with a cold demeanor, only to find Shinshuru waiting there. "Brother Hung!" Shinshuru exclaimed, rushing towards Qi Zichen and throwing herself into his embrace. Qi Zichen had never witnessed such initiative from Shinshuru. Their previous interactions had solely been through letters, and her current boldness was unprecedented. The servants of Ikuan Pavilion quickly lowered their heads, avoiding any gaze that might intrude upon their master's romantic affairs. Embracing the warmth and softness of Shinshuru, Qi Zichen's thoughts drifted back to the previous night, causing him to stiffen momentarily. He gradually stepped back, creating a slight distance between them. "Shuru, what brings you here?" Noticing his retreat, Shinshuru's heart faltered. Yet her face remained a mask of concern. "I heard troubling news from outside and came to wait for you at Ikuan Pavilion. Brother Hung, I did not wish for this situation to arise. I have longed to marry you since childhood, and my wedding attire has been prepared. I never considered it would come to this." Seeing her distressed expression, Qi Zichen stepped forward, embracing her gently and murmuring words of comfort. "Shuru, fret not. This is not your fault. But Lord Zhao's accusation against you and the Emperor's subsequent suspension of your morning court attendance, this is all because of me. It does not concern you. Even without this incident, Lord Zhao would have found another reason to accuse me. The matter of the wedding attire is merely a pretext for his grievances." Shinshuru finally pulled back from his embrace, her face reflecting uncertainty. "Are you truly untroubled?" "Indeed. With me here, you need not worry." Qi Zichen, though internally vexed, endeavored to soothe Shinshuru, feeling a sense of fatigue wash over him as a hint of weariness crept onto his face. Upon hearing that everything was fine, Shinshuru released a breath of relief, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "That is good, Brother Hung. Will you be staying at Xiaoxiang Courtyard tonight? I have prepared wine and dishes for you." Shinshuru's delicate fingers playfully traced Qi Zichen's chest, her intentions unmistakable. Qi Zichen's body stiffened at the thought of their wedding night, his eyes darkening subtly. He enveloped her small hand within his own, but just as Shinshuru believed he was drawing her closer, he discreetly led her into the inner room of Ikuan Pavilion. "I have matters to attend to in the military today. I shall not be visiting Xiaoxiang Courtyard." Shinshuru appeared somewhat disheartened, pressing against Qi Zichen, purposefully brushing against him as she plaintively remarked, "Brother Hung, we are newlyweds, and yet you are so busy. Have I done something to make you avoid me?" Qi Zichen found himself at a loss for words. Remembering the physician's advice that he required further time for treatment, he anticipated another uproar if Shinshuru had to wait too long. He quickly spoke in a gentle tone to placate her. "That is not the case. What are you imagining? I have only just awakened, and there are numerous affairs pending in the military that demand my attention." Seeing his sincerity, Shinshuru relented, though a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She quietly remarked, "But Brother Hung, you have been so busy since I arrived, it makes me wonder. You would not be thinking of visiting sister, would you?" Shinshuru tentatively probed. Qi Zichen's brows knitted tightly at the mere thought of Yunyu's icy demeanor. "Why mention her? I have no intention of visiting her. Rest assured, I am merely occupied with military affairs." Seeing his disdain for Yunyu, Shinshuru felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nestling against Qi Zichen, she whispered, "Brother Hung, perhaps my father could assist you with your military matters. If you require help, I can write to him." She smiled sweetly, fully aware of Qi Zichen's intentions behind marrying her. Consequently, she became even more adept at leveraging her advantages. Upon hearing his words, Qi Zichen affectionately kissed Shinshuru on the forehead, his face beaming with delight.
For now.
"There is no need for assistance from the esteemed father-in-law," Should the need arise, I will discuss it with you later. All right, brother Hung. Shinshuru nestled in Qi Zichen's embrace for a moment, but upon noticing his preoccupation, reluctantly departed from Ikuan Pavilion. On her way back to Xiaoxiang Courtyard, she glanced towards the distant Hengwu Courtyard, and a thought sparked in her mind, prompting her to turn and head in that direction. Let us go and take a look at Hengwu Courtyard, she exclaimed. Her maid behind her looked on with concern, gently advising, Second madam, perhaps we should return instead. The eldest mistress is not someone to be trifled with. Shinshuru raised her chin with a hint of arrogance, a charming smile gracing her lips as she retorted. What is there to fear? We have nothing to do if we return, so why not see what kind of fearsome beast makes my husband so wary? With a mocking smile, she sashayed towards Hengwu Courtyard. At that moment, Yunyu and her maid were in the courtyard composing poetry. Qinghe raised her eyes to see Shinshuru approaching with an exaggeratedly alluring gait and quickly whispered a warning. Miss, the one from Xiaoxiang Courtyard is here. Yunyu paused slightly, still not lifting her gaze, quietly replying as she continued to write. When Shinshuru entered Hengwu Courtyard, she found Yunyu standing there, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, exuding an air of elegance that made Shinshuru momentarily envious. Despite Yunyu's penchant for simple attire, her beauty was undeniable. Shinshuru, unwilling to concede that Yunyu surpassed her in looks, resolved to outdo her in dress. She swayed her hips as she stepped into Hengwu Courtyard, surveying the area with disdain. TSK, this Hengwu Courtyard is so desolate, it's no wonder my husband dislikes coming here. Yunyu remained unperturbed, focusing on completing her final lines of poetry. The elegant characters flowed onto the paper, seemingly ignoring Shinshuru's remarks. Qinghe and Qinglian, standing behind Yunyu, acted as if they were unaware of Shinshuru's presence. Shinshuru expected Yunyu to be furious and confront her, yet to her surprise, Yunyu merely continued to lower her head, her expression calm. Shinshuru stepped closer, raising her voice. Why do you remain silent when I speak to you? Only then did Yunyu slowly lift her gaze, casting a mild glance at Shinshuru, her demeanor regal as she noted Shinshuru's frustration. With a faint smile, she remarked, Sister, you entered without so much as a greeting. How could I know to whom you were speaking? Shinshuru despised Yunyu's constant reference to their status. Though she was the elder sister, she was still 2 years younger, and Yunyu's composed demeanor irked her. Sister surely knows I came to Hengwu Courtyard to converse with you. How could you be unaware? Chapter 39. A joyous occasion. Yunyu sat gracefully, regarding Shinshuru with a dispassionate expression. Might I inquire, what brings my sister to Hengwu Courtyard? Is it a lack of servants in Xiaoxiang Courtyard, or perhaps inadequate service? I can arrange for assistance immediately. Yunyu's words once again incensed Shinshuru, reddening her face. Did she think of her as one of those concubines seeking petty gains? I brought 8 maids from my family. I have no need for the servants of the general's residence. Shinshuru declared haughtily. Oh, and what is the purpose of your visit? Yunyu continued to regard her with an air of indifference. This demeanor stifled Shinshuru, rendering her prepared jibes stuck in her throat. Yunyu's gaze, like a gentle breeze, swept over Shinshuru, compelling her to refrain from any outburst. Shinshuru, feeling somewhat flustered, diverted her eyes to the desolate surroundings of Hengwu Courtyard, forcing a laugh. Is it not permissible for my sister to visit without a specific purpose? Today, I brought tea for everyone, since I had yet to present a gift to you. I thought to come here, but upon seeing how austere your living conditions are, it is no wonder my husband avoids Hengwu Courtyard. With a haughty lift of her chin, she glanced back at her maid, signaling her to present a pair of gold bracelets. Sister, seeing you without any proper adornments makes my heart ache. Thus, I thought to present you with something valuable. Shinshuru beamed with pride as her maid approached Yunyu, opening the jewelry box to reveal a pair of delicate gold bracelets, clearly unsuitable for someone of Yunyu's status. Qinghe and Qinglian watched in indignation as Shinshuru belittled their mistress. Yunyu raised her gaze to the gold bracelets, her expression serene, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Sister has a kind heart. I shall graciously accept them. However, I do not favor gold and silver adornments, and it would be a waste to keep them. Qinghe, Qinglian, please accept one each, she instructed. Yes, madam. Qinghe and Qinglian stepped forward, taking the jewelry box and quickly each donning a bracelet. Seeing her demeaning gift now worn by the maids, Shinshuru's face flushed with anger, and she blurted out, You 2 insolent maids, how dare you take my belongings? Yunyu maintained her calm demeanor, her smile unwavering. Sister, since you have gifted me the bracelets, they are now mine. How can you speak such nonsense? As Shinshuru realized her attempts to provoke Yunyu were futile, she dismissed it, muttering, No wonder my husband has yet to consummate our marriage, with a sister like you, who would wish to draw close. Such words would have mortified any ordinary woman. Yet Yunyu remained unfazed, merely responding, If you seek your husband, you may find him in Ikuan Pavilion. If you wish to keep him at Xiaoxiang Courtyard, that would suffice as well. There is no purpose in causing a scene here in Hengwu Courtyard. Shinshuru trembled with fury, always feeling outmatched by Yunyu. She pointed a trembling finger at Yunyu, unable to articulate her anger, and stormed away. Qinghe and Qinglian watched in admiration as their mistress effortlessly dismissed Shinshuru with just a few words, feeling compelled to cheer for her. Miss, you were remarkable. Just look at how furious Shinshuru became. Qinglian exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Qinghe smiled knowingly. This is the brilliance of our mistress. A calm and composed person can outshine others without resorting to shouting. Your impatience and rage will never lead to victory. That is exactly why our mistress teaches us to remain composed. Listening to Qinghe's insights, Yunyu cast her an appreciative glance. Very well. Since today is a rare occasion for joy, let us have Qinghe prepare an additional dish for tonight. Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged puzzled glances. What joy is there to celebrate? Miss, Yunyu smiled at their wrists adorned with the bracelets. Is it not a joyous occasion to have received a pair of gold bracelets without reason? They both burst into laughter, realizing the absurdity of Shinshuru's failed scheming. The atmosphere in Hengwu Courtyard was serene and beautiful as they discussed the evening's meal. If only no one else would disturb Yunyu, life could be quite peaceful. However, Yunyu understood that within the general's residence, without her husband's favor, she could hardly make any headway. Knowing her position in Qi Zichen's heart, she remained calm upon learning that he had brought numerous gifts while accompanying Shinshuru back to her family. Regardless of what Qi Zichen did with Shinshuru, Yunyu found herself indifferent. Just 2 days of tranquility had passed when she heard that the matriarch summoned her to Baomotang. At such times, Qinghe and Qinglian often felt uneasy, exchanging glances filled with speculation. Miss, the matriarch has summoned you to Baomotang at this hour. It could be that Shinshuru is causing trouble. Yunyu wore a smile at the corners of her lips as she glanced at the two of them, saying, If you are afraid, you may remain in the Hengwu garden. Qinghe and Qinglian immediately expressed their sentiments, declaring, We are not afraid. We are merely concerned for our young lady. Wherever she goes, we shall follow. Yunyu smiled gently and replied, Then let us proceed. As the three exited the Hengwu garden, they unexpectedly encountered Shinshuru near the Xiaoxiang courtyard. It seemed that Shinshuru had just received word from the old matriarch and was preparing to head to the Baomotang. After failing to gain any advantage from Yunyu previously, Shinshuru had no intention of visiting Hengwu Garden in recent days. Her thoughts had been entirely consumed by Qi Zichen, who had not stayed at Xiaoxiang Courtyard for 2 consecutive nights, causing her heart to wander. Upon seeing Yunyu, Shinshuru straightened her back and swayed her hips as she stepped forward, exclaiming, What a coincidence! She had entirely forgotten the frustration she felt days prior, and now greeted Yunyu as if nothing had transpired. Yunyu was somewhat taken aback. In the 2 days apart, Shinshuru appeared considerably haggard. Could it be that Qi Zichen was so devoid of tenderness? Yunyu felt no stirrings in her heart, rather a sense of relief. As she passed by Shinshuru, she calmly remarked, I presume you are also headed to Baomotang. Let us go together. Shinshuru pursed her lips, though she harbored no fondness for Yunyu. She did not refuse. Their strides matched, yet their postures were markedly different. Yunyu walked with light, graceful steps, her figure upright and poised, each movement evoking admiration for her elegance. In contrast, Shinshuru's posture was curvaceous, her hips swaying alluringly like a blossoming flower. Just observing her silhouette, one would hardly imagine such a daughter could be raised in a prominent family. Chapter 40. Learning to walk. Shinshuru trailed behind Yunyu, observing her composure and elegance, feeling an unsettling sensation stir within her. Her own figure, not as slender as Yunyu's, was rather plump among her peers, making her walking style a source of insecurity. Normally, she did not mind walking alone, but following Yunyu today, witnessing her every graceful step, Shinshuru could not help but feel the urge to imitate her. Alas! In her attempt to mimic, Shinshuru stumbled and fell. Her maid, alarmed, hurriedly crouched beside her to check for injuries. with reddened eyes and furrowed brows. Shinshuru winced in pain. It hurts so much. Hurry and tell Brother Heng, she urged, pushing her maid, her eyes brimming with tears. Yunyu, surprised, observed her on the ground, her gaze resting on Shinshuru's ankle. Calmly, she instructed, Qinglian, go to Baomotang and inform grandmother that we shall arrive shortly. Explaining the situation and requesting 2 nurses to come here. Turning to Shinshuru's maid, she added, you should notify the physician to head to Baomotang. It is nearby, and he can tend to the second lady there. Yes, this instant, the maid replied, and both she and Qinglian hurried away. Yunyu stood beside Qinghe, while Shinshuru was supported by a maid, seated on the ground. Yunyu calmly advised her, do not move hastily. We do not know if you have injured your tendons or bones. Once the nurse arrives, we shall carry you to Baomotang to rest. Shinshuru looked at Yunyu's cool and refined demeanor, feeling a pang of discomfort. If it were not for her desire to emulate Yunyu, would she have fallen? Turning her face away, she refused to look at her. Qinghe, suppressing a laugh, had caught a glimpse of Shinshuru's earlier attempt to walk like Yunyu and nearly burst into laughter. Yunyu, unaware of the reason behind Shinshuru's gaze, felt a sense of confusion. Before long, Qijichin appeared, rushing towards them. Yunyu regarded him with calm eyes, and upon noticing his anxious expression, she took a step back. She had expected the nurse from Baomotang to arrive first, only to be met by Qijichin, who had come from farther away. Brother Heng, Roo's foot hurts terribly. Shinshuru cried, her voice laced with a hint of distress as she looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Her sudden shift in demeanor astonished Qinghe, who had never witnessed such a swift transformation. Qijichin bent down to examine her, seeing her ankles swollen and red. How did this happen? He asked anxiously. Shinshuru cast a wronged glance at Yunyu, remaining silent. Her demeanor led Qijichin to misinterpret the situation. His face darkened as he glared at Yunyu, his voice barely containing his anger. Roa has not provoked you. Why can you not show her any kindness? If her foot is injured, I shall let you experience the same. Yunyu stiffened, her hands clenching tightly as she met Qijichin's gaze. Does my husband not seek to understand the circumstances before expressing his anger? I walked ahead, while my sister followed behind. I am unaware of the reason for her fall. Yet you are so quick to defend her? Shinshuru timidly tugged at Qijichin's sleeve, saying softly, husband, it is not my sister's fault. Her demeanor suggested she was afraid of Yunyu and hesitant to speak the truth. Shinshuru's maid lowered her head, afraid to utter a word. At that moment, Qinghe stepped forward and addressed Qijichin, Sir, I understand what happened. The second lady was attempting to walk like the eldest lady, which caused her to trip and fall. Shinshuru's face turned crimson. She had not anticipated that her imitation of Yunyu would be witnessed. Yunyu blinked in surprise, finding the situation amusing but stifling her laughter due to her refined upbringing. Qijichin's expression darkened as he regarded Qinghe with evident displeasure at her bluntness. Looking down at Shinshuru, he recalled her usual walking style and understood immediately. Shinshuru's cheeks flushed, yet she continued to protest, I did not imitate you. Her exclamation was a transparent denial, akin to a thief caught in the act. The 5 individuals present harbored differing thoughts, the atmosphere growing awkward until the arrival of the nurses broke the tension. Madam, I have arrived. 2 robust nurses announced, carrying a litter and placing it beside Shinshuru. Upon seeing Qijichin, they hastily bowed, greeting him respectfully. Qijichin nodded and gently lifted Shinshuru, placing her carefully onto the litter. She shyly wrapped her arms around his neck, casting a triumphant glance at Yunyu before reluctantly releasing her grip. Yunyu found Shinshuru's provocation somewhat amusing, and she calmly stepped aside, allowing the nurses to carry Shinshuru towards Baomotang. Then, straightening her back, she remarked to Qijichin, husband, it would be prudent to ascertain the facts before questioning me. Otherwise, it may lead to unwarranted ridicule. Qijichin glanced at her, a strange feeling stirring within him. He initially wished to say more, but her indifferent demeanor rendered him speechless, and he strode forward. Qinghe watched as the group moved away, suppressing her laughter as she glanced at her mistress. Yunyu smiled appreciatively at her, continuing to walk forward with unhurried elegance. Qinghe found it amusing. Had she not witnessed Shinshuru attempting to emulate her mistress, they would never have imagined such an unfolding. Upon reaching Baomotang, the physician had also arrived. The matriarch, upon seeing Shinshuru being carried in, inquired with concern, what happened? How could she have fallen? Her question caused both Shinshuru and Chizichin to change color. Shinshuru, feeling awkward, lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the inquiry. Chizichin's eyes flickered as he deflected. Rower was careless. Physician, please examine her for any injuries. The matriarch did not press further. Chi Mu, observing Shinshuru, lamented. How could this happen? Boer, you must be more careful next time. Unaware of the circumstances. Her words only deepened Shinshuru's embarrassment, forcing her to continue moaning in pain. The physician approached Shinshuru, respectfully conducting a thorough examination. Yunyu and Qinghe arrived last at Baomotang, witnessing the physician cautiously removing Shinshuru's sock to reveal her delicate ankle, now swollen and red. The crowd was visibly concerned as they witnessed the scene unfold. Shinshuru did not anticipate the severity of her fall, and her eyes quickly brimmed with tears as she looked at Chizichin, exclaiming, Husband, my foot hurts terribly. Both old Madam Chi and Madam Chi shared her concern, anxiously inquiring about the extent of her injury. After a thorough examination, the physician respectfully bowed to old Madam Chi and reported, Madam, the second young lady's ankle is not fractured, it is merely sprained. Although it appears swollen and bruised, there is no serious damage. With proper ointment applied for a couple of days, she will recover completely. Upon hearing this, old Madam Chi and Madam Chi sighed in relief and promptly instructed the physician to administer the necessary treatment to ensure the second young lady's swift recovery. The physician nodded respectfully, assuring them, Rest assured, old madam, I have already applied a balm that will alleviate some pain for several hours. I shall prepare the medicine for her immediately. He then bowed to both old Madam Chi and Madam Chi, as well as to Chizichin, before departing. Chizichin gazed down at Shinshuru with gentle eyes, asking, Are you feeling any better? Shinshuru cautiously moved her ankle, her expression still pained as she replied, Husband. It still hurts quite a bit. Chizichin's brow furrowed slightly as he opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his grandmother. I had important matters to discuss with you today, but since Shuru has injured her ankle, let her return to Xiaoxiang courtyard to rest. I will inform you of today's matters later. Hearing this, Shinshuru exclaimed, Oh, the physician's balm is working. I don't feel as much pain now. I can hold on a little longer. Grandmother, please feel free to discuss any matters, I am fine. She could not let such an important discussion slip by her. Old Madam Chi and Madam Chi exchanged worried glances, urging her, You should really rest first. Once we finalize the discussion, we will certainly inform you. Indeed, Shuru. Please return and rest. I will update you, Madam Chi added gently. Despite their concern, Shinshuru waved her hand, determined to prove her resilience. I am truly much better.
Please help me up.
Seeing her insistence, old Madam Chi and Madam Chi quickly urged her to sit down. Chizichin carefully lifted Shinshuru, placing her gently onto a chair and arranging a soft cushion for her back. Addressing his grandmother and mother, he stated, Since Shuru wishes to join in discussing these important matters, let her stay. Old Madam Chi and Madam Chi smiled helplessly in agreement. Very well, let Shuru remain. Shuru cast a triumphant glance at Yunyu. Twice now, Hung Ge had lifted her in front of everyone, demonstrating his regard for her. Old Madam Chi and Madam Chi were somewhat surprised, their thoughts turning. Today, they had brought Yunyu and Shuru to Baoma Hall for a specific purpose that required their input, and since Hung was present, he should listen as well. The matter at hand was regarding Ling Jie. Ling Jie had reached the age of marriage, and many girls of 15 in the capital had already been betrothed. It was time to consider a suitable match for Ling Jie, and they sought the opinions of these two young ladies. As old Madam Chi finished speaking, she glanced at Madam Chi and then at Yunyu. Believing her to be the most suitable candidate for this task, given her composed nature and thoughtful disposition, Madam Chi's perspective did not extend as far as Yunyu's, and old Madam Chi was hesitant to entrust Ling Jie's future to her. Furthermore, with Shinshuru newly married into the general's household, old Madam Chi felt less assured about her than she did with Yunyu. The expressions in the room varied as they absorbed old Madam Chi's words. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Madam Chi, who had long awaited this moment to secure a suitable match for her daughter. Ling Jie is already 15. It is indeed time to speak of her marriage. With Heng's recent wedding, the general's household is filled with joy. Yunyu, thinking of Ling Jie's gentle demeanor, couldn't help but smile. I wonder what Ling Jie thinks. We should first ascertain her wishes. As the eldest sister-in-law, she regarded Ling Jie as a younger sister and hoped she would find a partner of her liking, unlike her own experience. Old Madam Qi and Madam Qi agreed with Yunyu. Indeed, we must consult Ling Jia. However, as a sheltered young lady, her future still depends on her parents' wishes and matchmakers. Reflecting our concern for her, they decided to look into which young gentlemen in the capital would be suitable matches for Ling Jia to narrow down their options. Perhaps we should entrust this matter to Yunyu? She is meticulous and discerning, and I trust her to handle it well. Very well. Let Yunyu take charge of this matter. Madam Qi concurred, feeling assured in her daughter's capabilities. Listening quietly, Shinshuru formulated her own ideas. With a radiant smile, she addressed the group. I am quite familiar with the prominent families in the capital and know their young men as characters and talents well. I can assist my sister. Madam Qi's heart leaped with joy at this suggestion and turned to old Madam Qi, saying, Shuro must have some thoughts. Why not have her draft a list? We can compare it with our own. Old Madam Qi hesitated slightly, glancing at Yunyu. Since she had already allowed Yunyu to take charge, she worried that Shuru's involvement might complicate matters. Yunyu, what do you think? Yunyu, understanding Madam Qi's concerns about Shuru, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, I have no objections. Old Madam Qi felt a sense of relief wash over her as the decision was settled. Excellent. It is decided that both of you will collaborate on arranging Ling Jia's marriage. Upon returning from Baoma Hall, Yunyu began drafting plans for Ling Jia's marriage. Qinghe and Qinglian shared in her joy, as Ling Jia was the last young lady in the household, and her happiness mattered greatly to them. Miss, you have been writing for nearly an hour. Perhaps you should take a break, suggested Qinghe. Yunyu, unfazed by fatigue, continued to write with bright eyes, determined to find a suitable match for Ling Jia. I am not tired. Ling Jia is such a wonderful girl, and I must find her a worthy husband. Upon hearing this, Qinghe ceased her urging and gently fanned Yunyu from behind. It was a good thing for Yunyu to be able to assist Ling Jia. As Yunyu remained engrossed in her task, a sound of footsteps approached, and Qinglian entered the study, joyfully announcing, Miss, Ling Jia has arrived. Yunyu set down her brush, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile as she gracefully stood to greet her. Just as she stepped out of the study, she encountered Qi Xiangling. Sister-in-law. Qi Xiangling approached with a bashful expression. It was evident she had an inkling about the discussion regarding her potential suitors. Just in time, Linger. I have something to discuss with you. Yunyu took Qi Xiangling's hand and led her into the inner room. As Qi Xiangling followed, her cheeks flushed with shyness, she asked, Sister-in-law, I heard that grandmother has entrusted you with arranging my marriage? Qi Xiangling's face grew even redder as she spoke, a delightful sight. Yunyu, seeing her flustered demeanor, beamed with joy, playfully tapping her nose. Indeed, our Linga has grown up, and it is time for you to consider marriage. Sister-in-law, Linger does not wish to marry yet. Qi Xiangling protested, shaking Yunyu's arm, appearing utterly unbothered by the prospect of marriage. Yunyu's smile widened as she replied, That simply won't do. Our Linger is too lovely to remain in the general's household. You deserve to marry a fine young man. Though Qi Xiangling had mentioned her reluctance, she couldn't help but blush further and softly inquire, Sister-in-law, what kind of family do you envision for me? Yunyu teased a mystery, gazing affectionately at her and asked, Rest assured, sister-in-law will certainly keep a watchful eye on you. However, this matter requires the consent of both grandmother and mother. What thoughts do you have in your heart?
Linger?
Qi Xiangling appeared quite bashful, quickly lowering her head and softly replied, Sister-in-law, you are merely teasing Linga. I will listen to you. Yunyu looked at her innocent demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her features, as she chatted calmly with Qi Xiangling in the courtyard. That night, Yunyu spent the entire evening compiling a list of suitable young gentlemen from the capital, already formulating her plans in her heart. In truth, she had anticipated this day for quite some time, having begun to pay attention to suitable candidates early on, and she had already identified her choices. As dawn broke, Yunyu set out from Hengwu courtyard. Her hands were gracefully clasped before her as she walked steadily. Though she wore plain attire, she exuded the elegance of a mistress of the household. Qinghe and Qinglian followed closely behind Yunyu, their faces beaming with the joy of having their young mistress select a suitable candidate for the eldest young lady. The three of them were among the earliest to arrive at Baomotang. The elderly matriarch, having grown older and requiring less rest, was pleased to see Yunyu's early arrival.
Yue.
Pay your respects to grandmother. As usual, Yunyu performed her greeting with utmost respect, never neglecting the proper etiquette. Yue, rise. The elder matriarch valued this quality in Yunyu. No matter the occasion, she always maintained a composed demeanor. Following her grandmother's invitation, Yunyu took a seat to the matriarch's left, positioning herself straight in the circle chair, her back upright as she raised her gaze towards Qinghe. Qinghe promptly handed the list to Yunyu. With a smile, Yunyu presented the roster she had prepared the previous night for the matriarch's review. "Grandmother, this is the list of candidates I drafted last night. Please take a look." The elder matriarch's eyes sparkled with delight as she received the list, exclaiming with laughter, "I trust you completely with this matter." She examined the names carefully, her expression shifting after a moment. The eldest son of the Ho family, the second son of the Bai family, the youngest son of the Bo Ho family, and the eldest son of the Zhao family? Yunyu nodded gently, explaining with warmth, "These 4 individuals are indeed the most suitable candidates in the capital at present." The eldest son of the Ho family is a youthful 20 years, just 5 years apart from Sister Ling, possessing remarkable talents and currently attending the National Academy, winning the favor of the Marquis. It is expected that he will inherit the title of the Ho family. She continued, "The second son of the Bai family is also 4 to 5 years older than Sister Ling and shares similar talents with the eldest son of the Ho family. The eldest son of the Bai family is inept, thus the second son will undoubtedly take charge of the Bai family. The youngest son of the Bo Ho family, though currently without any official titles, possesses great talent and is bound to excel in the imperial examinations. Lastly, the eldest son of the Zhao family, who serves as the vice general under my husband, is also a man of both strategy and valor." Upon hearing this, the elder matriarch's gaze deepened, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. "Which of these young gentlemen do you think is the most suitable for Sister Ling?" "The eldest son of the Zhao family." The elder matriarch was somewhat surprised and looked at Yunyu, asking, "Why do you believe the eldest son of the Zhao family is the best choice? The other 3 are not inferior." Yunyu's expression turned serious as she pondered deeply. While the other 3 young gentlemen indeed possess great talents, they do not offer substantial support to the general's residence. However, Zhao Jun is different. He is a military general, possessing both courage and strategy, and will undoubtedly have his day in the sun. Even if my husband does not lead troops into battle, with Zhao Jun commanding the army, the soldiers will remain loyal to him. Furthermore, the second son of the Zhao family is also a man of great talent, likely to excel in the examinations. Hence, the Zhao family gathers both civil and military talents, making them stand out among the other 3 families. Listening to Yunyu's analysis, the elder matriarch could not help but admire her foresight. Everyone else saw Zhao Jun merely as a subordinate to Qi Ziqing. Yet they failed to consider that his achievements might arouse the emperor's suspicion. Should Linger marry Zhao Jun, they would be of the same family, providing dual protection. Moreover, the second son's reputation is not inferior to that of the eldest son of the Ho family, and in due time, he could become a top scholar or a significant figure in the examinations. Truly, she thinks ahead. The elder matriarch was quite pleased with Yunyu's perceptiveness and grew increasingly fond of Zhao Jun. Just then, Qi Mu and Shinshuru entered together. Observing their expressions, it seemed they had just shared some delightful news. Upon entering, the 2 paid their respects to the elder matriarch. Once seated, Qi Mu turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, on our way here, we happened to encounter Shuru. She shared with me her chosen candidate, and I must say, he seems quite promising. Shuru, please show mother." Qi Mu glanced at Shinshuru, and judging by her expression, it was clear she wholeheartedly endorsed Shinshuru's choice. The elder matriarch's eyes flickered with interest, and a rare smile graced her authoritative face. Shinshuru proudly lifted her gaze to Yunyu and presented the list in her hand to the elder matriarch. Yunyu regarded Shinshuru's provocative gaze with calm composure, not taking it to heart. The elder matriarch looked down at the list, her brows subtly raised. "The eldest son of the former duke's residence?" Shinshuru beamed, stepping closer to the elder matriarch. "Indeed. It is precisely the eldest son of the former duke's residence. Although the old duke has passed away, and the title could not be inherited by the Song family, the wealth left behind is enough to sustain the Song family for generations. Moreover, the Song family is a noble in the capital, and the eldest son enjoys a fine reputation, without even a concubine to tend to him. He is of a suitable age for Linger, and should she marry him, she would undoubtedly live a life of comfort. The eldest son of the Song family is the most suitable choice. Furthermore, the Song family has some connections with my maternal family. If I were to propose, it would surely succeed." Shinshuru spoke with unwavering confidence, glancing back at Yunyu with a triumphant smile. Upon hearing the name Song family, Yunyu's brows furrowed. While the Song family had their merits, They were not under consideration for Yunyu, as she had once heard her mother mention that the death of the Song matriarch was caused by the eldest son. The matriarch's nurse was, by chance, the sister of Zhao's nurse in her mother's courtyard, and this information had been inadvertently revealed to Zhao's nurse. Zhao's nurse had informed her mother, who lamented, marrying the eldest son of the Song family is akin to marrying an unfilial person. Yunyu did not seek to verify this, but the matter lingered in her heart, hence her disregard for the Song family. Chapter 43. Divergence. Were it not for this incident, the eldest son of the Song family would have been an excellent candidate. Now, brought up by Shinshuru, old memories resurfaced, and her brows tightened as she instinctively rejected the eldest son of the Song family. Upon hearing Shinshuru's words, Chi-Mu's smile remained unbroken. Mother, the eldest son of the Song family that Shuru speaks of is indeed a fine gentleman. If our Linger were to marry into the Song family, she would surely enjoy a life of luxury. The eldest son of the Song family is also a man of great talent, and he may even inherit the title of the former duke, making our Linger the Duchess. Such grand honor, Chi-Mu surely wished to partake in. The elder matriarch, upon hearing this, looked at the list presented by Shinshuru, her gaze contemplative. She then turned to Yunyu and asked, Yue, what is your opinion on this matter? Yunyu's eyes sparkled as she replied, Sister's choice of the eldest son of the Song family is indeed commendable. However, I have heard that the death of the Song matriarch is somewhat related to the eldest son, which is why I did not consider him. The elder matriarch's brows furrowed. She was quite astonished to hear that the Song matriarch's death was connected to the eldest son.
Is that so?
Yunyu nodded. The matriarch's nurse is the sister of Zhao's nurse in my mother's courtyard. She once mentioned that the Song matriarch was said to have died due to the eldest son's actions. I did not delve deeply into the matter, so I did not include the Song family in my list. Upon hearing this, the elder matriarch's brow furrowed even deeper. If that is the case, he is certainly not a suitable choice. Chi-Mu also furrowed her brows, looking toward Shinshuru. However, Shinshuru merely scoffed, dismissively saying, Sister, you may not be aware, but the nurse you mentioned was expelled from the Song residence after the matriarch's death. Generally, how would a household servant be driven out by the family? Surely, she must have committed some unforgivable mistake to warrant such treatment. How can the words of such a characterless servant be deemed credible? My maternal family has some acquaintances with the Song family and is well aware that the Song matron passed away from an incurable ailment, not from the alleged distress caused by the eldest son, as some gossipmongers claim. Sister, it would be prudent to discuss this matter only within the general's residence. Should it reach the outside world, it could tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Song heir. Chi's mother paused, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. She trusted Shinshuru's words completely and grew increasingly fond of the Song heir. The connection between Shuru's family and the Song household lent credibility to this information.
Where?
Refrain from your speculative musings about the Song heir's character based on mere hearsay. We require substantial evidence. Yunyu slightly furrowed her brow. Mother, I have encountered the nurturing matron before. She is honest and straightforward. How could such a person possess a flawed character? I would rather believe that there is no smoke without fire than gamble with Lingjie as happiness. Chi's mother dismissed her concerns with a scoff, seemingly convinced by Shinshuru's account. The old matriarch of the Chi family glanced at Yunyu, visibly torn. Shuru's reasoning holds merit. Indeed, the Song heir is a remarkable individual and an excellent choice. Yunyu's apprehensions are not unwarranted. If we can confirm that the Song matron's death is unrelated to the Song heir, we have 5 candidates, making it difficult to decide. She glanced at the list compiled by Shinshuru, then at Yunyu's draft, finding herself at an impasse. Chi's mother craned her neck, curious about what Yunyu had written. Mother, which candidates are there? The old matriarch handed the list to Chi's mother, stating blandly, concerning Lingjie's marriage, you should take a look as well. Chi's mother took the list, while Shinshuru leaned in for a glimpse, pouting slightly. Among the candidates listed by sister, which one surpasses the Song heir? Although the Duke's heir possesses talent, the Duke's household has long fallen from grace. The second son of the Bai family pales in comparison to the Song heir. Though he possesses some talent, he is burdened by an older brother. As for the young master of the Bo family, he holds no official position in the court. What use is mere renown? And regarding the last candidate, Zhao Dajuan, sister, are you jesting? Zhao Jun is merely a deputy under my husband, a brash individual who relies on my husband for his livelihood. You would have Lingjie marry Zhao Jun? Hearing Shinshuru's outburst, Chi's mother frowned. clearly dissatisfied with Yunyu's choices. Where is it not a jest to propose Zhao Jun? How could he possibly be worthy of my Lingjia? Chi's mother's displeasure with Yunyu's indifference was evident on her face. Shunshuru, with a sarcastic tone, added, even if sister is indifferent about Lingjia's marriage, she should not treat it so lightly. Lingjia is the legitimate daughter of the general's household. She is not someone just anyone can aspire to wed. Yunyu remained unperturbed by Shinshuru's remarks and addressed the old matriarch with composure. Grandmother, these 4 individuals were meticulously selected by me. They are all exceptionally talented. I cherish Lingjia as if she were my own sister and genuinely wish for her to find a worthy partner, contrary to my sister's insinuations of negligence. Despite some unfavorable rumors surrounding the song heir, I would not let Lingjia risk her future on such uncertain grounds. The old matriarch understood Yunyu's intentions. In truth, her preferred choice was Zhao Jun. Indeed, Yuer's analysis is sound. If that nurturing matron can speak thus, it indicates that the song heir may not be as commendable as rumored. Zhao Jun is a fine choice. We know him well and can attest to his talents. Lingjia would certainly find happiness in that union. Chi's mother was reluctant to forego the promising song heir, urgently addressing the old matriarch. Mother, I truly believe the song heir is exceptional. Shinshuru echoed her sentiment, asserting that the song heir possesses outstanding character. Surely the gossip stems from a mischievous servant. The old matriarch pondered for a moment. A person of noble character cannot be sullied. I see clearly. Let us proceed with this decision. The old matriarch's words silenced Chi's mother and Shinshuru, both wearing expressions of dissatisfaction. The old matriarch set Shinshuru's list aside and turned to Yunyu, stating, you shall take charge of this matter. Choose an auspicious day to consult a matchmaker regarding Zhao Jun's birth date, and if it aligns with Lingjia's, you may then meet with Zhao's mother. Yunyu felt a sense of relief in her heart and respectfully acknowledged the old matriarch. Meanwhile, Chi's mother and Shinshuru frowned, clearly displeased. After leaving Baomao Hall, Shinshuru accompanied Chi's mother to Liao Xingjai. Under Shinshuru's persuasion, Chi's mother increasingly believed that Yunyu was indifferent towards Lingjia's marriage. Shinshuru soothingly patted Chi's mother's hand, her eyes flashing slightly. Mother, do not be upset. Currently, the household is under sister's management. Even your opinions hold little weight, as she disregards you entirely. Anyone with discernment can see that the song heir surpasses Zhao Jun greatly, yet she has managed to sway grandmother. Grandmother is aging. It is natural for her to be less discerning at times. What a predicament. Such a fine girl as Lingjia could have wed into an esteemed family. Yet due to Yunyu's selfishness, she may end up marrying into the Zhao family, a family of lesser standing. Chapter 44. Incitement. Chi's mother, upon hearing this, was filled with rage, exclaiming loudly, I am the mistress of the general's household. Even if the authority now lies with her, I can reclaim it. No. Lingjia's marriage cannot be decided by her. Otherwise, Lingjia will surely face a bleak future. Chi's mother seethed with anger, suddenly looking at Shinshuru with a spark of inspiration. You are also the wife of Hungo. This authority of management can also fall to you. Since Yunyu has been confined, household matters have piled up, and the steward has approached me several times. Since she neglects her duties, let someone capable take her place. Shinshuru suppressed her glee, tightly grasping Chi's mother's hand, saying, Mother, rest assured, should I manage the household, I will not treat you with the same disdain as Yunyu. I will prioritize you above all and ensure you are involved in every decision. By the way, Mother, I recently acquired a hairpin that I believe suits you perfectly. Do take a look and see if you like it. As she spoke, she glanced at the maid behind her. The maid quickly retrieved a hairpin from her sleeve and presented it to Chi's mother. Upon seeing it, Chi's mother was astonished to find it was a golden-laid floral phoenix hairpin. The symbolism of this phoenix hairpin unmistakably denotes her noble status, worthy of such an adornment. Chi's mother grew increasingly pleased, smiling as she examined the golden-laid floral phoenix hairpin, her heart already resolved to transfer the authority of the household to Shinshuru. Shinshuru observed Chi's mother's delighted expression, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. She smiled as she carefully adorned Chi's mother with the hairpin. Mother deserves to wear a phoenix hairpin. Chi's mother beamed, her eyes resolute. It is time for a change in management, lest Lingjia's marriage be mismanaged. At that moment, Chi Xiongling peeked through the courtyard door, her rosy face adorned with a shy smile. Upon seeing her, Chi's mother immediately beckoned, Ling, come sit by Mother. Qi Xiangling hurried over to her mother's side, blushing, and upon noticing Shinshuru-'s presence, her cheeks reddened further. "Sister-in-law, you are here too." Shinshuru nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I returned with mother from Balma Hall this morning. We have a few words to discuss regarding your marriage. So, I came with mother to Liao Xingjai for a visit." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiangling's eyes brightened, looking even more bashful. This was precisely why she had come to Liao Xingjai to find her mother. She was eager to learn which families had been selected for her marriage. She blushed, glancing at her mother, and softly asked, "Mother, which family did grandmother and sister-in-law decide upon this morning?" To her surprise, Qi's mother responded curtly, "Do not mention it. All was ruined by your sister-in-law from Hengwu Courtyard." Qi Xiangling was taken aback, suppressing her embarrassment, and urgently asked her mother, "What do you mean by that? Sister-in-law is not that kind of person." Qi's mother huffed, "Just because you believe your sister-in-law is not that kind of person, do you know which family she has chosen for you?" Qi Mu recounted the events of the morning in detail, extolling the virtues of the eldest son of the Song family to Shinshuru, while simultaneously ridiculing the 4 suitors selected by Yunyu. Listening intently, Qi Xiangling's previously bashful demeanor faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. "Does my sister-in-law truly have such discerning judgment for me?" Qi Mu sighed, as observed in Baomotang. "The situation is irrefutable. You are not her biological sister, and considering your elder brother's treatment of her, she harbors resentment, which she has directed towards you by selecting such unsuitable candidates. Zhao Jun, being your brother's deputy, comes from a family that could never match our general's household. Yunyu clearly does not have your best interests at heart." Panic set in for Qi Xiangling as her hands clenched tightly. "But grandmother has also agreed. Is this matter already settled?" The thought of Zhao Jun being unworthy of her caused her distress. Marrying the deputy of her brother was entirely unacceptable. Her frown deepened. Her previous shyness completely dissipated, leaving only anxiety. Observing her distress, Shinshuru devised a plan, reassuring her, "Do not fret. This matter is not yet finalized and can be salvaged." Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling's eyes brightened at this, and they urged Shinshuru, "What can be done?" With an enigmatic smile, Shinshuru replied, "This engagement is ultimately yours, Ling. If you do not wish to marry Zhao Jun, who could possibly compel you?" In a hushed tone, Shinshuru shared her strategy. Qi Xiangling exchanged a glance with her mother, uncertainty clouding her expression. "Can we truly proceed this way?" Shinshuru reassured her, "Rest assured, only by doing so can you marry the eldest son of the Song family." Slowly, Qi Xiangling nodded, her innocent eyes growing serious, a flicker of discontent towards Yunyu emerging in her heart. Upon returning to Hengwu Courtyard from Baomotang, Yunyu immediately set about arranging the proposal and auspicious date. The thought of Qi Xiangling marrying into a good family kept a smile on her face, and even the exhaustion was inconsequential. After a morning of diligent work, she finalized the documents and was preparing to send them with Qing Mei to the matchmaker when Qi Xiangling entered Hengwu Courtyard, her expression hesitant. Seeing her, Yunyu's smile returned, and she set aside the documents, saying, "Linga, you arrived just in time. There are promising developments regarding your marriage. Can you guess which family?" Qi Xiangling approached Yunyu but lacked her usual cheerfulness, her brows furrowed as she seemed on the verge of speaking but hesitated. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yunyu's good spirits waned, and with concern, she asked, "What troubles you, Linga?" Qi Xiangling looked up, suddenly grasping Yunyu's hand, pleading, "Sister-in-law, I do not wish to marry Zhao Jun. Please do not propose me to him." Yunyu's expression stiffened, her previous cheerfulness fading, and she questioned, "Why do you say that, Linga?" Gathering her courage, Qi Xiangling explained, "I overheard from my mother that you intended to match me with a Zhao family's son, who is merely a deputy under my brother. I cannot marry a mere military officer. I desire a man of intellect and talent, like the eldest son of the Song family. Why cannot you consider him for me?" Yunyu paused, retracting her hand slowly, and replied, "Linger, the character of the Song family's eldest son is not as commendable as the rumors suggest. Marrying him might lead to unforeseen troubles." Qi Xiangling, displeased, stood up and retorted loudly, "What you refer to is merely the passing of the Song matriarch. It has nothing to do with the eldest son. You simply cannot bear to see me happy, which is why you refuse to advocate for me with him. If you will not assist me, I shall seek my brother for counsel." With that, Qi Xiangling stormed out, leaving no room for Yunyu to respond. The atmosphere in Hengwu Courtyard turned somber once again. Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged incredulous glances as they watched Qi Xiangling leave, then turned with concern towards their mistress. The only support for their mistress in the general's household was Linger, and now that even she had lost faith in her, they dreaded to imagine the pain it would cause their mistress. Miss, surely the eldest daughter has been bewitched by that woman from Xiaoxiang courtyard, Qinghe remarked, her expression darkening. Yunyu, slowly regaining her composure, glanced down at the document she had prepared and said with a measured tone, "Let this matter rest for now.
There's no rush to send them out.
Your unwavering concern for the eldest daughter is commendable, but if she does not appreciate it, that is her loss. If the eldest son of the Song family were truly as remarkable as you claim, why would you not advocate for them?" Qinghe and Qinglian murmured in discontent. "Very well. If she does not appreciate it, surely there will be others who will." Yunyu rose slowly, a hint of weariness crossing her features. This matter had become unsettled due to Qi Xiangling's outburst. After leaving Hengwu courtyard, Qi Xiangling made her way directly to the residence of the old matriarch. Simultaneously, Zhao Jun arrived at the general's residence for military discussions, heading towards Ikuan Pavilion to meet with Qi Zhiqing. They passed each other in the main courtyard, unaware of one another's presence. Fuming, Qi Xiangling reached Baomotang, intending to see her grandmother, but was dissuaded by the elderly matron in the courtyard.
Miss,
the old lady has just rested. Perhaps it would be best to return later. Qi Xiangling, concerned that Yunyu would send the documents out of the residence, stood defiantly in the courtyard and shouted, "I must see grandmother. Grandmother, it is me, Linger. Let me in." The old matriarch, having just laid down, heard the commotion outside and reluctantly allowed Lin Mama to assist her in changing her clothes. "I recognize Lingu's voice. What is happening? Let her in." The old matriarch pressed her forehead, weariness evident from the recent days of worry. Lin Mama, unable to bear watching her, started to advise her. But the noise in the courtyard grew louder. Eventually, Qi Xiangling was brought in by Lin Mama, her eyes brimming with tears, red from crying. The old matriarch, having never seen her beloved granddaughter in such distress, set aside her fatigue and beckoned her closer. "Linger, what has transpired? Speak to your grandmother." Qi Xiangling approached her grandmother, standing there in a state of grievance, and implored, "Grandmother, I do not wish to marry the Zhao family's son chosen by sister-in-law. He is merely a deputy of my brother. How could he possibly be worthy of our general's household? I am the eldest daughter of the general's family. Marrying my brother's deputy would only invite ridicule. I refuse." Her outburst, directed at the old matriarch, reflected a lack of the composure expected of a lady of her standing. The old matriarch, observing her granddaughter's behavior, which was more uncouth than that of a commoner, frowned and said sternly, "Who informed you of this matter?" Qi Xiangling cried. "Who else would tell me? Sister-in-law has already prepared the documents to be sent out to match our birth dates. If I had not intervened at Hengwu courtyard, I would be bound to marry a man like Zhao Jun." The old matriarch felt a pang of anger at Qi Xiangling's words. After a moment's pause, she replied, "So you have confronted your sister-in-law? Do you not realize that the Zhao family she suggested is the most suitable match for you in the capital? Although the Zhao family's eldest son is your brother's deputy, he is both brave and wise, destined to shine in time." Qi Xiangling, however, would not heed her grandmother's advice. Her heart was already set on the eldest son of the Song family. She recalled Shinshiru's words about him being not only exceptionally talented but also remarkably handsome, far surpassing Zhao Jun, the military officer. Whether he possesses both courage and wisdom remains unknown to Linger, and whether he can shine in the future is even more uncertain. Why did grandmother heed only sister-in-law's words and arrange for me to marry into such a family? Linger does not want this. She desires a man like the eldest son of the Song family. Absurd. The old lady Qi scolded sternly, declaring that since ancient times, marriages for women were determined by parental decree and matchmakers' words, leaving no room for a girl to express her preferences for young masters. Do you still possess the dignity of a noble woman and the virtue of femininity? This matter is settled, and your protests are futile." Qi Xiangling stamped her foot in frustration, unable to comprehend her usually affectionate grandmother's obstinacy, and exclaimed, "My mother is still alive and should be the one to decide. When did it become sister-in-law and grandmother's place to act as my matchmakers? My mother also believes the eldest son of the Song family is good. So I will marry him." The old lady Qi was so enraged that she felt a lump in her throat, unable to utter a word as she pointed at her. Lin Momo, witnessing the scene, hurriedly tried to soothe the old lady. She glanced at Qi Xiangling and said, "Miss, I implore you to cease. The old lady has not been well lately and struggles to breathe. If you continue, it will only worsen her condition." After several heavy pats from Lin Momo, the old lady finally managed to calm down and exhaled deeply. Qi Xiangling had not anticipated her grandmother's reaction to be so severe, and she timidly took a step back. Seeing her grandmother regain her breath, which was not as dire as Lin Momo had suggested, she boldly continued to advocate for herself. "Grandmother, I simply refuse to marry Zhao Jun's sister-in-law harbors ill intentions. She vents her resentment on me because of my brother's neglect, forcing me into such a match. I would rather become a nun in a temple than marry someone like Zhao Jun," Qi Xiangling declared passionately before running out of Baomao Hall in tears. The old lady Qi, having just regained her composure, felt the air rush out of her lungs again at Qi Xiangling's words, and she fainted backward, her chest constricted. Lin Momo, alarmed, shouted towards the courtyard, "Someone, quickly summon the physician." "Old lady, do not frighten me." Miss spoke without intention. "She did not mean to upset you. Please,
Take a deep breath."
The old lady Qi struggled to breathe, her mind racing with thoughts of Qi Xiangling's rudeness and disrespect, contrasted with Yunyu's grace and generosity. The pressure in her chest became unbearable, and in a fit of anger, she fainted.
"Someone."
"The old lady has fainted." Lin Momo's cries echoed throughout Baomao Hall. At the same time, when Qi Xiangling arrived at Baomao Hall, Zhao Jun was at Equine Pavilion, having just reported military matters to Qi Zichin. Zhao Jun observed Qi Zichin's hesitance, his hands slightly rubbing together in apparent embarrassment. Qi Zichin raised his eyes, silently inquiring if there was more to discuss. Cao Yun, feeling bashful, scratched his head and admitted there was indeed another matter, though he was unsure how to express it. With a slight smirk, Qi Zichin remarked, "When did you become so reticent? Is there something you cannot say in my presence?" After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Jun finally spoke. "General, the soldiers in the camp are aware of your marriage to the young lady of the Shin family as a primary wife. They hold great respect for the eldest lady and do not comprehend why she should be married to you based on military merit. While this is a private matter, I am concerned that the soldiers may discuss it, which could lead to undesirable consequences, hence my bold inquiry." As Zhao Jun finished speaking, Qi Zichin's expression darkened. He slowly raised his gaze, his brows furrowing in displeasure as he scrutinized Zhao Jun. "It seems you have a rather favorable impression of my wife." Unaware of Qi Zichin's discontent, Zhao Jun nodded earnestly, stating, "The eldest lady's reputation precedes her, and many soldiers in the camp have heard of her. I have witnessed her remarkable tactics firsthand. I truly respect her." Although Zhao Jun had not met Yunyu, he admired her greatly. The more Zhao Jun praised her, the more Qi Zichin's displeasure grew. "Has she written to you more than once?" Zhao Jun quickly shook his head. "The eldest lady would never write to me. When she sent a servant to deliver military pay, the servant noticed my troubled expression and conveyed her thoughts to me. I have encountered difficulties several times, and it was the eldest lady's guidance that helped me through them. I must admit, she possesses greater talent for military affairs than I do." Qi Zichin's brows remained tightly knit as he observed Zhao Jun's admiration for Yunyu, an inexplicable irritation swelling within him. It felt as though something that belonged to him was being praised by another, and he found it hard to bear. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Momo rushed into Equine Pavilion, shouting, "Master, where are you? The old lady has fainted." Qi Zichin sprang to his feet, visibly alarmed, and said to Zhao Jun, "We shall discuss this matter another time. Come back tomorrow." Zhao Jun hurriedly followed, anxious. "General, I shall accompany you to see if there is anything I can assist with." Qi Zichin glanced back at him, neither accepting nor rejecting his offer, and hastily made his way out. The news of the old lady's fainting spread throughout the general's residence, prompting all the masters from various courtyards to rush to Baomao Hall. As Qi Zichin and Zhao Jun arrived, Yunyu also approached the entrance of Baomao Hall. She walked gracefully toward Qi Zichin, her face displaying urgency as she softly called out, "Husband."
Her briefly met Cao Yunis.
And she nodded politely before quickly averting her eyes. Zhao Jun felt as if a refreshing breeze had swept over him in the sweltering August heat, momentarily lost in her presence. Lin Momo, seeing them, called out urgently, "Master, Madam, you have arrived." Qi Zichin's brow furrowed as he turned to Zhao Jun and said sternly, "You should return. There is nothing here for you to assist with." For reasons unknown, seeing Zhao Jun looking at Yunyu ignited a surge of anger within him. Zhao Jun suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily lowering his head, his heart racing. So, she is the esteemed eldest lady. Husband, what has happened to grandmother? Came the anxious voice of Shinshiro from behind them. Zhao Jun instinctively turned to look. A thought flashed through his mind. The general has mistaken a false pearl for a true one. The eldest lady is far superior to the second lady. He quickly averted his gaze, bowing respectfully to Qi Zichen before exiting Baomao Hall. Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling stood beside Shinshiro, catching sight of Zhao Jun's figure. The sudden appearance of an outsider, especially one as striking as him, caught their attention. Elder brother, who is he? Qi Xiongling asked curiously, stretching her neck to watch Zhao Jun leave. What a handsome young man. Qi's mother murmured, intrigued. Qi Zichen, feeling displeased, looked up at Yunyu. She had already entered Baomao Hall the moment Shinshiro spoke, and only then did Qi Zichen turn to face Shinshiro. He is my subordinate, Zhao Jun. We must hurry inside to see grandmother. As the words fell, he strode into Baomao Hall with a stern expression. Shinshiro and Qi Xiongling, displayed varying emotions. Qi, realizing the situation, quickly grasped Qi Xiangling's hand and led her inside. Upon entering the chamber of the elderly matriarch, they found her lying on the bed, the house physician diligently attending to her. The once rosy-cheeked woman appeared pallid now, motionless on the bed, resembling a frail elder nearing her end. Qi Zicheng furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at Nurse Lin, and inquired in a somber tone, "What has happened to grandmother?" "She was well this morning." Nurse Lin hesitated. Casting a glance at Qi Xiongling, her lips parted, but no words emerged. Qi Xiongling stepped out from behind Qi Zicheng, her gaze fixed on her suddenly unconscious grandmother. She instinctively recoiled, her face a mask of panic, as she edged closer to Qi. Just a quarter of an hour ago, she had seen her grandmother in good health. How could it have changed so drastically? Guilt washed over her, and though she suspected the cause, she dared not dwell on it. At that moment, the physician rose slowly, letting out a heavy sigh. Yunyu rushed forward, concern etched on her face.
Doctor.
What is wrong with grandmother? The physician looked at Yunyu and sighed again, responding, the old matron has been greatly angered, causing her vital energy to wane, leading to her fainting. I have alleviated some of her distress. However, her reaction upon awakening remains uncertain. Chapter 47. Interrogation. He glanced at Qi Xiongling, shook his head, and sighed once more. The old matron's health is fragile. She frequently awakens at night and is already in poor spirits. Do not provoke her further. I shall return to prepare some medicine for her. The physician bowed slightly to Qi Zicheng, packed his medical kit, and exited the chamber. Once the physician departed, Qi Zicheng continued to glare at Nurse Lin, who averted her gaze in silence, causing his frown to deepen.
Speak.
Why did grandmother suddenly faint? The physician's words had been clear. Grandmother's condition was a result of anger. Qi Zicheng's inquiry caused Qi Xiongling to flinch, shrinking further beside Qi, trembling. Qi regarded her, believing her concern for the matriarch warranted comfort, and gently patted her. Nurse Lin lifted her gaze to Qi Xiongling, speaking softly. It was the eldest young lady who quarreled with the old matron in Baomao Hall, leading to her fainting. Qi stared at Qi Xiongling in disbelief. Recalling Shinshiru's words, her eyes flickered as understanding dawned. Yunyu frowned slightly, seemingly incredulous that the gentle Qi Xiongling could provoke her grandmother to such an extent. She raised her gaze to her, a heaviness settling in her heart, realizing the truth. Qi Zicheng's expression darkened as he turned to Qi Xiongling, speaking in a low, stern voice. Linger, what is the meaning of this? Unable to evade the confrontation, Qi Xiongling decided to confront the situation head-on, exclaiming loudly, "It is all my sister-in-law's fault. She insisted on matchmaking me with Zhao Jun, demanding that I marry him. I refused to wed my brother's subordinate. There are so many eligible families in the capital. Why did she choose the most undesirable one? This must be a deliberate attempt to sabotage my future. I was merely seeking answers from grandmother for my own well-being." As she spoke, she stamped her foot and turned away from Baomao Hall in tears. The fleeting flutter she had felt upon seeing Zhao Jun dissipated in her moment of guilt. Qi Zicheng's frown deepened, and he shot a cold glance at Yunyu, his voice icy. What does Linga mean by this? You are matchmaking for her, with Zhao Jun? Shinshiro, watching with amusement, mocked Yunyu, recounting the events of the morning in detail. Yunyu remained silent, her hands whitening from the tension, and as Shinshiro finished, she relaxed her grip, calmly meeting Qi Zicheng's gaze. I indeed discussed a potential match for Linger with the Zhao family, but it has not been formally proposed. Since Linger disapproves, it is no longer a matter of consideration. Rest assured, Linger has her own aspirations, and I shall not interfere excessively. Given grandmother's condition, it is best if I return to Hengwu Courtyard, and I would appreciate it if Nurse Lin could keep a closer watch. Yunyu turned to leave. Her demeanor a stark contrast to Qi Xiangling's breakdown and Xin Shuru's delight in the chaos. Qi Ziqing's fists tightened, his fury ignited by Yunyu's calm demeanor. Xin Shuru, displeased with Yunyu's demeanor, scoffed, muttering, "She is clearly in the wrong yet speaks so self-righteously. Grandmother's fainting is closely tied to her actions." Qi Ziqing gritted his teeth, once more directing his gaze at Nurse Lin, who recounted the day's events without omitting any details. Realizing that the matriarch had indeed fainted solely due to Qi Xiangling's disturbance, Qi Mu and Xin Shuru exchanged awkward glances, saying little. "Take good care of grandmother. Inform me immediately upon her awakening." With a cold demeanor, Qi Ziqing exited the chamber. Striding away, his heart was heavy with suppressed frustration, yet he refrained from unleashing it on Xin Shuru, who persistently followed him. She seized the opportunity, trailing behind Qi Ziqing. Her voice laced with feigned innocence. "Sister relies on her position of authority, disregarding everything. The 4 suitors she selected are inferior to the eldest son of the Song family. Yet she chose the most unsuitable Zhao family heir. I wonder what she was thinking. Zhao Jun is your subordinate, firmly aligned with the general's household. Does she truly need to curry favor? A match with Zhao Jun would merely facilitate familial visits. What benefit does it bring to the general's estate? Mother is right. If the authority lay elsewhere, she would not act so heedlessly." As Xin Shuru spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed on Qi Ziqing, his expression grew increasingly dark, especially upon hearing Zhao Jun described as handsome and noble. They reached the end of the corridor, with one path leading to Xiaoxiang Courtyard and the other to Hengwu Courtyard. Just as Xin Shuru was about to suggest they head to Xiaoxiang Courtyard, she saw him turn away, leaving her with a single command. "Return first. I shall seek her out." Watching Qi Ziqing stride away, Xin Shuru bit her lip, stamping her foot in frustration before turning towards Xiaoxiang Courtyard. Qi Ziqing, stifling a wave of anger, hurried to catch up with Yunyu. As Yunyu and Qing He and Qing Lian approached the entrance to Hengwu Courtyard, they turned at the sound of footsteps. Just as they did, Qi Ziqing appeared before them, his face set in a grim expression. He brushed past Yunyu, stating coldly, "Come in. I have something to discuss with you." Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged worried glances, alarmed by Qi Ziqing's demeanor. Yunyu felt a sense of unease but reassured them with a glance, whispering, "Stay here." Yunyu gracefully entered Hengwu Courtyard, maintaining a calm demeanor as she stood 5 paces from Qi Ziqing, meeting his gaze steadily. "What matters do you wish to discuss with me, husband?" Qi Ziqing raised his eyes to her, noting her composed stance, his mind recalling the scene of Xin Shuru's persistent clinginess. His displeasure grew. How could she maintain such tranquility at all times? He was determined to see if she could indeed remain so unperturbed.
Linger is correct.
With so many eligible suitors in the capital, why did you specifically choose Zhao Jun? Yunyu responded with a calm demeanor, "The reasons I have already shared with grandmother. If you wish to know, I can reiterate. The 4 gentlemen I selected are all of notable talent, coming from affluent families and possessing commendable character. Linger would find happiness should she marry one of them. I deemed Zhao Jun more suitable as he possesses both valor and intellect, serving as a vice-general under your command, and in time, he will undoubtedly assume significant responsibilities. The second son of the Zhao family is indeed a person of great talent, destined to become a top candidate in the imperial examinations. In the capital, a family like the Zhao's, renowned for both scholarly and martial achievements, is a rare gem. Should the day arise when my husband retreats to the front lines, the eldest son of the Zhao family would be there to lead the charge on his behalf. As for the eldest son of the Song family, he is excluded from consideration due to his questionable character. I do not wish to gamble Ling Jia's future on such uncertainties." Chapter 48. Seizing power. Yunyu's words caused Qi Ziqing's brow to furrow once more. Throughout her discourse, he only latched onto the notion that the eldest son of the Zhao family possesses both courage and strategy, capable of leading the charge, which ignited a fire of fury within him. The alleged misconduct of the Song family's eldest son, linked to the death of his mother, as you have heard, remains unverified. It is no wonder Ling Er would create a scene. Among these individuals, regardless of character, lineage, or talent, The eldest son of the Song family stands out as the most exceptional. He is also likely to inherit the title from the late duke, which would benefit both the general's household and Ling heir immensely. Yet you dismiss such a promising match with a mere accusation of poor character. I cannot believe you are devoid of selfish motives. Yunyu frowned, unable to comprehend Qi Zhichen's reasoning. She had weighed the pros and cons, a matter so clear even her grandmother understood it. She could not fathom Qi Zhichen's inability to grasp it. His words stemmed from an unwillingness to confront his own beliefs. As Qi Zhichen observed Yunyu's transition from shock to a slight frown, and then her distant stance, he recalled Zhao Jun's praises of her, his gaze darkening. What is your true intention? To protect Ling heir? Or to facilitate Zhao Jun's frequent visits to the general's estate for your own encounters? Granting you control of the household merely allows you to act recklessly. If you cannot garner support for Ling heir's marriage, then let Xu Rou take over. I am sure she would welcome the opportunity. Qing He and Qing Lian gasped in disbelief at Qi Zhichen's words, shocked that he would tarnish the lady's reputation. Li Momo, eavesdropping from within, repeatedly contemplated confronting Qi Zhichen but was restrained by Qing Mei. Yunyu met Qi Zhichen's gaze, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Yet she maintained her composure, straightening her back. Her hands clenched into fists, channeling all her anger into her last vestige of restraint. Gradually, she turned away and spoke with indifference. I have no association with the eldest son of the Zhao family. Why must my husband insult me in the pursuit of household power? This evening, I shall organize the household accounts. Please join me at Liao Xingzhai at dawn tomorrow. I willingly relinquish control of the household. Once I do so today, I shall never reclaim it. Yunyu's insistence to dismiss him ignited Qi Zhichen's fury. He waved his sleeves, casting her a furious glance before resolutely turning away. Yunyu's expression remained cold as she watched his retreating figure. Husband, remember your words today. May you not regret them in the future. Qi Zhichen's countenance darkened as he glanced at her. Rest assured, I, Qi Zhichen, never engage in regrets. With that, he strode out of Hongwu courtyard. Qing He and Qing Lian hurried to Yunyu's side, concern etched on their faces. Miss. Yunyu raised her hand, interrupting Qing He. Her posture was upright, her gaze resolute. Tonight, I need to organize the accounts. There's no need for you to deliver meals. Prepare them yourselves in the small kitchen of Hongwu courtyard. Let us make braised chicken. With that, she turned decisively toward the study. Qing Lian, standing in the courtyard, looked back at her retreating figure, puzzled. Qing He, where are we to find a chicken for the braise? We only have one rooster, Fu Ge. As Qing He nodded slowly, Qing Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her subsequent words lost in surprise. Go on, Miss will have chicken tonight. Emerging from Hongwu courtyard, Qi Zhichen was engulfed by pent-up frustration. He headed toward Shaoxiang courtyard, his heart a tumult of emotions. The mere thought of Yunyu's indifferent demeanor unsettled him further, leading him to Shaoxiang courtyard. Since Qi Zhichen's visit to Hongwu courtyard, Shen Shuro had been sulking alone in Shaoxiang courtyard, anxiously contemplating Qi Zhichen's lingering presence there. The image of Yunyu, unadorned yet still striking, haunted her thoughts, despite her reluctance to admit it. She couldn't help but worry that Qi Zhichen had been captivated by her. Even she, a woman, found herself drawn to Yunyu's ethereal elegance. Let alone Qi Zhichen, her husband. Anxiously pacing in Shaoxiang courtyard, she was lost in thought when she caught sight of Qi Zhichen's imposing figure approaching. Her eyes brightened, and she rushed forward. Brother Hung. Without regard for her surroundings, Shen Shuro threw herself into Qi Zhichen's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Initially irritated, Qi Zhichen, upon witnessing Shen Shuro's fervent welcome, instinctively lifted her off the ground and strode into Shaoxiang courtyard. The maids in the courtyard blushed, quickly lowering their heads and retreating. Shen Shuro, surprised by Qi Zhichen's response to her enthusiasm, immediately clung to his neck, nuzzling against him. Ever since their wedding night had been interrupted, she had been yearning to seize this opportunity. Qi Zhichen carried her to the bedroom, placing her on the bed and leaning down to capture her lips. He kissed her fervently, his hands exploring her form. Shen Shuro, filled with longing, eagerly reciprocated, her hands roaming over Qi Zhichen, ready to disrobe him. If it were Yunyu, she would never respond in such a manner. Yet, the image of Yunyu's frosty demeanor flashed through Qi Zhichen's mind, dousing his fervor like cold water. He abruptly pushed Shen Shuro away, Feeling no response from his body, his expression turned icy. Having endured humiliation from Yunyu, this additional blow left his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shin Shu-ro, caught in the throes of passion, was bewildered by Qi Ji-chen's abrupt rejection. "Brother Hung, what is wrong? Do you not like Ro air anymore?" Panic surged within her as she leaned against Qi Ji-chen, attempting to rekindle his interest. She could understand his previous interruption due to military matters. But this time was different, compelling her to ponder more deeply. Qi Ji-chen, observing Shin Shu-ro's distressed expression, felt a tumult of emotions.
Ro air.
It is still daytime. Does it matter whether it is day or night when feelings run high? Shin Shu-ro continued to tease. Yet Qi Ji-chen deliberately pushed her away again. He took a step back, suddenly standing from the bed, leaving Shin Shu-ro grasping at air. She fell back onto the bed, looking up at him in dismay. "Brother Hung, do you find me distasteful? Your reaction is no different from sending me to my death." Qi Ji-chen, though reluctant, felt cornered and could only sit back down, pulling Shin Shu-ro into his embrace for comfort. "Ro heir, my grandmother has not yet awakened. There are disputes regarding Ling heir's marriage, and many matters in the household remain unattended, leaving me in a foul mood.
I simply cannot concentrate on this."
Chapter 49. Letting go at his words, Shin Shu-ro straightened her back, visibly displeased. "This is all my sister's doing. She abuses her power and neglects the family, showing no concern for Ling heir. Mother is also unhappy with her conduct. She remarked that the authority of the household does not rest solely on my sister." Stealing glances at Qi Ji-chen's expression, she suddenly spoke with a hint of grievance. "Brother Hung, I too can manage the household affairs. And I would undoubtedly do a better job than my sister." Qi Ji-chen pondered, slowly meeting her gaze. Yunyu's earlier words echoed in his mind. If he were to reclaim her authority, she had vowed never to govern again. A complex emotion stirred within him, reflecting on her words. He noted a flicker of impatience in her eyes. Did she feel impatient with him? His brow furrowed, an inexplicable agitation brewing within. Shin Shu-ro collapsed in his embrace, her face filled with grievance. "Brother Hung, your unusual behavior today makes me feel as though you do not care for me. Since I have just entered this family, being treated this way is disheartening. If my parents inquire, I can only speak the truth. Yet if I had something to occupy my mind, I would not be lost in such thoughts." She subtly lifted her gaze to assess Qi Ji-chen, and seeing no objection from him, pressed against him again with a semblance of sorrow. "Brother Hung, I am still your wife. Why should Yunyu hold the reins of the household while I cannot? Do you think me inferior to my sister?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she lowered her head to wipe away her tears. Qi Ji-chen was suddenly alert, his thoughts drifting to Yunyu's cold demeanor, which inexplicably stirred his irritation. "Rest assured, tomorrow morning at Mother's Liao Xingjai, Yunyu will relinquish her authority over the household. From tomorrow onward, the management of the household shall be entrusted to you and Mother." His expression hardened, signaling a resolute decision.
Upon hearing this,
Shin Shu-ro's eyes sparkled with disbelief at the swift acquisition of authority. "Brother Hung, fear not. Whatever Yunyu can accomplish, I shall undoubtedly excel beyond her." She held firm to the belief that as the legitimate daughter of the Taisher, Yunyu could achieve what Shin Shu-ro could not. Qi Ji-chen gazed down at her, slowly nodding. "Very well. With you and Mother by my side, I have no worries." This news swiftly reached Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling, both of whom applauded in approval. Only the unconscious old Madame Qi remained unaware. That night, the candlelight in Hengwu courtyard burned until late into the night before finally extinguishing. The servants of the general's residence sensed the unusual atmosphere among their masters, but were oblivious to the specifics, diligently attending to their duties. As dawn broke, Yunyu, having rested for merely 2 hours, was already awake. Qinghe and Qinglian, hearing the commotion, promptly entered her chamber. Noticing the dark circles beneath Yunyu's eyes, they gently urged, "Miss, the old madam has yet to awaken. Perhaps you should rest a little longer." With a serene gaze, Yunyu rose from her bed and glanced at the thick stack of account books on her dressing table, calmly stating, "Bound by shackles, how can one find peace? It is time to rise." Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged glances, feeling a pang of sympathy for their mistress, but remained silent, swiftly aiding Yunyu in her attire. As they exited Hengwu courtyard, the sky was still dimly lit. At this hour, the crowing of the rooster from the courtyard would usually fill the air, but today, silence reigned. The crisp autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, mirroring Yunyu's current state of mind. She walked with a straight back, while Qinghe and Qinglian lagged a few steps behind, each carrying a hefty stack of account books, their expressions devoid of conversation. As the trio arrived at Liao Xingjai, the sun had fully risen. To Yunyu's surprise, Shinshuru had arrived even earlier than her. Since her marriage into the general's residence, Shinshuru had never appeared this early. The significance of her early arrival was palpable. The two women met at the entrance, halting to regard one another. Shinshuru wore a charming smile, pride radiating from her as she flaunted her opulent red gown adorned with gold-threaded peonies, her hair decorated with an array of accessories, exuding an air of superiority. "Sister, I heard from my husband that you intend to relinquish your authority over the household today. Are you prepared? Do not claim later that you are unprepared or unwilling to let go." Yunyu lifted her gaze and cast a calm glance at Shinshuru, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Do not worry, dear sister. I fear you may not be able to handle it." The nonchalance with which Yunyu spoke only served to infuriate Shinshuru further. The more Yunyu remained composed, the more Shinshuru resembled a performer on stage. This aspect of Yunyu was what Shinshuru despised most. Every time she witnessed Yunyu's demeanor, it drove her to madness. Initially, Shinshuru could maintain her haughty stance, but upon hearing Yunyu's words, she let out a resentful laugh. "Sister, rest assured, I cannot vouch for other matters, but regarding the household management, I will certainly be able to handle it. It's merely a question of whether you will be willing to let go." Yunyu responded with a cryptic smile, giving Shinshuru a lingering glance before entering Liao Xingjai with an air of tranquility. Qinghe and Qinglian followed closely behind, mirroring Yunyu's demeanor, their thick account books held with indifference as they cast a fleeting glance at Shinshuru, the corners of their mouths curving into faint smiles. Shinshuru, perplexed, watched as the three entered Liao Xingjai, her gait exaggeratedly swaying, her injured right foot still not fully healed, giving her an almost comedic appearance. Upon entering Liao Xingjai, Qimu was already waiting inside. "Yue, I pay my respects to mother." Yunyu greeted Qimu as usual, her posture impeccable. Qimu feigned a smile and replied, "Rise." Yunyu straightened her back and gracefully approached Qimu's left side, raising her eyes to glance at Qinghe and Qinglian, who quietly placed the account books on the tea table. Qimu observed the account books beside Yunyu, her heart stirred. She turned to Yunyu, her voice cold and biting. "Your choice for Ling Jia's match was indeed inappropriate. You cannot blame Henge for reclaiming authority over the household." Yunyu's gaze sharpened as she caught sight of Shinshuru entering, replying calmly, "What you say is true, mother. The authority over the household should rightfully be returned to you. It simply depends on whether you can handle it." Shinshuru's eyes flickered at this remark, and with a radiant smile, she approached Qimu, feigning difficulty as she prepared to bow. Qimu quickly interjected, "Oh dear. You need not bow with your leg in such condition. It pains me to see." Shinshuru straightened up before she could even bend her knees, pretending to express gratitude. She cast a triumphant glance at Yunyu before slowly moving to sit at Qimu's right side, her gaze intentionally drifting toward the thick account books beside Yunyu. A sense of urgency bloomed within her. Qimu exchanged a glance with Shinshuru, revealing a fleeting smile of victory. In contrast to their anxiousness, Yunyu remained unfazed. Sensing a potential shift in circumstances, Shinshuru asked Qimu, feigning concern, "Mother, why has my husband not yet arrived? Could it be that no one has informed him?" Qimu followed her lead, responding, "Yesterday, Henggu informed me he would arrive after finishing his affairs around the hour of Qin. He should be here shortly." Just as she finished speaking, sounds echoed from outside the courtyard. Qimu and Shinshuru's eyes brightened as they looked up. Meanwhile, Yunyu maintained her calm demeanor, gazing straight ahead until Qi Zichen and Qi Xiangling entered simultaneously. Yunyu's eyes subtly shifted toward Qi Xiangling, who resolutely approached Qimu and Shinshuru without acknowledging Yunyu. Yunyu calmly withdrew her gaze. Following them was the steward of the general's residence, who glanced at Yunyu with respect as he bowed. Old servant pays his respects to the madam and to the first and second young ladies. The steward rose, standing respectfully to the side, his peripheral vision catching sight of the account books prepared by the first young lady, prompting a silent sigh within him. Under the first young lady's management, the general's residence had grown increasingly stable, with all servants showing unwavering respect to her, their hearts untainted by treachery. If it were the madam or the second young lady. He sighed again. After Qi Zichen entered, he deliberately cast a glance at Yunyu. His emotions were complex, seemingly waiting for her to plead with him. Yet her perpetually indifferent expression ignited a fury within him, causing his tone to darken. All right, since everyone is present, let us transfer authority over the household. Chi Mu and Shinshuru's faces lit up with joy, barely containing their elation. Yet, Yunyu merely cast a calm glance at Chi Zhichen, not in a hurry to hand over the account books, instead meeting his gaze. Before transferring authority over the household, I have a matter that remains unclear. Since both mother and the steward are present, I would like to seek clarification. Chi Zhichen raised an eyebrow. Please speak. This matter of household management should be clear in the accounts before transfer. Is that not correct? Chi Mu and Shinshuru exchanged glances. Of course. The accounts must be settled before transferring authority. Would you expect us to cover any debts you might leave behind?
2 years ago,
You assumed the role of the head of the household, and your mother, alongside the steward, ensured that all accounts were settled before handing over the responsibilities to you. Shinshuru, anxious that Yunyu might leave behind a muddle of accounts, promptly replied, Indeed. Since my sister is to relinquish control, it is only fair to clarify the accounts. The steward, upon hearing this, agreed wholeheartedly, acknowledging the necessity of order in the financial records. Chi Zicheng raised an eyebrow, regarding Yunyu with a nod. Very well. Let us clarify the accounts in front of everyone today. Yunyu's eyes brightened at the affirmation she sought. Qinghe and Qinglian stood behind her, stifling their joy. With the accounts in order, is it fair to consider both the debts incurred and the reimbursements made during my stewardship? This question echoed the previous one, and Chi's mother, Shinshuru, and the steward all nodded in agreement. Chi Zicheng also concurred. Indeed. He sensed that Yunyu's inquiries were not merely trivial, but gazing into her indifferent eyes. He thought it was indeed a requisite of the transition of authority. Yunyu smiled subtly, suddenly addressing Shinshuru with a hint of difficulty. I have one concern. I fear my sister may not bear the weight of the household's burdens. The debts were drawn from my dowry for reimbursement, and I wonder if my sister possesses the capacity to settle them. While I can account for my time as head, should someone else take over? Clarity in the accounts would be just, lest our mother and sister find themselves unable to reconcile them. Upon hearing this, Shinshuru grew anxious. Sister, rest assured. My dowry from the Shun family far exceeds yours. If you could manage to settle it, how could I possibly fail? She was convinced this was Yunyu's final struggle. Hastily responding without a second thought, Chi's mother, understanding Yunyu's intent, smirked derisively. When you married, you brought merely 6 chests of dowry, while Ruru's dowry stretches from one end of the street to the other, far surpassing yours. Not everyone is as calculative as you with a few pieces of silver. If you wish to reimburse your dowry, Ruru will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. Chi's mother's remarks were blunt, showing no regard for Yunyu's contributions. The steward, listening intently, was taken aback, not by Chi's mother's reprimand of the lady of the house, but by the magnitude of her intended reimbursement. He had heard whispers of this matter. Before he could react, Chi Xiongling interjected, Sister-in-law, since my brother has asked you to relinquish control, you should comply. Further argument is futile. Chi Zicheng, frowning, turned to Yunyu. Do you have anything else to say? Yunyu smiled, having awaited this moment. She calmly extended her delicate hand to pick up the top ledger, slowly opening it. Since everyone acknowledges my words, this shall be straightforward. This ledger records the monthly payments of the household servants and the monthly allowances for each master of the estate over the past 2 years. The total amounts to 12,000 taels. Before Yunyu could finish, Chi's mother and Chi Xiongling gasped, staring at her in disbelief. It was known that Chi Xiongling received only 2 taels a month. Yet, Yunyu had subsidized the general's household with 12,000 taels. This implication suggested that they had been drawing monthly allowances from her all along. Chi's mother's expression soured, displeased that Yunyu had brought this matter to light. Shinshuru furrowed her brow, astonished by the enormity of Yunyu's subsidies. Though 12,000 taels was no trivial sum, it was not insurmountable for her. With a cold laugh, she retorted, If this sum was indeed provided by you, sister, I shall reimburse it once I assume control. A mere 12,000 taels? I thought it was something of greater significance. Was this elaborate maneuver merely to present this matter? Shinshuru's mocking gaze fixated on Yunyu, ready to deride her. Yunyu maintained her calm demeanor, gently setting the ledger down, gazing at her with satisfaction. With my sister's assurance, I am at ease. This is merely the first ledger. The second ledger, she said, lifting a hefty volume from below, smiling enigmatically as she glanced at Shinshuru. Chi's mother and Shinshuru felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes widening in anticipation. This ledger contains the military salaries of my husband as soldiers. He commands 4 armies, each comprising 5,000 men, totaling 20,000 soldiers. The lower-rank soldiers receive 300 coins a month, the mid-tier 600, and the higher ranks 900, with half of the military salaries funded by the court. The remainder has been supplemented in my name, essentially from my maternal family, amounting to 432,000 taels. Each disbursement is meticulously recorded with the names of every soldier, clear for verification by both my husband and mother-in-law. I believe that since my husband has awakened, with his capabilities, he will not require further supplementation from my family for the military salaries. He has already promised to cover this amount. Yunyu's declaration left everyone present utterly astonished. Chapter 51. The enormity of the sum. Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged satisfied smiles, standing tall with a sense of vindication. Qi Ziqing's face darkened as he clenched his fists, facing Yunyu with an open mouth, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Yunyu's probing question. Does my husband require assistance from my dowry and maternal family? Her gaze radiated a piercing intensity, exuding the dignified aura of a matriarch as she locked eyes with Qi Ziqing. He found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to breach Yunyu's formidable presence. Qi's mother and Shinshuru were taken aback, unprepared for Yunyu's commanding demeanor. A man confronted by his wife questioning whether he needed her dowry for support would typically respond with a firm denial. However, Qi's mother and Shinshuru were rendered speechless. The staggering figure of 432,000 taels nearly constituted a significant portion of Shinshuru's dowry. Such an exorbitant sum left even her hesitant to respond. Beside them, Qi Xiangling stood in shock. The once gentle and demure sister-in-law now radiated an authority that left her unable to meet Yunyu's gaze. She felt as though something of great importance was slipping away, yet before she could contemplate further, she witnessed Yunyu's nonchalant smile. Yunyu placed the ledger down forcefully, nonchalantly picking up a set of 15 keys, fiddling with them casually. The steward, witnessing the lady's demeanor, felt a mix of panic and sympathy for the master. Why was everyone silent? Just moments ago, her sister had boasted of her ability to cover this amount. Was it truly so unattainable? Yunyu regarded her coldly, her smile distant. If we do not settle the accounts today, the authority of the household cannot be transferred. Since my husband insists that I surrender this power, has he not prepared for this moment? Qi Ziqing felt his body stiffen, a knot of frustration tightening in his chest, leaving him helpless. Shinshuru, unwilling to let the opportunity slip, recognized that her husband was finally pressing Yunyu to relinquish control, and with their grandmother in a deep slumber, it was the perfect moment. If she failed to seize control today, she would forever be overshadowed by Yunyu. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and discreetly tugged at Qi Ziqing's sleeve. Turning to her, he noticed her intent to speak, and the two retreated behind the screen to whisper. Husband, I can produce over 30,000 taels in cash, but not quite that amount. Qi Ziqing's interest piqued. I have 100,000 taels in notes. They exchanged glances, both relieved. Yet, Shinshuru's eyes flickered with ulterior motives as she lowered her voice. But husband, this is all the cash from my dowry. If I give it up without any leverage, I will feel unjust. Qi Ziqing instinctively withdrew his hand, his gaze momentarily flashing. What do you propose? All I desire is the authority of the household, solely for myself, never to be relinquished. Qi Ziqing furrowed his brows lightly, recalling Yunyu's cold gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Inside the room, Yunyu sat with an air of indifference, neither hurried nor anxious. Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling appeared somewhat restless, as if they were re-evaluating Yunyu, feeling a certain discomfort in her presence. Qi Mu was still reeling from the shock of the 40,000 taels, unable to regain her composure. Qi Xiangling, feeling guilty, dared not meet Yunyu's eyes. She tugged insistently at her mother's sleeve, hoping she could assert herself against Yunyu. After several tugs, Qi Mu finally suppressed her astonishment, transforming it into anger, which gave her the courage to meet Yunyu's gaze. Are you truly compelling your husband in such a manner, as his wife? Yunyu raised her eyes placidly. Is your suggestion that my husband should continue to utilize my dowry? With a single statement, Qi Mu found herself at a disadvantage once more. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, You have already married into the general's household. Is your dowry not the property of the general's house? Why should it still belong to you? Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such words could escape her lips. Yunyu remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing her lips. There are laws in our dynasty that state a woman's dowry remains her personal property. Should the husband wish to claim it as his own, he must submit a formal request to the authorities. If this is indeed your husband's intent, then let him proceed with the necessary documentation. There has never been a precedent in the capital for a husband to seize his wife's dowry. Any man of honor would refrain from such actions, especially a renowned general. Chimu's words were both ignorant and thoughtless, which explained the astonishment of Qing He and Qing Lian. Observing Yunyu's serene smile, Chimu's face flushed with shame, and she found herself at a loss for words, opening her mouth several times without uttering a sound. Just then, Qi Ziqin and Shinshuru emerged, overhearing their conversation, and their expressions darkened. Qi Ziqin's gaze towards Yunyu held a hint of anger, and he suppressed his ire as he spoke. I have never sought to claim your dowry. I will replenish the funds your family provided. However, given the substantial sum mentioned by my sister, we must verify its authenticity. Shinshuru gritted her teeth, contemplating the destruction of the account books. Yet, Yunyu was well aware of her intentions. She smiled softly, placing her hand atop the account books, and said, verification is indeed necessary. Since the steward is present, we shall clarify it together. Although these account books are copies, they are straightforward and can be reconciled within the hour. Upon hearing the term copies, Shinshuru silently cursed, realizing that her plan to destroy the account books would not succeed. Qi Ziqin, feeling frustrated and unwilling to be ridiculed by Yunyu, exchanged glances with the steward and Shinshuru. The steward hurriedly stepped forward, taking the account books from Yunyu and approaching Qi Ziqin. Shinshuru joined Qi Ziqin, and the three began to scrutinize the books while Yunyu leisurely sipped tea nearby. Chimu initially wished to take a glance, but, fearing that Qi Ziqin would insist on using her dowry to cover the military expenses, pretended not to notice and remained seated. It must be said that Yunyu's accounts were indeed clear and concise, elegantly penned, requiring only a little time for verification. After reviewing about half, Qi Ziqin found no discrepancies. However, upon examining the general's accounts, he felt a pounding headache and lowered his gaze to the steward, who dared not breathe too loudly. Nodding in silent acknowledgement, Qi Ziqin closed the account book with a thud, startling Shinshuru, who was deeply engrossed in her calculations. There is nothing amiss. Go to my study and retrieve the black sandalwood box on the left side of the bookshelf, he instructed the nearby servant in a low voice. Casting a glance at Shinshuru, understanding his intent, she turned to command her accompanying maid. Since her husband had confirmed that there were no issues, she felt no need to scrutinize the accounts further. Chapter 52. Repaying debts. The servant and maid swiftly exited, everyone aware of their purpose. Yunyu picked up a set of 15 keys, idly toying with them without a hint of urgency. Qi Ziqin watched her demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration. He could not fathom why her calmness incited such anger within him. He merely knew that her indifference displeased him, and he longed to see her in a state of submission and reliance, a desire he found impossible to fulfill, leaving him vexed. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. With only Yunyu remaining composed, the servant and maid returned promptly, presenting their respective items before them. Master, the box has been retrieved. Qi Ziqin furrowed his brow as he opened the box, extracting the 100,000 taels in silver notes, gripping them tightly in his hand. Madam, here is the money box you requested. Shinshuru's maid respectfully handed it over. With a reluctant expression, Shinshuru opened her money box, revealing all her cash. Under Qi Ziqin's scrutinizing gaze, she finally handed the entire box over to him. Chimu's eyes brightened momentarily, feigning ignorance as she busied herself with her nails. Qi Ziqin accepted Shinshuru's money box, removing all the silver notes with an annoyed expression before handing them to the steward. Give it to her. The steward, feeling a wave of anxiety, quickly took the notes and began counting them meticulously. The room grew eerily quiet, save for the soft sound of the steward counting. What was expected to be a quick task turned into a prolonged ordeal, with the steward's face growing increasingly grim. Qi Ziqin, maintaining a stern expression, addressed the steward, suppressing his anger. Steward, is there a problem? The steward hesitated, his face awkward as he held the notes. Qi Ziqin furrowed his brow, urging him to speak plainly. What could possibly be unsaid here? The steward cast a furtive glance at Yunyu, quickly lowering his head as he bit his lip. There are only 430,000 taels here, falling short by 2,000 taels for military expenses and 12,000 taels for the madam's dowry. As the words fell, the steward wished to vanish into the shadows. Qi Zichen's breath caught, and his face darkened. His fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, revealing his agitation. Shinshuru, too, furiously gripped her handkerchief, her heart seething with anger. Qi and Shinshuru held their breath, terrified to utter a word, fearing Qi Zichen might compel them to compensate. The atmosphere turned bizarre, while Yunyu and her two maids appeared entirely at ease. Qinghe and Qinglian had never felt such a sense of vindication. They had long known their mistress was prepared, but had not anticipated such a release of tension. They should have realized that their mistress was not one to be trifled with. After the steward had spoken, the air hung heavy for a moment, before Qi Zichen slowly raised his gaze to Qimu. She stiffened, her expression more pained than sorrowful. Hunger, how could your mother possibly have that much silver? To ask her for 12,000 taels is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Qi Zichen's breathing grew labored. His mother, as the matriarch of the general's household, should surely possess such a sum. Rest assured, mother, I will repay you.
Henya.
I truly do not have it. It is not a matter of unwillingness. Qi Zichen's teeth were clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on her with fury. How could the esteemed matriarch of the general's household brazenly claim to lack over 10,000 taels? In stark contrast to Yunyu's provision of over 40,000 taels, Qimu's words enraged Qi Zichen, causing his face to flush with indignation. As the mother and son stood at an impasse, Yunyu smiled serenely, addressing the steward with a calm demeanor. Since the funds are insufficient, the silver I contributed may be temporarily set aside. Qinghe, please ensure the silver notes are counted accurately. After all, they are for military expenses provided by my father. And we cannot afford any mistakes that might lead outsiders to believe the general's household is profiting from my family. Yes, madam. Qinghe suppressed her mirth as she approached the steward. The steward, not daring to refuse, glanced up at Qi Zichen, whose face remained cold and unyielding, compelling the steward to timidly hand over the silver notes. Qinghe, with a serious expression, meticulously counted the silver notes, going through them twice. Her actions served to humiliate those present once again. Shinshuru, nearly twisting her handkerchief in frustration, found herself at a loss for words. After all, her available cash was limited, insufficient to cover Yunyu's needs, and she feared that Yunyu would cling to the authority over the household. Once Qinghe had finished counting, she approached Yunyu and respectfully presented the notes. Yunyu did not extend her hand, instead casting a glance at Qinghe, calmly instructing her to take the silver notes to her father and to make up any shortfall from her own coffers. A stir of realization passed through Yunyu's heart. Fortunately, her hurried marriage had left the dowry prepared by the Taishir's residence still under her father's name, while the subsequent dowries had not been documented, leading to the current predicament. Yes, my lady. Qinghe stood tall, carrying the more than 400,000 taels of silver as she departed. Qi Zichen and Shinshuru watched Qinghe's retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of loss over the silver they had painstakingly accumulated. Qimu and Qi Xiangling remained silent, shrinking back in their seats. Yunyu raised her gaze to Qinglian and softly commanded her to deliver the account books and keys to the elder. Understood. Qinglian, her face alight with joy, quickly approached Qi Zichen, placing the thick account books before him without pause, as if avoiding a plague. Qi Zichen maintained his solemn demeanor, slowly turning with the account books and 15 keys. Qimu and Qi Xiangling gazed at him with eager anticipation. The authority over the general's household was entirely vested in the second madam, never to be reclaimed. Qimu was taken aback, her expression darkening. Qi Xiangling, secretly delighted, hurried to congratulate Shinshuru. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Shinshuru's face brightened, hastily accepting the account books and keys, barely containing her joy. Rest assured, my husband, I shall manage the household with utmost diligence. Qi Zichen's pent-up frustrations began to ease, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yunyu rose gracefully, casting a calm glance at Shinshuru as she uttered, since the authority over the household lies with my sister, do not forget the 14,000 taels owed to me, which I trust is of little concern to you. I shall take my leave now. With a smile, she straightened her back and exited. In that moment, Shinshuru's earlier joy dissipated, clutching the account book as if it were a joke. Qimu's previous displeasure found a semblance of balance. With over 10,000 taels still owed to Yunyu, relinquishing the authority over the household seemed trivial. After Yunyu departed, Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling finally dared to speak. I never expected she would leave such a maneuver in her wake. I knew she wouldn't so readily relinquish the authority of the household without a plan, Qi Mu said coldly, then turned to Shuru with a smile. Mother believes that Shuru will manage the household far better than Yunyu. Chapter 53. The shackles. Qi Xiangling chimed in. Sister-in-law is the legitimate daughter of the Shin family. She is surely far superior.
Now.
Qi Xiangling no longer wished to refer to Yunyu as sister-in-law, preferring to simply use her name. Under the reassurance of Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling, Shuru finally beamed with joy. Mother, Ling need not worry. I will manage the household well. I shall thoughtfully consider Ling's marriage proposal tonight and gauge the intentions of the Song family. Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling were most concerned about this matter, and upon hearing her words, they immediately felt at ease. Qi Zichen observed Shinshuru's happiness and, after giving her a few routine instructions to manage the household well, took his leave under the pretext of important affairs. As Yunyu exited Liao Xingjai, she felt an immense sense of relief, her steps imbued with a hint of cheer. Qinglian also sensed her mistress's joy and smiled. Miss, just now I saw the master and the madam. Their expressions were truly theatrical. Full of surprise and anger, it was quite the spectacle. Had you not forewarned me, I would have burst into laughter. Yunyu turned to glance at her, her mood lifting. You little rascal. I've just lost the authority over the household, and you are so cheerful? Shouldn't you be mourning? Qinglian slyly scanned the surroundings before grinning. Though the authority is lost, you have retrieved over 400,000 taels. I believe this loss is worth it. They had all witnessed how the miss had financially supported the general's household. It was precisely for this reason that she had not donned colorful garments in the past 2 years. The authority had only brought her fatigue and shackles. They could not bear to see her suffer, and losing it was perhaps a blessing. Yunyu regarded Qinglian with approval. Your words hold truth. Indeed, it is a joyous occasion. Let us hasten back to see if Qingmei has returned. I have an important task for her. The two sped up, soon arriving back at Hengwu courtyard. As expected, Qingmei had already returned, along with Qinghe, who had been dismissed earlier, and Mama Li. The three looked at Yunyu with eager anticipation. Miss, has the hot potato been handed over? Mama Li, who had not accompanied them, now teased Yunyu. Since the incident with Qi Xiangling, Mama Li had come to terms with the reality that no one in the general's household was trustworthy. It was better to live a more carefree life. Yunyu's face was radiant as she looked at Qingmei. Take this more than 400,000 taels and distribute them. Deposit 30,000 taels in the bank, and the remaining tens of thousands hand over to the various managers, informing them that they may proceed with their previously planned endeavors. Furthermore, spread the news about today's events. The more people who know, the better. Qinghe quickly handed the box to Qingmei. Without a moment's delay, Qingmei accepted it and promptly left. Yunyu turned her gaze to Qinglian. There is a task for you as well, and I trust you will execute it well. Spread word of today's events throughout the household, ensuring it does not seem as if it originated from Hengwu courtyard. There is no need to embellish. Simply state the facts. Qinglian's eyes brightened, unable to contain her smile. All right. This task is entrusted to me. I shall certainly satisfy you, miss. They understood that their mistress was on the verge of undertaking something significant, and though they were unaware of the specifics, they unwaveringly supported her. Mama Li, at this moment, did not lament Yunyu's loss of authority. Listening to her was quite gratifying, and she looked at her with concern. Now that this matter is settled, you need not worry any further. I have prepared many of your favorite dishes. Let us celebrate this auspicious day with a hearty meal. The entire Hengwu courtyard was suffused with joy, dispelling the earlier chill. Meanwhile, news of the change in household authority rapidly spread throughout the general's residence, leaving everyone astonished. Most shocked was Mama Lin, who, while tending to the unconscious matriarch, heard the news from a servant, her brow furrowing with worry. What shall we do now? If the old lady finds out, how can she bear it? Mama Lin whispered to herself, not realizing that the matriarch was awakening at that very moment. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked weakly at Mama Lin and unexpectedly inquired, "What has happened?" The old lady's hoarse voice startled Mama Lin, causing her to tumble from her chair. Worrying for the old lady, she shook her head vigorously. "It was merely my careless tongue. I spoke out of turn. Please punish me, old lady. I know nothing. I shall summon the physician immediately." Her heart was laden with fear. anxious that the old lady, upon hearing the news, might not withstand the shock and become overwhelmed with tears. The matriarch, with a stern expression, attempted to sit up, but after much effort, all she managed was a choked gasp. Mama Lin hurried to assist her, gently patting her back to ease her breathing. The old lady grasped Mama Lin's hand tightly, her grip firm, her expression serious. "Now, even you are unwilling to tell me the truth?" she questioned. "Is it because of my age that you refrain from speaking?" Tears streamed down Mama Lin's cheeks as she choked out. "Old lady, you are weak. You just awakened from a faint. I implore you, do not press me for answers." The old servant merely wishes for the matron's health, even if it meant trading his own lifespan for her well-being. He would willingly do so. Lady Chi sighed heavily and began to pat Granny Lin's hand emphatically. "You know that my entire life has been devoted to the general's household. If anything were to befall it, how could I face the master in the afterlife? Granny Lin, though we are master and servant, you have been my closest companion in this household. I regard you as a sister. You should understand my temperament. Speak. What has transpired?" Granny Lin's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed into the matron's resolute gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively began to speak. "Promise me, madam, that you will remain calm, no matter what you hear. Your health is paramount." The matron nodded, managing a faint smile. "As the matriarch of the general's household for decades, I possess the fortitude to endure this." Granny Lin glanced towards the door, where a maid had already gone to summon the household physician as soon as the matron awakened. This morning, the master, under the pretext of Ling Jie's marriage, accused the first lady of being unworthy to manage the household. Early today, in Liao Xingzhai, he demanded the first lady relinquish her authority, which has now fallen into the hands of the second lady. As Granny Lin recounted the events of the morning in hushed tones, she studied the matron's expression. The matron's eyes widened in shock, and she inhaled deeply, appearing to suffer greatly. Alarmed, Granny Lin hurriedly patted her back, anxiously watching her. "Madam, you promised me not to become agitated. I only spoke of it now. Please, take a breath, do not frighten me." Chapter 54. Anger finally regaining her composure, the matron, filled with a mix of frustration and indignation, shouted, "Bring Yunyu here. He will not rest until he drives me to my grave." "Madam, please do not be upset. I will fetch the master at once." Granny Lin quickly signaled to a nearby maid, all the while comforting the matron, filled with concern. After Qi Zichen returned from Liao Xingzhai to Ikuan Pavilion, he was in a state of turmoil. The image of Yunyu's relieved expression lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Though he sat in the study, his thoughts were clouded with irritation. Before he could sort through his vexation, he noticed a matron from Baoma Hall approaching with a servant. The matron, upon seeing Qi Zichen, anxiously reported, "Master, the matron has awakened and requests your presence in Baoma Hall." Qi Zichen nodded. "I shall come immediately. You may return." He then turned to his servant and inquired, "What about you? Is there something else?" "It is Vice General Zhao seeking an audience with you." Qi Zichen's brow furrowed. Recalling Yunyu's praise of Zhao Jun, his anger flaring anew. Why has he not visited the general's household more frequently in the past? Inform him that he need not come to the general's household for military matters. Any issues should be communicated clearly via written correspondence, and I shall address them at the military camp myself. With a scowl, he stood and instructed the matron from Baoma Hall, "Let us go." The elderly matron, apprehensive of the master's dark expression, remained silent, following him with her head bowed. Upon arriving at Baoma Hall, they encountered the household physician arriving simultaneously. "Master." The physician bowed respectfully to Qi Zichen and followed him into the inner chamber. As they entered, they found the matron already dressed and seated in the grand chair, supported by several soft pillows. Granny Lin, watching Qi Zichen and the physician enter, was filled with worry. She alone knew that the matron had only managed to sit up with great effort. Qi Zichen observed that his grandmother's complexion appeared considerably better than the previous day, which brought him some relief. He gestured for the physician to approach. However, the matron raised her hand, interrupting the physician's movements. "I am well aware of my own condition. I am not at death's door just yet. You may wait outside. I have matters to discuss with him." The physician hesitated, glancing at Qi Zichen, who subtly nodded in understanding. The physician and several matrons promptly exited the chamber, leaving only Qi Zichen, the matron, and Granny Lin. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Zichen took a seat beside her, preparing to listen. The matron fixed her gaze upon him, asking, "There is a great commotion in the household regarding your decision to revoke Yuer's authority, only to grant it to Shinshiro?" Suppressing her anger, the matron's brow furrowed deeper. Qi Zichen's expression darkened as he replied, "Has she come to complain? Does Yuer need to come to me with grievances?" The entire general's household is aware of this matter. Shinshiro has made it her mission to broadcast it to the world. Yuer has never come to me with complaints. The matron, holding back her ire, sighed heavily and looked at Qi Zichen.
Hang out.
"You are being foolish. Yuer managed the household impeccably. To strip her of her authority in such a manner will surely invite scorn upon our family. You have already faced censure from Lord Zhao. If this incident becomes known, it will cement your reputation as one who favors concubines over wives." Furthermore, during Yuer's management, she ensured that the household was well organized, and I was quite satisfied with her efforts. Do you not grasp the state of our household? While others may be oblivious, you surely are not. Our general's household appears splendid on the outside, but is merely an empty shell. The monthly allowances of each courtyard depend on Yuer's contributions, and she has never complained. Moreover, the military salaries for your 20,000 troops have all been supplemented by Yuer. Had she not supported you during your unconsciousness, those troops would have scattered long ago. Rather than express gratitude, you seek to strip her of her authority. Hunger, you must reconsider. As the matron spoke, she struggled to catch her breath, and Granny Lin quickly patted her back. "Madam, please do not become agitated. Your health is of utmost importance." With tears in her eyes, Granny Lin continued to soothe her, while Qi Zichen furrowed his brow tightly and stood abruptly, preparing to call for the physician. Finally, the matron managed to calm her breathing and trembled as she raised her hand to stop Qi Zichen.
Hang out.
Qi Zichen stood in place, his expression grim. "Grandmother, let the physician examine you first." The matron shook her head, her breath steadying as she looked at him earnestly. "The events of today have just unfolded. You must restore Yuer's authority at once." Qi Zichen pursed his lips, the image of Yunyu's cold, resolute face flashing through his mind. Particularly her final declaration of never managing the household again, causing him to frown once more. "It is no longer possible."
Today,
Yunyu presented the military salary accounts from the past 2 years, reconciling them and transferring the authority. "Shuro has produced over 300,000 taels, and with my additional 100,000, the total exceeds 400,000 taels, which has now returned to Lord Yun. I am certain Lord Yun is aware of this. With Shuro producing over 300,000 taels, I cannot simply take the authority back from her. This authority cannot be reclaimed." The matron, infuriated, pounded the arm of her chair, startling Granny Lin into protective action. "You are mistaken. If Shinshiro lacks the ability to fill the void in the general's household, how will you manage to cover this sum?" Yuer was managing perfectly well. Even with Shinshiro entering the household, providing Yuer with a stable position would maintain equilibrium. Yet you have chosen to take such a reckless gamble. Qi Zichen's face remained stern, his grandmother's blunt words deflating his pride. Deep down, he felt guilty towards Yunyu. Yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. "Rest assured, grandmother, Shuro has promised she has the capability to manage the household, and I believe she can do so. The general's household can thrive without Yunyu." Lady Qi was infuriated by Qi Zichen's attitude, but recognized the futility of her situation. She sighed heavily. "I hope you are right. I am aging, my health declines, and I only wish for you to succeed in restoring our household to the grandeur it once held in your grandfather's time. Beyond that, I can no longer exert my influence." As she spoke, she began to cough heavily, struggling to breathe. Qi Zichen furrowed his brow, his expression complicated as he reassured, "Grandmother, please do not worry. I will certainly achieve this." The physician had been waiting for a considerable time, yet grandmother insisted that the physician thoroughly examine her health first. As the words left her lips, Qi Zichen cast a stern glance at Granny Lin, warning her in a severe tone to ensure grandmother was well cared for, as she preferred tranquility and unnecessary words should be avoided. Chapter 55. Sharpness. Granny Lin sensed his anger and quickly lowered her head, feeling a chill in her heart. The old servant kept the young master's words firmly in mind. Qi Zichen strode away from the Bauma hall, his mood greatly affected. The physician, under his directive, cautiously entered the chamber to attend to the old lady. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since Qi Zichen's departure when news of the old lady's unresponsive state once again spread throughout the mansion, plunging Bauma Hall into disarray. Upon returning to Ikuan Pavilion, Qi Zichen listened to the young servant's report, his expression exceptionally grim, yet he showed no intention of moving. He instructed the second mistress to procure good medicine to restore grandmother's health. The young servant kept his head bowed, daring only to nod in compliance, avoiding the master's gaze. At present, the second mistress was in charge, leaving the master seemingly indifferent. When tidings of the old lady's fainting reached the ears of the various masters within the general's residence, the atmosphere turned notably tense. Qi's mother and Shinshuru approached each other, each accompanied by 3 or 4 maids, moving leisurely without a hint of urgency. Yunyu approached from a different direction, and the previously smug expressions of Qi's mother and Shinshuru soured, as though they had swallowed a fly. After witnessing Yunyu's composed and authoritative demeanor, both women's perceptions of her shifted. With their chins slightly raised, they prepared to engage in a battle of wits, only to find that Yunyu, displaying an air of calm indifference, turned and entered Balmol Hall as if she had not noticed their presence at all. Shinshuru, infuriated, pointed at Yunyu's retreating figure, exclaiming that she had ignored their presence and failed to greet their mother. Humph. Once she relinquished control, her true nature began to show. Qi's mother also bore an expression of displeasure, yet internally, she felt a sense of relief. "Mother, let us also go in for a look," Shinshuru declared. Her face flushed with anger, her previous pride now mingled with the fury of having lost a considerable sum. She strode into Balmol Hall, her gait revealing a hint of awkwardness. Her exaggerated manner of walking sharply contrasted with Yunyu's elegant and poised stride, drawing the attention of the maids within Balmol Hall. Having already been agitated, Shinshuru entered Balmol Hall, raising her voice. "Sister, you enter without even a word of greeting to mother. Is this not exceedingly rude?" Inside the old lady's chamber, both Granny Lin and the physician frowned simultaneously, displeased by Shinshuru's arrogance. Yet they dared not show their disdain due to her status as the second mistress. Yunyu slightly furrowed her brows and cast a detached glance at Shinshuru. "My grandmother is unresponsive, and my heart is anxious. I merely wish to see her as soon as possible, unaware of anyone else present." "Sister, where is mother? Moreover, your loud entrance. Are you prepared to scold or perform a grand act?" Yunyu's composed remarks nearly prompted Granny Lin and the physician to burst into laughter, compelling them to lower their heads in unison. Realizing she had disturbed the old lady, Shinshuru's face flushed with embarrassment, but unwilling to lose face in front of Yunyu, she could only furiously point at her and retort, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am here to visit grandmother." "And mother accompanied me." Qi's mother, hearing Yunyu's words from outside, entered with an air of displeasure, stating, "I came with Rower. Yet you chose to ignore us, and entered the Balmol Hall first. Have you grown indifferent to me since you relinquished control?" Qi's mother scolded Yunyu as soon as she entered, her dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Granny Lin sighed heavily in her heart, feeling the weight of the situation for both the eldest mistress and the general's residence. Yunyu, in her haste and not having seen her mother, had, however, spotted a pair of figures leisurely walking and chatting near the drooping flower gate. Could those figures be her mother and sister? Qi's mother felt a pang of guilt and vehemently denied it. "It was not us. We were at the end of the long corridor. It seems mother may have mistaken you, and I wrongly accused you." The entire general's residence was shrouded in tension due to the old lady's condition. If it were revealed that she and Shinshuru had been laughing and chatting together, who knows what others might think. Most importantly, if this reached the old lady's ears, it would spell disaster. Qi's mother felt guilty and anxious. Initially, she and Shinshuru had prepared a rebuke for Yunyu, but her calm remarks effortlessly dissolved their intentions, leaving them speechless. Yunyu smiled lightly, softly asserting that it was of no consequence, and continued to inquire about the old lady's health from the physician. This further highlighted Qi's mother and Shinshuru's apparent lack of concern for the old lady. When the two prepared to express their concern, the physician had already relayed everything to Yunyu. Yunyu turned to Qinghe, instructing her to fetch the ginseng. Qinghe, with a respectful demeanor, presented a top-grade ginseng to Granny Lin, mirroring Yunyu's calmness as she handed it over. "Granny Lin, this is a century-old ginseng from Baishan, known for its restorative properties. Once grandmother awakens, please ensure she has a good supplement, and I trust you will take great care of her." Granny Lin felt touched, reflecting on how the young master was indeed a gem in contrast to the second mistress, who could not measure up to even half of the eldest mistress's worth. The eldest mistress is thoughtful. I thank the eldest mistress on behalf of the old lady, Granny Lin expressed respectfully, carefully storing the century-old ginseng. Yunyu smiled gently, stating, Grandmother is in a weakened state and needs peace and fresh air. I shall not stay here to disturb her. She approached Chi's mother, softly bidding farewell before turning and gracefully exiting Baomao Hall. In contrast, Chi's mother and Shinshuru stood empty-handed, their insincerity glaringly apparent. The two stood awkwardly to the side, feigning concern as Yunyu exited with a faint smile, walking alongside Qinghe in the corridor, feeling unrestrained and more at ease. She had instructed Qingmei to disseminate news of her being stripped of her authority, and she anticipated that the entire capital would soon be aware of this matter. She was unperturbed by the ridicule of the capital's populace. After all, since Shinshuru's arrival, her reputation as the most talented lady in the capital had already been tarnished. And she did not mind adding another brushstroke to the canvas of disgrace. The more scandalous it became, the more advantageous it was for her. Yunyu's gaze shifted determinately, her resolve solidifying further. At this moment in the capital, the news of her losing control was spreading rapidly. The matriarchs of prominent families could not help but sigh. They had once thought Yunyu would enjoy a fulfilling life, only to witness such a debacle unfold. Once regarded as the foremost talented lady in the capital, her current plight stirred sympathy among many noble women. Qi Zichen faced renewed scorn, further solidifying his reputation for favoring concubines over his wife. Although Shinshuru was his legitimate wife, in the eyes of the noble families in the capital, she was no different from a favored concubine. This news reached Zhao Jun, who had just departed from the general's residence. Chapter 56. Changed perspectives. He could hardly believe that such a serene and talented lady as the eldest mistress could be treated this way by the general. The general's actions towards the eldest mistress felt like a cold splash of water to the numerous soldiers who respected her. For the past 2 years, the soldiers had remained steadfast due to the eldest mistress's influence, but now this situation rendered them a mere joke. Zhao Jun arrived at the most renowned tea house in the capital, pouring himself drink after drink, his brows tightly knitted. Seated opposite him was a man who bore a slight resemblance to him, who hastily intervened to stop his excessive drinking. Brother, what troubles you today? I have never seen you drink so heavily. Did you not always say that as a soldier, you should refrain from alcohol? What on earth has transpired? Zhao Jun frowned deeply, exhaling a heavy sigh. Have you heard the recent rumors circulating in the capital? Zhao Wei's expression darkened as he quickly grasped the matter at hand. Are you referring to the affairs of General Qi's household? This matter pertains to the inner chambers of the household. Although General Qi's favoritism towards his concubine at the expense of his wife is undeniably wrong, it does not diminish his talent in commanding the army. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow and downed the wine in his cup once more, slowly revealing the issue of Yunyu supplementing the military funds. Zhao Wei was taken aback. If that were the case, the general's wife was not only exceptionally talented, but also wholeheartedly devoted to the general's household. It is indeed a pity that a woman of such great ability is not cherished by General Qi. Moreover, when General Qi fell into a deep coma, it was the general's wife who stepped forward to stabilize the military's morale. Zhao Jun sighed, reiterating the events of that day when Yunyu offered her counsel. This revelation astounded Zhao Wei even more. The general's wife, with her unparalleled grace, stood unwaveringly by the general's side, believing in him wholeheartedly. She wagered her entire life on the future, and it was precisely because the troops had faith that even a woman of her caliber was unafraid that they felt secure. Now, with General Qi's preference for his concubine leading to the undermining of that initial trust, it surely left the soldiers feeling unsettled. Zhao Jun was acutely aware of this. Hence his sighs of despair. The general's actions have left me at a loss as to how to explain this to the soldiers. As Zhao Jun's voice fell, a flamboyant man entered the room, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of flamboyance. Zhao Wei. Ha! You are here too. The Grand Prince Huang Fuqingge approached with a playful smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. In all of the capital, only Grand Prince Huang Fuqingge was so ostentatious, disregarding rumors and wholly indulging in pleasure. Upon his entrance, Zhao Wei immediately rose, addressing the Grand Prince with utmost respect. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Zhao Jun's expression tightened as he too stood up to salute. This humble official pays his respects, Your Highness. Grand Prince Huang Fuqingge, with a bewitching demeanor, surveyed the brothers Zhao Jun and Zhao Wei, settling himself comfortably between them. Zhao Jun, suddenly alert and wanting to distance himself from Huang Fuqingge, prepared to leave. However, Huang Fuqingge cast a lazy glance at Zhao Jun and remarked, "Zhao Jun, the vice-general of General Qi. Are you planning to take your leave as soon as I arrive, showing no regard for my presence?" Zhao Jun's expression faltered. He had no intention of engaging extensively with Huang Fuqingge, but felt caught in a dilemma due to his words. He glanced back at Zhao Wei, their eyes communicating in silence. Zhao Wei nodded, smiling to ease the tension. "Your Highness, my elder brother harbors no such intentions." He desperately signaled to Zhao Jun, hoping he would stay to share a drink with Huang Fuqingge for his sake. In his heart, he regarded Huang Fuqingge as a benefactor. Had it not been for the Grand Prince's recommendation for him to enter the National Academy, he would never have had such an opportunity and would still be serving in the Ministry of Rights. Although he followed the Grand Prince, he did not believe the rumors that depicted him as solely indulgent in pleasures. He held a deep respect for the Grand Prince. Zhao Jun looked at his younger brother, understanding his intentions. Despite his hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "This humble official holds great admiration for your Highness. I shall drink in reverence." Zhao Jun raised his cup and drank heartily. Huang Fuqingge reclined lazily in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze shimmering as he flashed a charming smile. "Interesting. I most admire those who are generous." As he spoke, Huang Fuqingge raised his cup and drank it all. Not a drop of fine liquor left in his glass. Witnessing the Grand Prince's liberality, the 2 bottles of exquisite wine on the table soon ran dry. Zhao Jun and Zhao Wei, already somewhat intoxicated, blushed and became slightly dazed, quickly becoming more familiar with Huang Fuqingge. Meanwhile, Huang Fuqingge maintained his initial demeanor, with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed. "What were you discussing about the general's household? Could it be the recent uproar regarding General Qi's inner chambers?" TSK. The capital's foremost talent is not all that impressive." Huang Fuqingge chuckled dismissively, his eyes indifferent to Yunyu's title as the capital's foremost talent.
Zhao Yun, slightly tipsy,
waved his hands to interrupt Huang Fuqingge. "Your Highness, the general's wife is not as you imagine. She is exceptionally talented, refined, and the most gifted woman I have ever encountered." Zhao Jun spoke earnestly, his words brimming with admiration and respect for Yunyu. Huang Fuqingge's eyes flickered with interest. It was rare to hear such praise for a woman from Zhao Jun. "If what you say is true, she is indeed a remarkable woman. However, it is simply a pity that the general does not appreciate her." Zhao Jun lamented, expressing his regret that such a noble woman, if married to another family, would not endure such a fate. He slammed his fist heavily onto the table, startling Zhao Wei, who was already 3 parts drunk. Huang Fuqingge recalled the first time he encountered Yunyu, her serene and dignified demeanor, unperturbed by the humiliation of General Qi's proposal to take a concubine. Such a woman is indeed a rarity. A glimmer of amusement crossed Huang Fuqingge's eyes. This matter has stirred quite a commotion in the capital. The esteemed minister Zhao has submitted an edict to reprimand General Qi. It is said that in the court, Minister Zhao scolded him for a full half-hour, leaving the Minister of War, Shun Jing'an, with a face as dark as ink. Despite his anger, he did not dare to utter a word. Even the emperor frowned, allowing Minister Zhao to finish scolding General Qi before speaking, imposing a further month's ban on General Qi's attendance at court. The Minister of Rights, Yun Xiuwen, remained stoic and silent throughout. Thus, the general's household became the talk of the town, and after the discussions regarding General Qi seizing his wife's authority, news of his month-long court ban followed swiftly, eliciting a wave of sighs. This retribution came timely. Chapter 57. The accounts listening to the servant's report. Qi Ziqing swept all the documents off his desk in a fit of rage. His fury rendered the servant too frightened to speak. Cowering in the corner and scarcely daring to breathe heavily, Qi Ziqing's face darkened, his breath heavy, and his gaze brooding. "Inform the second madam that this matter must remain concealed from grandmother. If anyone breathes a word of it, they shall face the family law." The servant trembled slightly, responding quickly before retreating. Meanwhile, in the Xiaoxiang courtyard, the sound of Xin Shuru's cheerful voice could still be heard from outside. Her maid had set up a table in the courtyard, displaying all the household accounts as well as the 15 keys to household management, quite ostentatiously. Xin Shuru sat in front of the desk, pretentiously opening one of the account books, her gaze flippantly scanning its contents. Although she was not particularly adept at managing accounts, she could still discern every transaction made by Yunyu. Her expression began to sour. The Qi family's descendants had served as generals for generations, their lineage boasting a rich heritage for hundreds of years. During Qi Ziqing's grandfather's era, the family was at its peak, possessing numerous shops and fertile estates. However, as time passed and Qi Ziqing's father passed away early, the family's expenses grew increasingly burdensome, and the shops and estates began to decline, no longer able to meet the family's needs. By the time Qi Ziqing took charge, the general's household had deteriorated significantly, far from its former glory. Despite the old matriarch's best efforts to balance the household expenses, she could only manage to shift funds from one area to another. Moreover, with the emperor's intention to reclaim the military powers of various generals, the monthly military allocations had been halved. Consequently, the profits from the general's shops and estates were entirely consumed by military expenses, barely sufficient to cover them. When faced with a downturn in business, the household would find itself in dire straits. Previously, Qi Ziqing had been holding things together until he fell into a coma, leaving the old matriarch and Qi mother in a precarious position. Shinshuru, piecing together the reasons behind it all, felt her expression grow increasingly grim. No wonder Yunyu so effortlessly relinquished control of the household to me. It turns out the general's household has long since become an empty shell. In a fit of rage, she swept the account book to the floor, startling the maid beside her. "Madam, you must not. This is the authority over the household that you obtained at great expense. It should not be so carelessly discarded." Shinshuru's maid and the matron hurriedly gathered the fallen account book and keys, and, glancing at Shinshuru, they asked anxiously, "Madam, what has transpired?" "Matron, look at these accounts. The business of the shops and estates," Shinshuru exclaimed, her anger evident as she pointed at the account book that the maid had neatly arranged. The matron, puzzled, opened one of the volumes. Her expression mirrored Shinshuru's, growing increasingly furrowed as she examined the pages. It was astonishing how the general's household had fallen to such depths. There were 300 or 400 masters within the residence alone, and nearly 2,000 servants including close matron, first and second rank maids, and houseboys, not even accounting for the expenses of meals, gardening, and other costs, which amounted to thousands of taels each month just to maintain them. At this revelation, the other maids collectively gasped. No wonder the eldest lady was reluctant to take charge of the household. It was indeed a thankless task. "Madam, why not return the authority of the household? Such a position is more trouble than it is worth." The 3 maidservants wore troubled expressions, all looking towards their mistress. Shinshuru slammed her hand on the table, finally understanding why her husband had not allowed her to scrutinize the accounts closely. Yet, this authority was something she had fought hard for, having spent over 300,000 taels to acquire it, and she was unwilling to relinquish it. The matron, deep in thought, remained silent for a moment before addressing Shinshuru. "Madam, this matter may not necessarily be a burden. Now that the eldest master has awakened, he will surely find a way to manage the businesses of the shops and estates, and he will undoubtedly address the military salary issues as well. If you take charge now, it could be a better opportunity than that of the lady from Hengwu Courtyard." Upon hearing this, Shinshuru and the maids brightened with hope. After a moment of contemplation, Shinshuru turned to the matron and asked, "Matron, what do you suggest?" The matron smiled enigmatically. "The lady from Hengwu Courtyard relies on her dowry shop to support the general's household, with the assistance of the Grand Tutor's household. You possess many shops and estates as well. If you can manage them better than she does, it is quite possible that you may become the rightful mistress of the general's household." Shinshuru's face lit up with delight, a sense of urgency coursing through her. "This plan is indeed brilliant. I refuse to believe that I cannot achieve what Yunyu has accomplished." Just as she began to wear a triumphant smile, a maid from Ikuan Pavilion approached. Upon entering Xiaoxiang Courtyard, she found Shinshuru seriously examining the account book, which elicited a newfound respect for her. "Your servant pays her respects to the second lady." Shinshuru looked up, assuming Qi Ziqing had sent for her, and a warm smile graced her face. "Is it that my husband will visit Xiaoxiang Courtyard tonight?" The maid's expression stiffened slightly. "Regarding the eldest master, I am unaware. It was his personal attendant who sent me to inform you, second lady, that during today's morning court, the emperor has once again prohibited the eldest master from attending for a month. The eldest master asks that you keep this from the old lady. If you have no other instructions, I shall return to Ikuan Pavilion to attend to my duties." The maid curtsied and, not daring to meet Shinshuru's gaze, swiftly departed. After the maid left, Shinshuru's expression darkened. Ever since Qi Zichen had visited her Xiaoxiang courtyard on their wedding night, he had not stayed there again for many days. Were it not for her knowledge of his indifference towards Yunyu, she would have harbored suspicions. Despite her dissatisfaction, she stifled her feelings and began issuing orders to the maid beside her. Meanwhile, upon returning to Hengwu courtyard, Yunyu found herself unburdened by the authority of the household. Qinghe and Qinglian busied themselves preparing a small stove in the inner chamber, while Qingmei procured fresh ingredients from outside the residence to cook a hot pot for Yunyu. Sitting at the center, Yunyu was in rare spirits, relishing each dish before finally setting down her silver chopsticks. I have eaten well. She gracefully rose, attended by Qinghe and Qinglian, to wash her hands and rinse her mouth before settling onto a soft couch in the inner room, meticulously reviewing the accounts of several shops. Only then did Qinghe, Qinglian, Qingmei, and matronly gather around the stove. After Yunyu's meal, a substantial amount of food remained, sufficient for the four of them. Qinglian, filled with joy, remarked while devouring her meat, "Miss, had we known that relinquishing the household authority would be so easy, you should have done it sooner." Matronly playfully tapped her forehead, not bothering to refute her. "You child, you can complain all you want when there is food on your plate." Qinghe and Qingmei exchanged knowing smiles. Yunyu raised her eyes to them, smiling lightly. "It is not too late to relinquish the authority now. Qingmei, tomorrow find a moment to leave the residence and inquire about the recent trends in the capital, and spread word that I intend to devote myself to peaceful meditation." Thus unable to manage the affairs of the general's household. Additionally, inform the managers to keep an eye on the Shun family's business, should any developments arise. They are to act accordingly, for I shall support them. Rest assured, miss, I will handle this matter well tomorrow. Qinglian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Miss, they could never have guessed that the over 40,000 taels you reclaimed have already been deposited into the bank. Plus you have acquired more than 10 shops in the capital. You are truly the most talented among them all." Seeing her mistress finally begin to strategize, they felt a surge of joy. "Miss, if you are not managing affairs, why still pursue peaceful meditation?" Qinglian questioned, puzzled. Yunyu merely smiled faintly, her thoughts extending even further. "It is not enough for me to be merely talented. I must also ensure my complete withdrawal. Grandmother's birthday banquet is approaching. Though she may still be unconscious at present, she will surely recover in a few days. Shinshuru, in her first attempt at managing the household, will undoubtedly host a grand banquet to assert her status. By releasing the news at this time, everyone will know that the banquet is not under my purview." Qinglian still did not understand why it mattered that others knew she was not in charge. Qinghe, unable to bear it, lightly poked Qinglian's brow. "How can you not understand this? Given Shinshuru's temperament, her first time managing a banquet will surely end in chaos. Miss is merely distancing herself to avoid being implicated." Yunyu looked at Qinghe with appreciation. As Yunyu anticipated, Shinshuru's initial foray into household management created a tumult within the general's residence. Having taken charge for 2 days, she flaunted her authority and prepared to overhaul the entire household. Under the guise of reducing expenses, she halved the monthly allowances of each household master, leading by example in cutting costs, and soon it would be the turn of the many servants. Qi Mother and Qi Xiongling were among those who supported Shinshuru's measures, wholeheartedly agreeing with the reduction of monthly allowances. After all, Shinshuru had secretly provided them with many benefits, and this amount was negligible. Even the madam and the eldest young lady echoed her sentiments, leaving the junior concubines and other lesser branches too intimidated to voice their objections. With no dissent, Shinshuru grew more emboldened, setting her sights on the numerous servants. Just then, news arrived that the old lady's condition had improved. Although she still lay in bed, she was much more alert than in the previous days, able to open her eyes and converse with those around her, her complexion now more vibrant and her spirit invigorated. Shinshuru, Qi Mother, and Qi Xiongling rushed to Baomel Hall, all gathering around the old lady's bedside, conspicuously missing Yunyu. "Grandmother, it is all Lingo's fault for making you angry. You may scold or reprimand me as you wish." Kneeling at the old lady's bedside, Qi Xiongling wept softly, appearing pitiful as if she understood her wrongdoing. Qi Mother, glancing furtively at the old lady's expression, added, My child, even if you were displeased with your sister-in-law's choice of a match, you must not let your emotions get the better of you and upset your mother. Fortunately, the heavens have blessed our general's residence, allowing mother to awaken soon. Otherwise, my heart would race with worry every day." While speaking, she clutched her chest, and the mother-daughter duo performed their act of sorrow. Madame Qi, upon awakening, found herself still somewhat agitated, observing the antics of Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling with a clarity akin to a polished mirror. Although she recognized their performance as mere pretense, they were, after all, her kin, and she had long since ceased to dwell on it. Shinshuru, noting the expression on Madame Qi's face, smiled and interjected, "Mother, Linger,
Do not behave this way.
how could grandmother remain angry with you for long? Linger is grandmother's cherished granddaughter, the one she loves most dearly. If you simply apologize, how could grandmother hold a grudge? Grandmother, it was Linger's fault. She shall not dare again," Qi Xiangling said, lowering her head with a hint of joy, then, in a moment, raised her face to adopt a pitiable expression. "I promise, grandmother, I will not do so again." With that, she and Qi Mu rose and slowly took their seats beside Madame Qi. Qi Mu exchanged a knowing glance with Shinshuru, who promptly grasped the cue and smiled. "Today, as grandmother awakens, we feel greatly relieved. Since I have been managing the household for 2 days, I would like to take this opportunity to report to grandmother on the state of affairs within the residence." This marked Shinshuru's first mention of household matters since assuming her role, and her confidence was palpable. Madame Qi's gaze fell upon her, yet she remained silent. Holding a ledger, Shinshuru elaborated on the changes of the past 2 days with poise. "Grandmother, the monthly allowances for the ladies of each courtyard were established during the glory of the general's residence. Now that the household is less prosperous, it is only fitting to make some adjustments. Over the past 2 days, I have halved the monthly allowances for each courtyard, which will save several hundred taels of silver. Everyone understands the challenges our family faces and has been cooperative. I assured them that when our circumstances improve, their allowances would be restored to their former amounts. Here are the accounts reflecting the reductions I have made. I would appreciate your review, grandmother, and any guidance you might offer, should I have erred." As she presented the ledger to a nearby maid, she raised an eyebrow and exchanged a subtle glance, her demeanor considerably more restrained than before. The maid quickly brought the ledger to Madame Qi, bowing in attendance. Observing this, Shinshuru continued, "I am aware that grandmother is not entirely satisfied with my management of the household. As my sister is unwilling to oversee affairs, I have accepted this heavy responsibility and will do my utmost. Should I fail, I leave the authority of managing the household to your discretion, grandmother." Her words exuded humility, reminiscent of Yunyu, starkly contrasting with her previous arrogance. Old Lady Qi, sensing Shinshuru's humble demeanor, glanced at the ledger in the maid's hands and sighed before speaking. "I am not dissatisfied with your management. There is no need for you to blame yourself. You are correct. For centuries, the ladies of the general's residence have received such allowances. Given our current state, adjustments are indeed warranted. You have managed the household commendably, and I see no less than what Yunyu achieved. Continue to manage well." Her voice was no longer as robust as before, speaking slowly and pausing between her words. Having come to terms with the situation, Old Lady Qi recognized Shinshuru's intent to manage the household, noting her humble attitude and the support she received from Hungur. Thus, she resolved to guide her properly. Chapter 59. Compromise. Elated by her words, Shinshuru suppressed her joy, recalling the lessons from her nanny about concealing her emotions, and, emulating Yunyu's steadiness, gently proposed, "Grandmother, I believe it is time to also reassess the servants in the household following the reduction of allowances. What do you think?" Old Lady Qi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You are right. The mistresses have been rather generous with the servants, and a little restructuring is indeed in order. However, as most of the servants are family-born, they are loyal to our family, so we must proceed with discretion. It is necessary to address any misconduct, but we must be measured in our approach." Unbeknownst to Old Lady Qi, her thoughts diverged significantly from Shinshuru's. Sensing Old Lady Qi's approval, Shinshuru beamed and assured her, "Rest assured, grandmother, I will act according to your wishes." Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling exchanged surprised glances, smiling at each other. "Mother, you need not worry. Shinshuru is far more prudent than Yunyu. Her foresight surpasses that of Yunyu. I believe she is much more reliable, and our family will surely prosper." Qi Mu's words were filled with satisfaction regarding Shinshuru. Old Lady Qi cast a sidelong glance at Qi Mu, noticing Qi Xiangling beside her, and understood the underlying motives. She sighed internally, realizing it was all for the sake of young Master Song. Shinshuru's eyes glimmered as she seized the moment. Grandmother, speaking of which, since my sister has stepped back from managing the household, she has not even visited you. It seems Linger's marriage prospects are entirely reliant on her, but what shall we do about that? At this, old Lady Chi's expression shifted subtly. Since her awakening, Yunyu had indeed not visited Baomall Hall, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment, furrowing her brow slightly. Nanny Lin sighed internally, preparing to caution the ladies against overexerting themselves, but she was restrained by old Lady Chi's raised hand. Qi Xiangling, eyeing her grandmother's expression, spoke timidly, "Grandmother, Linger does not favor the families my sisters have been considering." She lowered her head, looking quite pitiful. Old Lady Qi regarded her with a touch of sympathy, for she was her beloved granddaughter. "You are the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. No ordinary family is worthy of your status. I have kept an eye on the families your sisters have considered, and they are quite respectable." Qi Mu eagerly awaited old Lady Qi's affirmation, chiming in, "You are correct. Mother, I find the young master of the Song family to be quite suitable, whether through Shin Shuru's management or her discerning eye." Shin Shuru's eyes sparkled with opportunity. "Grandmother, I have taken the liberty to investigate the young master of the Song family, and he is certainly not as my sister has suggested. It would be unwise to jeopardize Linger's promising match due to unfounded assumptions." Old Lady Qi considered this carefully, her resolve softening. She turned to Qi Xiangling and inquired, "Linger, do you truly have feelings for the young master of the Song family?" Qi Xiangling's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head shyly. "Linger believes the young master of the Song family possesses great talent. Such a man must surely be a worthy partner." Though her voice was low, it was heard by all present. Qi Mu and Shin Shuru exchanged satisfied glances, smiling. "Mother, Linger is our sole legitimate daughter. We cannot allow her to settle for less." Qi Mu's words prompted old Lady Qi to observe Qi Xiangling more closely, who appeared both shy and pleased, clearly satisfied with the young master of the Song family. With a sigh, old Lady Qi conceded, "Well then, if it is a match you have chosen for yourself, I have no intention of forcing you otherwise. I only hope you do not come to regret your decision." Qi Xiangling's face lit up with joy as she shyly replied, "Thank you, grandmother, for your support. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will not regret my choice." Seeing old Lady Qi finally relent, Qi Mu and Shin Shuru both smiled with satisfaction. "Grandmother, you need not worry. I have thoroughly inquired into the young master of the Song family. He will surely be a good match for Linger. I will find an opportunity in the coming days to invite a matchmaker to ascertain the Song family's intentions." Qi Mu was overwhelmed with joy, envisioning her daughter soon becoming a lady of the Duke's residence, and fearing old Lady Qi might change her mind. She quickly added, "You truly care for Linger. No ordinary family would be so fortunate." Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Qi family cast a sidelong glance at Qi's mother, tacitly acknowledging the matter. Could it be that the Song family dares to look down upon the daughters of the general's residence? Recognizing that the matriarch had acquiesced, Shin Shuru smiled and remarked that they would never dare to harbor such disdain. However, for the two families to establish a cordial relationship, it was imperative to engage a matchmaker to inquire about names and auspicious dates, as the matter of Linga's betrothal necessitated adherence to proper etiquette. Additionally, there was a significant event approaching, the matriarch's birthday. With the matriarch awakening today, Shuru contemplated organizing a grand birthday feast, inviting prominent figures from the capital to celebrate her grandmother's longevity. Qi's mother and Qi Xiangling quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the matriarch's birthday had been celebrated simply in the past 2 years, and this year warranted a more elaborate affair. A hint of calculation danced in Shin Shuru's smile. By inviting the elite of the capital, everyone would witness who truly held sway in the general's residence. Yet, the matriarch's eyes reflected a flicker of concern, not sharing their exuberance. "First, the matter of Linger's engagement must be settled. My own birthday is not yet upon me, so the feast can wait." Qi Xiangling, sensing her grandmother's emphasis on her engagement, blushed and smiled, knowing well that her grandmother cherished her. After conversing with them for a considerable time, the matriarch, weary, waved her hand, indicating that as her granddaughter, Qi Xiangling was undoubtedly dear to her, and suggested that Shuru take charge of the arrangements. Lin Mama, observing the matriarch's countenance with concern, leaned in and softly advised, "Matriarch, please take a rest." The matriarch nodded wearily, pressing her brow. Qi's mother, Shinshuru, and Qi Xiangling exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to let the matriarch rest. The matriarch nodded, allowing Lin Mama to assist her in settling down. The three of them tiptoed out of the Balmol hall, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. On the way back, Chi's mother regarded Shinshuru with an air of expectation. Shuru, regarding Linga's engagement, I must trouble you to make more connections. Hearing this, Chi Xiangling quickly affectionately linked her arm with Shinshuru's, playfully shaking it. Chapter 60. In a fit of anger, good sister-in-law, you are the best. Remember to speak well on my behalf. Shinshuru, flattered by their flattery, instantly regained her former exuberance, having completely forgotten the admonitions of her wet nurse. Fear not. I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. A smug smile graced her lips as they strolled back. Just as they were nearing the Xiaoxiang courtyard, a thought struck her, and her lips curled into a charming smile. She swayed her hips and instructed her maid, let us visit the Fengwu courtyard to see that lady. Although a few maids behind her prepared to call out, they were softened by their mistress's radiant smile and refrained from dousing her enthusiasm, reluctantly following her lead. 3 maids trailed behind her as she confidently made her way to the Fengwu courtyard. Shinshuru was the first to step through the entrance, where she beheld Yunyu and 3 maids engaged in a graceful exchange within the courtyard. The atmosphere was delightful, with smiles gracing the faces of all 4. Particularly, Yunyu's countenance radiated serenity, her simple attire accentuating her beauty, as a verse slipped from her lips, accompanied by a tranquil smile. Her demeanor remained unperturbed upon noticing Shinshuru's entrance. Shinshuru despised Yunyu's lofty demeanor from the moment she laid eyes on her. Her previously bright mood dimmed significantly. She raised her chin defiantly, poised to speak. Sister, have you come today to repay the 14,000 taels I lent you? Yunyu's calm words effectively choked Shinshuru's retort in her throat. The joy she felt earlier in the Balmol hall evaporated in an instant, replaced by fury and exasperation. I only just settled over 300,000 taels a few days ago. Now you expect me to return over 10,000 taels. The Shin family is not a moneylender. Yunyu appeared somewhat fatigued, her interest waning as she gazed at Shinshuru. If there is no repayment, has my sister come to the Fengwu courtyard for any particular reason? There are no confidants here for you. Yunyu's nonchalant remark further incensed Shinshuru. The arrogance she had previously displayed was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a simmering rage. In just 2 sentences, her bravado was diminished, the hierarchy starkly evident. Qing He, Qing Lian, and Qing Mei stood behind Yunyu, suppressing their amusement, reveling in the sight of their mistress effortlessly provoking Shinshuru's ire. Shinshuru, chin slightly raised, declared, I came to inform my sister that since taking charge, everyone in the household has been obedient. Even grandmother has agreed to let me pursue a match for Linger with the eldest son of the Song family. Such splendid news. I thought to share it with you. She elevated her chin with pride, anticipating a look of astonishment from Yunyu, but instead, she merely raised her eyes slightly, unaffected. I have no interest in your management of the household. There is no need for you to inform me. Unless it pertains to the repayment, I would prefer you not to visit the Fengwu courtyard, lest I find myself disappointed. That 14,000 taels is not beyond my means to repay. Why do you persistently pursue this matter, sister? Is it amusing? Shinshuru raised her voice, hands clenched, tilting her head to argue, like a child denied a sweet. Yunyu smiled faintly. If we are not discussing the matter of silver, do my sister and I have anything else to converse about? Shinshuru, her face flushed with anger, huffed and turned to leave. She had not anticipated that her visit to the Fengwu courtyard, initially intended to confront Yunyu, would end with her so flustered. As she exited the Fengwu courtyard, Qing He, Qing Lian, and Qing Mei stifled their laughter behind Yunyu. Our mistress is impressive. With just a few words, she has left Shinshuru fuming. It's only been 2 days since she took charge, and already, who knows what chaos will ensue. With her temperament, there will surely be a spectacle to behold. Mistress, how long do you think it will take for Shinshuru to cause a comedic incident? The 3 looked at Yunyu with eager anticipation in their eyes. Why concern ourselves with inconsequential individuals? Yunyu smiled lightly, as if recalling something, then turned to Qing Mei and asked, Did the matter I entrusted you with come to fruition? Qing Mei stepped forward, her smile fading as she replied, Everything has been accomplished. We await your further instructions. Yunyu pondered for a moment. Very well. Today you shall venture out once more. Inform the shopkeepers to keep a keen eye on the Shin family as establishments, and be prepared for business. Furthermore, spread the word that I shall henceforth devote myself to piety and shall not concern myself with worldly matters, leaving all affairs of the general's residence to Shinshuru. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Qingmei nodded and quickly departed from the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yunyu, along with Qing He and Qing Lian, continued their elegant discourse. After leaving the Fengwu courtyard, Shinshuru returned to Xiaoxiang courtyard, infuriated and shattering several ornaments in her wake. The wet nurse, observing her distress, questioned, "What has transpired? Did you not go to the Bauma Hall to see the matriarch? Did the matriarch not acknowledge the second madam?" Shinshuru bitterly recounted the events that transpired in Fengwu courtyard. Upon hearing this, the wet nurse's gaze sharpened. "Second madam, the lady of Fengwu courtyard has already fallen from grace. Why pay her any mind? At this moment, you should focus on reorganizing the household, ensuring that everyone heeds your commands. In doing so, all will recognize who truly holds authority in the general's residence, and respect will naturally follow." The wet nurse leaned in close, whispering, their expressions growing increasingly self-satisfied. That afternoon, Shinshuru summoned her maids to gather all the servants from the various courtyards in Xiaoxiang courtyard. The courtyard bustled with maids and nannies, all wearing perplexed expressions. While everyone was already aware of the second madam's assumption of control, they had yet to formally pay their respects. As they stood in the Xiaoxiang courtyard, beyond their confusion, there was a palpable curiosity regarding Shinshuru. Previously, the first madam had managed affairs with fairness and clarity, ensuring that each individual felt attended to. Thus, everyone held her in high regard. Now, with the second madam in charge, they wondered how things would unfold. As everyone curiously gazed at Shinshuru, she too scrutinized those present in the courtyard. Observing the throng of people, she felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. This was merely a fraction of the total. She had refrained from summoning the majority of the household servants to avoid any semblance of favoritism. From her examination of the accounts, she was aware that the direct and collateral branches of the general's residence totaled only 300 to 400 individuals, while the servants and maidservants numbered over 2,000. This realization struck her with the enormity of the situation. It was no wonder the general's residence faced financial strain, as such lavish expenditures were predominantly directed towards the household staff. Shinshuru lifted her gaze towards the matrons and maidservants in the courtyard and then back to the roster in the ledger, her lips curling in disdain. In the case of the old matriarch's quarters, there were 2 personal matrons, complemented by 2 cleaning matrons, and 1 each for the roles of cook, seamstress, hairdresser, gardener, and ritualist, resulting in a total exceeding 10. The number of servants dedicated to the other ladies of the collateral branches was similarly disproportionate, with 3 personal maidservants, 2 cleaning maidservants, a nurturing matron, a ceremonial matron, along with various others, all adding up to a small army of attendants. Though she dared not offend the main mistress, the collateral ladies and gentlemen were of little concern to her. Having come to this conclusion, Shinshuru addressed the assembly. "You have been summoned here today for an important announcement." Her words plunged the gathering into silence, their curiosity piqued. "I trust you have heard the news. From this moment forth, I shall oversee the household affairs of the general's residence." Upon reviewing the roster, it is evident that our household is vastly overstaffed. Henceforth, each master or mistress shall reduce their household staff by 2, with the positions filled by the first-rank maidservants of each courtyard. Furthermore, the remaining servants shall see their monthly stipends reduced by 301. The previous indulgences afforded by your former mistress will no longer apply under my management. If anyone is unwilling to comply, they are free to leave the general's residence. The list of those departing will be submitted to me by tonight. That is all. You may disperse." The impact of her declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Faces turned to her in astonishment. Second mistress. The general's residence has never expelled servants in its several hundred years of existence. Has your action been sanctioned by the old matriarch and the first mistress? Inquired Zhao Momo, a senior servant with some influence, desperately attempting to sway her. Shinshuru furrowed her brow, most displeased by comparisons to Yunyu. Her anger flared. "Now that I am in charge, do I need to seek my grandmother's permission to dismiss a few servants? Listen closely. Your first mistress has long since relinquished her authority over household matters. If there are any further objections, I shall expel you all and replace you with a new set of servants." Shinshuru glared fiercely at Zhao Momo, particularly at her advanced age, questioning her continued utility in the general's residence. "Momo, grant her a few taels of silver and send her on her way." "Yes, second mistress," came the prompt reply. "Someone escort her out." At the command of the wet nurse matron, The maidservants of Xiaoxiang courtyard converged on Zhao Momo, surrounding her and forcefully ushering her outside. The scene left the onlookers in utter shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed the once respected Zhao Momo being expelled. I have served the general's residence for 40 years, and both the old matriarch and the first mistress hold me in high regard. You cannot dismiss me with just a word. Zhao Momo's voice echoed, desperate and loud, throughout Xiaoxiang courtyard. Shinshuru, incensed by their continued idolization of Yunyu, shouted, trembling with fury, a mere servant. Hurry and see her out. Yes, second mistress. For maidservants united to carry Zhao Momo away, while another stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth to stifle her cries, swiftly escorting her out. The household had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were left dumbfounded. Those who had previously felt emboldened by their seniority now retreated, overwhelmed by the turn of events. Once Zhao Momo was removed, Shinshuru addressed the remaining assembly, warning that any further dissent would result in the same fate as Zhao Momo. With that, she turned and retreated into the inner quarters. The assembled maidservants and matrons, too intimidated to speak, hastily exited Xiaoxiang courtyard. That very evening, each head maid presented Shinshuru with the lists of personnel to be reduced in their respective courtyards. Only the servants in the old matriarch's and Chimu's quarters remained unchanged, as those were maidservants brought from her maternal home. However, the staff in other quarters underwent significant changes, with 500 to 600 servants dismissed from the general's residence that night. This drastic action sent ripples of fear among the remaining servants, each facing a reduction of 300 won in their monthly stipends. The upheaval turned the household upside down, leaving the staff simmering with resentment, yet too fearful to voice their discontent, which they ultimately took out on their assigned tasks. In the esteemed circles of the capital, it was unheard of to dismiss household servants, even among ordinary families. The events at the general's residence quickly drew the attention of the prominent families in the capital. As they witnessed a throng of servants expelled through the back door and learned that Shinshuru had assumed control of household affairs, all eyes turned to Qizhichen. Anticipating his downfall, the incident spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of gossip among the elite. Particularly, Minister Zhao, upon hearing the news, found himself unable to sleep that night, feverishly drafting a memorial to present at court the next morning. During the morning audience, Minister Zhao brought yet another charge against Qizhichen. Within a month, the general faced 3 formal accusations from the minister. Even the emperor, unable to bear the sight of the ongoing turmoil, sought to placate the minister while shaking his head in disapproval, ultimately confining Qizhichen to his home for 2 months. This incident transformed Qizhichen's reputation from that of a valiant general to a man perceived as ungrateful and brutish. While the general's residence remained tranquil amidst the chaos surrounding it, the atmosphere within was notably quieter than before. Shinshuru surveyed the revised roster in her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Indeed, with these changes, half of the expenses had been trimmed. It was a long overdue necessity. The maidservants nearby beamed at her, praising her exceptional talents, suggesting that had she assumed control sooner, half of the expenses could have been saved, sparing her the burden of such concern. Another maidservant chimed in, agreeing that the former mistress's insistence on retaining authority was unwarranted, given her ineffectiveness. Delighted by their flattery, Shinshuru smiled, waving her hand dismissively. Enough of the ill-fated individual. Why speak of her? By the way, did you receive any news regarding the documents I sent to the matchmaker yesterday? Responding promptly, the maidservant reported. In reply to the second mistress, the matchmaker has communicated with the Song family. The names and birth dates of young Master Song and young Miss have been divined, and the omens are highly auspicious. Shinshuru's face lit up with satisfaction upon hearing this. Excellent news indeed. The Song family is pleased with the prospect of a union between our households and has sent a formal invitation for a gathering at our residence tomorrow to discuss the alliance. The maidservant's face radiated joy as she conveyed this delightful news to Shinshuru. Shinshuru, taken aback by the rapidity of the Song family's response, expressed her approval. Splendid! Please convey to Madame Song that I eagerly await her arrival at the general's residence tomorrow. Rest assured, second mistress, I will see to it that this matter is handled with utmost care. As the maidservant hastily exited Xiaoxiang courtyard, she nearly collided with Qizhichen, who entered with a stern expression, his gaze landing on Shinshuru, who sat in the courtyard, exuding an air of triumph that only fueled his ire.
Yunyu.
Shinshuru did not perceive his fury. Upon seeing him, she swiftly rose, ready to rush into Qizhichen's embrace. Qi Zichen sidestepped her attempted hug, watching as she fell to the ground, her heart brimming with mild annoyance. If it were Yunyu, she would never have acted so foolishly. Shinshuru, having landed awkwardly, felt a familiar pain in her ankle, tears welling in her eyes. Hungo, why did you not catch me? Facing her inquiry and observing her tear-streaked visage, Qi Zichen felt no compassion, only a growing impatience. Are you aware that Lord Zhao has lodged another complaint against me this morning? There are whispers throughout the capital about the military household. What on earth have you done? Shinshuru was taken aback, suppressing her pain as a nearby maid helped her to stand. A look of confusion crossed her face. Hungo, what do you mean? Lord Zhao's impeachment has nothing to do with me. I have done nothing wrong. Qi Zichen's brow furrowed tightly, his anger unresolved. You still deny it? How many household servants have you dismissed? At this, Shinshuru relaxed. Struggling to stand, she delicately approached Qi Zichen and wrapped her arm around his. So that is what you meant. I thought it was something significant. Indeed, I have dismissed the servants. Do you know how much that saves us? Almost half our expenses. What does our household's decision to reduce servants have to do with others? Lord Zhao is just being petty, seizing upon trivial matters. Clearly, he has long held a grudge against you. As she spoke, Shinshuru presented the account book to Qi Zichen, tilting her chin slightly, waiting for his praise. Qi Zichen glanced at the account book. Though he felt anger, he conceded that Shinshuru had a point. He was a military man, entirely ignorant of domestic affairs, and had no understanding of the implications of dismissing household servants. This matter should end here. Our military household is a prestigious family in the capital, and dismissing servants would only invite ridicule. Shinshuru leaned against him, smiling sweetly. Hungo, rest assured, those troublesome servants have been let go. The number of household servants is now just right, and there will be no further dismissals. Seeing her genuine concern for the military household, Qi Zichen's heart softened slightly, and his tone became gentler. Very well, you are doing this for the household's benefit. Managing affairs is a long-term matter. Do not overexert yourself, lest you tire yourself out. Shinshuru felt a rush of sweetness at his concern. Hunga, I am doing this for you. I do not mind the fatigue. As she spoke, she playfully traced circles on his arm with her fingertips, her intentions unmistakable. Qi Zichen stiffened, recalling the physician's advice, instinctively stepping back to distance themselves. I understand your feelings, but seeing you so exhausted pains me. In 10 days, once the military matters are settled, I shall come to accompany you. 10 days hence would coincide with the physician's treatment period. Recently, he had felt a notable improvement. Waiting 10 more days would relieve him of any lingering worries. Shinshuru felt a touch of disappointment, but at least there was a deadline this time, better than the uncertainties of previous occasions. All right, I will wait for you.
Heng Yi.
By the way, Hungo, news has arrived from the Song household. They are very pleased with the alliance between our families. Tomorrow, Lady Song will come to discuss Ling's marriage. Qi Zichen's expression softened considerably, pleased by her dedication to Qi Xiangling's marriage. I trust you to handle this matter well. The Song family is a rare good match. Ling's marriage into the Song family will be a boon for both her and our household. You have worked hard. Shinshuru smiled charmingly. It is no trouble at all. I find solace in alleviating your burdens. She continued to trace circles on his arm, hoping he would set aside military affairs and remain in the Xiaoxiang courtyard. Qi Zichen felt averse, quickly retreating 2 steps, turning to leave with a hint of urgency. I just remembered there are pressing matters in the military. With that, Qi Zichen exited the Xiaoxiang courtyard. Shinshuru stamped her foot in frustration. Though she felt reluctant, she could only suppress her feelings, knowing he was attending to military affairs. Second madam, it seems the master left in quite a hurry. The military matters must be urgent. The fact that the master took time to visit the second madam amidst his busy schedule revealed his deep care for her. Listening to the maids, Shinshuru's discontent evaporated instantly. She lifted her chin triumphantly. Indeed, Hungur and I have been childhood sweethearts. I am not to be compared with that woman from Hengwu courtyard. Having said this, she sat back down, carelessly tossing the account book aside. Put it away. Hungus said this matter ends here. It benefits those household servants. I was even considering reducing 2 more servants in each courtyard, but that can wait. Yes, second madam. The 2 maids responded, collecting the account book with utmost reverence. The incident of the military household being reprimanded by Lord Zhao for reducing servants circulated among the household. Although the servants dared not speak, the whispers still spread. The old lady's Bauma hall was guarded by 2 matrons sent by Shinshuru, preventing any news from reaching her. However, the other masters in the household were aware of the situation and harbored grievances, yet they dared not voice them due to Qi Jichen's affection for Shinshuru. This incident reached Liao Xingjai, but Qi Mu remained unconcerned. That Lord Zhao is truly displeasing, constantly pursuing Heng Ge. Qi Xiangling looked at her mother with some concern. Mother, news of the military household is circulating throughout the capital. I wonder if it will affect my marriage. At present, her primary concern was whether her marriage to the Song family's eldest son would be impacted. Everything else was of no consequence to her. Qi Mu comfortingly patted her hand. Do not worry, Linger. Dismissing a few servants is a trivial matter. It could not possibly affect the marriage negotiations. Qi Mu shared Qi Jichen's perspective, completely unaware of the potential repercussions of dismissing household servants. She believed that even if all the lowly servants were dismissed, it would bear no significant consequence. Hearing her mother's words, Qi Xiangling finally felt reassured. Chapter 63. Scheming. Just then, a maid from Liao Xingjai entered, approaching Qi Mu and Qi Xiangling, and respectfully bowed. Madam, the second madam has sent word that Lady Song will visit tomorrow to discuss the alliance between our families. She has agreed to the match and has asked the eldest lady to prepare well tonight to make a good impression. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiangling's face flushed crimson, and she eagerly clung to her mother's arm, shaking it in excitement. Mother, they have agreed. Will the eldest son of the Song family be coming tomorrow? Seeing her shy demeanor, Qi Mu felt happy for her, smiling as she gently tapped her nose. Tomorrow is merely the first meeting between our families. The eldest son of the Song family will not be attending. Although Lady Song is but the second wife of Lord Song, her presence signifies her importance to your marriage. It seems Shinshuru has indeed handled this matter well. Within just a few days, she has accomplished so much. Qi Xiangling nodded in agreement, her face aglow with bashfulness. Indeed, my second sister-in-law is considerate of me. Had it been my eldest sister-in-law, who knows how long it would have taken. Why mention her? Such an ill-fated person would only taint your joyful occasion. Anticipating the meeting with Lady Song the next day, Qi Xiangling could no longer sit still and abruptly stood up. Mother, I must return to prepare. Lady Song is coming tomorrow. I must think carefully about how to prepare. Qi Mu's face radiated joy as she waved her hand. Go ahead. It would be best if you wear the jewelry your second sister-in-law gave you. It would show great regard. Qi Xiangling nodded vigorously, turning to leave in a hurry. Her flustered demeanor hardly resembled that of a noble lady from a distinguished family. However, Qi's mother remained unfazed. She gazed contentedly at Qi Xiangling's departing figure, absent-mindedly toying with her nails, giving no heed to the recent rumors circulating. In the Huawu courtyard, Qinghe and Qinglian hurried into the ear room. This space had now transformed into a place of worship for Yunyu, who was engrossed in her recitation of scriptures. After Qingmei had disseminated the news on that fateful day, they had promptly prepared the ear room for Yunyu's use. As they entered, they found their young mistress seated and meticulously reviewing the scriptures she had copied, all neatly arranged before her. Miss, have you completed today's scriptures? Yunyu lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I have transcribed the scriptures for blessings upon my father, mother, and Ajin. She would fulfill her expected duties. Yet her purpose in the worship room was not solely to pray for the general's household. Noticing the anxious expressions of the two, Yunyu set aside her scriptures. Her brow slightly furrowed. What is it? Is something amiss? Qinglian, unable to contain her excitement, stepped forward, a playful grin on her face. Miss, can you guess what the lady from Xiaoxiang courtyard did yesterday? With a hint of amusement, Yunyu gently shook her head. Do you truly believe your mistress possesses such foresight? I cannot guess. Miss, you are indeed perceptive. Yesterday, that lady dismissed hundreds of household servants, and the remaining servants had their monthly wages slashed by 301. Just as you predicted she would take action, within just 2 days, she has turned the general's household upside down. Thankfully, all of us in Huo Courtyard came with you from your family, or else we too would have faced a wage reduction. Ha ha ha.
Now,
the servants in the general's household are in a state of panic. For some, a mere 400 won a month is barely enough to survive. And such a reduction is akin to taking their lives. Qinghe and Qinglian's excitement grew as they spoke, clearly taken aback by Shinshuru's audacity. Yunyu's eyes darkened, revealing her surprise. She actually reduced the number of household servants? Is she out of her mind? To cut 301 from each person's wages is to invite chaos upon the general's household. Setting her scriptures down, Yunyu's expression turned solemn. She could fathom Shinshiru's lack of household management skills, yet she had not anticipated such reckless behavior so soon. In the capital, no noble family ever dismissed their servants, even if they squandered their wealth. Such actions were unheard of. Shinshiru had only been in charge for 2 days. Yet she had the audacity to do this. How could a daughter of a prestigious family act so thoughtlessly? Qinghe let out a soft sigh. Miss, it is not only this. She has also dismissed Granny Zhao in front of numerous servants, sending her out of the household. Yunyu raised her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Granny Zhao? My grandfather's wet nurse? Qinghe nodded subtly. Indeed. Yunyu stared out the window, lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke. Granny Zhao has been kind to my grandfather. This should not have been taken out on her. Shinshiru has truly lost her senses. We must find Granny Zhao and arrange for her to stay in another courtyard once Qingmei returns. Qinghe and Qinglian nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of the situation. Do not worry, miss. We will inform Qingmei as soon as she returns. Yunyu contemplated for a while and then instructed them. In the coming days, do not wander outside Ho courtyard. If Shinshiru wishes to self-destruct, we must distance ourselves from her. Rest assured, miss. I will not step outside Ho courtyard. Yunyu gazed out the window, having anticipated Shinshiru would create trouble, yet she had not expected it to escalate to such a degree. With so many servants dismissed, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the household, especially with the upcoming celebration of her grandmother's birthday. We must act accordingly, Yunyu whispered to Qinghe and Qinglian. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Understood. We will keep this matter to ourselves. By the way, miss, I heard that Madame Song has sent an invitation to Shinshiru. Tomorrow, Madame Song will come to the general's household to discuss the marriage between young Master Song and Miss Ling. Miss Ling was the one whom the miss cared for the most. Discussing marriage at this time warranted her knowledge. Yunyu looked up, silently observing Qinghe and Qinglian. Understanding their concerns. This matter does not concern me. There is no need to report on Ling Jia's affairs in the future. With those words, Yunyu nonchalantly picked up her scriptures, returning to her quiet contemplation. Qinghe and Qinglian respectfully bowed and quietly exited the ear room to carry out Yunyu's instructions. Qi Xiangling, once the most cherished person to the miss, had now become a source of lament. The general's household was in uproar, all due to Shinshiru's actions. Yet constrained by her status, no one dared to speak out, merely finding ways to cope with their own responsibilities. This news did not reach the Balmal Hall, where the old madam, having recuperated for a few days, was looking increasingly well and had begun to view Shinshiru in a more favorable light. Old madam, just now. A maid from Xiaoxiang courtyard reported that tomorrow, Madame Song will come to discuss the marriage between young Master Song and Ling Jia. Lin Mama said softly, inwardly sighing. She did not view the Song family favorably. Yet, as the second mistress made the decision, even the old madam acquiesced, leaving her as a servant, with no right to question. Chapter 64. The plan comes to fruition. The old madam glanced at Lin Mama, her complexion improving and her mind easing. Since Shuru has arranged everything, I shall not interfere. Lin Mama remained silent, quietly massaging the old madam's legs. After a moment of contemplation, the old madam continued. Inform Shuru that Madame Song's visit must be treated with utmost respect, so she understands our attitude towards Ling Jia. After all, she is our only legitimate granddaughter, and I wish for her to thrive. Yes, old madam. With your support, Ling Jia will surely be well. The master and servant exchanged smiles. The atmosphere warm and harmonious. The following day, Madame Song arrived at the general's household as promised. She was the second wife of Lord Song, with only one daughter, and received little regard within the Song family. Originally, discussions regarding marriage for Song went and would not have fallen upon her. But due to his mother's early demise and the prolonged illness of the Song matriarch, the lack of elder female relatives in the Song household led to this matter being thrust upon Madame Song. The prospect of an alliance with the general's household was well received by everyone in the Song family, especially Song Wenin, who eagerly awaited her to deliver an invitation to the general's household. As she stepped through the gates, the sight of the general's household adorned with festive decorations and the respectful maids awaiting her arrival startled Madame Song. Madame Song, you have finally arrived. Please come in. Shinshuru, clad in a pink embroidered dress and adorned with exquisite makeup, exuded elegance and warmth as she enthusiastically took Madame Song's hand. Madame Song was taken aback by such fervent hospitality, having never experienced such warmth before, nearly losing her balance. Madame Song, please be careful. Shinshuru hurriedly steadied her with a firm grip. Understanding Madame Song was a second wife, Shinshuru was surprised by her timidity, which suggested she lacked the demeanor of a lady from a prominent family. Her brow furrowed as she considered that Song Wen was well regarded, and since Qi Xiongling was to marry him, Madame Song's weaknesses would ultimately benefit Qi Xiongling, alleviating her doubts. Are you well, Madame Song? She asked, supportively holding Madame Song's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Madame Song's expression was somewhat awkward. She intended to retract her hand but felt timid, allowing Shinshuru to hold it while her gaze wandered aimlessly. I am fine, Madame Song replied softly, recalling Song Wen's stern instructions. She suppressed her anxiety and forced herself to meet Shinshuru's gaze with a semblance of calmness. Glad to hear that. I was simply overwhelmed with joy and lost my composure. Please, this way, Madame Song, Shinshuru said, guiding her toward the main hall with a graceful sway of her figure. As Madame Song observed Shinshuru's graceful movements, her expression shifted, realizing that the general's second mistress bore a striking resemblance to the women Song Wen had brought home. Suppressing her confusion, she recalled Song Wen's instructions, leaving no room for her own thoughts. Song Wen was quite pleased with the eldest daughter of the general's mansion. No matter how the capital spoke of the general's family, he remained indifferent. Mrs. Song understood her position within the Song household and dared not disrupt his plans. The two of them settled into the main hall, where Shinshuru directly inquired, Mrs. Song, we have come together today regarding the marriage of the eldest young Master Song and our Ling sister. May I know your thoughts on the matter? Faced with her forthrightness, Mrs. Song had anticipated this question and remained composed. I am indeed satisfied. I have heard that the eldest daughter of the general's mansion excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, embodying all the virtues of a good woman. Such a lady is truly rare. Might I have the honor of meeting her today? Upon hearing this, Shinshuru immediately realized that the proposal required a personal meeting. This had been within her expectations. What are you saying, Mrs. Song? Our Ling sister will be overjoyed to hear such praise from you. Mrs. Song, please wait a moment. I will summon Ling's sister right away. Shinshuru signaled to a maid nearby, who swiftly exited the main hall. Mrs. Song wore a composed smile, though she felt somewhat out of place after being suppressed by Song Wen for days and rarely participating in such social gatherings. Shinshuru noticed Mrs. Song's discomfort and, fearing an awkward silence, sought to fill the conversation with topics. The more she spoke, the more Mrs. Song worried about saying something wrong, increasing her unease. Fortunately, their wait was not lengthy as Qi Xiongling and her mother gracefully approached. It was their first meeting, and today, Qi Xiongling wore a festive outfit, a pink butterfly-patterned satin gown, adorned with hairpins gifted by Shinshuru, making her resemble a sister to Shinshuru at first glance. She walked over, blushing, and greeted Mrs. Song with a shy bow. Linger pays her respects to Mrs. Song. Qi's mother stepped forward, smiling as she assessed Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song's heart tightened, and she hurriedly rose.
Madame Qi, please, Linger.
Stand up. Mrs. Song's fluster seemed somewhat abrupt, causing Qi's mother to regard her with curiosity. Qi Xiongling stood bashfully beside her mother, unaware of Mrs. Song's actions. Realizing her own discomposure, Mrs. Song felt increasingly anxious, gripping her handkerchief tightly as her face flushed. The maid behind her subtly furrowed her brow, discreetly tugging at her sleeve. Only then did Mrs. Song regain her composure, lifting her gaze to Qi Xiongling. Indeed, Linger is exceptionally talented. She is a fine young lady. Hearing this, both Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling smiled. Mrs. Qi urged Qi Xiongling to sit down, her earlier concerns dissipating. Our Linger is the sole legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, well-versed in poetry, etiquette, and the arts. Today, upon meeting Mrs. Song, I have heard of the esteemed reputation of the eldest young Master Song. Their union would indeed be a joyous occasion. What does Mrs. Song think of this match? Qi's mother directly questioned Mrs. Song in front of Qi Xiongling. Qi Xiangling's face instantly blushed, yet she felt no discomfort, sitting beside her mother with an expression full of anticipation. Mrs. Song was momentarily taken aback, surprised yet aware that, coming from a humble background and having been long subdued by Song Wen, she had lost her own opinions. Instinctively, she nodded at Qi's mother's words. A union between the Qi and Song families would indeed be wonderful. Meeting Linger today exceeded my expectations. Arwanin is truly fortunate. Here is the betrothal gift we have prepared. Please accept it. Shinshuru watched from the side, her face alight with joy. She exchanged a glance with Qi's mother, and the three of them silently agreed on their thoughts. Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling could hardly contain their joy, subtly signaling to Shinshuru. Shinshuru exhaled in relief. Mrs. Song, we shall graciously accept this betrothal gift. Since both families agree to this union, why not choose an auspicious date and invite a matchmaker? Chapter 65. The banquet. Mrs. Song's eyes sparkled. She hadn't anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. Of course, we shall. Completing this significant matter relieved a great weight from her heart. The three women continued to discuss the marriage between Song Wenin and Qi Xiongling in the main hall. After accepting the betrothal gift from the Song family, both parties exchanged tokens and signed a contract, formally securing the engagement. Once Mrs. Song departed, Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling could no longer contain their delight and hurried to Shinshuru's side, grasping her hands. Shuru, it's all thanks to you. We are so grateful. Qi Xiongling blushed as she gazed at the token in her hand, her face glowing like a betrothed maiden. Shinshuru gently patted her hand, feeling satisfied. We are family, no need for such formalities. As long as you are well, I, as your sister-in-law, will be at ease. Just wait to marry the eldest young Master Song and enjoy a life of happiness. Hearing her words, Qi Xiangling's face was filled with bashfulness. Qi's mother, recalling Mrs. Song's earlier demeanor, felt a twinge of worry. However, Mrs. Song does not seem as gracious or poised as the matriarchs of prominent families. Qi Xiangling's smile faltered slightly as she looked up at them. Shinshuru waved her hand dismissively. Mrs. Song is the second wife of Master Song and does not hail from a distinguished family, so a bit of modesty is to be expected. This is better. Linger will not be easily constrained after marrying into the Song family, and perhaps she will even manage the household. As her words fell, Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling beamed with delight, repeatedly exclaiming their agreement. Sister-in-law speaks wisely. Qi's mother chuckled thoughtfully. Why didn't I think of that? If so, Linger should start learning to manage the household now. Shuru, you must guide her. Shinshuru affectionately took Qi Xiangling's hand, assuring her, do not worry. Linger is like my sister. She will learn to manage the household alongside me. Qi's mother and Qi Xiongling rejoiced at this, drawing closer to Shinshuru. With their last concerns entirely dispelled, the three of them were quite content with the engagement to the Song family. News of this engagement reached Hengwu Courtyard, where Qinglian sat in the courtyard, animatedly recounting the events. Yunyu sat by the window of the inner room, quietly listening to her words, her gaze cool and distant. Qinghe peeked at her young mistress and exchanged glances with Qinglian. Why not let her speak? The mistress has long since disregarded her. Qinglian, pouting, replied. Why should I be quiet? Qinglian, hold your tongue. Qinghe sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Yunyu observed their playful banter, a faint smile gracing her lips. It's fine.
Qinglian is right.
Listening to her tales in Hengwu Courtyard can be entertaining. Qinglian lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling. See, even the mistress agrees. Qinghe could only shake her head, casting an annoyed glance at Qinglian. You simply cannot keep a secret. Yunyu watched the two of them. Recalling the times Qi Xiongling had spoiled and pouted at her, a gentle smile gracing her features as she lowered her head to continue her reading. Meanwhile, with the engagement settled, Shinshuru brought her maid to report the good news to the old matriarch in the Baomotang. Since taking charge, her authority had grown, and she had quickly forgotten the wet nurse's admonitions. Shuru pays her respects to grandmother. Shinshuru approached the old matriarch, performing a delicate curtsy, her face glowing with pride. The matriarch appeared in good spirits today, and upon seeing Shinshuru's expression, she sensed there was joyous news to share, thus adding a few more smiles to her face. You may rise. I have heard that Mrs. Song visited today to discuss Ling's sister's marriage. How did the conversation go? Shinshuru quickly straightened up, eagerly awaiting the matriarch's question. Grandmother, Mrs. Song is very pleased with the match, and she has already sent the betrothal gifts and the engagement contract. She recounted the day's events in detail, highlighting Qi's mother and Qi Xiangling's satisfaction, her words brimming with pride. Hearing this, the old matriarch also smiled. Since both families have come to an agreement, Let us invite a matchmaker to choose an auspicious date. Our Ling sister, being the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, has a significant marriage ahead. The dowry preparations should take at least 2 months. So it's time to start organizing. You have handled this matter well. Why not take charge of the dowry preparations? Madame Qi harbored her own considerations. On the day when Shuru was married in her splendid bridal attire, it was evident that she would not shortchange Ling Jie. Rest assured, grandmother. I will oversee the dowry for Ling Jie, ensuring her wedding is nothing short of magnificent. The old matriarch's high regard for Shuru filled her heart with joy, leading her to agree without hesitation. Even though she was aware of the financial strains afflicting the general's residence, her confidence remained unshaken as she undertook this responsibility. Madame Qi felt somewhat relieved, casting a more favorable glance at Shuru, whose standing in her eyes had notably improved. This task is quite burdensome for you. Grandmother is well aware of the current state of our household. With Henggu now awake, this is merely a temporary situation. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. I will confer with you. Having managed the household for 2 years, she possesses considerable knowledge and could offer valuable insights. Shuru's expression subtly shifted at the mention of Yunyu, as it invariably affected her mood. Without a moment's thought, she replied hastily, "This is a matter I can handle, so there is no need to trouble my elder sister. By the way, grandmother, Ling Jie's engagement has been finalized. Your birthday is approaching, and I believe it would be splendid to host a grand birthday banquet. Over the past 2 years, the general's residence has not celebrated your birthday, and now that my husband has awakened, we should seize this opportunity to hold a lavish feast, inviting the prominent officials and nobles from the capital, allowing my husband to meet his esteemed colleagues in advance." Reflecting on the events of the wedding day and recalling Shuru's recent competent arrangements, Madame Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Lin. The two shared a smile of understanding. It is indeed commendable to see such filial piety. I shall entrust the organization of the birthday banquet to you. Rest assured, grandmother. I will ensure the banquet is splendidly arranged. Shuru could hardly contain her delight as she exchanged pleasantries with the old matriarch before hastily departing from the Baomao Hall to begin preparations. The change in the old matriarch's attitude brought Shuru immense joy. Upon returning to the Xiaoxiang courtyard, she immediately set about preparing the invitations. The wet nurse, upon witnessing her enthusiasm, felt pleased for her. "Second madam, it seems the old matriarch now holds you in a new light." Shuru proudly raised her chin, declaring, naturally, "I must carefully consider this banquet to ensure everyone clearly recognizes who holds authority in the general's residence now that the eldest madam has fallen from grace. The general's residence will inevitably come under my control." The two exchanged triumphant smiles in the Xiaoxiang courtyard, their aspirations soaring high. That very night, Shuru dispatched the invitations to the banquet, extending an invitation to every family in the capital with even a modicum of official standing. The old matriarch, upon hearing of this, tacitly approved Shuru's actions. However, Mama Lin harbored some concerns and addressed the old matriarch, saying, "Old matriarch, as this is the second madam's first time organizing a birthday banquet, I am uncertain if I should voice my thoughts." Having worked alongside Mama Lin for many years, Madame Qi was well aware of her apprehensions. "Speak freely. What do we need to conceal from one another?" Mama Lin took a breath. If the eldest madam were to assist in organizing the banquet, would it not be more assured? Her words were veiled, yet they stemmed from her lack of confidence in Shuru's approach. Madame Qi understood her implication. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. While Shuru has managed well thus far, this is her first time overseeing a banquet. We must ensure the general's residence does not become a subject of ridicule. Therefore, you should personally go to Hengwu courtyard and discuss this matter with Yuer, asking her to keep a watchful eye. Given Yuer's character, she will not object. Mama Lin's face brightened, for she had been awaiting this affirmation from the old matriarch. "I shall go at once." Mama Lin was less concerned about the banquet's execution than she was about the old matriarch enduring any undue strain. Exiting the Baomao Hall, she was soon followed by a nursemaid assigned by Shuru. Without further thought, she hastened towards Hengwu courtyard. Along the way, she noticed a scarcity of maidservants, which piqued her curiosity. Although puzzled, she did not dwell on it and quickly arrived at Hengwu courtyard. Inside, Qing He and Qing Lian were seated in the courtyard, transcribing scriptures, their work spreading across the entire space, rendering it nearly impassable. Upon noticing Mama Lin's arrival, Their eyes flickered momentarily before they quickly rose, greeting her with utmost respect. Mama Lin, we are honored by your presence. May we inquire as to the reason for your visit to Xiaoxiang Courtyard? The two exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their awareness of the timing. Moments earlier, the young lady had instructed them to bring out the scriptures, and now Mama Lin arrived, demonstrating a remarkable sense of timing that filled them with admiration for their mistress. Mama Lin observed the scene with slight astonishment. What are you doing? Qing He and Qing Lian shared a knowing smile before responding with poise. The eldest madam has recently been transcribing scriptures for blessings. All of these are her work. However, since last night, she has been feeling unwell and has remained in bed all day. The eldest madam is kind-hearted and could not bear for her blessings to be interrupted due to her illness, so we suggested taking over her task, thus bringing out the scriptures she had transcribed. Qing He elaborated on Yunyu's instructions with a calm demeanor, reflecting a bit of Yunyu's character. Mama Lin was taken aback, not expecting that the eldest madam had fallen ill. Stepping forward, she entered the courtyard and surveyed the spread of scriptures, clearly bearing the elegant handwriting of the eldest madam, evidencing the considerable effort she had invested in her work. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Mama Lin still clung to a shred of hope regarding Shen Shuru's disposition. Where is the eldest madam? The old matriarch has a few words she wishes to convey. Surely, if the eldest madam were present, it would be for the better. Though Mama Lin wished to spare Yunyu from further fatigue, she pressed on, asking Qing He and Qing Lian, where is she? She is in her chamber. Please follow us. As Qing He and Qing Lian led Mama Lin to Yunyu's quarters. Just before entering, Qing He softly called out, eldest madam, Mama Lin has come to see you. A faint cough emerged from within, followed by Yunyu's voice. Thank you for your concern. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, where all the windows were shut, Mama Lin felt an increasing heaviness in her heart, especially upon hearing Yunyu's weak and slightly hoarse voice. Words stuck in her throat, unable to be expressed. Following Qing He, she entered the chamber. The two maids drew back the bed curtains, revealing Yunyu's pale and frail countenance. She attempted to rise but, after several futile attempts, could not manage to sit up. Finally, Qing He could no longer bear to watch and gently supported Yunyu, patting her back tenderly, much like how Mama Lin would care for the old matriarch. Eldest madam, you have caught a chill and are bedridden. Mama Lin has come to visit you. Seeing her mistress in such a state, Qing Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. And she choked out, eldest madam, even in your illness, you still think of transcribing scriptures for blessings. I beg you, please take care of yourself. Allow us to transcribe the scriptures for you. Qing He and Qing Lian's fervent protests caused Mama Lin's prepared words to once again lodge in her throat. She had not anticipated the eldest madam to be in such a serious condition. In fact, she appeared even more unwell than the old matriarch. Yunyu looked weakly at Qing He and Qing Lian, wanting to raise her hand but finding herself too feeble to do so. She softly murmured, "It's nothing." Then she turned her gaze to Mama Lin, her eyes filled with expectation. "Thank you for your concern, Mama Lin. I am quite well. I merely need to rest for a couple of days. Did you come here for something?" Mama Lin snapped back to attention, quickly responding, "The old matriarch heard that the eldest madam is unwell and sent me to inquire about your health. I understand now that your condition is quite serious. Have you summoned the physician from the residence? Let me go fetch the physician immediately." Upon hearing this, Yunyu lightly coughed into her hand. "Last night, the physician was already here. He said my illness stems from overexertion in transcribing scriptures, compounded by catching a chill. A few days of rest should suffice. Please reassure grandmother that she need not worry." Yunyu offered a faint smile, a gesture that, though delicate, bore a tinge of sorrow upon her frail visage. She continued softly, "The physician has remarked that transcribing scriptures for blessings is not exhausting. I have merely caught a chill, and am not as he described." Observing their mistress's stubbornness, Qing He and Qing Lian exchanged glances, filled with concern. "Madam, you have been copying scriptures from dawn till dusk and have scarcely eaten. How could this not be taxing? The physician's words ring true. You must not exert yourself further. The scriptures should not even be allowed near you, which is why we have brought them out." Listening to the discourse among the three, Mama Lin had initially intended to ask Yunyu to assist Shinshuru with her tasks, but found the words stuck in her throat. Given the severity of the illness, it was paramount for Madam to rest. "I shall speak to the old lady on your behalf. Worry not, for it is only with good health that one can accomplish great things. I will not intrude upon your rest any longer, and shall return to inform the old lady. With a heavy heart, she believed that Yunyu's ailment stemmed from relinquishing her household authority, and she made an excuse to depart. As she exited the chamber and beheld the scriptures scattered throughout the courtyard, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the injustice done to such a virtuous woman as Yunyu. It was beyond her comprehension why the master would treat her so poorly. With another deep sigh, she turned away from the sight of the scriptures and hastily left the Hengwu courtyard. Despite her grave condition, Madame still thought to pray for the general's household, a display of filial piety that went unappreciated, stirring Mama Lin's sympathy for Yunyu. Chapter 67. Severe illness. Qing He and Qing Lian stretched their necks from the chamber to peer outside, just as Mama Li entered. She chuckled softly upon seeing the trio. Mama Lin has already departed. I heard that the one from Xiaoxiang courtyard went to the old lady's Baomao hall this morning. The old lady has entrusted her with the arrangements for the longevity feast. Qing He and Qing Lian inhaled deeply, then turned to Yunyu. It seems our mistress is quite perceptive, anticipating that the old lady would seek your assistance. Fortunately, you took the initiative last night to summon the physician. Had Mama Lin been tasked with it today, the outcome might have been far less favorable. Yunyu smiled serenely, though she had appeared weak moments ago. She now stood with ease. Aside from her pallid complexion, she exhibited no other signs of distress. Qing He admired her mistress's foresight but felt a pang of sympathy. But you have caught a chill, and it is imperative you rest well. How could the old lady expect you to assist Shinshuru after how they pressed you before? Qing Lian expressed her indignation, wishing she could reprimand them. Yunyu turned to her. This chill is inconsequential. Without such a pretense, how could we gain their trust? When Qingmei returns, have her spread the word of my illness, and ensure that the responsibility for the longevity feast falls entirely upon Shinshuru. We need not concern ourselves with the general's affairs. We must merely clear our own names. Rest assured, Mississippi Qingmei will return shortly. Yunyu's gaze turned distant as she contemplated the scriptures in the courtyard, her thoughts drifting to her father, mother, and Ajin, filling her heart with renewed hope. Upon leaving the Hengwu courtyard, Mama Lin hurried back to Baomao Hall. The old lady, upon seeing her return so swiftly, smiled. Has you agreed? Given Yunyu's nature, the old lady had expected her compliance once she was approached. Mama Lin approached the old lady, her expression troubled as she relayed the news of Yunyu's illness. The old lady was taken aback, her surprise evident. But has the physician been summoned? Mama Lin nodded, explaining that the physician had visited the previous night, and given the severity of her condition, she had refrained from mentioning the matter. The old lady furrowed her brows, sighing heavily. If she is unwell, it is indeed unwise to burden her further. Let Shinshuru handle this matter alone. I have seen her managing the household well of late, so I trust she will not create chaos. Mama Lin agreed, dismissing her earlier concerns. Meanwhile, a maid who had been following Mama Lin into Baomao Hall glanced at her with a flicker of interest. Stay vigilant here. Do not let the old lady's maid leave the courtyard alone. I will return shortly. Another maid, aware of the second lady's intentions to keep the old lady uninformed of the master Southban from court, quickly nodded in agreement. This maid stealthily made her way to Xiaoxiang courtyard to relay a message to Shinshuru. Second lady, Shinshuru, seated in the courtyard, looked up in confusion as the maid approached her with urgency. What has transpired? The maid, adopting a flattering demeanor, explained, I accompanied Mama Lin to Hengwu courtyard, where I found that the madam is gravely ill and bedridden. She detailed her observations, eagerly awaiting Shinshuru's praise. Shinshuru's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she regarded her maid. Understanding the unspoken cue, the maid quickly produced a few coins, handing them over. You have done well. Return and keep watch. Ensure no one leaves Baomao Hall unnoticed, and report any developments immediately. The maid beamed with joy, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, second lady. I will know how to proceed. She happily pocketed the coins bestowed by Shinshuru, leaving with a wide smile. Shinshuru contemplated the old lady's earlier suggestion, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Mama Lin's visit to Hengwu courtyard must be regarding the longevity feast. However, it is quite fortuitous that Yunyu fell ill at this time. What a heavenly stroke of luck. The nursemaid, also attuned to the old lady's intentions, chuckled beside her. Second lady, the old lady likely wishes to ensure you are not overwhelmed with the feast preparations, hoping that the madam would lend her support. Yet, with the madam ill, The entire responsibility now rests upon your shoulders, and all the credit will be yours. You must handle this matter well. Let the others witness your capabilities. Shinshuru raised her chin proudly, dismissively curling her lip. Of course. This task is mine alone to undertake. The old lady's concerns are unnecessary. Yet, it is indeed curious that Yunyu has fallen ill. Such a rare occurrence warrants a visit to Hengwu courtyard. With that thought, she rose eagerly. Her curiosity piqued to see Yunyu in her ailing state. A few hesitant maids followed her, voicing their reservations. Second lady, perhaps we should refrain from visiting Hengwu courtyard? Every time you go, you return with grievances against the madam. Shinshuru, oblivious to their concerns, radiated confidence as she turned to leave. Why would I not go at such a rare moment? I wish to see what Yunyu, now stripped of her vigor, can still muster. Having already conjured up scathing remarks in her mind, she strode purposefully out, the maids trailing behind with reluctant expressions. Simultaneously, word of Yunyu's illness reached Ikuin Pavilion. A young servant hesitated before approaching Qi Zhichen. Initially engrossed in his writing, Qi Zhichen glanced up, irritation flickering in his gaze. What is it? The servant, sensing Qi Zhichen's displeasure, hesitated further, intimidated by his impatience. Speak plainly, do not stammer. It is about the madam. I just overheard that she is gravely ill. Qi Zhichen furrowed his brow. The image of Yunyu, with her ethereal grace and unyielding demeanor, flashed in his mind. He found it hard to reconcile her usual resilience with the notion of her being seriously unwell. Oddly, the news of her condition struck him with an inexplicable heaviness, causing his brows to knit tighter. The young servant observed Qi Zhichen's shifting expression, noting the furrow deepening, and promptly fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. Having known that the elder was impatient with the matriarch, he should have refrained from provoking him. This information was gleaned from a petty source. And even if the matriarch were gravely ill, it would be her own doing. Chapter 68. The caning before the young servant could finish his words. He was startled by Qi Zhicheng's sudden glare, perplexed as to what he had said wrong. Qi Zhicheng, feeling agitated, tossed the document he had just penned onto the table, rendering it void. He abruptly stood up and strode outside. The young servant watched his departing figure, bewildered, still unaware of which words had displeased the elder. Shinshuru walked from her courtyard to Hengwu courtyard, entering ahead of others, where she found Qinghe, Qinglian, and Li Mama seated in the courtyard, transcribing scriptures. This scene was exactly as the old nurse had described. A smug smile crept upon her face as she scoffed. Oh, you idle lot have the time to assist the general's residents with various tasks, yet here you are, scribbling nonsense. What are these inscriptions even? Casting a glance around, she noticed that Yunyu was absent from the courtyard and carelessly stepped on the scriptures as she walked in. Qinghe, Qinglian, and Li Mama frowned at Shinshuru's arrogant demeanor. Although they had heard the young lady would arrive, witnessing her trample upon the scriptures they had painstakingly copied filled them with indignation. What is this nonsense from the second madam? We are transcribing scriptures for blessings, not scrawling nonsense. They thought. If the old lady were to hear the second madam's words, it would undoubtedly lead her to overthink. Who does not know that the old lady places great importance on Buddhist rituals and scriptural transcription? Shinshuru's remarks cast a shadow over more than just Yunyu. Shinshuru's frustration mounted as she observed Qinghe and Qinglian, whose dispositions mirrored that of Yunyu, igniting her anger further. Humph. Now that the general's residence is short-handed and everyone is occupied with tasks, you remain idle. Since you have entered the general's residence, you are all servants of the household. I now oversee the affairs here, so from this moment on, you will assist in the back courtyard. Qinghe frowned, knowing the back courtyard was where the most arduous and laborious tasks were assigned. Even if they were not from the Taisha residence, they were esteemed maids and could not possibly be relegated to such menial labor. Shinshuru's words were nothing but an attempt to suppress the young lady. Realizing this, Qinghe's expression turned cold, her gaze resolute. We are all maidservants who came from the matriarch's family, receiving no wages from the general's residence. And all our needs are catered to by the matriarch. Even the second madam cannot dictate our duties. Shinshuru's anger surged as she shouted at the two maidservants behind her, Come here, take them away. Seeing that reasoning was futile, she decided to resort to force. The two maidservants exchanged glances, hesitating to approach as they regarded the calm expressions of Qinghe and Qinglian. Shinshuru, witnessing her own maidservant's disobedience, was infuriated. What are you standing around for? Hurry and take them away to the back courtyard as rough washmaids. She intended to take advantage of Yunyu's illness to dismantle her support, eager to see how capable she truly was. Second madam, our contracts are still with the Shin family. Ultimately, we are not maidservants of the general's residence. Chinghe asserted, her brow furrowed as she regarded Shinshuru with astonishment at her arrogance. Initially, she thought Shinshuru would relent upon hearing her words, but instead, Shinshuru merely sneered. I care not where your contracts lie. Once you enter the general's residence, you are its maidservants. If you do not step forward, do you wish to be expelled from the household? As Shinshuru's maidservants remained passive, her frustration boiled over. The two maidservants, feeling fearful, hurried forward at Shinshuru's command, ready to drag Qinghe and Qinglian away. How dare you? Qinglian stepped forward, furiously confronting the two maidservants. She pulled Qinghe back a step, refusing to let them have their way. Shinshuru's fury reached its peak as she took 2 quick steps forward and slapped Qinglian across the face. The loud crack echoed, plunging Hengwu courtyard into an eerie silence. Qinglian covered her face, unable to believe that Shinshuru had struck her. Humph, just a lowly maid, daring to cause a scene here. Take her away. Qinghe quickly shielded Qinglian, glaring at Shinshuru. Second madam, have you considered the consequences of your ruckus in Hengwu courtyard? Shinshuru dismissed her with a laugh. Your matriarch is still bedridden. What consequences could there be? Do you expect her to intervene on your behalf? A slender figure clad in simple colors emerged from within, stepping behind Shinshuru. You dare to wreak havoc in my Hengwu courtyard? Yunyu's face was cold as she regarded Shinshuru, her countenance exuding authority without anger. Her hands clenched tightly. The decorum ingrained in her being compelled her to remain calm, teetering on the edge of forbearance. Despite her pale complexion, she radiated the dignity of a matriarch. As the primary wife, your conduct reflects the general's residence. To act so unruly and unprincipled is unacceptable.
Today,
I shall teach you the proper decorum befitting your status, she declared, her voice authoritative. Li Mama immediately grasped the situation, striding toward Shinshuru wielding a ruler. Shinshuru's heart raced at the sight, yet she could not fathom that Yunyu would truly act upon her words. You dare. Yunyu's gaze sharpened, her spine straightening. A woman in marriage must adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Today, you have disregarded your wifely duties and decorum. You deserve punishment. Yes, matriarch. Crack. As a primary wife, one should embody gentleness and obedience, adhering to the rules of the inner household. Your unruly behavior today is a transgression.
Crack.
A woman should be virtuous and dignified. Your actions today have brought disgrace upon the inner household. Crack. A slight chastisement today. I hope you remember the rules that a wife ought to uphold. Yunyu stood resolute, each statement punctuated by Li Mama's ruler striking Shinshuru's face, delivering 3 firm blows. Shinshuru, caught off guard, was left dazed by the sudden reprimand.
Ah!
She fell to the ground, crying out as she looked at Yunyu, her hands covering her face. You dare strike me? I will ensure you suffer the consequences. Yunyu furrowed her brows as she looked at her. Just as Shinshuru prepared to rise, Qi Ziqing entered Hengwu courtyard, witnessing the entire scene unfold. His expression darkened as he hurried to Shinshuru's side to help her up.
Where?
Hengij. Shinshuru fell into his embrace, weeping as she accused Yunyu. Hengij, she hit me. She commanded her nurse to strike me. Look at how she has marred my face. With tears cascading like petals, she turned her face toward Qi Ziqing, showcasing her injuries. Only faint red marks were visible on her cheeks. The ruler's punishment was painful, yet left no lasting trace. Qi Ziqing helped Shinshuru to her feet. His brows knitted together as his anger flared. Why did you strike her? He did not even inquire about the circumstances before directly confronting Yunyu. Chapter 69. The dismissal. Yunyu's complexion was pale, yet her back remained straight as she met Qi Ziqing's gaze. As the primary wife, when my sister-in-law's virtues have faltered, her unwarranted chaos in my Hengwu courtyard warrants a slight reprimand. Husband, this is a matter of the inner household. I ask that you refrain from intervening. Each of Yunyu's words resonated with conviction, leaving Qi Ziqing with no room for rebuttal. The more resolute she became, the more incensed he felt. How dare you, assuming the authority of the primary wife, to strike her? You must remember, Shuru is also my wife, and your status holds no sway over her. Yunyu clenched her hands tightly, suppressing her fury. If my status holds no weight, then my Hengwu courtyard shall not permit others to wreak havoc here. Qi Heng, manage your woman. Should she dare to cause further disturbances, I shall not hesitate to reprimand her again. This was the first time Yunyu had directly addressed him by name in front of Qi Ziqing. Ji Chen's countenance darkened as he raised his gaze to Yunyu, whose eyes blazed with fury and impatience. He was taken aback by her pallor and the way her body swayed, as if about to collapse. This was the first time he had witnessed Yunyu's anger, the first time she displayed any emotion other than her usual demeanor. Wasn't she too ill to rise from her bed? How could she dare to confront him over mere maid? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ji Chen's ire intensified. Xu Rou is your equal as a wife. You are not superior to her. Moreover, this Hanga garden belongs to the general's residence, not to you alone. You would do well to remember that. Yunyu's brow furrowed as she fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Her fists were clenched tightly, her breath becoming slightly labored from her restrained fury. If the general's residence has no place for me, then I am willing to relinquish my status as the rightful wife. The atmosphere in Hanga Garden instantly fell into an eerie silence. Xu Rou looked at Yunyu in astonishment, momentarily forgetting how to respond. Her maid also stared, eyes wide in surprise, momentarily disregarding the expected decorum.
Qing
Lian and the other two stood beside Yunyu, their expressions complex as they regarded their mistress. This was the first instance of their lady explicitly expressing her unwillingness to hold the title of the rightful wife. Yunyu's declaration bore two meanings. Ji Chen's face darkened, an overwhelming surge of anger swelling within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic. He did not wish to contemplate the implications of Yunyu's words. Xu Rou, recovering her wits, gazed at Ji Chen with unbridled delight. Given his aversion to Yunyu, this was an unprecedented opportunity. Before she could speak, Ji Chen's icy voice cut through the air. Having married into the general's residence, you cannot simply abandon your status as the rightful wife. He turned and pulled Xu Rou away, exclaiming, "Let us go." Xu Rou froze. Disbelief etched across her face as she struggled to comprehend why Ji Chen was not seizing this golden opportunity. Yunyu watched their retreating figures, her voice cold and resolute. Since we are both equal wives, let her remember her station and refrain from causing a ruckus in Hanga Garden. For the first time in 17 years, she spoke with such severity to another. Ji Chen halted, his expression darkening as he disregarded Xu Rou's pain and dragged her away. Hanga Garden fell silent once more. Qing He and the others looked at their mistress with concern, their hearts heavy. Had it not been for Qing Lian being struck by Xu Rou, their lady might never have uttered those words. "Mistress, it is my fault," Qing Lian said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice choking. Old Madame Li sighed and approached Yunyu, gently patting her hand in comfort. Yunyu regarded them quietly, asserting, "This is not your concern." She regained her usual tranquility, reflecting on her earlier words, a decision forming within her. After Ji Chen and Xu Rou departed Hanga Garden, he took her to Shaoxiang courtyard. Xu Rou winced as Ji Chen's grip tightened painfully around her wrist, causing her to grimace. "Brother Heng, you are hurting me." Upon entering the courtyard, she could no longer suppress her discomfort and cried out. Ji Chen released her, his face clouded with anger as he turned to glare at her. The maids and wet nurses, witnessing the scene, discreetly retreated, leaving only the two of them. Ji Chen gazed at Xu Rou, his anger still simmering. "What business did you have in Hanga Garden?" Xu Rou had never seen Ji Chen so furious with her before. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she protested. "I merely went to Hanga Garden to see my sister. She struck me, and you dare question me? What were you doing in Hanga Garden?" Ji Chen, feeling increasingly agitated, could not shake Yunyu's words from his mind. "She did not provoke you. She even relinquished her authority over the household to you. Yet you went to Hanga Garden and struck her maid. What do you expect me to think?" The affairs within the residence had grown increasingly chaotic, which only heightened his frustration, ultimately placing the blame on Xu Rou's unreasonable behavior. Xu Rou stared at him in disbelief. "That authority over the household was something I acquired with 30,000 taels. How can you not see the state of the general's residence? Are you now favoring Yunyu and deeming me unworthy of the rightful wife's position?" Tears brimmed in her eyes as she appeared utterly pitiful and wronged. Ji Chen's heart softened, and he pulled her into his embrace to offer comfort. "That was not my intention. The affairs of the household are numerous, and my grandmother's health is declining. Additionally, there are many matters in the military that occupy my mind, which is why I am so harried. I entrusted the management of the household to you because I hoped you would handle things well without burdening me. How could I not like you? As my grandmother's birthday approaches, I merely wish to prevent any complications that might lead to ridicule. Listening to Ji Chen's heartfelt reassurances, Shin Shu-ro quickly calmed down, pouting slightly. Brother Hung, I will manage the household affairs well. You need not worry about grandmother's birthday. I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. As for your military matters, why not share them with me? My father is the Deputy Minister of War. Perhaps he can assist. Ji Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze wavering. Finally, he looked at Shin Shu-ro and said slowly, there is no need to trouble your esteemed father. As for the soldiers' wages, the harvest from the estate has begun to improve, so by next month, the wages will not be an issue. However, this month, we are still at a loss, and I will think of a way to manage it. Seeing his troubled expression, Shin Shu-ro quickly grasped the situation. Previously, the military wages had been supplemented by Yunyu's family. Now that Yunyu was not in charge, the military wages had been delayed, and this month would surely not yield any results. Although she was reluctant to engage with this matter, she considered what Yunyu could accomplish and wondered why Shin Shu-ro, could not do the same. So it's about the military wages. Why not let Brother Hung show me the account for the wages of the 2,000 soldiers? This month, I will cover it. Chapter 70. A beautiful illusion after all. The estate's harvest next month would alleviate concerns about the military wages. Her own dowry shop was also beginning to generate profits, so covering 1 month would pose no problem. Ji Chen looked up, surprised. Did you not already use all your cash to cover expenses? Where will you find more? Shin Shu-ro chuckled with satisfaction. Brother Hung, have you forgotten? My dowry was quite substantial. Besides cash, it included many valuable items. I can easily sell a few to cover this month's military wages. Furthermore,
what?
he inquired, intrigued. She playfully paused, smiling moreover. My family has purchased several estates and shops for me, which will soon commence operations. Starting next month, I will have income and there will be no need to sell my dowry. The military wages and the general's residence expenses will no longer be a concern. Upon hearing this, Ji Chen finally exhaled in relief, pulling Shin Shu-ro into his embrace. Observing her ability to consider the bigger picture, his tone softened.
I
am fortunate to have you by my side. Otherwise, with so many matters in the residence, I would be overwhelmed. You have worked hard. Seeing his tone grow gentler, Shin Shu-ro seized the opportunity to act coy, pouting in feigned grievance. Brother Hung, I never find it burdensome to share your worries. However, your words today have made me feel quite wronged. Given that Yunyu is willing to relinquish her status as the rightful wife, why do you not agree to her? Do you believe I am unworthy of that position? Her words brought to mind Yunyu's earlier demeanor, further aggravating his frustration. Today, I acted impulsively in my anger. I shall not do so again. Yunyu is the legitimate wife of the general's residence. Although she spoke out of anger today, to remove her from that position involves many complications and should not be rushed. The general's residence is currently under scrutiny, and my affection for you has already led to several reprimands from Lord Zhao, resulting in the emperor forbidding my attendance at court. Do you wish to see your husband ridiculed again? Ji Chen lifted Shin Shu-ro's chin, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss upon her lips. That soft kiss melted Shin Shu-ro's heart, leaving her languid in his embrace. Brother Hung, how can I bear to let others insult you? I only mentioned it in passing. Ji Chen gently caressed her face, soothingly reassuring her. Rest assured, as long as you manage the inner chambers well, in due time, you shall attain what you desire. His words undoubtedly served as a balm for Shin Shu-ro's heart, instantly alleviating her worries. Brother Hung, Rower is not an unreasonable person. I would never create trouble without cause. By the way, I have made arrangements for grandmother's birthday banquet. Would you like to take a look? Ji Chen, preoccupied with other matters, casually replied, I trust you to handle grandmother's banquet. He added, I still have affairs to attend to in the military camp. I will send someone with the military accounts to you shortly. After saying this, he kissed Shin Shu before turning to leave Xiaoxiang courtyard. He never clarified why he had visited Hengwu courtyard earlier. With her heart brimming with sweetness, Shin Shu forgot about this matter and continued to reflect on Ji Chen's promise after he departed. Only then did her nurse and maids dare to approach her, quietly asking, Second madam, is the master gone? Shin Shu, playing with her hair, radiated spring-like joy. Yes, Brother Hung promised me that in due time, I will have the status of the legitimate wife. Upon hearing this, the nurse's face lit up with delight. Second madam, did the master truly promise you this? Shinshuru shyly nodded. I heard it clearly. How could it be false? The nurse clasped her hands together and offered a prayer to the heavens, overjoyed. Wonderful. The master's heart is entirely with you, second madam. With such a promise, you will be unshakable in the general's residence, incomparable to that person in Hengwu courtyard. Shinshuru raised her chin dismissively and snorted. Why mention her? One day, I will replace her. Indeed, the people in Xiaoxiang courtyard were jubilant, surrounding Shinshuru to offer their congratulations. Just a quarter of an hour later, a maid entered with the account book. Second madam, this is what the master asked me to deliver. Shinshuru understood immediately, eagerly taking the account book and casually flipping it open. I see. Go back and inform the master. I will handle this matter. The military funds will be sent directly to the camp when the time comes. Yes, I take my leave. After the maid departed, the nurse looked at her in astonishment. Second madam, what account book is this? Shinshuru smiled proudly. It's the military funds account for 20,000 soldiers. The nurse and maids gasped in shock. Second madam has taken on this task? This military fund amounts to over 400,000 taels. Where will second madam find so much cash? Shinshuru smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing. Just a temporary measure to show Brother Hung my capabilities. Next month, the General's residence will be back on track, and this month's shortfall can be easily managed. The nurse and maids exchanged puzzled glances. Shinshuru, with a smile of confidence, explained, since the general's residence is cutting the monthly allowances for both the masters and servants by half, the soldiers in the camp should follow suit. Starting this month, the soldiers' military funds will be halved, and I can pawn 2 of my valuable hair ornaments to cover this month's military expenses. As for next month, my shop and estate will begin to prosper, so there will be no worries about military funds. I refuse to believe that what Yunyu can accomplish, I, Shinshuru, cannot. Listening to her words, the nurse and several maids remained somewhat apprehensive. But will the master agree to this? The soldiers in the camp are not like the servants in the inner chambers. Shinshuru chuckled lightly, unperturbed. This is merely a stopgap solution. Once my shop begins to flourish, I will restore the soldiers' military funds. The many servants in the general's residence can endure hardships together, and those soldiers follow my husband. How could they dare to object? I will solve this for my husband, and he will surely commend me. Soon enough, the status of the legitimate wife will be mine. Upon hearing her analysis, the nurse nodded in agreement, her face brightening with a smile. Second madam's ingenuity is indeed admirable. That person in Hengwu courtyard cannot compare to you. The master has never regarded her with any warmth. As the nurse and maid spoke, Shinshuru felt her heart swell with joy. Now, the urgent task is to pawn 2 valuable items from my hair ornaments to resolve this month's military fund issue. After grandmother's birthday celebration, I will begin preparations for the shop and estate. Yes, second madam. The people in Xiaoxiang courtyard obediently followed Shinshuru's commands, already envisioning the moment she would become the mistress of the general's residence. Chapter 71 concerns Shinshuru pawned 2 of her hair ornaments, just enough to cover this month's military funds, and the revised military account book was delivered to Ikuin Pavilion. That day, Qi Zhiqin was preoccupied with other matters and did not even consider that Shinshuru would reduce the soldiers' military funds. Without a glance, he instructed a servant to send the military funds along with the account book to the camp. When this news reached Shinshuru's ears, her confidence in her standing in Qi Zhiqin's heart grew, and she began preparing for the old lady's birthday banquet with great delight. The birthday celebration for the old lady was complex and elaborate, with each table featuring over 20 dishes. Although she had never organized such an event, she felt no trepidation. With the help of her nurse, she had already drafted a detailed plan and was on her way to Baomotang to consult the old lady. Since the news of Yunyu's serious illness had emerged, she had not made an appearance, nor had anyone mentioned the banquet preparations to her. At this moment, only Shinshuru arrived at Baomotang to discuss the birthday celebration. She swayed her waist and hips as she entered the courtyard, her recent authority inflating her confidence, her demeanor increasingly flamboyant.
Uerpes her Respektszukammer.
Shinshuru pretended to kneel slightly, her face beaming with a smile. The old lady had rested for 2 days and appeared much improved, looking at Shinshuru with growing satisfaction. She did not mind the small display of respect. her face radiating warmth. Rower has come. What business do you have with grandmother? The old lady's gaze fell upon Shinshuru, her heart already understanding. Grandmother. Is it not soon your birthday? Shinshuru eagerly presented her meticulously arranged banquet details, awaiting the old lady's review. Roa has put in great effort. Please take a look. Grandmother. The old lady, while concerned about Shinshuru managing the banquet, began to read through the documents carefully. Upon glancing at the first page, she was taken aback. The banquet Shinshuru arranged was indeed extravagant. A thick stack of documents detailed the arrangements for the event, with 10 pages dedicated to the guest list, followed by menus and seating arrangements. 50 tables in the main hall? Is this not excessive? The old lady's heart raced. Although she felt it was somewhat extravagant, she was also touched by Shinshuru's sincerity, caught in a moment of indecision. In her lifetime, she had never hosted such a high-profile banquet, rivaling that of a first-rank noble consort. Shinshuru, anticipating the old lady's reaction, smiled and nodded, affectionately taking the old lady's hand. Grandmother, you are the matriarch of the general's residence, a person of high status. Such grandeur is warranted. We must invite all relatives and friends from the capital, as well as high-ranking officials and dignitaries to celebrate your birthday. We shall place a pair of massive stone lions at the entrance for added grandeur, and hang a large character for longevity on the gate, making sure everyone in the capital knows of your birthday celebration. Furthermore, we will hire renowned chefs to prepare 20 dishes for each table, ensuring every guest leaves satisfied. Roa wants everyone in the capital to know that grandmother deserves such a celebration. It is time for everyone to realize the strength of our General's residence. All rumors will be dispelled. Upon hearing this, the old lady felt a stir in her heart, but still regarded Shinshuru with a hint of hesitation. The banquet for 50 tables requires a significant sum, and the old matriarch of the general's residence is most aware of the situation. Though she is quite tempted, she maintains her last shred of reason. Unexpectedly, Shinshuru smiles and pats her hand, seemingly having anticipated this concern. Do not worry, grandmother. Since it is I who will handle the banquet, the necessary funds will be managed by me. I shall ensure that your birthday celebration is splendid, allowing everyone to witness its grandeur. Observing Shinshuru's bold assurances finally puts the old matriarch's heart at ease. If the finances are secured, the general's residence can certainly manage such an affair, for it is a prominent noble family with 2,000 servants at its disposal. Excellent.
It is settled then.
The old matriarch laughs heartily, feeling a surge of excitement within her. Madame Lin observes the old matriarch, touched to see her so joyous after a long time. At that moment, Yunyu enters, supported by Qing He, her pallor striking. She has not been seen in a while, and her frail appearance is evident. The old matriarch and Shinshuru exchange glances, their expressions somewhat unusual.
Yua pays her respektszuganger.
Despite her ailing health, Yunyu does not neglect the formalities. The old matriarch is moved and quickly says, please rise. I heard from Madame Lin that you are unwell. You should rest and not exert yourself. There is no need for these formalities. Qing He, watching her mistress with concern, hastens to assist her in standing upright. Yunyu's complexion grows even paler as she gently replies, it is nothing. I thought that with grandmother's birthday approaching, the household would be preparing a banquet for you. I wish to express my filial piety by coming to take a look. Initially, the old matriarch felt some reproach towards Yunyu for falling ill at this time. But upon hearing her words, her sentiments soften. Your intentions are kind, but given your current state, you should rest. The banquet is in Shuru's capable hands. Noticing Yunyu's precarious condition, the old matriarch deems it wise to prevent any further strain on her health. Shinshuru, observing with a slight smirk, remarks, Grandmother has already reviewed the banquet arrangements and is quite satisfied, so you need not worry. You should remain in the Hengwu courtyard to recuperate, lest your illness be passed on to grandmother. Her tone bears a hint of lingering resentment over Yunyu's previous reprimands. Yunyu furrows her brow but does not engage in conflict. Instead, she inquires about the banquet's details. As long as grandmother is pleased. I wonder how the birthday celebration is being arranged? Shinshuru, eager to witness Yunyu's astonishment, raises her chin with pride and declares, you cannot imagine the scale of it. There will be 50 tables, inviting all the esteemed officials and dignitaries of the capital. The old matriarch's smile deepens at Shinshuru's words, while Yunyu's brow furrows with concern. While grandmother certainly deserves the finest, is 50 tables not excessive? Even if the main hall can accommodate that many, We do not have enough servants to attend to the guests. Shinshuru, having anticipated Yunyu's objections, dismisses her worries with a scoff. Do not fret, it will be perfectly manageable. If grandmother has consented, are you suggesting she is unworthy of such a display? The old matriarch's smile falters as she silently observes Yunyu. I mean no offense. However, you understand the situation of the general's residence better than I do. 50 tables are truly beyond our means. Concern fills Yunyu's eyes. Shinshuru, interpreting her words as a mere concern over finances, laughs dismissively. These matters are not yours to worry about. I am in charge now, and I understand the household circumstances better than you. I can assure you, there will be no issues. The old matriarch, misinterpreting Yunyu's words as stinginess, feels somewhat irritated. Fine, I have just reviewed everything. And since you are unwell, you should rest. I trust the arrangements to Shuru. Yunyu's visit has ultimately reassured the old matriarch regarding Shinshuru's handling of the banquet. Opening her mouth to speak, Yunyu hesitates as she notices the old matriarch's increasingly serious demeanor and decides against voicing her thoughts. Well then, since the banquet has been settled, I shall take my leave to avoid burdening grandmother with my illness. Yunyu nods to the old matriarch and, with Qing Hie's support, departs. Once out of sight, a sly smile creeps onto Qing Hie's lips. Upon returning to the Hengwu courtyard, Yunyu, who had appeared weak, suddenly releases Qing Hie's arm, her gaze deepening. Miss, after your visit, I fear the old matriarch may harbor grievances against you. Qing Hie keenly observed the old matriarch's changing expressions, especially when Yunyu suggested 50 tables were inappropriate. Yunyu, fully aware of the implications, replies calmly, had I not gone, grandmother would have been even more displeased with me. Today, I have accomplished this task. There is nothing more for us to do but wait. Qing Hie understands her point and nods with a smile, recognizing that the matter is now firmly settled. Meanwhile, Shinshuru continues to flatter the old matriarch in the Bauma Hall, showering her with compliments that elevate the old matriarch's spirits. The preparations for the banquet are now underway. That night, all invitations sent out receive affirmative responses, with nearly all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries confirming their attendance at the celebration. Shinshuru, surveying the replies, raises her chin with pride. Ha! They thought to impede me. Yet they do not consider their current standing. The nearby maidservants cluster around her, showering her with flattering remarks. Second madam, it seems these esteemed officials dare not offend you. All agreeing to attend the birthday celebration. It is time to assert the general's residence's authority. Shinshuru, brimming with self-satisfaction, raises her chin defiantly. Now that this is settled, you all gather the steward to the Xiaoxiang courtyard tomorrow to commence preparations for the birthday feast. Yes, second madam. The entire Xiaoxiang courtyard buzzes with an atmosphere of joy as the banquet preparations proceed with vigor. This, however, burdens the steward, who finds himself frequently running to the Xiaoxiang courtyard. Second madam, the servants in our general's residence are insufficient. With so many guests on the day of the banquet, we may struggle to accommodate them. Frowning, the steward feels overwhelmed by the chaos within the estate, scrambling to manage the ongoing disorder. Before he can voice his concerns, Shinshuru, irritated, looks at him with an air of authority. How can you not manage this? We still have over 1,000 servants. Are you telling me we cannot serve a few hundred guests? Her dissatisfaction echoes Yunyu's earlier sentiments, leading her to suspect the steward still favors Yunyu. The steward, with a pained expression, attempts to explain that each servant has specific duties and some tasks may be unfamiliar to them. Before he can articulate his thoughts, Shinshuru, displeased, picks up a nearby roster and randomly points out a few names. The most critical aspect of the banquet is its presentation. Have them decorate the residence beautifully. As long as that is accomplished, we will hire renowned chefs to handle the 50 tables of delicacies, and the rest will be manageable. The steward's heart races. While he acknowledges the logic in her words, he remains apprehensive. Second madam, is this truly advisable? Perhaps we should consult the old matriarch? Shinshuru retorts sharply. This is already sanctioned by grandmother. I plan to surprise her, so follow my instructions precisely. I have it all arranged. The steward, seeing her determination, can only resign himself to comply, leaving the Xiaoxiang courtyard to execute Shinshuru's directives. Since it is a matter already agreed upon by the old matriarch, he refrains from further contemplation. After the steward departs, Shinshuru's wet nurse approaches her, her expression tinged with worry. Second madam, Is it truly all right with so many servants missing from the household? Shinshuru let out a dismissive snort, unconcerned. After all, the household was filled with idle servants. How much work could they possibly accomplish? Dispersing a few hundred attendants left over 1,000 still in service. It was merely a birthday banquet. I have already prepared the main dishes. How many servants could I possibly need? The wet nurse pondered momentarily and found her reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the second lady had already arranged the main feast, and once the guests were seated, there was little else to worry about. Both mistress and servant were confident, and the preparations for the birthday celebration were proceeding according to Shinshuru's directives until the day finally arrived. On the day of the old lady Chi's birthday banquet, all the esteemed officials and dignitaries invited by Shinshuru arrived as scheduled. Every name of note was among the invitees, ensuring the event would be bustling with activity. The Zhao, Ho, Bai, and Bo families, who had been considered for the match with Qi Xiongling, were all present. Even several princes were invited under the name of Qi Zhiqing. On that day, the old lady Qi was in high spirits, donning a festive cloud-patterned robe, resplendent as she awaited the numerous guests in the main hall. After 2 years without hosting a birthday banquet, the entire general's residence was adorned with lights and decorations, creating a grand atmosphere. Shinshuru's arrangements had greatly pleased the old lady Qi, filling her with anticipation. The only puzzling aspect was the usual flurry of maids, which today only amounted to a few scattered individuals. The old lady did not dwell on this minor detail. Assuming that Shinshuru had merely assigned most of the servants to other tasks related to the banquet, and she continued to wait in the main hall. "What time is it?" the old lady Qi inquired, raising her gaze to Lin Momo, ever mindful of her demeanor. With her hands elegantly folded, she sat regally, exuding the authority befitting the matriarch of the general's household. Lin Momo, with a smile in her eyes, leaned closer to whisper in the old lady's ear. Replying to the old lady, "There is still some time before the banquet begins. The guests will likely arrive shortly." "Very well. Then let us wait," the old lady replied, maintaining her poised posture. At that moment, a matron from Baomotang hurriedly approached to report, "Old lady, the guests are beginning to arrive." The old lady's eyes brightened as she straightened her back, turning her attention to the entrance. As guests entered through the grand door, she had expected a warm reception from the attendants, but to her surprise, none came to greet them. Chapter 73. Neglect. A throng of guests found themselves blocked at the entrance, uncertain of where to proceed, exchanging bewildered glances. Was this truly the welcoming protocol of the general's residence? How could there be no one to receive them? Perhaps they had mistaken the date of the old lady Qi's birthday? Yet the invitation clearly stated that today was indeed the celebration. The lady from the Bo family opened the invitation to verify, murmuring her concerns. As the guests gathered at the entrance, their whispered discussions grew louder. "Have you heard the rumors about the general's residence? Not long ago, many servants were dismissed. Could this be why there are so few attendants to welcome us now?" Just as the guests prepared to engage in further speculation, the Minister of Rights, Yunyu, entered with his wife and son, coincidentally encountering Shinjingen and his family at the threshold. The two parties exchanged glances, their expressions not particularly favorable. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, they understood the situation. Despite the hushed tones, absurd! How could such a prestigious residence as the general's have no servants to greet them? With a stern expression, Yunyu strode forward, and the cluster of guests quickly parted to make way, their faces betraying a mix of curiosity and amusement. Yunyu led his family toward the main hall, eager to uncover the truth behind the recent rumors surrounding the general's residence. Shinjingen's family also bore grim expressions. Watching Yun's family advance, they scoffed and followed closely behind. The remaining guests, witnessing this unfolding drama, eagerly trailed behind, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold at the general's residence. Yunyu, along with his wife and Yunjin, reached the main hall and observed the old lady Qi seated in the center, her expression still not quite pleasant. The old lady Qi, along with Lin Momo, watched as Yunyu approached with a sizable entourage of guests, perplexed by the long wait without any sign of arrivals. "How fortuitous that our family arrives just as the guests do," the old lady Qi exclaimed, smiling brightly at Yunyu. Yunyu furrowed his brow. He had held great respect for the old lady Qi, but the recent events at the general's residence made it impossible for him to smile genuinely. "It is not mere coincidence, old lady. The general's residence lacks even a single servant to welcome us, which is why we found ourselves blocked at the entrance, he replied, his tone revealing the gravity of the situation. As he spoke, Yun's wife and Yunjin entered the main hall, suppressing their anger as they took their seats. The old lady Qi was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. Just then, Shun Jing'an also entered, and she turned to him with a questioning gaze. Is this true, Shin? Shun Jing'an subtly nodded, casting a glance at Yun Xiaowen before taking a seat opposite him. Indeed. We found everyone gathered at the entrance without any attendants to guide us in. We had to navigate our way ourselves. Had we not been familiar with the general's residence, we would have been lost. A wave of displeasure surged within the old lady Qi, yet knowing it was her birthday, she suppressed her anger and smiled to mediate the situation. Dear in-laws, please do not be alarmed. I will send someone to investigate this matter immediately.
With that,
She turned to Lin Momo and quietly instructed, Momo, go see what is happening and quickly arrange for a few people to welcome the guests. Lin Momo's heart raced as she promptly acknowledged and exited the main hall. Once Lin Momo had left, the old lady Qi smiled at the gathered guests. There must be some misunderstanding. The household is bustling today, and it is likely that the servants were preoccupied with the banquet preparations, leading to the oversight in welcoming. Rest assured, I will look into this matter and provide an explanation. I am immensely grateful for your presence at my birthday celebration today. Please, take your seats. Though the old lady Qi felt puzzled, she could only maintain her composure in front of the guests, forcing a smile to smooth over the awkwardness. The guests, initially eager to witness the general's misfortune, observed the old lady Qi's demeanor and felt that it was indeed unreasonable for such a grand residence to lack welcoming attendants. Thus, they suppressed their doubts and took their seats with smiles. The old lady Qi exchanged glances with other matrons, who understood the unspoken cue and discreetly departed the main hall. One by one, the guests settled in, eagerly watching the unfolding events between the Yun and Shun families. As the Song, Ho, Bai, Bo, and Zhao families entered together, the expressions of the attendees shifted subtly. Not only that, but the 5 families themselves wore peculiar expressions. Recent rumors had circulated in the capital, suggesting that the general's residence had initially considered the families of the 4 young ladies, but ultimately chose the Song family. This situation served as a thorn in the hearts of the other 4 families, leaving them quite dissatisfied. Now, as the 5 families converged, their discomfort intensified.
the Ho, Bai,
And both families arrived with their respective masters and mistresses, while the Zhao family was accompanied by the eldest son, Zhao Jun, who was under the command of Qi Ziqing, joining them in wishing the old lady Qi a happy birthday. However, his expression was somewhat unusual. He had heard the recent rumors and grasped that the eldest lady had initially planned to match him with the general's daughter. Amidst the awkwardness among the 4 families, the Song family appeared decidedly cheerful. Having just established a familial bond with the general's residence, the Song family came in full force to celebrate the old lady's birthday. The master of the Song family and their eldest son walked at the forefront. The young man was handsome and imposing, though if one overlooked his somewhat frivolous gaze, he was quite a sight to behold. Following closely behind were the Song matron and her daughter, maintaining a cautious demeanor with their heads bowed. The peculiar arrangement, seemingly odd, was overlooked by the crowd due to the simultaneous arrival of the 5 families. Lady Qi, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of surprise and concern within her heart. How could she be unaware that this birthday banquet was graced by the presence of all 5 families who had entered together? Unfamiliar with the rumors circulating in the capital, the lively atmosphere brought a smile to her face. May Lady Qi's blessings be as vast as the Eastern Sea.
Ah,
Your presence here to celebrate my birthday is indeed my fortune. Please take a seat. The 5 families approached Lady Qi to offer their congratulations, then followed the matron to their seats. Normally, there would be over 10 servants in the main hall to welcome and serve guests, but today they were mysteriously absent, leaving only the matron beside Lady Qi to manage the situation, nearly exhausting her in the process. Although Lady Qi found this strange, she was too preoccupied to ponder it. Busy attending to the numerous guests, after exchanging pleasantries for a while, she noticed that no servants had come to offer tea. As time passed, the lack of basic hospitality began to furrow brows. Zhao Jun, too, bore an unusual expression, glancing around the room but failing to spot the tall figure he sought. Lowering his head, he felt a surge of thoughts. Lady Qi, I have been seated here for a quarter of an hour without even a sip of tea. Is this the hospitality of the general's residence? The elderly marquis from the Bofo family looked at Lady Qi, unable to suppress his inquiry. In his long life, he had never encountered such a lack of courtesy. His frustration stemmed largely from recent rumors in the capital. Though the Bofo family had lost influence in his generation, he believed his talented younger son would soon rise to prominence. However, hearing whispers of the general's household looking down upon his son only fueled his anger. The guests, having caught wind of these rumors, turned their gazes to Lady Qi, awaiting her response. Yun Xiaowen and Xinzheng shared equally displeased expressions, sitting uncomfortably in their chairs. Lady Qi, having never experienced such a situation even after decades as the matriarch of the general's residence, felt her composure slipping away. She glanced at the busy matron of her Bauma hall, who was overwhelmed with tasks, and raised her eyes. I completely forgot about this matter. Quickly, prepare tea for our esteemed guests. Lady Qi intended to minimize the issue, but it did not unfold as she hoped. Once the matron left to prepare the tea, Lin matron approached with an unflattering expression, hesitating as she looked at Lady Qi. Noticing her demeanor, Lady Qi's heart skipped a beat, and she asked in a low voice, "What has happened?" All eyes turned to Lin matron, curiosity evident in their gazes. Lin matron, constrained by the presence of the guests, leaned in to whisper, "Lady Qi, I cannot find the second madam. The welcoming servants have scattered throughout the residence to make arrangements and cannot be located for the time being. I had to find a few unrefined maidservants to stand in." Lady Qi gasped, nearly breathless. Although Lin matron's voice was low, every guest present heard her words. Concerned for Lady Qi's health, Lin matron looked at her anxiously and added, "Do not worry, Lady Qi. I have already inquired with the steward, who mentioned that the second madam has her own plans and will surprise you." Only then did Lady Qi exhale in relief. The guests widened their eyes, puzzled expressions crossing their faces as they regarded Lady Qi. The welcoming servants were typically well-educated and refined, trained to face a diverse array of guests, not only possessing good looks and impeccable manners, but also a wealth of knowledge. The fact that the general's residence had sent unrefined maidservants to greet guests was indeed unprecedented. The guests' expressions reflected their bewilderment. It was well known that the general's household was managed by Shinshuru, and to think that such an important event as Lady Qi's birthday banquet was entrusted to her. The elderly marquis from the Boho family, who had not yet had a sip of tea despite being present for a considerable time, felt his throat dry and uncomfortable. He looked at Lady Qi and asked, "Lady Qi, what is the matter? Is it possible that this birthday banquet is not yet prepared?" As soon as he spoke, all guests turned their gazes to Lady Qi. Never before had she been subjected to such scrutinizing looks. Remembering her agreement with Shinshuru, she forced herself to steady her nerves and attempted to smooth over the situation. "There is nothing to worry about. The banquet has long been prepared." Just then, a tall figure accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman entered from the end of the corridor. The woman moved gracefully, adorned in lavish attire and heavy makeup, while Qi Ziqing frequently cast tender glances her way. One might mistake her for Qi Ziqing's concubine, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed that she was Shinshuru, Qi Ziqing's primary wife, who had garnered much attention recently. Since waking at dawn, she had been in her chamber preparing her makeup, aiming to astound everyone. Thus, she had not been seen around the residence, preoccupied with her appearance to outshine the others. Lady Qi and Qi Xiongling followed closely behind, smiles of delight lighting up their faces as they regarded the guests. Qi Xiongling's makeup was also striking, complemented by her vibrant attire that showcased her charms. Upon her entrance, she shyly glanced in Song Wenen's direction before lowering her head bashfully, ignoring the other families present. Song Wenen's eyes sparkled at the sight of Qi Xiongling, subtly glancing at Shinshuru with a faint smile gracing his lips. The other guests were oblivious to this exchange, their attention diverted by the arrival of the two. At that moment, Zhao Jun slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at Qi Ziqing while catching a fleeting glimpse of Shinshuru from the corner of his eye. He surveyed the area, and upon failing to spot Yunyu, he sighed internally, lowering his head once more, silent. Qi Ziqing and Shinshuru walked hand in hand, surveying the assembled guests, their faces radiant with smiles. "Thank you all for coming. We sincerely apologize for the oversight and hospitality." Qi Ziqing, having been informed of the earlier situation, understood the gravity of the moment. He bowed respectfully to the officials, his demeanor gracious and warm, quickly alleviating the awkward atmosphere. The officials, observing Qi Ziqing's demeanor, instantly altered their attitudes. "General Qi, you are too modest. Today is Lady Chi's birthday banquet, and the decorations are splendid. How could there be any talk of negligence? Indeed. Upon seeing you today, General Chi, you remain as formidable as ever. General Chi has made a remarkable recovery. It seems you will soon return to the battlefield, haha. Many officials who had not previously encountered Qi Ziqing now looked at him with admiration. Hearing their words, several recalled his illustrious achievements, their expressions shifting. Haha. I am fortunate to have received heaven's favor. My health is restored. Please follow me. A smile adorned Qi Ziqing's face as he led the officials toward the main hall. The guests who had previously been mere spectators transformed their expressions upon his arrival, following him into the hall. The remaining officials' wives stayed in the main hall, continuing their idle chatter with Lady Qi. Shuru approached with a sway of her hips, addressing the gathered ladies with a hostess-esque grace and saying, "Dear guests, I apologize for the busyness today, and the inadequate tea service was indeed abrupt. To express our regret, we have prepared a performance in the garden. I invite you all to join us. Please follow me. The general's residence has several performances lined up for today." Lady Qi and Shuru stood together, smiling at the guests. No worries. Today is a grand occasion for the general's residence, and on such an important day as Lady Qi's birthday, a bit of busyness is to be expected. We have not enjoyed music in a while, and would love to listen. The ladies exchanged glances, and out of respect for Lady Qi, they followed Lady Qi and Qi Xiangling toward the garden. As the guests departed from the main hall, Shuru joyfully rushed toward her parents. "Father, Mother,
You have arrived."
Shen Jing'an and his wife proudly gazed upon their daughter, their chins held high, casting a deliberate glance at Yun Xiuwen's family. Yun Xiuwen, along with his wife and daughter, remained silent, their expressions grave. "Old Madam Qi, what is the meaning of the apparent neglect from the general's residence today? And where is our Yuo? We have yet to see her," old Madam Qi mused, observing the scene with a sigh of relief while attempting to mediate between the two families. It was indeed a busy day filled with misunderstandings. Yor had recently contracted a fever and was resting in her chamber after being attended to by the family doctor, which explained her absence. "Why not let both families enjoy the music in the garden?" suggested old Madam Qi. Yun Xiuwen was inclined to elaborate further, but upon noticing his wife's subtle shake of the head, he acquiesced. "Very well. Let us proceed to the garden. The feast organized by our rower is quite splendid. I must see the performance she has prepared. Haha." Shen Jing'an echoed his daughter's pride, both he and Shuru lifting their chins in an arrogant display. His words once again thickened the air with tension. Initially, Yun Xiuwen intended to let the matter rest, but their brazen demeanor prompted him to take a deep breath. Clenching his fists in restraint, the gentle Yun matron subtly tugged at him, shaking her head in warning. "My dear, let us wait until we see your." Yun Jin, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Old Madam Qi, pretending not to notice, smiled as she led the way. Shuru stood beside her mother, her eyes sparkling with delight as she introduced her grandmother to the guests. "Grandmother, today all the prominent families of the capital have gathered here, and on behalf of my husband, I have invited several princes to celebrate your birthday. I initially wanted it to be a surprise, but I thought it best to inform you in advance." Old Madam Qi's face lit up with joy, her heart swelling with delight. It was no wonder that the Song, Bai, Bo, and Zhao families had arrived together. Rower had truly invited all the notable families to Beijing. This display of filial piety moved old Madam Qi.
"Oh my,
This is too extravagant. I told you to keep it simple. Look at this child." The old matron laughed heartily, her gaze toward Shuru filled with affection, treating her as a beloved granddaughter.
Ah,
"Rower, your intentions are commendable. Such a grand occasion for the old matron's birthday cannot be trivialized." Shen Jing'an and the others joined in hearty laughter as they walked, while the Yun family felt increasingly out of place. The memory of old Madam Qi's previous visit to propose for Yunyu lingered in their minds, and witnessing this scene now evoked a bittersweet sentiment. The old matron's past disdain for the Shen family now seemed a distant memory, replaced by smiles and warmth. A stark contrast to the disdain felt by the Yun family. The refined Yun Xiuwen and the gentle Yun matron exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. Their once proud daughter was wed into such a family. Especially young Yun Jin, merely 12 yet exhibiting exceptional grace and wisdom beyond her years, furrowed her brow upon witnessing her older sister's marriage into this military household, her thoughts unspoken. A throng of guests made their way to the garden, lively with laughter as they enjoyed the performance. The quality of the entertainment prepared by the general's residence was indeed commendable. Amidst the praises from the crowd, old Madame Chi felt her spirits lift, the earlier blunder of greeting guests forgotten. Numerous ladies, observing the scene, began to strategize, eager to curry favor with Shinshuru. The general's residence still had several eligible young ladies, and establishing connections here could prove advantageous. Surrounded by many noble women, Shinshuru reveled in their flattery, her spirits soaring to new heights. She had never experienced such attention before, and with thoughts of Yunyu's frailty, a smirk of triumph crept across her face as she instructed a maid, "Go to Henwu courtyard and summon that one. Tell her that Lord Yun and Madame Yun wish to see her." The maid nodded and swiftly departed while the others remained oblivious. Shinshuru's smug grin widened. She was eager to witness how Yunyu, in her ailing state, would compare to her own vibrant demeanor. Old Madame Chi walked closely beside her daughter-in-law, sharing light-hearted chatter. "Mother, look. Madame Song takes quite a liking to Linger," she pointed out. Old Madame Chi turned her gaze to where Madame Song and Qi Xiangling were engaged in lively conversation, a smile of contentment gracing her features as she felt assured about the match. Unbeknownst to them, the two ladies were moving to a quieter area, their bond blossoming like that of a mother and daughter. Madame Song, satisfied with Qi Xiangling, recalled her husband's instructions and cast an appreciative glance at the girl.
"Linger."
"The more I see you, the more I like you. By the way, has Wenin arrived at the general's residence?" Qi Xiangling's face flushed with shyness at the thought of their brief encounter. Though it was merely a glance, she found herself captivated by the dashing young man. "Yes," she replied, nodding bashfully. Noticing her demeanor, Madame Song lowered her voice. "I wonder if you would like to see Wenin?" Qi Xiangling's brow furrowed in confusion. "You mean like earlier?" Madame Song shook her head subtly. "Not at all. From such a distance, you barely exchanged words. Surely, you would want to meet your future husband in private?" Qi Xiangling hesitated, aware that a young lady should not meet a gentleman alone before marriage, even if he was her betrothed. Madame Song chuckled, taking Qi Xiangling's hand in hers. "What harm is there? You are already engaged. Marriage is assured. Would you not want to see what your future husband is like? Besides, we are at the general's residence for the old matron's birthday. Everyone is in the main hall. Who would notice your absence?" The moment Madame Song mentioned her affection, Qi Xiangling pondered, then, with a shy smile, took Madame Song's hand. "I would like to meet him." Chapter 76. A private meeting. Her tone was infused with urgency. After some contemplation, she found merit in Madame Song's words. Here, at the general's residence, amidst the festivities, who would notice if they met in secret? Realizing this, Qi Xiangling lowered her head, her heart racing with anticipation. Madame Song, having anticipated her agreement, smiled and patted her hand. "Excellent. You know the general's residence well. Choose a place for your meeting, and I will inform Wenin." After considering, Qi Xiangling leaned close to whisper her suggestion into Madame Chi's ear. The latter nodded with a smile, signaling Qi Xiangling to proceed. The young lady, blushing, glanced around and, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, hurriedly left the garden. Madame Song, satisfied that her plan was in motion, let out a sigh of relief and discreetly instructed her maid to follow suit. Old Madame Chi and Chi Mu remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in the performances or chatting with other ladies. Just as the guests were enjoying the play, the time for the banquet approached. "Old Madame, it is nearly time to commence the feast," Lin Momo whispered to old Madame Chi. The old matron surveyed the splendid arrangements and felt her heart swell with joy. Turning her gaze back toward Shinshuru, she smiled and inquired, "Ruer, has the time for the banquet arrived?" Shinshuru nodded with a smile, affirming that indeed, the time had come and the princess must have already gathered with her husband. They should proceed to the main hall. A sly grin crept across her heart as she anticipated Yunyu's embarrassment before the princes and various guests, intentionally raising her voice. Upon hearing that even the princes had come to celebrate the birthday of the old matriarch Qi, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. In the capital, there were countless noble families, yet only a select few could summon princes to their gatherings. The general's residence was extraordinary, incomparable to any ordinary family. Just a single statement shattered the recent rumors circulating in the capital. The ladies of the court and the heads of noble families, who had been flattering Shinshuru, wore even more enthusiastic expressions, surrounding her as they made their way towards the main hall, eager to ingratiate themselves. Previously, They had heard that the general's residence was managed by the eldest lady, yet now the second lady displayed such exceptional capability. The general's residence was indeed a place of fortune. It was no wonder the old matriarch was so blessed. Even General Qi was a fortunate man, enjoying the blessings of the Qi family. In my view, the second lady is no less capable than the eldest. Today's birthday banquet is undoubtedly splendid. Listening to the flattery from the ladies, Shinshuro held her head high, smiling humbly. How could I dare to compare myself to my sister? I am merely newly in charge of the household. I cannot possibly be compared to her 2 years of experience. Though she claimed not to compare, she subtly drew everyone's attention to Yunyu, intentionally provoking comparisons. Such matters of the inner household were not lost on the ladies. Regardless of whether Yunyu had been the legitimate wife in the past, she had now fallen from grace, while General Qi favored Shinshuro. Although the emperor had prohibited General Qi from attending court, he allowed the princes to come to the birthday celebration, indicating the emperor's regard for the general's residence. The ladies, perceptive as they were, grasped the underlying implications. Second lady, you are mistaken. I find you no less capable than the eldest lady. In fact, I believe your approach is even more prudent. This was precisely the effect Shinshuro sought. Under the flattery of the ladies, led by the old matriarch Qi, a grand procession of noble matrons moved toward the main hall. Just as they entered the long corridor leading to the main hall, they suddenly noticed a group of officials stationed at the entrance, their expression somewhat unusual. Why is everyone not entering? Mrs. Song, standing beside Shinshuro, curiously inquired. With a smile on her face, Shinshuro raised her gaze. Let me send a maid to inquire. She gestured for her maid to step forward, and the maid hurriedly advanced. The old matriarch Qi also wore a smile, her right hand resting on the arm of Lin Mama, pausing in place to wait. The other ladies halted as well, engaging in conversation with those beside them. It was not until the maid returned, her expression somewhat peculiar, that the crowd ceased their chatter, peering at her with curiosity. Before the maid could reach them, the old matriarch Qi felt a twinge of unease, scrutinizing the maid closely. She discreetly glanced at Lin Mama, who understood her unspoken concern but shook her head in confusion. The two stood at the forefront, awaiting the maid's return. As the maid reached the old matriarch, she cast a furtive glance at her before hurrying to Shinshuro, lowering her voice to say, Second lady, the master is with all the male guests ahead and says the main hall is not yet ready for the banquet. Despite her effort to keep her voice low, everyone still overheard. The old matriarch Qi raised an eyebrow, her smile fading. Although it was not a grave matter, having come this far only to be sent back to the garden was somewhat undignified. Ruer, what is happening? Shinshuro understood the old matriarch's concern and took 2 steps forward, reassuring her, Grandmother, do not worry. Renowned chefs take longer to prepare than ordinary ones. This is quite understandable. Let me inquire further. She turned to her maid once more and asked, Did the steward mention when we might begin the banquet? She was not particularly concerned, assuming the renowned chef simply required more time. If it took longer, they could move to the garden to continue enjoying the opera. It was not a significant issue. However, the maid's face turned somewhat pale, and she hesitated to speak. Seeing the maid's demeanor, the old matriarch felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Shinshuro finally dropped her smile, her brow furrowing in displeasure. What is going on? Why the hesitation? The maid, startled, hesitated repeatedly, realizing the truth would eventually be revealed, and lowered her head to speak in a hushed tone. I do not know when the banquet will start. The master appears quite angry and has asked for you to come. With that, she quickly bowed her head again. Shinshuro was momentarily taken aback, chuckling dismissively. What could possibly be the matter? Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. At this point, she remained unconcerned, sashaying forward. The noble ladies trailing behind her, witnessing this scene, felt their suppressed curiosity resurface. What has transpired? It seems there is trouble at the banquet. Let us go and see. A few inquisitive ladies, disregarding the old matriarch Qi at the front, hurried forward to see the commotion. Although the old matriarch was puzzled, she did not perceive it as a serious matter. Chapter 77. Chaos again. She suppressed her displeasure but, given the numerous guests present today, could only maintain the dignity and authority befitting the old matriarch of the general's residence. She smiled at Lin Mama. Shall we go and take a look? Lin Mama, worried, nodded and assisted the old matriarch forward. Observing this, the crowd paid little heed to decorum, all following closely behind the old matriarch. At this moment, Shinshuru approached Chijichin, noticing his grim expression. She hesitated for a moment before smiling and stepping closer, gazing at Chijichin with feigned charm. "Husband, what has happened?" Chijichin's expression darkened as he slowly turned to face Shinshuru, asking, "I would like to know what is going on. The time for the banquet has arrived. Why is the banquet hall still not prepared?" Just then, the old matriarch Chi happened to overhear this remark and nearly stumbled, looking at Shinshuru in disbelief. What is going on? She had initially thought it was not a serious matter, but now it appeared to be an utterly embarrassing situation. Never before had such a disgraceful occurrence transpired among the noble families of the capital. The host inviting guests had not even prepared the banquet hall. This was something she had never dared to imagine, happening at the long-awaited birthday banquet. Fortunately, Lin Mama was there to support her, preventing her from losing her composure. Shinshuru was equally bewildered, her neck stretching as she peered into the banquet hall. "I do not know either. Why is it not ready yet? How much longer will it take to prepare?" Hearing her words, Chijichin and the old matriarch's expressions darkened further. "Isn't this your responsibility? How could you not know?" Chijichin suppressed his anger. All the guests were equally stunned, and once they regained their composure, they regarded the pair with expressions of amusement. Many officials exchanged glances with Chijichin, shaking their heads in disbelief. Just moments ago, Shun Jing'an had been brimming with pride, but now his face was betraying him. What is this? Could it be that Ruer has some new plan to surprise the old matriarch? Upon hearing his words, Shinshuru quickly reacted, signaling to her maid. "Indeed. Today is grandmother's birthday banquet. Ruer wishes to give her a surprise by inviting the renowned chef from Xiangming Pavilion. Please wait a moment. I will instruct all the servants to tidy up, and we shall begin the banquet shortly." Shinshuru hastily gestured to her maid and quickly entered the main hall. As Shinshuru entered, she observed the servants who were originally lethargic and disorganized spring into action upon her arrival. The guests, having learned that the general's residence had managed to invite a renowned chef from Xiangming Pavilion, couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Xiangming Pavilion, a favored establishment among the elite in the capital, was known for its chefs who were not easily hired, even with a handsome sum of money. Thus, the invitation extended to the chef by the general's household indeed stirred excitement among the attendees, while the guests, who had initially come to witness the unfolding drama, now waited in silence. Shinshuru hurriedly emerged after approximately 15 minutes. With an apologetic demeanor, she addressed the guests, informing them that the banquet was now ready and asked them to take their seats. Nodding in acknowledgement, the guests followed her lead and seated themselves in an orderly manner. After completing her tasks, she approached old Madame Chi, not daring to meet her stern gaze. In a hushed tone, she expressed, "Grandmother, I intended to surprise you, but it seems I have caused you distress." Old Madame Chi, suppressing her frustration over the minor mishaps that had transpired, cast a discontented glance at Shinshuru before deciding to overlook the matter. Aware that others were observing her, old Madame Chi forced a gracious smile and addressed Shinshuru gently. "Such trivial matters are inconsequential. You have done well for your first time organizing a birthday banquet, so there is no need for self-reproach." If Yunyu had not caught a chill, her presence would have certainly alleviated some of the chaos. "Fortunately, you have managed to resolve the situation. Let us take our seats." With a sigh in her heart, old Madame Chi lamented that if only Yunyu were present, this disorder would not have occurred. Yunyu was always composed and assured, providing her with a sense of calm. Alas, it was unfortunate that she had fallen ill. Although old Madame Chi felt regretful, she did not voice it. Hearing this, Shinshuru felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being compared to Yunyu, but chose to suppress her feelings. With a smile, she approached the old matriarch and gently supported her hand. "I shall assist you to your seat, grandmother. Please be careful." The other guests, witnessing their closeness, began to speculate. Shinshuru guided the old lady to the main seat, her laughter ringing out as she surveyed the room. Internally, she bristled with resentment, hoping that Yunyu would soon appear to allow everyone to witness the contrast between the two of them. The main hall was adorned with grandeur and opulence, a testament to Shinshuru's commendable efforts in organizing the birthday celebration, which momentarily pleased old Madame Chi. Standing at the back, the three members of the Yun family felt a sense of urgency after hearing the old matriarch's earlier remarks. "Father, mother, we have been here for quite some time and have yet to see sister. Even if she has caught a chill, she should at least make an appearance. Should she not? If she were seriously ill, she would not be so neglectful of her manners." Yunjin remarked, glancing at Yun Xiaowen and Madame Yun. With a worried expression, Madame Yun straightened her back, reminiscent of Yunyu's poise. Let us wait until the banquet concludes, she suggested. The purpose of their visit was to catch a glimpse of Yunyu and ascertain her condition. With recent rumors circulating about the general's residence, had it not been for Madame Yun's restraint, they would have confronted the household long ago. Understanding the rationale, both Yun Xiaowen and Yun Jin nodded, furrowing their brows as they made their way into the main hall to take their seats. Once everyone was settled, Qi Ziqing and Shinshuru, as the hosts, commenced the birthday greetings to old Madame Qi. The pair, a harmonious match of talent and grace, evoked envy among the onlookers. As they admired the scene, the guests inadvertently overlooked Yunyu, instinctively regarding Shinshuru as the mistress of the general's household. Grandmother, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. Qi Ziqing respectfully bowed to the old lady before instructing someone to present his carefully prepared gift.
Ah, splendid.
This is a red lucky pouch for you, from grandmother. You too must bear offspring soon to expand the general's lineage, he added. At this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances at Qi Ziqing and Shinshuru. Qi Ziqing's eyes flickered momentarily, but he chose not to respond. Shinshuru, with a bashful smile, covered her mouth and nodded shyly. Two of Qi Ziqing's attendants approached, carrying the gift under a red cloth, while Shinshuru's maid held a tray that also bore a gift. Observing this, old Madame Qi burst into a joyous laugh. Thoroughly pleased. Under Qi Ziqing's direction, the attendants lifted the red cloth to reveal a magnificent statue of Guanyin carved from a single block of white jade, standing at a meter tall. Grandmother, this is a complete statue of Guanyin carved from pure white jade, presented to you as a birthday gift, Qi Ziqing announced. The guests gasped in admiration at the grand gesture, marveling at the rarity of the jade and the meticulous craftsmanship that must have gone into the creation of such a piece. Clearly, it took months of preparation. Qi Ziqing's filial piety brought old Madame Qi much honor, and she laughed heartily. How thoughtful. Grandmother truly appreciates this gift. Delighted by Qi Ziqing's offering, Shinshuru's face radiated joy as she discreetly signaled her maid. Two maids hurriedly stepped forward to unveil the tray, revealing two exquisitely carved longevity peaches made from white jade, each the size of an adult man's fist. Shinshuru's gift mirrored Qi Ziqing's grand gesture, showcasing the couple's harmonious intentions. The onlookers were astonished by the display. Shun Jing'an and his wife wore smug expressions, deliberately casting a taunting glance at the Yun family. As the guests observed the scene, their thoughts were complex. Shinshuru, feeling a sense of triumph, respectfully addressed the old matriarch. Grandmother, this is a gift from me to you. A pair of longevity peaches carved from an entire block of white jade. May you enjoy double the blessings. Her words brought a radiant smile to old Madame Qi's face. Her joy uncontainable. Excellent. You both display great filial piety. Grandmother is very pleased. You two should have children soon to bring even more joy to grandmother. Old Madame Qi's candid declaration in front of everyone affirmed Shinshuru's position as the mistress of the general's residence. Beaming with delight, Shinshuru responded obediently, casting a shy glance at Qi Ziqing. Qi Ziqing's expression was somewhat peculiar, but he nodded in agreement. The guests observed the exchange with varied expressions, their minds swirling with thoughts. Shun Jing'an and his wife, feeling proud, became increasingly haughty as they regarded the Yun family. Under the leadership of Qi Ziqing and Shinshuru, the guests began to present their birthday wishes to old Madame Qi, with gifts accumulating into a small mountain. The three members of the Yun family exchanged glances, their expressions revealing subtle unease. The events unfolding in the general's residence weighed heavily on their hearts. Just as everyone was engrossed in celebrating old Madame Qi's birthday, several individuals entered through the main hall's doorway. A trembling servant announced the arrival of 3 princes. The first prince, the third prince, and the 6th prince have arrived. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Leading the procession were the 19-year-old third prince, Huangfu Heshua, and the merely 8-year-old 6th prince, Huangfu Zheong. The third prince was the most cultured among the royal siblings, possessing a handsome demeanor that drew immediate attention. Despite his tender age, the 6th prince displayed a composure and talent beyond his years, embodying the demeanor expected of royalty. The 2 princes exuded an air of nobility, captivating the audience. As the guests admired the 2 princes, they were left wondering when the first prince would make his entrance. Suddenly, following closely behind the 3rd and 6th princes, a striking figure emerged. Dressed in flamboyant attire of red, Yellow, green, and blue, his ensemble was a kaleidoscope of colors. Such vibrant hues, though typically considered ostentatious, appeared entirely fitting when worn by him. He is the anomaly among the royal family, the esteemed first prince Huangfu Qingge. As the third prince and the sixth prince exude elegance and nobility, the first prince stands out with a flamboyant and languid demeanor, overshadowing their distinguished presence. Upon his arrival, all eyes are drawn to him, eclipsing the radiance of the third and sixth princes. Huangfu Qingge strides in with a relaxed gait, surveying the room with a languid smile.
Ah,
Such a lively gathering, just to my liking. He boldly makes his way past Huangfu Heshua and Huangfu Zheong, swaggering towards the matriarch, old Lady Qi. Huangfu Heshua furrows his brow slightly, disapproving of his elder brother's ostentation, which undermines the dignity and grandeur of the royal lineage. Yet, constrained by the presence of others, he suppresses his discontent. Upon seeing their arrival, old Lady Qi, supported by Mama Lin, slowly rises. Her face radiates with pride. Among the many noble ladies of the capital, none have received royal congratulations for their birthday, save for her. Welcome, your highnesses. I am truly honored to have such a privilege. Old Lady Qi. There is no need for such formality today, for it is your birthday, and you are the most esteemed guest. I wish you longevity and health. Huangfu Qingge straightens his posture, greeting her with a smile, one hand holding a folding fan, occasionally tapping it against his palm, glancing back at a hurriedly arriving attendant. The attendant, breathless, presents a gift with both hands, exclaiming, "Old Lady Qi, this is a gift from His Highness." As he speaks, he unveils a red cloth, revealing a ginseng root. Judging by its age, it must be over 300 years old, significantly larger than the one gifted by Yunyu last time. This is a 300-year-old ginseng. I hope you will graciously accept it. Huangfu Qingge nonchalantly taps his fan, a proud expression adorning his face. The guests collectively gasp, their envy palpable at the sight of the 300-year-old ginseng. Such rarity is seldom seen. Typically, ginseng of 20 to 30 years is encountered. And even the rare century-old ones are royal tributes. The first prince's extravagant offering of a 300-year-old ginseng is nothing short of ostentatious. Old Lady Qi's face instantly brightens with joy, her heart racing with excitement. She hastily instructs Mama Lin to accept the ginseng. I sincerely thank His Highness for such a generous gift. It is indeed a blessing to have Your Highness's concern. Old Lady Qi urges. Qi Zichen's gaze flickers as he observes Huangfu Qingge with a touch of calculation. Such a grand gesture from the first prince surely aims to curry favor with him. Unlike old Lady Qi's exuberance, he merely nods at Huangfu Qingge, maintaining a composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Shinshuru pays Huangfu Qingge little mind, offering only a polite smile as she remains motionless behind Qi Zichen. A hint of meaning passes through Huangfu Qingge's eyes as he indifferently follows the attendant to take his seat. The third prince Huangfu Heshua and the sixth prince Huangfu Zheong approach, both expressing a degree of dissatisfaction with Huangfu Qingge's lavish gift. It is well known that the first prince is extravagant, and his seizing of the spotlight today comes as no surprise. Compared to Huangfu Qingge, they exude more royal grace and composure, respectfully offering their well-mannered birthday wishes to Old Lady Qi along with appropriate gifts. Old Lady Qi greets the two princes warmly, her smile unwavering, making a point to glance at Huangfu Zheong. Third prince, sixth prince, please take your seats. Qi Zichen's expression shifts as he regards Huangfu Zheong with added respect. Upon seeing Huangfu Zheong, Shinshuru can barely contain her smile, warmly welcoming him.
Zheong.
She calls out loudly before lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Huangfu Zheong pauses in his steps, turning to face Shinshuru with a delighted smile.
Cousin.
It has been 3 years since we last met. Shinshuru does not hold back her voice, intentionally drawing closer to Huangfu Zheong as she personally guides him to a seat. Observers take note of this interaction, pondering the implications. The birthday banquet at the Qi residence, featuring 3 royal princes, is indeed a significant affair. Recent rumors now seem trivial in comparison. The prince's presence elevates the atmosphere to its zenith, igniting the enthusiasm of all attendees. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere gradually settles. The guests have lingered in the main hall for a considerable time, waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour. During this time, their focus was solely on congratulating Old Lady Qi and presenting gifts.
Now.
They realized that despite their long wait, Neither the anticipated sweet treats nor the renowned chef's exquisite dishes have made an appearance. This prompts a wave of confusion among the guests, who can no longer contain their whispers, casting furtive glances at Old Lady Chi. Old Lady Chi's expression shifts from elation to awkwardness. She subtly signals to Mama Lin, indicating that she should inquire with Shinshuru. Mama Lin, sensing the urgency, discreetly approaches Shinshuru. Although her movements are subtle, many guests take notice. At that moment, Shinshuru, engrossed in conversation with the sixth prince, suddenly hears Mama Lin's question and stands up, wearing a confident smile. The time is nearly upon us. We shall commence the banquet shortly. She gestures to her maid, signaling her to relay the message. The maid bows and, embodying Shinshuru's proud nature, exits with an air of defiance. The guests, relieved of their earlier suspicions, once again anticipate the beginning of the feast. However, it is not long before the maid returns, her expression grave. She strides quickly towards Shinshuru, leaning in to whisper a few words. Shinshuru's expression shifts dramatically as she abruptly stands. I shall go and see. Old Lady Chi and Chi Zichin exchange concerned glances, their brows furrowing as they inquire, what has happened? Shinshuru, initially poised to investigate, halts at their question, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. The maid has informed her that the banquet needs to be delayed further. Chi Zichin's brow furrows deeper, his displeasure evident as he asks, how much longer must we wait? Shinshuru's expression grows anxious, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Fuqinga, witnessing this, smirks. I had thought my arrival was tardy. I did not expect the general's residence to delay the banquet so. Huang Fu Heshuo raises an eyebrow, his expression remaining neutral, while Huang Fu Zheong frowns, his breathing becoming slightly labored, his complexion darkening. His mother is Shinshuru's aunt, and he hopes she does not falter, causing trouble for him and his mother. As the other guests wait, witnessing this unfolding scene, they begin to recall previous minor incidents. What is the meaning of such a delay at the general's residence? Not only were there no servants to welcome them, but they have also had yet to receive even a cup of tea. And now the banquet is nowhere in sight. Are they expected to wait until nightfall? A few guests murmur amongst themselves, casting dark glances at Old Lady Chi. Once filled with joy, Old Lady Chi now feels her heart race, her face reddening. For such a grand birthday celebration, especially with several princes in attendance, to not even know when the banquet will commence is truly unacceptable. Noticing the growing unease, Shinshuru attempts to reassure everyone. Please bear with me a moment. I will check on the chef's preparations. Just as she prepares to inquire, the steward rushes in, startled to see 50 tables filled to capacity with guests. Second lady. The chef from the Xiangming Pavilion has been waiting in the kitchen for quite some time and has inquired why no one has brought the fresh ingredients. Shinshuru, taken aback, exclaims, what do you mean? They are in the residence to prepare the dishes, and they have failed to bring the necessary ingredients? Her question leaves the steward dumbfounded, and the guests overhear the exchange clearly. He steps forward, lowering his voice as he responds. Initially, their invitation to the residence merely claimed to prepare dishes, yet the funds provided were insufficient to procure ingredients. They presumed that the general's household had adequately prepared provisions. The butler, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, was nearly rendered speechless by fright. Although his voice was barely a whisper, it nonetheless reached the ears of the guests nearby. Shinshuru was momentarily stunned, comprehending the gravity of the unforeseen situation. She raised her voice, exclaiming, what? Why has no one informed me of this matter? The butler's legs trembled, almost giving way beneath him. Second madam, the head chef from Xiangming Pavilion has a list bearing your name. I thought you were aware of this. Did you not say you had arranged a surprise for the matriarch? His voice trembled with a hint of despair. Unable to meet the gazes of the master and the matriarch, Shinshuru replied, her voice quivering, I did write my name, but I was unaware that the chef from Xiangming Pavilion had not prepared any ingredients for the banquet. I did not check. She stood rigid, acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation, too frightened to meet Chi Zichin's expression. At that moment, Chi Zichin's countenance was exceptionally grim, his imposing figure at the head of the table strikingly evident. The matriarch gripped the armrest tightly, gazing at Shinshuru in disbelief upon hearing this revelation. Absurd. You are the one responsible for organizing this banquet, and this is how you manage it? Have you not verified anything? It is utterly ridiculous. Inviting all the prominent officials of the capital and collecting their congratulatory gifts, yet providing no feast for them to partake in. Such a humiliating affair made the matriarch wish for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Were it not for her decades of experience as the matriarch, she would have certainly erupted in anger at this moment. Despite her restrained fury, it was evident to all present that she was incensed with Shinshuru. Just moments ago, the matriarch had greeted Shinshuru with a warm smile, encouraging her to expand the Qi family's lineage, but now, her demeanor had completely shifted, and she reprimanded her in front of everyone. The stark contrast was jarring, devoid of any forewarning. Faced with the matriarch's inquiry, Shinshuru's eyes brimmed with tears, her composure slipping away. "Grandmother, I thought inviting a renowned chef would suffice. I had no idea it would turn out this way."
Vet Nursha.
"Why did you not remind me? Did I not ask you to handle this matter?" In the midst of the chaos, the wet nurse stepped forward, head bowed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, her mind racing. "Second madam, I cannot read. I had already given instructions. And this matter was clearly communicated to a servant of the Grand Historian, who assured me it would be taken care of." The butler's complexion turned ashen, struggling to articulate his words. "Second madam, that Grand Historian has already been dismissed. There are no longer any Grand Historians in the household." Upon hearing this, the matriarch stared at Shinshuru in shock. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they absorbed the unfolding drama. It turned out that the general's household had indeed dismissed hundreds of servants. No wonder there were no attendants to greet the guests. And the banquet preparations were so hastily arranged. The root of the issue was here. Given this, what confidence did the general's household possess in hosting the esteemed families of the capital? Since the general's household had let go of so many servants, the rumors circulating outside must surely be true. "Have you heard? I've heard that General Chizichin has yet to consummate his marriage with their matriarch." "What?" "Not only that, but it seems General Qi has not even consummated his marriage with the second madam. It appears there may be some ailment." This gossip had been relayed by a young apprentice from the household physician's office, who happened to be among those dismissed. "Is it true? General Qi actually has an ailment? Could the recent decree from the emperor barring him from court be related to this?" The chatter escalated, voices growing louder. Every word reached the matriarch's ears, and the sudden surge of news overwhelmed her. She gasped for breath and fainted. Lin Mama panicked, calling out, "Matriarch! The matriarch has fainted! Quickly, someone!" All eyes turned to the matriarch, who had indeed collapsed in her chair, unconscious. Huangfu Chinga displayed no attempt to conceal his astonishment, with a hint of exaggeration.
"Ah,
"Could it be that she is aware of my presence? Such a lively affair unfolds." He smiled at Huangfu Heshua and Huangfu Zheong, whose expressions were far from pleasant. While Huangfu Chinga found amusement in the turmoil of the general's household, Huangfu Heshua, the most composed and talented of the princes, merely raised an eyebrow before returning to his usual calm demeanor. At this moment, silence seemed to underscore the significance of the general's household's plight. Noticing their reactions, Huangfu Chinga observed with keen interest, "It seems this visit has not been in vain. In my 24 years, I have never witnessed such a spectacle, truly remarkable." Huangfu Heshua and Huangfu Zheong exchanged glances, breathing deeply, choosing not to respond to him. In an instant, the general's household descended into chaos. Shinshuru stood in the midst of the turmoil, fear evident in her eyes as she looked to Chizichin. "Husband, what shall we do now?"
Chimu, equally bewildered,
Scanned the room for her daughter, only to realize she was absent, a small relief amidst her unease. With the Song family present, she wondered if they would harbor any ill thoughts. Chimu felt embarrassed, unable to find her bearings. She glanced toward the Song family, noticing Lord Song's furrowed brow, while Lady Song wore a hint of an anticipatory smile. Chimu breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they did not cause trouble. Her daughter Lingjia's engagement remained secure. At that moment, Chizichin's face was cold as he turned to Shinshuru, his voice low and firm. "What else can be done? Hurry and summon the household physician." His command was immediately relayed by a servant. The guests, encountering such an unexpected turn of events for the first time, found themselves witnessing a farcical banquet devoid of attendants, refreshments, and delicacies. The old marquis from the Bo Ho residence, already displeased with the Qi household, could hardly contain his outrage at witnessing such an event for the first time. He bellowed, "Qi Hung, is this how your general's household conducts itself? At 72 years of age, I came only out of respect for the matriarch. Yet you allow me to wait until nightfall without a meal?" The old marquis directed his ire at Qi Zichen, and the guests quickly recognized the spectacle unfolding. They recalled the incident regarding the selection of the general's eldest daughter for marriage, glancing at the old marquis with newfound interest. Qi Zichen's face reddened with indignation. He struggled to quell his rising fury while attempting to placate the old marquis. "My lord, today it is my general's household that has neglected its duties. Please allow me a moment to rectify this." The old marquis, thoroughly disappointed, rose to his feet. "It is truly astonishing that such a thing could occur in the esteemed general's household. Forgive me for lacking the stamina to wait any longer. I shall take my leave." With his anger barely contained, the old marquis exchanged glances with his companions from the Bo Ho residence before turning to leave, supported by his attendants. The others from the Bo Ho residence stood, casting a final glance around, wearing expressions of relief. How fortunate they were not to have aligned themselves with such a family. As the old marquis, in his advanced age and frailty, departed, the guests directed meaningful glances toward Qi Zichen. Anxious, he quickly rose, seeking to retain the old marquis. "My lord, please stay. I will resolve the banquet issue at once, and it will commence shortly." If the old marquis departed today, the general's household would become the laughingstock of the capital by nightfall. He could not allow such a disgrace to occur. The old marquis scoffed, ignoring Qi Zichen's pleas. "Humph. I have no fortune to enjoy the banquet of the general's household." Despite Qi Zichen standing in front of the old marquis, he could not prevent the latter from leaving with determination. Qi Zichen gazed at the retreating figure of the old marquis, his expression dark and forbidding, his back rigid. Zhao Jun observed the general's demeanor, his eyes flickering slightly, and sighed inwardly. Shen Shuru, witnessing his countenance, instinctively recoiled in fear. The arrogance she displayed before the crowd moments ago now rendered her utterly disheveled. Shen Jing'an, noticing the unfolding situation, wore a grim expression as he hastily approached his daughter. "Rower, is this how the lady of the general's household manages affairs? Allowing the servants to behave so recklessly has led to your inability to command respect in just 2 days." Upon finishing, Shen Jing'an cast a significant glance at Shen Shuru, intent on laying the blame squarely on Yunyu. Madame Shen's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice, her face adorned with a sardonic smile as she coldly concurred. "Indeed. It is said that the legitimate daughter of the Grand Preceptor is the foremost talent of the capital, having overseen the general's estate for 2 years. And yet this is how she disciplines her servants? My daughter Roa has only taken charge for 2 days, and already such chaos ensues. How insidious is this Yun family's daughter, waiting for my rower to falter." The couple exchanged barbs, attributing all faults to Yunyu. Chapter 81. Seeking assistance, the assembled guests exchanged knowing glances, grasping the implications of the Shen couple's words, their curiosity piqued. Despite their prolonged presence, the lady of the general's household had yet to appear. Why was that? Rumors circulated that she was bedridden, but the truth remained uncertain. With the current tumult in the general's estate, could it truly be a matter of internal strife instigated by her? The guests whispered among themselves. And aside from the old marquis's departure, everyone remained to witness the spectacle. Yun Xiaowen and Madame Yun abruptly stood, their faces taut as they directed their ire toward Shen Jing'an and his wife. "If your daughter lacks the ability, she should not seek to show off. Casting her own faults upon our Yunyu. Absurd. My daughter has never committed such blunders." Yun Xiaowen showed no deference to Shen Jing'an, his cultured demeanor now tinged with fury. "Who in the capital does not know that the general's household is currently under the management of Shen Shuru? Only someone from your family could dismiss servants so capriciously. How laughable." Madame Yun stood tall with a resolute gaze, exuding the grace befitting a matriarch of a prominent family. It became clear that Yunyu's composure and elegance were inherited from her mother. Shen Shuru, glancing back at Madame Yun, felt a surge of jealousy, and cried out, "It is indeed Yunyu's fault. She has failed to manage her household, resulting in this chaos at the banquet." Qi Zichen, fists clenched, rose with an astonishingly grim countenance, his voice booming. "Enough." He then turned to a nearby servant, instructing him to summon the lady of the household. At that moment, thoughts of Yunyu's tranquil demeanor flooded his mind. He yearned to witness how she would confront this scene. "Yes, my lord." The servant darted away. Qi Zichen's piercing gaze remained fixed on Shen Shuru, his eyes ablaze with an unspoken fury that went unnoticed by the crowd. Shen Shuru caught a glimpse of his expression and instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. The atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of silence as all awaited the arrival of the fabled foremost talent of the capital. The house physician hastily entered, carrying his medical kit, visibly anxious. Over the past month, his emotions had mirrored those of the old matriarch, oscillating between highs and lows. Upon entering the main hall and seeing the throng, he wasted no time and approached the matriarch, swiftly conducting an examination. Having fainted several times, the old matriarch was not to be trifled with. He hoped this episode would not prove too dire. All eyes were fixed on the physician's every move, thoughts swirling. Qi Zichen approached him, his expression cold as he inquired, "How is my grandmother's health?" The physician's countenance darkened as he treated the matriarch, whispering, "The old matriarch's fainting spells are due to her agitation. I am attempting to restore her vitality. Given the noise here, it is unsuitable for her recovery. My lord, it would be prudent to move her to the Bauma Hall." The physician raised his gaze to Qi Zichen, his eyes suggesting the gravity of the situation. Qi Zichen discerned the seriousness of the matter and nodded in understanding. "Bring her to Bauma Hall." The matron from Bauma Hall quickly stepped forward, carefully lifting the old matriarch onto a palanquin, parading her away from the main hall amidst the onlooking guests. The atmosphere shifted from hushed anticipation to a lively buzz as guests exchanged glances and began to murmur. A birthday banquet, and the guest of honor lay unconscious. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the capital, and even in the annals of history, it was a rarity. The absurdity of the situation was mirrored in Qi Zichen's grim expression. As the chatter intensified, a figure clad in muted tones gracefully entered the main hall. An unusual stillness enveloped the room, all eyes instinctively drawn to the entrance. Yunyu appeared in a simple snow-white silk gown, draped in an embroidered jacket that inadvertently added a touch of festivity. Despite this, her slender figure and pallid complexion were evident, though a faint blush adorned her cheeks, and a hint of color graced her lips, concealing her illness. An understanding swept through the crowd. Indeed, the lady of the household was gravely unwell. Shinshuru, who had summoned Yunyu in hopes of showcasing their contrasts, now found her own position increasingly precarious. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she simmered with jealousy, yet dared not display it. As Yunyu stepped into the hall, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly masked by her composure as she approached with grace. The moment she entered, an air of tranquility descended upon the restless assembly, their anxious hearts stilled as they beheld her, a collective sigh of admiration escaping their lips. The world marveled at the Grand Preceptor's daughter, not only for her remarkable intellect but also for her exquisite poise. Huangfu Qingge unwittingly raised his gaze. Observing Yunyu's serene approach, a momentary pause gracing his otherwise playful demeanor. His hand, which had been rhythmically tapping the table, faltered as he processed this unexpected allure, before a languid smile returned to his face, embodying the curiosity of an onlooker. Huangfu Heshua's eyes reflected a hint of intrigue as he watched Yunyu, a glimmer of regret shimmering deep within. Qi Zichen, sensing the shift in the guest's demeanor, slowly turned, his eyes meeting Yunyu's. Despite his usual disdain for her composure and grace, he found himself curiously captivated, his heart stirred in a way he had not anticipated, momentarily forgetting to avert his gaze. Shinshuru, noticing his unwavering attention on Yunyu, simmered with indignation. Observing Yunyu's calm demeanor only fueled her jealousy further. As the crowd's focus shifted upward,
Cao Yun also glanced at Yunyu.
Like the others, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, accompanied by newfound admiration for her. He instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze lingering on her. Yun Xiaowen and Madame Yun, along with Yun Jin, smiled as they saw Yunyu approach. "Sister," Yun Jin exclaimed joyfully, about to rise, only to be gently restrained by Madame Yun. "Your sister has matters to attend to. I trust in my daughter." Yunyu reached Qi Zichen's side, her demeanor composed as she regarded him. "Husband, why did you and my sister summon me in such haste? What has transpired?" Her words jolted Qi Zichen back to reality. His expression clouded with concern. "I merely instructed a servant to fetch you. When did Shuru send for you?" The guests, equally curious, pondered the timing of Shuru's summons. Yunyu nodded calmly, affirming, "Indeed, I was making my way to the corridor when I encountered your servant rushing to me." The guests exchanged glances, piecing together the situation. Qi Zichen shot a glare at Shinshuru, his eyes ablaze with barely concealed anger. Shinshuru recoiled slightly, hesitant to speak further. He leaned closer to Yunyu, whispering. The proximity was unfamiliar, the delicate fragrance of her presence unexpectedly enticing amidst the gathering of guests. Yunyu's delicate fingers gently intertwined with his. Were it not for her impeccable upbringing that preserved her composure, she would have surely stepped back a few paces. Chapter 82. The rescue. Qi Zichen quietly recounted the events of the day to Yunyu, his low and gentle voice the most serene she had heard since their acquaintance. Shinshuru observed them from the side, her teeth clenched in silent frustration. Despite her discontent, she dared not speak, as the unexpected turmoil of the birthday celebration left her flustered. Yunyu listened intently, her beautiful brows furrowing as she turned to regard Shinshuru, whose face was clouded with ambiguity. Qi Zichen gazed at her, and for the first time at such close proximity, he noticed her skin, smooth as an infant's, devoid of any blemish. A fleeting glimmer crossed his eyes as he puzzled over the origins of such thoughts in this context, quickly stepping back to suppress his emotions. Yunyu noted his retreat. A sigh of relief escaped her as a solution dawned upon her. She raised her gaze to the assembly, her eyes calm and unperturbed, declaring, "Esteemed guests, your arrival is the utmost honor for our general's residence. I apologize for our shortcomings in hospitality today. Please allow me a moment longer, and the banquet shall commence on time." The guests exchanged glances and began to murmur. "Madam, since we have come to the general's residence, a brief wait is of no consequence. We trust you and shall wait a little longer. Indeed, we have already waited so long. What is a moment more? We wish to believe in Madam." With one voice leading, the others followed suit, expressing their willingness to trust Yunyu. Gratitude filled her heart as she responded, "Thank you all. Steward, kindly accompany me." Yunyu regarded the steward with an air of tranquility and authority as she spoke, nodding to Qi Zichen before straightening her back and departing with poise. Upon her appearance, the steward felt reassured, promptly following in her wake. The contrast between Yunyu's composed demeanor and Shinshuru's earlier panic was stark. Eyes subtly shifted towards Shinshuru, then back to Qi Zichen, who could not help but shake his head. It was evident to all with discerning eyes who the better choice was. Yunyu outshone Shinshuru by leaps and bounds. Yet he still chose to favor his concubine over his wife. Qi Zichen caught sight of the scrutinizing gazes, for the first time questioning his decision. Huangfu Qingge's gaze fell upon him, mischievously inquiring, "General Qi, how much longer must we wait? I trust your wife will not be as forgetful as your favored concubine, no." "Second wife." His words elicited laughter from the crowd, who had previously found the crown prince unreliable, now viewing him in a more favorable light. The crowd stifled their laughter, concealing their mirth as they observed the commotion at the general's residence. Huangfu Qingge's remark inevitably turned Shinshuru into a subject of ridicule once more. Even the expressions of Shinjingen and his wife grew somewhat darker, their faces flushed with embarrassment. As a prince, Huangfu Qingge's behavior might be indiscreet, but they could not reproach him. Moreover, his words held a kernel of truth. Today's incident was indeed a consequence of Shinshuru's mismanagement, further silencing their objections. Shinshuru, with a reddened face, looked at Qi Zichen, silently pleading for him to speak on her behalf. Qi Zichen's mood oscillated greatly today, his impatience towards Shinshuru having already reached its peak, and he had no intention of defending her. He looked at Huangfu Qingge, fully aware of the mockery in his words, yet he could only respond respectfully, "Rest assured, Your Highness, my wife is quite capable. I kindly ask for your patience." Given Yunyu's assurance, he believed she would manage well. Huangfu Qingge lazily drummed his fingers on the table, nodding with a smile, intending to say more when a commotion at the main hall's entrance drew everyone's attention. The performers, who were supposed to be in the garden, streamed into the main hall, capturing the focus of all present. Huangfu Qingge could not help but smirk, a vision of Yunyu's cool demeanor flashing through his mind, internally praising her brilliance. With the attention diverted to the entertainment, Yunyu gained precious time. Qi Zichen exhaled quietly, relieved at the turn of events. Shinshuru fumed. These performers had been her arrangement, and now they were stealing her thunder. "My husband, this should be," she began, but was silenced by the fierce gaze Qi Zichen cast upon her, swallowing her words. "Remain quiet." Shinshuru nodded, no longer daring to speak, settling into silence. Yunyu exited the main hall alongside the steward, turning to him as she softly inquired, "Which servants remain in the residence? Please bring me the roster to review." The steward, having prepared a roster for such occasions, promptly produced it for her inspection. The moment he saw Yunyu appear, his heart settled. Yunyu opened the roster, noting the numerous crossed-out names, rendering it a chaotic mess. Observing her furrowed brow, The steward lowered his gaze, sheepishly explaining, "The second madam dismissed many servants, and we were unable to prepare a new roster in time."
So, we're using this for now.
Did the matriarch not inquire about this? His voice dropped. The old madam is unaware of these matters. Understanding dawned upon Yunyu. There were still over 1,000 servants remaining, sufficient to manage the banquet. However, their dissatisfaction led to deliberate negligence, culminating in today's predicament. Now that the situation had escalated, she chose to disregard the matter further. She perused the roster thoughtfully, formulating a plan. Before long, she closed the roster, and the two arrived at the dining hall. The chefs in Xiangming Pavilion awaited her, their faces tinged with anxiety upon her arrival. "Madam, what shall we do now?" they asked, fully aware of the day's unfolding events that had taken them by surprise. This was their first encounter with such a crisis, and having accepted the general's invitation, they were determined not to ruin the feast. Yunyu approached them, her demeanor calm as she began to organize. "I have just procured a fresh batch of vegetables from my Hengwu garden, which I have sent over. I also instructed the collection of ingredients from each courtyard to be brought here. Might I ask if you esteemed chefs could prepare a few refreshing dishes for our guests in the meantime? Our residence regularly sources ingredients from a reliable supplier. I have arranged for them to deliver shortly, granting you ample time for preparation. Here is the list of ingredients that will arrive shortly for your reference." The head chef accepted the list, glancing at it before nodding in agreement. "As long as the quantity of ingredients from your residence is sufficient, we can ensure a few refreshing appetizers for the guests right away." As he spoke, the servants Yunyu had dispatched began arriving, each burdened with the ingredients from various courtyards, all panting from the exertion. Chapter 83. The Accomplishment Madam. Here are the ingredients from Hengwu Garden. This is from Baomotang and Laixingzai. The ingredients from each courtyard will follow shortly. The head chef's face lit up with delight at the sight. "With this bounty, we can prepare 4 or 5 appetizers for the guests. I shall get to work immediately." "Excellent. Please do not hesitate. I will summon the servants to gather here for your use." After glancing at the list, the head chef was thoroughly impressed by Yunyu's ingenuity in such a short span. Providing appetizers would undoubtedly distract the guests, granting them invaluable time for their preparations. "Thank you, madam." The head chef, radiating excitement, began to orchestrate the bustling activity in the dining hall. Yunyu turned to the steward and reopened the register. The matter of ingredients was temporarily settled. She instructed him to summon all the servants in the household, every maid and servant, to the dining hall to assist with selecting, washing, cutting vegetables, and preparing the firewood. The second-tier maid was to serve the dishes, while the first-tier maid would attend to the guests in the main hall. "Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once," the steward replied, invigorated by a newfound sense of direction. Recently, discontent had lingered among the remaining servants due to the layoffs, who had attempted to shirk responsibilities that were not theirs. However, with the mistress now having made proper arrangements, they had no further excuses. Once Yunyu finished her instructions, the first appetizer was ready, and she stood in the dining hall, directing the servants to deliver it to the main hall. Soon after, the second and third appetizers were presented in an orderly manner. With the delectable starters, the guests savored their meals while enjoying the opera, the earlier restlessness dissipating into tranquility. After serving 3 appetizers, the household staff of the general had gathered at the entrance of the dining hall, dutifully following Yunyu's directives. At that moment, fresh ingredients were delivered in batches to the general's residence. The steward and the head chef, witnessing this scene, finally felt at ease and immersed themselves in their tasks. The matrons and maids, observing the upright figure of the mistress, fell silent, behaving obediently as they carried out their duties. Yunyu quietly watched everyone working in harmony before stepping out of the dining hall. Meanwhile, the guests seated in the main hall were captivated by the performances, and as the mistress departed for a brief moment, dishes began to appear on the table. They couldn't help but regard the general's mistress with newfound respect. It was evident that this head of the household was not comparable to a mere concubine or secondary wife. No wonder everyone praised the eldest daughter of the Grand Tutor's residence as the foremost talent in the capital. Indeed, first-hand experience confirmed her reputation. Yunyu brought honor to the many noble ladies present, and their expressions reflected a subtle shift. Qi Zichen observed Yunyu deftly resolving the situation and felt a quiet relief, his demeanor visibly brightening. At that moment, he found himself harboring inexplicable feelings towards Yunyu. Shinshuru, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of resentment. As she opened her mouth to speak, She caught sight of Qi Zichen's frosty gaze, filled with warning, and sheepishly closed her lips, refraining from further comment. Zhao Jun glanced in the direction Yunyu had departed, a smile creeping onto his face as he absent-mindedly touched his nose, feeling a flicker of joy. Across from him, several princes sat. Their expressions varied. Huangfu Zheong wore a sullen face, while Huangfu Heshua appeared composed, revealing little of his thoughts. In contrast, Huangfu Qingge seemed quite pleased with the appetizers on the table, indulging heartily while occasionally exclaiming in delight. Though Shan Jing'an and his wife felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the unfolding events, they resigned themselves to silence. Ultimately, it was their daughter who had instigated this situation, leaving them without further words. At that moment, Yun Xiaowen exchanged a glance with his wife, both feeling a sense of relief. "Sister is remarkable," Yun Jin remarked, sampling a dish from the table, discovering it surprisingly delightful. Yun Xiaowen and Lady Yun shared a proud smile, their hearts swelling with admiration for Yunyu. Just then Yunyu approached, her complexion still pale from fatigue, yet her authority remained undeniable. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for your patience. The dishes will be served shortly. Please enjoy the opera while savoring the culinary delights. I am feeling slightly unwell and shall take my leave to avoid imposing my illness upon you. Please enjoy your meal." With a nod to everyone, she departed, supported by Qinghe. Qi Zichen watched her unsteady figure from afar, his body instinctively moving as if to rise. Xin Shuru promptly grasped his arm, urgently stating, "Husband, you must oversee the banquet." Her heart was filled with jealousy. Yet she could only use this excuse to keep him from leaving. Qi Zichen's expression darkened, and he settled back down, feeling a tinge of frustration. As the guests observed Yunyu's departure, many began to murmur amongst themselves. "It seems the mistress is quite ill, yet she bears the burden of hosting. How arduous for her." They pondered the implications of her absence. Had she not stepped in, the banquet would have descended into chaos, bringing shame upon the general's household. This admirable mistress. Why would anyone usurp her authority? Qi Dajuan was indeed blind. Despite the quietness of their discussions, the glances exchanged conveyed their sentiments. Qi Zichen's expression softened as he witnessed the dishes being served, a smile breaking through his earlier gloom. Had it not been for Yunyu, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, it was also because of her that the incompetence of the general's household, including his own, became glaringly apparent. His feelings for Yunyu were thus complex and tumultuous. The banquet began to regain its momentum, with dish after dish gracing the table. The earlier discomfort faded amidst the culinary delights, and the guests' impressions of the general's mistress improved significantly, attributing the success of the event to her efforts. Huangfu Qingge suddenly lifted his gaze, watching Yunyu's retreating form, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once Yunyu reemerged, the banquet returned to a harmonious state, with dishes far surpassing those previously arranged by Shinshuru, much to the guests' satisfaction. As the guests indulged and the entertainment drew to a close, they prepared to depart. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lady Song's expression flickered, and she subtly inquired, "My lord, why is the eldest son not present?" Mr. Song, previously engrossed in the festivities of the general's household, only now noticed his son was absent. He paused, glancing at his wife before quietly saying, "Did he mention where he was going?" He was well aware of his son's character. Despite witnessing Song Wen'in's mistreatment of his wife, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Lady Song shook her head gently, indicating no. Mr. Song furrowed his brows and instructed his servant, "Go see where the eldest son has gone." Chapter 84. Chaos. Though the Song and Qi families were engaged, it was prudent to avoid any trouble before the wedding day. The servant nodded and discreetly left the main hall. At this moment, everyone set down their utensils, engaged in casual conversation as they prepared to leave. The servant soon returned, standing before Mr. Song and quietly reporting, "My lord, I could not find the eldest son." Mr. Zhao was taken aback, looking around, initially considering asking Lady Song to inquire of the second mistress of the general's residence. However, recalling her unreliability, he decided to approach Qi Zichen instead. "General Qi, may I ask you to send someone to look for Wen'in?" Qi Zichen, momentarily taken aback, recognized the awkwardness of the request but, seeing it concerned Qi Xiangling's potential in-laws, managed to smile. "Very well, I shall send someone to search. Do you know when Song Dajuan left the banquet?" Mr. Song pondered for a moment, uncertain. "I cannot say. He should have been here since the beginning." Qi Zichen was taken aback once more, assuming Song Dajuan might have urgent business, and instructed the servant to check the restroom. It had been an hour since the banquet commenced. Lady Qi observed the scene with her hands clasped in front of her, feeling that something was amiss. It was too coincidental that Ling Jie was also absent before the banquet began. However, she dismissed the thought, assuming Qi Xiangling had returned to her quarters. Other guests, seeing Mr. Song approach Qi Zichen, lingered to witness the unfolding drama. With the alliance between the Song and Qi families, they were eager to witness any ensuing spectacle. Just when they expected the servant to return promptly with news of Song Dajuan, the servant appeared, pale and trembling, his legs unsteady. He rushed to Qi Zichen, his mind blank, and stammered before the gathering guests, "Sir, the eldest son is in the guest room with the young lady." As the servant's words hung in the air, his terrified expression elicited a wave of astonished looks from all present. An unmarried woman secretly meets a man and even shares a room with him. Should this be substantiated? Despite her engagement to Song Wenin, Qi Xiangling's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Qi Zichen, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and directly scolded the servant. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get out!" The servant, taken aback by Qi Zichen's furious reprimand, quickly regained his composure, fully aware of his misstep, and trembled in fear. "I did not see anything. It was my foolish talk." Qi's mother was left in shock, her face devoid of color. Her astonishment stemmed from the possibility of such an occurrence, especially since Ling Jie had not been seen since the banquet began. Observing her mother's distress, Shen Shuru hurriedly comforted her. "Mother, stay calm. Ling Jie is already betrothed to the young Master Song. Even if something were to happen, it would not be a cause for fear." Shen Shuru spoke with conviction, and Qi's mother gradually settled her nerves. After careful consideration, she concluded that since Qi Xiangling was already engaged to Song Wenin, they had effectively acknowledged each other. Even if something were to transpire, it would merely expedite their union. Indeed, it was not something to dread. With this thought, she regained her composure. Among the other families that had previously been considered for alliances, apart from the departing Bo Ho residents, only the Bai, Ho, and Zhao families remained. Hearing such talk, they could not help but frown, once again realizing that abstaining from an alliance with the general's household was indeed prudent. Regardless of the general's actual power, having such a young lady associated with the more conservative families was a source of disgrace. Zhao Jun's brow furrowed tightly. He recalled how the matriarch had once placed him as her first choice and felt a mix of indignation and relief at this moment. What a spectacle today has become. "I do so delight in the drama. Let us go and take a look. You lead the way." Huang Fu Chinga stood up, pointing at the cowering servant in the corner. The servant, already terrified, felt as though he was on the brink of demise under the prince's gaze. "Your Highness, I simply misinterpreted the situation and spoke foolishly." His voice trembled with a hint of tears, hoping for the prince's mercy. But who was Huang Fu Chinga? He was the most unorthodox prince in the capital. Even the emperor had given up on him, holding no expectations, so how could he possibly show compassion to a mere servant? He strode forward, grabbing the servant by the collar. "Lead the way. Did you not claim to have Miss seen? Let everyone ascertain the truth to clear your mistress's name. Now that the matter has reached this point, what should they think?" Qi Zichen's face was a mask of bitterness. Yet he felt powerless against Huang Fu Chinga's royal status. "Your Highness, today I have failed to host adequately, causing turmoil in my household. I shall certainly come to apologize next time. The birthday banquet has concluded. Perhaps you would allow me to manage the affairs of my residence?" Qi Zichen lowered his posture, hoping that Huang Fu Chinga would take pity on him and refrain from causing further chaos. Huang Fu Chinga turned to regard him, a lazy smile gracing his lips as he recalled Qi Zichen's earlier demeanor. "General Qi, as a prominent official, such an incident occurring in your household requires my intervention. With my support, I shall certainly assist you. Let us proceed to uncover the truth." Huang Fu Chinga paid no heed to Qi Zichen's darkening expression, boldly leading the way while still gripping the servant. Recognizing his inability to alter the course of events, Qi Zichen sought assistance from the third prince, Huang Fu Heshua. "I implore you, third prince, for your support. I would be immensely grateful." Huang Fu Heshua nodded calmly. "Rest assured, should anything truly transpire, my brother and I shall certainly advocate for your sister, ensuring the Song family is held accountable." He spoke with a serious demeanor, advancing alongside a throng of guests. Qi Zichen felt a tight knot in his chest, nearly bursting with rage. The once genteel third prince had transformed into something unexpected. However, it seemed their intervention was the best course of action at this juncture. Gritting his teeth, Qi Zichen followed, clenching his fists, continually assuring himself that Qi Xiangling would not act recklessly. Song Wenin was utterly taken aback, never anticipating such a scene. As he watched the crowd surge from the main hall, he hastily beckoned Song Foreign to join him. Meanwhile, Qi's mother and Shinshuru remained in the hall, with Qi's mother once again gripped by panic. What should we do? How could Ling Jie be in the guest room with young Master Song? If others see them together, what shall we do? Shinshuru quickly reassured her. Mother, do not worry. Did you not hear the princes just now declare their intent to uphold justice for Ling Jie? With their presence, she will surely marry into the Song family. Our immediate concern is to ascertain what has truly transpired. Qi's mother, fraught with anxiety, nodded without hesitation. Yes, we must discover the truth. Let us hurry. The two rushed to follow the crowd, and under the servant's guidance, they finally arrived at the guest quarters of the general's residence. Chapter 85. Double Joy. Huangfu Qingge led the way, clutching the servant as they approached the general's side courtyard, the location of the guest rooms. Just as they were about to enter, they could already hear sounds emanating from within, those soft, shameful moans unmistakably belonging to Qi Xiangling. Qi Zichen stormed forward, his face darkened with fury. He instantly understood the situation. Initially, he had hoped to send the guests away, but now they surged forward in a throng, impossible to restrain. With matters spiraling out of control, he could only shift the blame to the Song family. Someone! Fetch young Master Song, at once. Song Darren's countenance was far from pleasant, feeling embarrassed that his daughter-in-law had engaged in such behavior before even entering the family. Such an incident had never occurred in the capital, and all the guests, drawn forward by the spectacle, felt this visit had been worthwhile. Witnessing such drama in a single day was more thrilling than a performance, an accomplishment only the general's household could achieve. It seemed that after today, the general's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Huangfu Qingge, intrigued, released his grip on the servant and wiped his fingers with a red handkerchief. At Qi Zichen's command, two servants were replaced by two matrons who forcefully pushed open the door to the guest room. A shriek resonated from within. Qi's mother and Shinshuru had just arrived, nearly losing their footing upon hearing that sound. It was Ling Jie's voice. Qi's mother hastened forward, pushing through the crowd, only to see Song Wenin emerging from the guest room, his attire disheveled, as if he had hastily dressed. Inside, the matrons urged, "Miss, hurry, and put on your clothes." The crowd, upon hearing this, bore expressions of delight, their gazes flitting between young Master Song and Qi Zichen, oscillating between the two families. It appeared that young Master Song and Miss Qi were quite enamored, unable to wait for marriage before consummating their union. Qi Zichen's expression darkened once more, and turning to Song Wenin, he suppressed his fury, demanding, "Young Master Song, today is my grandmother's birthday banquet. You must provide us with an explanation for this disgraceful behavior." As Song Wenin adjusted his attire, he maintained a demeanor of humility, approaching Qi Zichen with a respectful bow. "Brother, it is all my fault. When I arrived at the estate, Linger invited me to enjoy the flowers, and we became absorbed in our conversation, deeply entwined in feelings, which led us to the guest room where we acted foolishly. Since Linger and I are already engaged, I shall take full responsibility for her. The engagement remains unchanged, and her status shall not waver. I will wholeheartedly cherish her." Though he took the blame upon himself, the phrase about Qi Xiangling inviting him to appreciate the flowers lingered in the minds of the onlookers, sowing seeds of speculation. Qi Zichen, witnessing Song Wenin's sincere posture, felt some of his ire dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Huangfu Qingge and Huangfu Heshua. Huangfu Qingge, catching the unspoken cue, sauntered forward with an exaggerated gait, addressing Song Wenin, "TSK. The young lady of the general's residence is not to be compared with the courtesans outside. You have taken liberties with her. It is high time you arrange a marriage. I shall bear witness to this. There is no escape for you." The crowd stifled their laughter, their eyes gleaming with derision. The words of the crown prince, once spoken, likened Qi Xiangling to a courtesan. Qi Zichen's countenance darkened, rendering him speechless with fury. Song Wenin regarded Huangfu Qingge with an understanding gaze, nodding in agreement, assuring the crown prince that he would promptly marry Linger. Upon seeing Huangfu Qingge speak, Huangfu Hushua turned to the Song couple, saying, "Since such an incident has occurred, and it is clear that Song Gongzi and Miss Qi are mutually affectionate, we must hasten the wedding preparations." Although Song Darren felt irked and harbored dissatisfaction towards Qi Xiangling, he had no choice but to acquiesce at that moment. Rest assured. Third Prince. We shall expedite the marriage arrangements as soon as we return. Hearing this, Qi Zichen's expression softened slightly. With witnesses present, there was no alternative.
Chimu, relieved,
Stepped forward to speak on behalf of Shinshuru. Our Linger would never act in such a manner. She must be heartbroken over today's events. We cannot afford to delay her marriage. Her words unmistakably shifted all blame onto Song Wenin. Song Wenin's gaze flickered, and he bowed respectfully to Qi Mu, his demeanor sincere. You are right, esteemed mother-in-law. This is entirely my fault.
Ishal Tritling er uelhengsefort.
Though Song Darren felt humiliated and held a few grievances against Qi Xiangling, he could only suppress his anger in front of the assembly. Enough. This matter has been resolved. The birthday banquet concludes here. Thank you all for celebrating grandmother's birthday. Please take your leave. Qi Zichen observed the crowd's 4 smiles and discreetly gestured at Shinshuru, his hands clasped behind his back, fists clenched. Understanding his signal, Shinshuru smiled seductively as she bid farewell to the departing guests. Huangfu Qingge, seemingly undeterred, glanced at the guest rooms, her right hand fanning herself. Full of regret that Miss Qi had not made an appearance, Qi Zichen's expression darkened further. Oblivious to the tension, Huangfu Qingge approached Qi Zichen, offering her congratulations. Today is a day of double joy for the general's residence. How fortunate. I shall take my leave now.
Haha.
Qi Zichen forced a smile in response, his expression more mournful than one of joy. As the first prince departed, the third prince rushed in to convey his congratulations, struggling to maintain his composure. Today's birthday banquet has been quite lively, broadening my horizons. I bid you farewell. Huangfu Zhang's cheeks flushed with indignation, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Feeling embarrassed, Song Darren clasped his hands in farewell to Qi Zichen, stating he would return to prepare for the wedding, and then departed with Song Foreign. The Yun and Shin families remained, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions as they stood in place. Both families being in-laws of the general's residence. Yun Xiuwen, along with Yun Foreign and Yun Jin, approached Qi Zichen. Were it not for their upbringing maintaining a semblance of decorum, they would have left in a huff. Son-in-law, we still have matters to discuss with you. We shall take our leave first. Yun Xiuwen, accompanied by Yun Foreign and Yun Jin, turned to exit without the guidance of servants. Disappointed with the general's residence, they were eager to see Yunyu. Once the Yun family had departed, Qi Zichen could no longer contain his fury and struck a nearby tree with his fist, scattering leaves everywhere. Shun Jing'an, witnessing his rage, stepped forward to soothe him. Son-in-law, do not be angry. This may indeed turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 86. Reunion. Qi Zichen harbored deep resentment toward Shinshuru, attributing all blame to her. If it weren't for the banquet's mishap, how could Song Wenin have taken advantage of the situation? He glared at Shun Jing'an, gritting his teeth. I must visit grandmother. I cannot stay with you any longer. With that, he stormed off. Shun Jing'an's expression darkened, casually waving his sleeve, observing his wife's smug demeanor. Shall we not stay here to assist Roa? After all, this banquet was instigated by her. Shin Foreign expressed her concerns, fearing Yunyu might overshadow their daughter. Shun Jing'an, indifferent, leaned closer to his wife's ear. Let us depart. Qi Zichen is currently embroiled in troubles, and he still seeks our Roa. She will be fine. He had heard the rumors outside. Although he had not verified them, he believed that such whispers did not arise without cause. Shun Foreign understood his implication, responding discreetly, surely not? Shun Jing'an straightened, raising his chin. Who knows? In any case, Rower will be unharmed. Qi Zichen has enough troubles to keep him busy. Our Rower will make her presence known. A triumphant smile spread across Shin Foreign's face as the couple exchanged knowing glances and departed together. After Qi Zichen left, he intended to visit Hengwu Courtyard to discuss matters with Yunyu and perhaps share some heartfelt words. However, on his way, he encountered a messenger from the estate physician. Sir, the physician has sent me to find you. He wishes to see the old matriarch. Qi Zichen's expression darkened, his agitation palpable. Glancing at the nearby Hengwu Courtyard, he turned towards Baoma Hall instead. At that moment, The Yun family had already arrived at Hengwu courtyard before Qizhichen. To avoid suspicion, Yun Xiaowen and Yun Jin could only sit in the pavilion within the courtyard. Eager to see her daughter, Yun Foren rushed into the inner chamber. After 2 years apart, her once graceful and elegant daughter appeared emaciated, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away, causing Yun Foren's heart to ache deeply. Qinglian, upon seeing her mistress after 2 years, also reddened her eyes and hurried to pay her respects. "Madam, I greet you." Yun Foren, filled with maternal concern, helped Qinglian up, her heart tightening as she observed the desolate surroundings of Hengwu courtyard. "Where is Yu? Madam, please follow me. The young lady is in her chamber." Qinglian led Yun Foren towards the bedroom. Hearing the way Qinglian referred to Yunyu, Yun Foren felt a pang of sorrow, yet she refrained from correcting her. Just a few steps in, they encountered Yunyu emerging from her chamber, looking frail and supported by Qinghe. The mother and daughter, separated for 2 long years, could no longer contain their emotions and rushed into each other's arms.
My Yue.
"Mother." Both women's eyes brimmed with tears as they held each other tightly. Yun Foren's hand rested on Yunyu's back, feeling her frail form, which only deepened her sorrow. "My child, how have you become this way?" With tear-filled eyes, she reluctantly released Yunyu, scrutinizing her daughter's visage, filled with remorse. "I had long advised your father against allowing you to marry into the general's residence. He, believing the old matriarch would treat you well, has instead left you in such a state. My precious child, how have you come to look like this?" As the matriarch of the Taisha residence, Yun Foren had never before lost her composure in such a manner. Seeing her daughter's suffering shattered her emotional restraint, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yunyu, feeling guilt-ridden, tenderly wiped her mother's tears, and the resolve she had nurtured seemed to dissipate the moment she saw her mother. "To worry you is my unfilial act, mother. Please do not cry. I am not in the least bit suffering." Qinghe, Qinglian, Qingmei, and Granny Li watched the poignant reunion, their hearts heavy with remorseful tears. Granny Li knelt before Yun Foren, filled with guilt. "Madam, it is my fault for not taking proper care of the young lady. Please punish me." Yun Foren hurried to help Granny Li up, aware of her respectful address. In the past, Granny Li had placed great importance on etiquette. Now, disregarding propriety to address Yuer in such a manner, it was clear she had lost all hope in the general's residence. "You are Yuer's wet nurse, almost like a second mother to her. With you here, I feel reassured. It is not your fault." She raised her head to gaze at Qinghe, Qinglian, and Qing'er, nodding slightly. "You are all good girls. You have suffered." The coldness of the Hanga garden was palpable, and she could tell at a glance that her daughter was not faring well. Lacking the grace expected of a matriarch from a prominent family, the 3 girls shook their heads, quickly wiping away their tears, replying, "We are not suffering at all. Being by your side is something we could only dream of." Lady Yin looked at them, nodding with appreciation. Then, turning to Yunyu, she spoke lovingly, "Your father, Ajin, is waiting for you outside. We have long wished to see you after hearing the rumors circulating. You have always been one to share only good news. If it weren't for the approaching birthday banquet of the old matriarch, your father and I would have come to see you long ago." Yunyu felt a surge of emotion, noticing the tears on her mother's face, which only deepened her sense of guilt. "Let us go outside together. It has been a long time since I've seen father and Ajin. I miss them dearly." Lady Yun hesitated, observing her daughter's pale complexion. "Your complexion is quite poor, and the wind outside is strong. Perhaps it would be better to stay indoors?" Yunyu smiled faintly. "Mother, it's nothing. This is merely a ruse of mine." She leaned closer to Lady Yun, whispering a few words, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Lady Yun gently tapped her nose and murmured, "You little rascal." The mother and daughter then held hands and stepped out of the inner chamber. Yun Xiaowen and Yun Jin had been waiting in the courtyard and stood up simultaneously upon seeing them approach.
Yue. Ajia.
Yunyu's heart warmed, and she called out to them eagerly, "Father, Ajin." After 2 years apart, Ajin had grown significantly taller, now resembling a young gentleman, with slightly reddened eyes. Yun Jin straightened her back and looked at her, asserting, "Ajia, I can now uphold the reputation of the Taisha residence. You need not worry." Yunyu offered a reassuring smile, though it seemed somewhat frail against her pale visage. In contrast to Lady Yun, Yun Xiaowen appeared far more composed, but concern flickered in his eyes upon seeing Yunyu's pallor. Why do you look so unwell?" Yunyu took her mother's hand and led her to sit with them. "Father, this is a long story." As her voice fell, Qinghe and Qinglian exchanged glances and instinctively moved to the courtyard entrance to stand guard, allowing the family of four to converse. Yunyu briefly recounted her situation. And though she did not overtly express it, Yun Xiaowen understood. The scandal surrounding the general's residence was rampant in the capital, and he lamented. I was blind to think the general's household would be a suitable match for you. Regret consumed him. He had unwittingly led his daughter to a life of hardship. In a moment of compassion, Lady Yun gazed at Yunyu, comforting her. I believe Qi Zichen does not entirely disregard you. Given today's events, he must have reservations about Shinshuru. Seize this opportunity to mend your relationship. Yunyu smiled faintly, but remained silent. Yun Jin, observing from the side, felt a fierce sense of injustice for her sister. Father, mother, seeing a Jie suffer in the general's residence, why should we not bring her back to our home? The Taisha residence is more than capable of supporting her. Lady Yun's expression shifted, and she reproached Yun Jin softly. What nonsense are you speaking? Your sister has no such intentions. Do not incite her with foolish thoughts. What standing would she have to return to her family? The atmosphere grew tense as Yunyu met Yun Jin's gaze, seemingly casually remarking, I wish to go to the estate on the outskirts of the city. It is quiet and far removed from the clamor, quite suited to my temperament. The moment her words landed, they all looked at her in astonishment. Qinghe and Qinglian, sensing the sudden stillness in the courtyard, leaned in to listen, their hearts racing. Finally, Lady Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she opened her mouth to offer counsel. But seeing Yunyu's determined expression silenced her. If she were to speak such words, it indicated a complete disillusionment with the general's household. If you pursue that path, your life will be irrevocably ruined. Lady Yun's voice trembled, tears streaming silently down her face. The daughter she had once proudly nurtured had fallen into such despair. In the capital, divorced women were unheard of. Women preferred to remain widowed rather than bear the stigma of divorce. With nowhere to return to, they would find themselves without a place to rest in death. Contemplating this, Lady Yun could not restrain her tears. Yun Jin's eyes reddened as she suppressed her voice, clenching her fists tightly. If Jie reaches such a point, I shall do everything in my power to bring her back to the Taisha residence. It is not that she refuses to return. Rather, she considers the reputations of her younger siblings. But she is my sister, my beloved sister, and I would forsake everything to ensure her safety. Yun Xiaowen studied the two girls, then turned his gaze to Yunyu, his expression growing serious. After a moment, he sighed, This matter is my fault. I once thought Qi General to be a man of integrity, believing he would treat you well. Yet I never anticipated it would lead to such a chasm. I shall discuss this with the clan leader and await your news. He contemplated Yunyu's calm demeanor, realizing that such composure could only come from enduring significant trials. Yunyu nodded silently, understanding that the union between the Qi and Yun families would not yield a positive outcome. If her aunt were to bear another daughter, it would be bearable. However, if a son were born, there would be no room for negotiation. Yun Xiaowen realized this as well, furrowing his brow. His initial selfish desire to align the Taisha residence with the general's household was now overshadowed by the realization that Qi Zichen would not stand by them. The family of four conversed for a long while in the Hanga garden, and ultimately, Yun Xiaowen advised Yunyu to await good news. Departing the general's residence, without a word to Qi Zichen, Yunyu watched their departing figures, her eyes filled with anticipation. This parting, she wondered, would it be as difficult as 2 years ago? Qinghe, Qingmei, and Qinglian hurried into the courtyard, supporting Yunyu's arms. She gently patted their hands, offering them a reassuring smile. Having spoken her mind to her family today, she had made her decision. Old Madame Li observed the resolute gleam in Yunyu's eyes, feeling a profound ache for her mistress. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hanga garden, Qi Zichen was directly escorted by a servant from the medical team to Baomao Hall. Upon arrival, he discovered that the old matriarch had awakened. Although she was conscious, her spirit appeared wan, as if she were straining to hold on to life. Aged by several years in an instant.
Hang here.
Come here, your grandmother has something to ask you. The old matriarch, supported by Aunt Lin, sat up, glaring at Qi Zichen. He furrowed his brow, understanding the reason behind his grandmother's summons. However, given her frail state, he hesitated, glancing at the physician standing nearby, who wore a look of concern and helplessness. Qi Zichen comprehended the situation immediately. He approached his grandmother and sat beside her, contemplating his words. The old matriarch, her face pale, suppressed her anger.
Speak.
What is the meaning of those rumors circulating outside? Her voice was hoarse and laden with fury, revealing the depth of her wrath. Qi Zichen clenched his fists, casting a subtle glance at the physician. Which rumors are you referring to, grandmother? The physician quickly bowed his head, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Do you still intend to conceal the truth from me? You allowed Shinshuru to send someone to guard Baoma Hall without my knowledge? How long do you all plan to keep me in the dark? The general's household has dismissed 500 or 600 servants, such a significant matter. You have been banned from court for 2 months. How long do you think you can hide this from me? Madame Qi struck the bedboard forcefully, and upon finishing her statement, she coughed violently, startling Granny Lin into quickly patting her back. However, this time, Madame Qi did not suffer as she had on previous occasions. She quickly regained her composure and raised her hand to halt Granny Lin's actions. I am not on the verge of death. Hunger, explain this to me. Qi Zicheng's expression remained grim, yet his clenched fists relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The physician standing by also silently exhaled, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Grandmother, I have only just learned of the dismissal of the servants in the household. Initially, Shura made this decision to alleviate the expenses of the general's residence as a last resort. As for my prohibition from attending court, it is merely to silence gossip. It has not harmed me fundamentally, so do not worry. Madame Qi gasped for air, her gaze falling upon Qi Zicheng's unconcerned demeanor, causing her to tremble with rage as she pointed at him, scolding, Do you not know that in the capital, it has never been the practice for noble families to dismiss their servants? Each family has its own secrets, and how could the servants remain unaware? By dismissing them, you are exposing the secrets of your household. Do you not understand such a simple principle? To dismiss 500 or 600 servants at once. Do you intend to drive me to my grave? Call them all back immediately. Where is the steward? Why has he not yet arrived? Chapter 88. Settling accounts. Madame Qi's face turned pale with anger, and she had lost considerable weight over the past month, making her eyes appear somewhat bulging and her eye sockets deeper. She trembled as she raised her head to look towards the doorway. Qi Zicheng felt a heavy heart, finally grasping the seriousness of the situation. Had it not been for Shinshuru's dismissal of the servants, his hidden ailment would not have been revealed, and he would not have encountered so many troubles. He attributed all of this to Shinshuru, his anger simmering. Madam, the steward has arrived. A maid timidly entered to report, having heard the old lady's furious scolding from outside the courtyard. She had never witnessed Madame Qi so enraged before. The steward followed closely behind the maid, entering the courtyard, his head bowed in fear upon hearing the old lady's wrathful words. Madam, I am here. Madame Qi's gaze swiftly fell upon the steward, and she pointed at him, bellowing, You did not inform me of the dismissal of so many servants in the household. What use are you to me? The steward, terrified, immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. Madam, I had intended to report, but the second young mistress said that you had already consented to this matter. I did not dare to disturb you, nor to contradict the second young mistress's words. Please, madam, spare me. I have served in the general's residence for over 10 years, and my entire family depends on me for their livelihood. As he spoke, he continued to kneel, his forehead pressed against the ground, too afraid to lift his head. He, too, was frightened by Shinshuru's actions, fearing that Madame Qi would dismiss him as well. Seeing the scene, Madame Qi understood the steward's concerns, her breathing quickening with anger. Get up. When did I say I would dismiss you? The steward stood up shakily, discreetly wiping away tears. Qi Zicheng watched this unfold, feeling a sense of blockage in his heart. Bring me the list of the household servants. I wish to see who has been dismissed. Madame Qi was extremely agitated. She had summoned the steward to clarify this matter. The steward did not dare to delay, quickly presenting the list he carried. Granny Lin hastily took it and handed it to Madame Qi. Madame Qi furrowed her brows as she opened the list, her breath nearly catching in her throat at the sight. Alarmed, Granny Lin and the physician stepped forward. Madame Qi suddenly raised her hand to stop them, trembling as she pointed at the ledger, angrily demanding, She dismissed Zhao Mama? The steward dared not look up, lowering his voice to a whisper. Zhao Mama was the first servant to be dismissed. Madame Qi took a deep breath, her body stiffening with rage. This is outrageous. Zhao Mama has been the wet nurse for the master. She is like a mother to him, and you dared to expel her from the residence. This will plunge the general's household into disgrace. Hunger, you must find Zhao Mama immediately. Madam Qi exclaimed, pounding her chest in distress, her limbs growing clumsy with anger. Qi Zicheng, realizing that Shinshuru had gone too far, nodded quickly. Grandmother, do not worry, I will send someone to retrieve Zhao Mama at once. At that moment, the steward raised his head timidly and said, Madam, I have heard that Zhao Mama was taken to be settled by the eldest young mistress yesterday. Madam Qi's expression shifted to one of suspicion, her breath easing somewhat as she asked the steward, What do you mean by this? Explain in detail. The second young mistress's dismissal of the servants came to the knowledge of the eldest young mistress, who was anxious upon hearing that you had consented to the matter without disturbing you. The eldest young mistress, having caught a cold, could not locate any other servants and only managed to find Zhao Mama, thus taking her to stay at the side courtyard. The steward recounted what he had heard, feeling somewhat reassured as he thought of Yunyu. Madam Qi furrowed her brows, relieved that Zhao Mama was located, otherwise, she would feel guilty towards the master. Shinshuru's actions in dismissing so many servants, and then daring to host a banquet for all the noble families in the capital, was she attempting to disgrace the general's household? Hosting a banquet without even preparing any dishes, was she challenging my longevity? In my 60 years, I have never experienced such humiliation. After resolving the issue with Zhao Mama, Madam Qi clutched her chest again, expressing her deepest concern. Today was meant to be her birthday banquet. Instead of surprises, she faced one shock after another. Such a disgraceful incident left her unable to find peace. On that day, had she listened to Yunyu, this embarrassment would not have occurred. Each time she thought of this, the old lady felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Grandmother, rest assured, today's birthday banquet will conclude successfully, and Yunyu will resolve this matter. Qi Zicheng recounted the events that transpired during the banquet, causing Madam Qi's expression to slightly ease. It is indeed thanks to Yue. I must commend you. When Yue was in charge, everything proceeded smoothly without a hint of chaos. Why did you insist on seizing control from her? If it were not for Yue stepping forward to manage the situation today, our general's household would have become a laughingstock in the capital. Qi Zicheng's gaze darkened slightly as he recalled Yunyu's calm demeanor in handling affairs, stirring something within his heart. At this point, the power of stewardship has been seized. And if Shuru takes charge in the future, I will keep a watchful eye on her. Rest assured, grandmother, I will have the dismissed servants returned within 3 days. And our general's residence will return to normal. As long as the banquet was not ruined, Madam Qi felt her anger dissipate considerably. Listening to Qi Zicheng's words, she realized that the matter of the servants had already transpired. There was little she could do. Very well. You must keep a close watch on this matter, for it may affect Ling Jian'er's marriage. As Madam Qi's words fell, Qi Zicheng's eyes flickered, and he was about to speak when Shinshuru, having just seen off the guests, sashayed into the room, inadvertently catching the tail end of the conversation. Grandmother, do not worry. Ling Jie's marriage is already settled and will not be affected. Qi Zicheng's expression changed instantly, his brows furrowing in anger as he glared at her. Leave this place. Shinshuru was taken aback by Qi Zicheng's sudden fury, gazing at him in confusion. What is wrong, husband? Why should I leave? Given what just transpired, Ling Jie's marriage certainly will not be impacted. Madam Qi furrowed her brows. She had yet to settle accounts with Shinshuru, and now she had come in uninvited. Just seeing her made the old lady's head throb, and an ominous premonition welled up within her. What transpired just now? Speak the truth. How long do you intend to keep me in the dark? Do you truly think I am not your grandmother? Witnessing the immense fury of his grandmother, Qi Zicheng's brows knitted even tighter. He clenched his fist, ultimately realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. With a heavy heart, he turned to her and said, Let me explain this matter. He had never intended to deceive his grandmother. He merely thought that since Ling's marriage was approaching, it would be the same when the time came to discuss it. As he spoke, he revealed the incident of Qi Xiangling and Song Wenin being found alone in a guest room in front of everyone, unable to bear looking at his grandmother's expression by the end. Madam Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath momentarily halting, unable to fathom that her granddaughter could act so shamelessly. Chapter 89. The Wedding Night. Steward Lin was equally astonished, forgetting to comfort Madam Qi, both displaying expressions of utter disbelief. Absurd. How could the dignified daughter of a general's household do such a thing? Did your mother not supervise Linger? Are you all purposely trying to drive me to my grave? What sin have I committed to suffer such torment in my old age? Madam Qi repeatedly struck her chest, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing her distress, Everyone felt a tightening in their chests. Qi Zichen's heart was a tumult of complexity and anger. He initially desired to punish Shinshuru severely, but was concerned for his grandmother's health. Thankfully, Steward Lin quickly reacted, rushing to pat her back. "Madam, do not be agitated. This matter has already occurred. The eldest young lady and young Master Song share a deep affection. He is devoted to her, and she will be well in the future. Your health is of utmost importance." The house physician also stepped forward anxiously, ready to assist at any moment. Shinshuru was taken aback by Madame Qi's furious reaction. Standing frozen in shock. "Grandmother, this is a joyous occasion. The Song family has publicly promised to take responsibility, and with 3 princes present, they dare not go back on their word. Linger's marriage will be expedited, and young Master Song has pledged to treat her well. This is not a bad thing." Madame Qi pointed angrily at her, exclaiming, "Absurd! A woman's reputation is paramount. Linger has tarnished hers before marriage. How can she expect to be valued by her in-laws? I have yet to hold you accountable for the reduction of staff in the household, and you dare claim this is a joyous event? Go to the ancestral hall and kneel for 2 days, repenting before our ancestors." Shinshuru stepped back in fright, her eyes welling with tears as she timidly replied, "I discussed this matter with grandmother. Initially, I mentioned that the household staff needed restructuring, and you agreed. Now you blame me for it, which is unfair." Madame Qi slammed her palm on the table. "I agreed to consider restructuring to curb the laziness of the household staff, but I did not authorize you to dismiss them." With a face full of grievance, Shinshuru retorted, "Grandmother did not explicitly state there was a mistake. If I misunderstood, it is also partly your fault. Moreover, the household circumstances have changed. I acted in the interest of the general's family, thinking of reducing expenses. I promise not to do this again. Rest assured. Next month my dowry shop and estate will commence operations, and we need not worry about expenses anymore. Grandmother, please calm down. It is not worth getting sick over this." "Humph. I am furious because of you all." Madame Qi's anger was still palpable, her expression grim. Shinshuru took a few steps forward, smiling ingratiatingly. "I would never dare to anger grandmother. I wish for you to live a long life. Now that Linger's matter is settled, please do not be angry. I see how deeply young Master Song cares for her. Her future will surely be bright." At this point, Madame Qi could only relent, casting a disapproving glance at Shinshuru. "You have been in charge for only a few days and have already caused such a debacle. If this happens again, I shall reclaim authority. This is not a reprimand. One must acknowledge their shortcomings and seek guidance from capable individuals. You must understand, Yue has managed the household for 2 years without incident. If you truly wish to manage the household well, learn from her. Both of you are wives of Hunger. I hope you can jointly oversee the general's family without causing him worry. As for young Master Song, since you arranged this match for Linger, how it unfolds will be entirely your responsibility. Linger's fate in the Song household is beyond my control. Let this matter rest for today. You all may leave, but Hunger, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you." Madame Qi reprimanded Shinshuru in front of everyone, and the room fell into an unusual silence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, no one dared to speak. After addressing a few critical matters, Madame Qi grew weary, her face darkening as she began to dismiss everyone. The maidservants lowered their heads, hurrying to exit, while the steward and the physician exchanged glances, also bowing their heads as they left. Shinshuru secretly pouted, feeling that the blame for the banquet's chaos fell entirely on Yunyu, while all the mistakes were attributed to her. Despite her dissatisfaction, she dared not voice her grievances, fearing to provoke Madame Qi, and thus left Baomao Hall obediently. She understood her grandmother's wishes and vowed not to trouble her again, departing quietly. The atmosphere in Baomao Hall grew still, leaving only Madame Qi and Qi Zichen. Her expression darkened as she cast a sidelong glance at him. Qi Zichen's heart sank, his hands clenching tightly, his lips pressed together in apprehension. "Hunger, now that we are alone, do you have anything further to hide from grandmother?" Qi Zichen raised his gaze to meet hers, his expression troubled. For a man to admit to his ailments was more painful than death itself. Even before his own grandmother, he found it hard to voice the truth. Observing his demeanor, Madame Qi sensed the gravity of the situation. Her face fell, and she could no longer contain herself. Asking sternly, "Could it be that the rumors outside are true? Is it because of your ailment that you cannot share a room with Yunyu?"
Hang.
"This concerns the future of our family. It is of utmost importance. You need not hide for the sake of face. Healing is paramount. Qi Zichen's face turned ashen as he grappled with his emotions, his hands clenching and unclenching repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and finally admitted, "The physician has seen some progress. He assured me that within 10 days, I should be healed. Do you feel any improvement?" Madame Qi furrowed her brow, focusing on the future of the general's lineage, disregarding her grandson's discomfort. Faced with her forthright inquiry, Qi Zichen felt a weight in his chest. Yet, with the truth laid bare, he could only respond, "There has been some improvement." Madame Qi released a quiet sigh of relief, then added cautiously, "Given today's events, I believe you have realized something. Yunyu is far more capable than Shuru in managing the household and other matters. If your ailment is cured, I hope you will first consummate your marriage with Yunyu. The two of you have grown distant, and this cannot continue any longer. Shuru cares for you. She will understand." Chapter 90. Pretense. The image of Yunyu's cool demeanor flashed through Qi Zichen's mind, accompanied by the lingering fragrance at the tip of his nose. Igniting a flicker of anticipation within him, he nodded slowly. "All right." Madame Qi breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with joy. "It is a relief to hear you say that. This has long been a concern for me. Yunyu is the granddaughter-in-law I sought, and I hope that you both can be happy together." Qi Zichen held his silence, lost in thoughts of Yunyu, his heart calming as he tacitly accepted his grandmother's wishes. Madame Qi observed this change in him, her expression softening with a reassuring smile. "Do not speak of this matter just yet. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, during which the Emperor will undoubtedly host a grand banquet. At that time, you shall attend the palace feast together, thereby strengthening the bond between husband and wife. By the conclusion of the Mid-Autumn family banquet, your hidden ailment should be thoroughly resolved, making it entirely natural to consummate your marriage. It is imperative to secure Yunyu firmly within the General's residence, as this would be advantageous for the household. Today, she has come to understand that Yunyu has already drifted apart from Qi Zichen, showing no inclination to involve herself in the affairs of the general's house. Otherwise, with Yunyu's intelligence, how could she not devise a way to thwart Shinshuru's actions? I shall abide by grandmother's wishes." Qi Zichen listened quietly, mentally calculating the date the family physician had promised, and a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. Upon exiting Baomotang, he returned to Ikuan Pavilion, only to find Shinshuru waiting for him in the courtyard, which irked him somewhat. "Brother Hung." Upon seeing him, Shinshuru stood and rushed into his embrace. Qi Zichen, perturbed, gently pushed her away, creating a slight distance between them. To say he was not angry would be a falsehood. He had yet to confront her about the matter. "What are you doing here?" he inquired in a low, somber tone, causing Shinshuru's heart to leap, aware that his anger still lingered. This was precisely why she sought him out. Among the household, his feelings mattered most to her. "Brother Hung, I know you are upset. The mishap today was indeed my fault. I lacked experience and spoiled grandmother's birthday banquet. Had it not been for my sister taking charge, I cannot imagine how chaotic it would have become. I was in the wrong. Please punish me accordingly." Shinshuru recounted her mother's teachings with a quivering voice, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Qi Zichen with a pitiful expression. Surprised by her willingness to accept fault, Qi Zichen had anticipated her blaming Yunyu instead. Seeing her tear-streaked face and her sense of grievance, and considering the necessity of her dowry to alleviate the general's household expenses, his tone softened. Fortunately, Yunyu resolved the situation. Otherwise, had grandmother's banquet been ruined, even I would not have been able to protect you. You acknowledge your mistake, so from now on, make sure to seek her counsel more often. Noticing his anger dissipating, Shinshuru felt a surge of relief and cried out once more, "I understand my error. When I saw the banquet in disarray, I was utterly terrified. Luckily, my sister intervened. Otherwise, I would not have known how to explain myself to grandmother. Brother Hung, I promise I will improve the management of the shop and the estate, taking care of the household affairs and consulting my sister frequently to ease your worries." With the mention of her shop and estate, Qi Zichen's expression brightened considerably, and his anger vanished entirely. Since the situation was resolved, he would keep a closer eye on her management of the household, as long as she acknowledged her mistakes. The primary concern now remained her shop and estate. The Shin family had been quite generous to her, with all their shops and estates situated in the finest locations of the capital, which would surely alleviate the immediate pressures facing the general's household. "It is best that you think this way. Although you did not handle the banquet well, I saw how hard you worked in other ways. You have truly exerted yourself, he said. Shinshuru pouted her rosy lips and leaned affectionately against him, expressing her sentiments. What else could be in my heart but Brother Hung? I am willing to do anything to relieve your burdens. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and recalling her most pressing concern, she hesitated before saying, so much has transpired in the household recently, and with the dismissal of the servants, numerous rumors have circulated, particularly that Brother Hung has a hidden ailment, which is utterly absurd. I intend to punish those vile servants who spread such malicious gossip. Brother Hung, do you think that would be wise? She scrutinized his expression intently. Caught off guard, Qi Zichen stiffened, his body tensing with rising fury. If you had not carelessly dismissed the servants, how could such rumors have emerged? I will deal with the malicious ones myself. I am already overwhelmed with military affairs and do not wish to be distracted by domestic issues. Are you trying to create further chaos for the General's residence? Do you want the world to mock us? Focus on managing the household affairs properly. Those servants you dismissed have already been ordered to return by grandmother. When they do, these rumors will be dispelled. As a military general, Qi Zichen's imposing stature and fearsome demeanor were magnified by his anger. Shinshuru, frightened by his sudden outburst, felt compelled to swallow her questions. She nodded quickly, suppressing her doubts. Brother Hung, I was merely speaking out of turn. I will ensure that grandmother's instructions are carried out properly. Please do not be angry. Your anger frightens me. Just as Qi Zichen was about to move past the matter, Zhao Jun entered with a complex expression. Qi Zichen's countenance darkened as he regarded him. Did I not instruct you to relay military matters to me for resolution? The mere thought of Zhao Jun and Yunyu's mutual admiration ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Zhao Jun hesitated, aware of the recent rumors. General, there is urgent news from the military. His gaze fell upon Shinshuru, his expression inscrutable. Qi Zichen's brow furrowed with foreboding as he turned to face Shinshuru. If there were no significant issue, Zhao Jun would not have disregarded his orders. Shinshuru felt their simultaneous attention on her, puzzled as to how military affairs pertained to her. Apart from the recent military supplies she had arranged, she could not fathom any other connection. Her eyes widened in alarm as Zhao Jun spoke. General, the military supplies delivered yesterday have sparked discontent among the soldiers, leading to chaos throughout the ranks. Upon hearing this, Shinshuru stiffened, filled with trepidation. She slowly turned to Qi Zichen, who was now glaring at her, and panic surged within her. What is happening? The supplies were sent by you. What could have gone wrong? I had already sent someone to inform you, he replied tersely. Recalling the military accounts, he had not had time to review due to his busyness. Could it be that neglecting to examine them had led to this predicament? Chapter 91. Frightened to tears what has transpired. He glared at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun's expression darkened as he reported, this month, all soldiers' pay has been cut in half. Coupled with the recent rumors surrounding the General's household and the dismissal of hundreds of servants, doubts have arisen among the troops. They suspect the General's residence is unable to support the soldiers' pay, hence the dismissals. General, these 20,000 soldiers are from struggling families, many with numerous dependents relying on this meager pay for survival. The sudden halving of their wages has understandably incited their discontent. I implore you not to blame the soldiers and to resolve this matter swiftly. Zhao Jun remained serious, fully aware of the sacrifices soldiers made to earn their wages. Qi Zichen's face darkened ominously. Disseminate the news that the issue with the military pay is a misunderstanding. The General's residence faces no issues. The remaining half of the pay will be delivered to the military today. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, his breaths heavy with anger. Zhao Jun cast a sidelong glance at Shinshuru, sighing inwardly. Despite the General's unresponsiveness, it was the virtuous First Lady who had shouldered the burden of the soldiers' pay, never reducing it and even increasing each soldier's monthly allowance. Yet the Second Lady, having taken charge for only a few days, had hastily slashed the pay, which would surely dishearten the soldiers. Zhao Jun lamented for Yunyu and felt disappointment towards the General. Yes, I will relay the message back to the military and reassure the soldiers. I shall take my leave. The General's domestic affairs were beyond his control. He could only pacify the 20,000 soldiers. When Zhao Jun turned to leave Ikuan Hall, Shinshuru was so frightened that she dared not breathe. The previous incident had yet to settle Zhao Zichen's temper, and now another significant blunder had occurred. She could hardly fathom how enraged he might be. Brother Hung, do not speak, she exclaimed. You cannot manage this trivial matter? Are you truly as foolish as a pig? As soon as she uttered those words, Zhao Zhichen's booming voice silenced her. Shinshuru had never witnessed such fury directed at her by Zhao Zhichen, and she was immediately brought to tears. Brother Hung, I merely wished to alleviate your worries. She retreated several steps, fearfully gazing at him. Zhao Zhichen struggled to contain his anger, his countenance dark and breath heavy. Such fury only intensified Shinshuru's fear. The remaining military funds must be replenished today. I care not what means you employ. Otherwise, do not even think of touching the authority of the household. But Brother Hung, you promised me that the authority of the household would remain unchanged. Shinshuru looked at him with a pitiful expression, hoping he would recall his promise. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Zhichen was already weary of her antics. This predicament was caused by you. How long have you held authority, and already you have brought forth one calamity after another? I was punished by the emperor, because of you. If this matter is not resolved, not only will I face consequences, but so shall grandmother. Zhao Zhichen's voice grew louder, instilling fear in Shinshuru, who could only nod in response. Brother Hung, do not worry, I will handle it. With that, she hurriedly exited Ikuan Hall. The servants within Ikuan Hall dared not meet Zhao Zhichen's gaze, all cowering in corners with their heads bowed, lest they incur the master's wrath. Zhao Zhichen, reflecting on the day's events, felt a tumult of frustration. Observing the fearful expressions of the servants, he realized he could not further tarnish his reputation, and strode into the study. Moments later, the sound of crashing echoed from within. The servants trembled in fear. Understanding the gravity of the situation, news of the events at Ikuan Hall quickly spread to various quarters, including Hengwu Courtyard. By the time Yunyu learned of the matter, night had fallen. Her gaze was distant as she quietly stared out the window, contemplating before speaking. Qingmei, tomorrow you shall leave the residence and inform the managers that preparations may commence. Qingmei, her hands clasped respectfully before her, nodded in agreement. Miss, rest assured, I am always ready for this task. Qinghe and Qinglian, standing within the room, felt their own sentiments shift. Their mistress had been plotting for so long. This was the official confrontation with the second madam. In truth, it was not merely a battle between the two women but a conflict involving two families, even four. Meanwhile, after Shinshuru left Ikuan Hall, she rushed back to Xiaoxiang Courtyard, gulping down water to quell her rising panic. The wet nurse, startled by her demeanor, approached her cautiously. Second madam, what has transpired? Shinshuru glared at her, unleashing her pent-up anger. How dare you ask? Your words at the banquet led my husband to blame me. You are all utterly useless. The wet nurse and several maids stood in silence, too frightened to respond. It is my fault, second madam. I was taken aback by the situation and spoke without thinking. It shall not happen again. If faced with such a circumstance, I will take the blame myself. The wet nurse hurriedly assured. After contemplating her actions, Shinshuru realized her errors, having calmed down significantly compared to her earlier demeanor at the banquet. Is there to be a next time? My husband has already unleashed a tremendous amount of fury for this instance. Should there be another, I may as well relinquish my position as second madam. The memory of Zhao Zhichen's rage ignited her anger anew. I cannot bear all the blame. My husband has unjustly placed every fault upon me. The wet nurse, emboldened by Shinshuru's words, inquired, Second madam, what exactly occurred? Shinshuru recounted the events at Ikuan Hall, her face flushed with indignation. It infuriates me. If only Zhao Jun had delayed in bringing this matter to light, my husband would not have been so enraged. With so many events converging today, Brother Hung has placed all the blame upon me. I maintain that Zhao Jun is no good. The wet nurse was taken aback, never anticipating that the general's camp would become entangled in such affairs. Second madam, what shall we do now? Fuming, Shinshuru kicked a nearby stool, her demeanor quite unrefined. What else is there to do? Select 2 valuable items from my dowry to pawn and replenish this month's military funds. In a few days, preparations for my dowry shop must commence. Once I have cash in hand, anything can be negotiated. The wet nurse readily agreed. Indeed. I shall personally oversee this matter. Chapter 92. Leaving the residence indeed. The second madam's dowry was abundant, and even if a few adornments were missing, it was of little consequence. For now, the priority was to quell the master's fury. The wet nurse acted swiftly, soon delivering the remaining military funds to Ikuan Hall. Although Zhao Zhichen had been quite enraged with Shinshuru, Her acknowledgement of her mistakes had alleviated much of his ire. Master, the remaining military funds sent by the second madam, are they to be dispatched to the barracks? A young servant, aware of the master's lingering anger, spoke cautiously. Zhao Zichen, his expression grave, nodded. Count them twice. Ensure all is in order before sending them to the barracks. Let Zhao Jun pacify the soldiers. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, no, I shall personally deliver them. Given the previous incident, Zhao Zichen was uneasy about Shinshuru handling matters. After the young servant counted the funds, regardless of the waning light, Zhao Zichen took the remaining military funds and exited the general's residence. The uproar caused by the military funds was eventually quelled. However, the incident had occurred, and the general's residence's income remained insufficient to cover expenses, perpetually troubling Zhao Zichen. He pondered through the night in his study until he finally devised a clever solution and set out early the next morning to survey the shops in the capital. As for Shinshuru, she was preparing for her own dowry shop and coincidentally encountered him just before he departed. Brother Hung. Shinshuru's face lit up with joy as she hurried to greet him. Zhao Zichen halted his steps, though his anger from the previous night had subsided considerably. He still noted Shinshuru's lack of a cheerful demeanor. What is it? Shinshuru approached him, sweetly grasping his hand. Their respective servants discreetly retreated to a corner, unwilling to intrude upon their master's exchange. Brother Hung, are you still upset with me? Please do not remain angry. I have something important to discuss with you today. Zhao Zichen withdrew his hand, his expression serious as he regarded her. What more is there to discuss? Was it not advised that you remain quiet for a few days? Brother Hung, what are you saying? I understand my mistakes, and today's matter is different. She playfully shook his hand, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Zichen's expression softened, though he remained silent. Shinshuru quickly grasped his mood. Brother Hung, did I not mention my plans to open a dowry shop? Today, I wish to venture out and observe the other shops in the capital to contemplate potential business opportunities. However, as a woman, it is inconvenient for me to go alone. Will you take me with you? She gazed at Zhao Zichen expectantly, continuing to sweetly tug at his arm. Surprised by her alignment with his thoughts, Zhao Zichen felt his anger dissipate once more, leaving only contemplation. You wish to explore the outside world as well? He asked, looking down at her. Shinshuru eagerly nodded, having already sensed his intentions. Yes. Brother Hung, are you also going out? Qi Zicheng nodded and instructed the servant in the distance to arrange a carriage, as he was to escort the second madam out of the residence. With a lady departing, it was essential to be meticulous. The servant hastily complied and went about his task. Shinshuru donned her veil, and under Qi Zicheng's guidance, they settled into the carriage. Meandering through the bustling streets of the capital, one could not deny the vibrant atmosphere of the city. Various stalls and shops offered a dazzling array of goods, and the commerce thrived in each establishment. This served as a testament to the affluence of the citizens, who were quite generous with their expenditures. Having not ventured outside for a considerable time, Shinshuru's face brightened with joy as she observed the lively scene, occasionally pointing at the sights. Brother Hung, I wish to take a stroll. Qi Zicheng, sharing her sentiments, recognized that a closer inspection of the shops would yield greater clarity. Very well. He took Shinshuru's hand, stepping out of the carriage, immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. Qi Zicheng, tall and handsome, had recently been the subject of much gossip regarding the secrets of the general's household, and his appearance sparked whispers among the crowd. Although Shinshuru was his legitimate wife, she was the first of her kind in the capital, regarded no differently than a favored concubine in the eyes of the public. Their first appearance together prompted hushed discussions among onlookers. Look, General Qi is out strolling with his legitimate wife. It seems the rumors are true. He indeed favors Shinshuru. I've heard the general's primary wife is quite respectable. How could she not earn his affection? Haven't you heard? Beauty alone cannot suffice. Even a celestial being would falter if lacking in capability. Shinshuru, having grown up alongside Qi Zicheng, undoubtedly held a special place in his heart. Though the murmurs were soft, they inevitably reached Qi Zicheng's ears, and the veiled gazes from the crowd made him feel a sense of discomfort. While Shinshuru noticed the attention, she remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of pride. The more rumors circulated about her and Brother Hung, the less relevance Yunyu's name would hold. Brother Hung, do not mind their gazes. I heard from the steward that the dismissed servants have mostly returned, and these rumors will soon dissipate. Though she was curious about whether Qi Ziqing harbored any ailments, she resolutely dismissed such notions. Brother Heng, I do not believe those rumors. She gazed at Qi Ziqing with a shy smile. Qi Ziqing held her hand tightly, gently tapping her nose with a playful expression, leading her into a nearby shop. Their demeanor bewildered the onlookers. The sight of General Qi and the second madam together did not align with the prevailing narrative. If Qi Ziqing were truly incapable, how could Xin Shuru be so devoted to him? In that moment, many believed it was merely the spiteful rumor of a servant seeking revenge. The whispers regarding Qi Ziqing's supposed impotence soon divided into two distinct narratives. Before the citizens of the capital, he affectionately guided Xin Shuru through various shops, purchasing numerous adornments for her until twilight fell and they returned. This outing proved fruitful for both, dispelling the surrounding rumors while gaining insight into the capital's commerce. Qi Ziqing's spirits lifted as he accompanied Xin Shuru back to Xiaoxiang Courtyard. Xin Shuru felt a surge of delight, eagerly anticipating a pleasant evening. Brother Heng, will you stay at Xiaoxiang Courtyard tonight? I am afraid to sleep alone. She nestled into Qi Ziqing's embrace, her fingers tracing delicate circles on his chest. The warmth of her presence did not stir any desire within him. Instead, memories of Yunyu's chilling fragrance invaded his mind, leaving him inexplicably restless. Suddenly, he leaned down, pressing Xin Shuru onto the bed, and captured her lips with a fervent kiss. It seemed to validate his thoughts, yet his kiss was more frantic than tender. Xin Shuru, filled with joy, believed her hopes had finally been met, and she responded with equal fervor. However, despite her enthusiasm, Qi Ziqing remained unresponsive in certain areas, further aggravating his inner turmoil. The physician's treatments had shown results. Thoughts of Yunyu's visage haunted him, refusing to fade. Abruptly, he released Xin Shuru's lips, sitting up with a grim expression. Brother Heng, what troubles you? Xin Shuru's voice was sultry, her eyes brimming with desire and expectation. She could hardly maintain her composure, her breath quickening as her hands roamed within his embrace, urging him to continue. Brother Heng, I beg you do not leave. Qi Ziqing's countenance darkened further as he gazed at the yearning in Xin Shuru's eyes, feeling no inclination to reciprocate her desires. He suddenly pushed her away, cupping her face. Shuru, calm yourself. Tomorrow you must attend to the shop. You need to rest early tonight. Tears welled in Xin Shuru's eyes, her heart racing as she looked at Qi Ziqing, disregarding her dignity. Brother Heng, you always do this. Could it be that the rumors are true? Her words struck a nerve within Qi Ziqing, causing him to bolt upright, his expression icy as he glared at Xin Shuru. Yunyu was right. A woman should uphold her virtues. Look at yourself. What good is it to dwell on such matters? If you focused your thoughts on managing the household, we would not have so many troubles to contend with. He turned away abruptly, his frustration palpable as he left. Xin Shuru was left in a state of panic, scrambling to rise but collapsing back onto the bed, weakened. Brother Heng, I was wrong. I should not have said that. It was unintentional. Despite her cries, Qi Ziqing remained indifferent, his expression cold as he strode out of Xiaoxiang Courtyard. Waiting outside for good news, the maids and wet nurses were bewildered. They had anticipated joyful tidings from the master and the second madam, only to see him leave with a stern countenance. Unaware of the unfolding drama, they rushed into the chamber, finding their mistress disheveled and weeping, which alarmed them. Second madam, what has happened? Xin Shuru struggled to articulate her pain, consumed by tears as she repeated her remorse. After leaving Xiaoxiang Courtyard, Qi Ziqing was plagued by a sense of frustration that lingered. The secret he had harbored weighed heavily on him, his mood oscillating erratically and becoming increasingly unbearable with time. Although he had vented his anger at Xin Shuru, he understood that it was largely a manifestation of his dissatisfaction with himself, with Xin Shuru merely caught in the crossfire. This feeling of powerlessness darkened his expression. He strode forward, intending to return to Ikuan Pavilion, when a flicker of candlelight caught his eye from the courtyard of Hengwu Garden. Instantly, Yunyu's serene face and the lingering scent from that day resurfaced in his mind, causing him to pause, his expression darkening as he stared at the garden. After a moment, he redirected his steps towards Hengwu Garden. Since Yunyu's family had visited and engaged her in discussion, the garden had blossomed with renewed life. Green Lotus and her companions had adorned the courtyard with an abundance of flowers and plants, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The four women, filled with anticipation and laughter, were engaged in light-hearted banter when Qi Ziqing burst in unexpectedly, halting their cheerful exchange. They rose in unison to greet him, puzzled by his sudden arrival. "We pay our respects to the esteemed master." Their heads bowed, thoughts swirling as they raised their voices intentionally to ensure Yunyu could hear. Uncertain of the cause behind the elder's grim expression, they could only surmise that the young lady had salvaged the situation during the old matriarch's birthday banquet, and thus, it should not concern her. Regardless, the priority was to alert the young lady. Inside the room, Yunyu was engrossed in her reading, and upon hearing the commotion, she calmly lifted her gaze, just in time to see Qi Ziqing stride in. With a stern countenance, he hurried in without pausing, leaving only a terse command, "You all leave." As his words echoed, he stepped further into the room and firmly closed the door behind him. This scene startled Qinghe and the others, who had never witnessed such fury from the elder. They exchanged anxious glances, rooted to the spot in confusion. What could be troubling him? Was he seeking to vent his wrath on the young lady? The elder's terrifying demeanor led both Qinghe and Qinglian to fear for her safety. Their hearts racing, Qingmei furrowed her brow, remaining relatively composed. "I possess some martial skills. Should the elder bully the young lady, I can intervene, even at the cost of my life." Li Mama, being significantly older and more rational, observed the unfolding scene. She glanced back at the door and whispered to the three younger girls, "What nonsense are you speaking? The elder is a general. He must consider the dignity of both families. The young lady has the support of the noble consort. How could he possibly harm her? She is no ordinary woman. Do not overthink this." Puzzled, Qinghe and the others looked at Li Mama, asking, "Then why does the elder look so grim, and why did he shut the door?" Li Mama clenched her fists tightly, harboring a thought she dared not voice. If the young lady were to step forward, what would happen if the elder acted this way? Her expression grew complex as she surveyed Qinghe and the others, then at the firmly closed door, a plan forming in her mind. "Qinglian, you are swift of foot. Go at once to Xiaoxiang Courtyard and inform the second madam that the elder has come to Hengwu Courtyard and closed the door with the young lady." Uncertain of their intentions, "Qingmei, you must leave the estate immediately to relay a message to the master, urging him to hasten his actions." "Yes." Qinglian and Qingmei, though unaware of the circumstances, promptly complied with Li Mama's instructions. Meanwhile, Qinghe and Li Mama remained in the courtyard, both visibly distressed and unable to move. At this point, Qinghe began to grasp Li Mama's concerns, her eyes reddening. Inside the room, since Qi Ziqing's abrupt entrance and closure of the door, Yunyu maintained her serene demeanor, simply placing her book down, clasping her hands, and gazing quietly at him. "What brings you to Hengwu Courtyard so late, husband? I must thank you for the success at the birthday banquet." Qi Ziqing's expression softened slightly as he observed her, recognizing that he had come for this reason. Yunyu felt a sense of relief wash over her, though her countenance remained unchanged. "This is merely my duty as your concubine. There is no need for such gratitude," she replied. Qi Ziqing nodded silently, continuing to regard her intently as he took a step closer. Yunyu had never seen him gaze at her with such intensity, causing her heart to flutter. She continued, "If you have no further matters to discuss, I intend to retire for the evening." Her blatant dismissal stirred a hint of displeasure within Qi Ziqing, prompting him to step forward again, his eyes fixed on her. "Why are you so eager to send me away? Are you afraid of me?" Yunyu's heart tightened at his unexpected demeanor. "What are you saying? How could I fear you?" "It is simply that night has fallen, and I must rest. You have been busy all day, and I do not wish to disturb you." She had hoped that her words would prompt him to leave. However, to her surprise, he took another step forward, showing no intention of departing. Instead, he declared, "Busy as I am, the inner courtyard still requires my attention. Conveniently, I shall spend the night in Hengwu Courtyard." At this, Yunyu's brows knitted together in disbelief. "I am unwell today. If you require assistance, perhaps you might seek it from my sister in Xiaoxiang Courtyard." Though her tone remained calm, she alone knew how tightly she was gripping her hands, her mind racing with thoughts. For so long, he had regarded her with indifference. Tonight, however, he seemed to have lost his mind. Could it be due to the rumors circulating outside? If the rumors were true, his presence here would not yield the desired result. Qi Ziqing's expression turned cold as he perceived Yunyu's attempts to push him away. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within him. He did not respond to her words but advanced toward her, cornering her. He was determined to see if she could maintain her composure at all times. I simply wish to remain here. Yunyu's eyes widened in alarm as she stood, warily regarding him while striving to maintain her calm. Husband, I am still unwell. I fear I may pass my illness on to you. I can send someone to inform my sister. In an effort to elicit sympathy from Qi Zichen, she sought to leverage her condition. If he had come to validate the rumors, it was unnecessary. She refused to sacrifice herself for him any longer. Qi Zichen noted her distress, and a spark of excitement ignited within him upon seeing her flustered expression. He was inexplicably thrilled, eager to discover what other expressions Yunyu might display, or perhaps he wished to test whether he treated her differently. This thought clarified the confusion that had plagued him for days.
He wanted Yunyu.
A smile crept onto his lips as he disregarded her words, striding towards her, forcing her back into a corner. At last, a hint of panic appeared on Yunyu's face, her defiance clashing with her pride as she straightened her back and met his gaze. Qi Heng, what is the meaning of this? Qi Zichen suddenly laughed, observing her intently. What? Can you no longer maintain your facade? Weren't you so composed and steady just moments ago? Why are you frightened now? Furrowing her brow, Yunyu retorted. I care not for your affairs. I have distanced myself from the matters of the household. I have no concern for you and Shinshuru. Qi Heng, I hope you understand the implications of your actions today and do not act impulsively. Ignoring her words, Qi Zichen advanced once more, forcing her to retreat until they were pressed closely together. Despite Yunyu's hands pushing against him, she could not budge his formidable frame. Her resistance was of no consequence to him. Rather, it only heightened the subtle fragrance that wafted from her. His gaze sharpened as his dormant desires surged to life in her proximity. His breath quickened as he locked eyes with her, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. He felt an urgent need to confirm something, and suddenly, he grasped Yunyu's hands and pulled her forcefully into his embrace. Yunyu, caught off guard, collided into his chest, her expression faltering as panic filled her eyes. Qi Heng, release me. Their proximity intensified, and the delicate scent emanating from her enveloped Qi Zichen's senses. His thoughts became clouded, akin to a child deprived of sweets, greedily gazing at Yunyu. He seized both of her hands, lifting them above her head, while with his other hand, he tilted her chin upward, gazing deeply into her eyes. Yunyu, there is no need for alarm. You are my legitimate wife. It has been 2 years since you entered the general's residence, and we have yet to consummate our marriage. It is time we fulfill this duty. Qi Zichen's eyes blazed with intensity as he observed Yunyu's smooth skin up close, his gaze fixating on her rosy lips, wild thoughts surging within him, urging him to draw closer. Qi Heng, I am your legitimate wife. You cannot coerce me. Let go. Yunyu was in a frenzy, struggling against him, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to evade his advance. The more she resisted, the more it ignited Qi Zichen's desire. Memories of Zhao Jun's admiration for her flooded his mind, fueling a tempest of jealousy within him. If you do not wish for me to approach, do you intend to reserve yourself for another man? Who is it?
Zhao Yun.
Yunyu's body stiffened as she looked at him in disbelief. A wave of overwhelming humiliation engulfed her, and she exerted all her strength to break free from Qi Zichen's grasp, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed, and Qi Zichen, struck firmly by Yunyu, regained some of his lost composure. His anger deepened as he touched his left cheek, preparing to continue what he had started, but then he noticed her eyes brimming with tears. Qi Heng, if you do not wish to have me as your legitimate wife, I will gladly step aside. There is no need for you to defame me in this manner. It was the first time Qi Zichen had witnessed Yunyu in tears, and an inexplicable surge of pity welled up within him. He forcefully embraced her. That is not my intention. Yunyu, with no avenue for retreat, turned slightly to avoid his proximity. At that moment, an enormous cry erupted from outside the courtyard. Brother Heng, come out. You just left Rower Asped and turned up here. What does this mean? Shinshuru, having arrived at Hengwu courtyard, caught wind of Yunyu's shout and the sharp sound of the slap. She disregarded everything else, crying out as she rushed toward the door. Qinghe and Mamali, who had been anxiously waiting, exerted their utmost to assist her, and the three of them crashed against the main door of Hengwu courtyard simultaneously. With a loud bang, the 2 doors fell, revealing the scene within. Qi Zichen was forcibly embracing Yunyu, who was struggling with tear-streaked cheeks. Qinghe and Mamali, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of heartache and longed to strike Qi Zichen. Chapter 95, Misfortune. They still retained a semblance of reason, understanding that under the roof of the general's residence, they must endure. Sir, the second madam insists on coming, and we cannot stop her. Just then, Yunyu managed to free herself from Qi Zichen's embrace, wiped her tears, regained her composure, and swiftly retreated behind Mama Li and Qinghe, turning her body to avoid looking at Qi Zichen. Qi Zichen's expression darkened as he contemplated the earlier events, but upon seeing Shinshuru burst in, his disdain for her intensified. What are you doing here? Shinshuru was still consumed by jealousy from witnessing him hold Yunyu and could hardly contain her fury. Despite knowing she had disrupted Qi Zichen's plans, she continued to make a scene. Brother Hung, is your refusal to stay at Xiaoxiang Courtyard because of Yunyu? If that is the case, just say the word, and Rower will leave. She had assumed Qi Zichen's absence from Xiaoxiang Courtyard was due to pressing matters or just as the rumor suggested. But she never anticipated he would come to Hengwu Courtyard with intentions of force against Yunyu. Shinshuru's composure shattered. She had been willing to give herself to him, yet he coldly rejected her in favor of Yunyu. For so long, she had refused to believe that Yunyu was superior to her, convinced that Qi Zichen's disdain for Yunyu was a relief, but this moment shattered her rationality. Qi Zichen's interest had all but vanished, though his expression remained grim. His tone softened. Do not cause unnecessary trouble. Yunyu is also my wife. Whether I visit her or go to you, it is the same. He had yet to finish what he intended to say to Yunyu. Upon seeing her tears, he wished to convey that he did not desire to force her. He simply could not help himself. However, Shinshuru was in no mood to listen to him, preventing him from speaking to Yunyu. From the moment she learned Qi Zichen had gone to Hengwu Courtyard and closed the door with Yunyu, she had lost all sense of reason. Brother Hung, you claim Rower is unreasonable. Did you not see how I was just now? I begged you to stay at Xiaoxiang Courtyard, and you ignored my pleas, instead coming here. Are you intentionally trying to make Rower miserable? I will return to my family. Yunyu's brow furrowed, her expression returning to its customary calm as she turned her body away, unwilling to meet Qi Zichen's gaze. If you wish to argue, take it outside. I will not see you off. Qinghe, escort the master and the second madam out. Qi Zichen watched as Yunyu stepped forward, preparing to speak, but he noticed Qinghe approaching with a serious demeanor. Master, the madam has not been well lately and needs to rest. I will escort you and the second madam out. For the first time in his own residence, Qi Zichen found himself being turned away, and his expression immediately darkened. He scoffed, looking at Shinshuru, his voice low. Come outside. I have something to say to you. With that, he strode out of the inner room. Shinshuru shot a resentful glance at Yunyu before reluctantly following him. Throughout, Yunyu had not looked at them directly. And once the two departed, she could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing in exhaustion. She had never anticipated Qi Zichen would behave so recklessly today. Thankfully, Mama Li was quick to support her, exclaiming in distress, the master is being utterly absurd. How could he treat the young lady this way? Mama Li did not need to explain. They all understood the implication. Qinglian and Qinghe stood by Yunyu's side, tears streaming down their faces, filled with heartache. With Mama Li's assistance, Yunyu sat up straight, her expression tranquil. How long has Qimei been gone? She knew that after such an incident, Mama Li would have sent Qimei to deliver a message. Mama Li wiped away her tears and choked out, it should have been about 15 minutes. Yunyu's gaze darkened slightly as she picked up a brush from the table and began to write quickly. Before long, she finished a letter and handed it to Mama Li. When she returns, send her out again. It is imperative that this letter reaches my father. Qi Zichen's sudden madness left her no time to wait. She had thought she could quietly await her father's persuasion of the Shun family patriarch, believing her presence in the general's residence to be inconsequential. However, Qi Zichen's unexpected actions made her acutely aware of her precarious position in the general's residence. She needed to hasten her actions. Rest assured, young lady, once Qimei returns, I will ensure she delivers it.
Mama Li promised.
You should rest now. I will keep watch over you tonight. We will all watch over you. Qinghe and Qinglian added, their eyes red from tears. The master is truly outrageous, contemplating such inhumane acts. If only he treated the young lady a bit better, she would remain devoted to the general's residence. Yet, he seeks to defame her while also intending to violate her. Why must the young lady suffer so? Yunyu raised her eyes to the broken doors, speaking calmly. Mama Li, please inform the steward to arrange for repairs on these doors. This moment I shall go. Without hesitation, Mama Li turned to leave. She glanced back at Qinghe and Qinglian, a faint smile gracing her lips. The door is broken. How about we all squeeze together tonight? Qinghe's eyes glistened, and she nodded eagerly.
All right.
They knew without them beside her, the young lady would likely have trouble sleeping. After Qi Zichen and Shen Shuru left Hengwu Courtyard, he returned to Xiaoxiang Courtyard. This time, however, his expression was terrifyingly dark, causing the maids in the courtyard to flee in fear, not daring to witness the tumult between the master and the second madam. Qi Zichen dragged Shen Shuru back to the bedroom, forcefully shutting the door behind them before releasing her hand, feeling restless. Shen Shuru immediately threw herself into his embrace, pounding her fists against his chest. Brother Heng, why do you treat me this way? Tears still glistened on her cheeks as she looked up at him, her voice filled with grievance. I tried my utmost to please you, yet you remained indifferent, turning to go to your sister instead. Brother Heng, do you wish to humiliate Roa? Perhaps I should just end my life. As she spoke, she pulled away from his embrace, feigning a collision with the doorpost. For days, their interactions had always been interrupted, leaving her flustered. She had initially believed he was merely busy, but today's events made her realize he was unwilling to share a bed with her. Qi Zichen's anger was already simmering, and seeing her act recklessly only added to his irritation, compelling him to pull her back. Rower, have you finished your nonsense yet? He bellowed, causing Shen Shuru to freeze in fear, only to regain her composure and burst into tears once more. Qi Zichen, feeling helpless, concocted a few words. I had no intentions towards Yunyu. I merely sought to frighten her. You are aware of my disdain for her. So, how could I possibly wish to stay at the Hengwu Courtyard? Your actions today have utterly thwarted my plans. Shen Shuru, taken aback, gazed at him in confusion. What do you mean, Brother Heng? Chapter 96, The Accomplishment. Qi Zichen sighed, continuing to soothe her. You know well the situation regarding military salaries. I am concerned that next month's payment may not materialize, which is why I sought out Yunyu. She harbors resentment towards me for doting on you. If I were to show her even a modicum of affection, she would surely calm down, which led to the incident. I am preoccupied with matters of the military and the household. How could I have the luxury to contemplate such things? You, being so charming and delightful. How could I possibly neglect you? Listening to his words, Shen Shuru found them reasonable, yet her doubts remained unassuaged. However, when I arrived at the Hengwu Courtyard, I saw that Yunyu was unwilling, and it appeared that you were the one pressuring her. She scrutinized his expression, her heart racing. A flicker of emotion crossed Qi Zichen's eyes as he gently brushed her nose. What are you thinking, little one? You know what kind of person Yunyu is, proud and aloof. Even if she wished for my company, it would merely be a facade. Just now, she was only playing hard to get. I had no intention of pursuing her further, merely to placate her. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shuru also perceived Yunyu in that light. A woman married to a man has no other path than to align herself with her husband. She must certainly wish for Brother Heng to remain. I understand now,
Shen Shuru said.
However, I am unwilling to plead with Yunyu. I mentioned earlier that my bridal dowry shops will soon open, and then I shall earn a fortune without worry. She instinctively believed Qi Zichen's words, although she doubted Yunyu would behave in such a manner. At this moment, she preferred not to dwell on it. Qi Zichen felt a sense of relief within, affectionately stroking her hair. Very well, I will defer to you. I merely worry that you may overexert yourself. Shen Shuru turned and nestled into his embrace, teasing him with a hint of intention. I am more than willing to share your burdens, Brother Heng, and I fear not the toil. Her hands climbed to his back, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Qi Zichen stiffened. He had not intended to stay, but seeing her expression, he closed his eyes and leaned down to kiss her. Shen Shuru let out a soft gasp, her heart elated, responding eagerly. Qi Zichen's thoughts briefly flickered to Yunyu, but he gradually became more responsive. He swept Shen Shuru into his arms and strode towards the bed. Shen Shuru looked at him bashfully, filled with anticipation for what was to come. Since entering the household, the consummation that should have taken place on their wedding night had been delayed until now, and she could not help but feel a sense of urgency. As long as she bore a child before Yunyu, she would undoubtedly become the mistress of the general's residence. With this thought, Shen Shuru eagerly wrapped her arms around Qi Zichen's neck. His gaze grew fervent as he lowered the bed curtains. That night, after 2 hours of tumult, despite some obstacles, they finally consummated their union. Shen Shuru did not stifle her voice. The entire Xiaoxiang courtyard was filled with her delicate moans. Her wet nurse and maidservants were overjoyed, promptly spreading the news throughout the general's residence and specifically informing the old matriarch and Chi's mother. Upon learning of the event in their respective courtyards, both the old matriarch and Chi's mother felt the rumors were unfounded and sighed in relief. Shuru has worked hard. Linma, have the kitchen send a bowl of chicken soup to Xiaoxiang courtyard tomorrow morning. She must replenish her strength, the old matriarch instructed Linma, who responded respectfully. In Liaoxingzhai, Chi's mother exhibited a similar reaction, instructing her maid to send some nourishing food to Xiaoxiang courtyard, elated at the thought of soon becoming a grandmother. It was not until the middle of the night that Yunyu learned of the event through news relayed by Qingmei, feeling an inexplicable revulsion in her heart. She held no objections to Qi Zichen's stay in Xiaoxiang courtyard, but if this matter were true, the rumors of Qi Zichen's hidden ailment would be utterly dispelled, putting her own safety in the general's residence at risk. Had it not been for Shinshuru's arrival last night, Qi Zichen would have remained in Hengwu courtyard. Qingmei and the others shared this concern, their expressions revealing their worry. As dawn broke, Qi Zichen rose from Shinshuru's bed. She looked at him shyly, her body completely unclothed. He turned to look at her, his gaze softening. The memories of their wild night together flashed before him, and he was unexpectedly relieved to find himself ready once more. He finally set aside his worries, proving his innocence. "You worked hard last night," he said, gently stroking her hair, feeling quite pleased. Shinshura blushed, shyly exclaiming, "Brother Hung." Qi Zichen was in high spirits. The previous day's discontent evaporated instantly as he stood up, equally unclothed. Shinshuru's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly climbed up to help him dress. "Brother Hung, let me assist you." Even before she had donned her own garments, she playfully collapsed into his arms, her face betraying an unspoken desire. Qi Zichen understood her thoughts at a glance, but chose not to address them directly. "Since you've worked so hard, take a moment to rest. I can dress myself." Shinshura bit her lip, clearly conveying her intentions. "Brother Hung, be good and lie back down. I look forward to you bearing my child soon," he replied. Shinshuru's face flushed as she nodded shyly.
All right.
She obediently lay back down, gazing eagerly at Qi Zichen's bare form. Qi Zichen smiled at her, quickly turning to dress. "Rest well. I will have someone bring nourishing food later. I have many matters to attend to, and must return now." He placed a kiss on her forehead, and upon seeing her obedient nod, he felt reassured enough to leave. As soon as Qi Zichen departed, the nourishing food sent by the old matriarch and Qi's mother arrived at Xiaoxiang courtyard. Shinshuru's maid and wet nurse excitedly pushed the door open, immediately congratulating her. "Congratulations, second madam. You have finally consummated your marriage with the master. This is indeed a momentous occasion." "Indeed. The old matriarch and the madam have sent nourishing food for you to replenish your strength. They must be hoping for you to bear a son soon," they chimed in. Shinshuru stood up proudly from the bed, her body still adorned with the marks Qi Zichen had left. She paid them no mind. The maidservants, too shy to look, quickly turned crimson. The wet nurse beamed with joy, promptly dismissing the 3 maidservants. "Hurry and collect the sheets. Fold them neatly. Also, prepare hot water for the second madam's bath. What are you still doing here? Today is the second madam's day of great joy. Go prepare." Shinshuru laughed triumphantly, glancing down at the marks on her body, recalling Qi Zichen's fervor from the previous night, her cheeks flushing anew. The outside world spread rumors of Brother Heng's hidden ailment. It was utterly absurd. Her gaze fell upon the bed, where the pink sheets bore a startling red mark, and she laughed with delight. Such joyous news should be shared with her sister. "Hurry, I must bathe, and then go to my sister's courtyard to share the good news." The wet nurse nodded, smiling. Chapter 97. The display. A quarter of an hour later, Shinshuru sashayed towards Hengwu courtyard. After weathering the storms, she now exuded an even more alluring charm. As she traversed from Xiaoxiang courtyard, she encountered numerous servants, all of whom treated her with the utmost respect. The previous servants had returned, having heard of the events in Xiaoxiang courtyard last night, thus showing Shinshuru even greater deference. Shinshuru was quite pleased with the respect she received, her expression growing more ostentatious. Before she reached Hengwu courtyard, Qinghe and the others spotted her figure and hurriedly reported to Yunyu. "Miss, the lady from Xiaoxiang courtyard has come." As for her purpose, they were well aware, and their hearts were devoid of any joy. Yunyu nodded with composure. Setting down her silver chopsticks after consuming nearly half a bowl of thin porridge, her appetite notably lacking. Qing Lian, please clear away the breakfast, she instructed. Qing Lian nodded, hastily removing the meal, her demeanor suggesting readiness for a confrontation. At that moment, Xin Shu sauntered into the courtyard, her hips swaying. Qing Lian pouted, her expression discontented as she exited the courtyard, carrying the food box. Yunyu recognized her straightforward nature. After Xin Shu had slapped her last time, she had deliberately sent her away. He stood quietly behind Yunyu, silently observing Xin Shu. As Xin Shu entered the courtyard and beheld Yunyu's indifferent expression, her mood inexplicably brightened, finding Yunyu somewhat more agreeable. Sister, I come bearing joyful news, she announced. Yunyu, feigning ignorance, responded, what news might that be? Xin Shu had been anticipating this question, and a bashful expression graced her features as she advanced, swaying her hips. Surely, sister remains unaware? Last night, my husband stayed at Shaoxiang courtyard, and we finally consummated our marriage, ahead of you. She gazed at Yunyu with a triumphant look, her elaborate makeup and alluring demeanor rendering her somewhat aggressive. Yunyu, with her natural beauty unmarred by paint, turned her gaze towards Xin Shu, calmly stating, indeed, that is splendid news. Given that my husband shares a chamber with my sister, I ought to prepare nourishing soups for you. As you now hold the reins of the household, I trust you have made the necessary arrangements. With a composed expression and a tone of businesslike formality, she continued, I can only wish you success in bearing a child for my husband soon. Her unperturbed demeanor and official tone struck Xin Shu like a fist hitting cotton, igniting her fury in an instant. Determined to provoke Yunyu's ire, she could not believe that Yunyu would remain indifferent. If sister is unhappy, she may voice her concerns. I can speak to my husband and arrange for him to spend more time at Hengwu courtyard. Though he may be reluctant, I am not one to hold grudges, she said, deliberately inciting Yunyu's anger. After all, it was she who had forcibly taken Qi Zhichen away yesterday, disrupting Yunyu's plans. To her surprise, the anticipated fury did not manifest. Instead, she found Yunyu frowning in confusion as she looked at her. If sister possesses such capability, it would be wiser to keep a close watch on your husband to prevent him from visiting Hengwu courtyard. Only by doing so can you hope to conceive a child with him, lest you draw the suspicions of grandmother. What do you think, sister? Yunyu smiled softly, her gaze serene. Xin Shu was momentarily taken aback, a twinge of anxiety creeping into her heart. Yunyu's words struck a chord within her. If she failed to conceive a child with Hengij, it would undoubtedly displease their grandmother, potentially forcing Hengij to consummate his marriage with Yunyu or take on a concubine. Either scenario was far from what she desired. Xin Shu's expression darkened, and she glared at Yunyu, retorting, humph. That is not something you should concern yourself with. Yunyu smiled once more, asserting, as the legitimate wife of the general, how could it not concern me? Should you fail to conceive a child for my husband, I may have to suggest to grandmother that he take additional concubines. After all, he has already married a primary wife. Given his status, it would be entirely appropriate for him to have more concubines. Wouldn't you agree, sister? Xin Shu's countenance shifted dramatically from smugness to panic. You cannot do that. Hengij will not take more concubines, she exclaimed vehemently. Just you wait. I will surely bear Hengij's child. Her anger flared as she glared at Yunyu, jealousy boiling within her at the thought of Qi Zhichen taking more concubines. She could not maintain Yunyu's calm demeanor. Yunyu mused with a smile, her expression tranquil. Then sister should eagerly await the good news from you. If it does not arrive, I shall begin making arrangements for my husband's concubines. You dare. Xin Shu could no longer remain seated, her agitation evident. The maid beside her frowned, fear evident in her gaze as she looked at Yunyu. Originally, the second madam had come to flaunt her status at Hengwu courtyard, but now, she found herself incensed by Yunyu's few words. Yunyu's gaze remained calm as she addressed Xin Shu with a smile. Sister, what do you mean? What is there that I would not dare? This is merely my duty as the legitimate wife. If sister's health does not permit, it is only right that I consider the future of the general's lineage. Who says I cannot? Xin Shu protested.
Do not speak nonsense.
I refuse to agree. As long as sister holds this notion, your primary concern should be to conceive a child with my husband, rather than coming to Hengwu courtyard to create a ruckus. Would you not agree? Xin Shu abruptly stood, disregarding Yunyu's words as she turned to leave. She needed to return and nourish herself, striving to conceive Qi Zhichen's child and prove her worth to Yunyu. She could not believe that Yunyu would retain her calmness at that moment. After Shen Shurou's departure from Hengwu Courtyard, she hurried back to Shaoxiang Courtyard. The more she reflected on Yunyu's words, the more they resonated with her. She called for the household physician to check her pulse. The physician rushed over, initially fearing something was amiss, but upon finding her unharmed, he realized the purpose of his visit. "Physician, please examine me to see if there is anything unusual with my pulse," she urged. The physician, feeling somewhat apprehensive, approached to check her pulse. After a moment, he shook his head and replied respectfully, "Madam, your pulse is steady and shows no signs of trouble." Unwilling to give up, Shen Shuro pressed on. "My husband stayed at Shaoxiang Courtyard last night, and today I have summoned you to examine my pulse. Surely you understand my meaning?" The physician felt at a loss. Such matters could not be assessed swiftly. He hesitated, ultimately responding, "I understand your intent, madam, but it is still too early to tell. However, I will prescribe a few nourishing herbal remedies. They will not only strengthen your constitution but also increase your chances of success." His intentions were clear. Even if she had not conceived yet, the remedies could assist her in doing so, and if she were to conceive, they would help solidify her condition. Shen Shurou's spirits lifted at this news, and she smiled brightly at the physician, saying, "Excellent. If your remedies prove effective, you will be greatly rewarded." As she spoke, she glanced at her maid, who immediately understood and produced a pouch, presenting it to the physician. The court physician initially contemplated evading responsibility, but the maid directly thrust the items into his medicine box. Observing the expression of the second madam, he dared not refuse and reluctantly accepted with a grimace. After taking his leave, he pondered how to prepare medicinal dishes for Shinshuru to enhance her chances of conceiving. After all, he was most aware of the master's health, which was not yet at the stage of recovery. However, as the master proceeded with matters prematurely, he refrained from voicing his concerns and could only wear a troubled expression while alleviating the worries of his superiors. Once the physician departed, Shinshuru could hardly contain her joy. She seemed to anticipate that she would soon bear Qi Zichen's child, and her expression blossomed anew. The earlier anxieties dissipated. Humph. Yunyu harbors ill intentions. She still wishes to take a concubine for Brother Heng. Once I am with child, let us see how she flaunts her superiority. Two maids nearby gazed at her with flattering eyes, incessantly showering her with compliments. "Indeed, madam, I can see that the master is deeply devoted to you. Having only stayed at Xiaoxiang Courtyard, the one from Hengwu Courtyard pales in comparison. When you conceive, we shall see how the first madam reacts." Shinshuru reveled in such words, yet a trace of concern lingered in her heart. After all, Yunyu indeed had the authority to take a concubine for Qi Zhichen. "Madam, I possess something quite exceptional," the wet nurse whispered conspiratorially into Shinshuru's ear. Shinshuru's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Could it truly be such a treasure? It wouldn't harm her husband, would it? The wet nurse assured her with a smile. "Rest assured. This treasure merely enhances passion and poses no harm to the master. If there were any danger, how could I dare present it?" With that, Shinshuru felt completely at ease, a shy demeanor gracing her features. "Very well. Please make the arrangements." The wet nurse responded, "You can trust me, madam. I will ensure that when the master arrives at Xiaoxiang Courtyard, he will not wish to leave." As Shinshuru recalled Qi Zichen's fervor, she felt a surge of impatience. "Excellent. I leave this matter to you. For now, let us not concern ourselves with Yunyu. In these 2 days, I shall focus on opening my shop. Once the shop's business aligns with the estate's affairs, the entire general's residence will rely on me. And then my husband will surely treat me even better." "Indeed, madam," they exchanged knowing smiles. In the following 2 days, Shinshuru's shop officially opened. She owned a total of 6 shops, all situated in the bustling heart of the capital: 1 apothecary, 2 cosmetic shops, 2 women's accessory stores, and 1 general goods store. The prime locations of these establishments attested to the Shin family's regard for her. On the opening day, Qi Zichen accompanied Shinshuru to inspect the shops, expressing great expectations for them. The business ventures had been decided upon after their previous evaluation, and given the capital's prosperity, these trades were currently the most lucrative and guaranteed profit. When news of her shops reached Hengwu Courtyard, Yunyu's eyes glimmered with excitement. Qingmei stood before her, filled with eagerness. "Miss, the shop at Xiaoxiang Courtyard has opened. I have instructed the managers to begin operations, as per your command." Yunyu exhaled slowly. "Very well. Let them revel for a couple of days, but on the third day, we shall commence. Rest assured, I have conveyed the same to the managers, replied the maid. With these developments, it would surely keep Chijichin and Shinshuru occupied for a while. Her gaze deepened, having resolved to abandon the general's residence. She was determined to chart her own course. The more chaotic the general's estate became, the more opportunities she could seize. By the way, miss, today I overheard that the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching and the emperor is preparing a banquet to celebrate it. Many residences have already received notice. The master has not attended court recently and likely remains unaware of this. Yunyu lifted her gaze, contemplating quietly. Yes, the Mid-Autumn Festival is nearing. The emperor typically hosts a banquet. This year, with Qi Hung recuperating, he will certainly extend an invitation. If he invites him, it is possible I may also be summoned to the palace. As Yunyu's thoughts flowed, Qing Mei and Qinghe dared not interrupt, silently observing. Shinshuru's shop opening news spread throughout the general's residence, and in just 2 days, her business flourished, alleviating the immediate financial strain on the estate. Much to the delight of the old matriarch and Chimu. As long as her shop continued to thrive, the salaries for the numerous servants and Chijichin's 20,000 soldiers would pose no problem. This success emboldened Shinshuru. The thought of her shop's prosperity rendered her fearless. At that moment, she sashayed towards the Balmal Hall, accompanied by 5 or 6 maids, one of whom stood beside her, supporting her arm as if she were already with child. The old matriarch had recently regained some composure, and Shimu was seated in the Balmal Hall, engaging in light conversation with her. As Shinshuru's voice fell, before she could make any further movements, the old matriarch halted her with a gesture. Enough, we are family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Shinshuru straightened her posture and naturally took a seat beside the old matriarch. Grandmother, I reviewed the accounts of several shops today and found it quite exhausting. I was contemplating finding capable individuals to assist in overseeing them. Chimu's eyes brightened immediately upon hearing this. Rower, isn't Lingjie about to marry into the Song family? Why not let her assist you? It would be a good opportunity for her to learn about managing the household and accounts. She had been concerned that Lingjie lacked the chance to learn these skills, and now an opportunity had arisen. Shinshuru feigned hesitation, lowering her head in contemplation. Though her mind was already made up, the old matriarch glanced at Chimu, understanding her intentions. Despite being displeased with Lingjie's actions, she still wished for her to fare well in the Song residence. Sighing, she turned to Shinshuru and smiled. Rower, since you require assistance and Lingjie needs to learn about managing accounts, why not have her accompany you? It would be mutually beneficial. Shinshuru had been waiting for the old matriarch to speak, thus affirming her significance. She feigned difficulty as she looked at the old matriarch, pondering. Grandmother, you are aware that my husband has been staying in my Xiaoxiang courtyard recently. It would greatly ease my worries if he could assist me in reviewing the shop's accounts. However, as you know, a woman follows her husband upon marriage. My heart is with him, and I constantly worry about whether he will visit. If this matter could be resolved, I would feel much more at ease. And perhaps teaching Lingjie the accounts would make it more comprehensible for her. The old matriarch's expression tightened, realizing her true intention. The review of the accounts was merely an excuse to prevent Chijichin from visiting Yunyu's courtyard. She was well aware of Chijichin's recent visit to Hengwu courtyard and Shinshuru's previous confrontation. As much as she wished for Chijichin and Yunyu to be together, she could not intervene in matters of the heart. Chimu, however, thought differently. She only wished for her daughter's well-being. Now that Shinshuru was managing the general's residence, Yunyu held little significance. Rest assured, I will discuss this with Hungur. You focus on managing the accounts. Looking back at her mother-in-law's slightly somber expression, she quickly added, Mother, the entire household relies on Rower now. She has been working so hard. This is merely to give her some peace of mind. Besides, Hungur has been frequently visiting Xiaoxiang courtyard. I wonder if Rower might be with child. Upon hearing the latter part, the old matriarch, who had initially harbored some reservations, felt her stance soften. How could she not feel for Shinshuru? Since you have said so, let it be as you propose. Although Shinshuru's previous actions were somewhat misguided, her recent contributions to the general's residence have been significant, and she has somewhat atoned for her past. If only a son or a daughter could be born to the general's residence, the past matters would surely be resolved. Although the old matriarch of the Qi family believed that Yunyu was preferable, she had no choice but to abandon her thoughts at this moment. Her gaze fell upon Shinshuru's belly, filled with anticipation, as she inquired, "Rower, have you felt any changes in your body recently?" Shinshuru pretended to twist coyly. Her face flushed as she replied, "There is some soreness. My husband has been frequently staying at the Xiaoxiang courtyard." Her complexion deepened in hue, the implications unspoken yet clear. The old matriarch Qi and Qi Mu exchanged delighted glances, almost unable to suppress their smiles. With such frequent stays at the Xiaoxiang courtyard, it was plausible that she might already be with child. "You have worked hard. Do take good care of yourself. If you have any wishes, feel free to express them to your grandmother, and I shall surely accommodate you." Shinshuru felt increasingly pleased, thinking to herself that her only desire was this. There were no other intentions. The old matriarch Qi straightened her expression, nodding with a smile. "Very well, I shall personally speak to Hengger about this matter." "Thank you, grandmother." With the assurance from the old matriarch Qi, Shinshuru felt completely at ease. As long as Qi Zhichen did not visit the Hengwu courtyard, she was confident that she could suppress Yunyu. While the three of them were engaged in joyful conversation in the Baomao hall, a maid hurried in, her face radiating joy. "Madame Song has arrived and is currently waiting in the main hall. She has brought gifts for the engagement and seems to have already selected an auspicious date." Qi Mu was the first to respond, her face brightening with delight, almost unable to contain her laughter. "Let us hurry. We cannot keep Madame Song waiting." As she had only one daughter, Qi Xiangling, she placed great importance on her marriage. Shun Shuru nodded in agreement, recognizing that they should not delay Madame Song's visit. "I shall go at once." With that, she promptly rose to her feet. The old matriarch Qi was equally pleased, for she too had only Qi Xiangling as her legitimate granddaughter. Knowing the Song family valued her brought her much comfort. "Since Madame Song has come to discuss Ling Jie's marriage, both of you should go together. You are Ling Jie's biological mother, and your presence will demonstrate the importance of this matter." "I shall refrain from attending." Shinshuru halted. Turning to Qi Mu with a smile, "Grandmother is right. Mother should also partake in the joyous occasion." Qi Mu rose with a smile, eager to proceed. Watching them depart, the old matriarch Qi turned to Lin Mama and remarked, "Shuru has been handling matters quite well lately. With just a little guidance, she should not fall short of Yunyu." Lin Mama opened her mouth, her eyes revealing a hint of reticence, ultimately settling for a smile and agreeing what the old matriarch says is indeed true. As Shinshuru and Qi Mu exited the Baomao hall, both were filled with joy as they made their way to the main hall. Madame Song had already consumed several cups of tea while waiting for their tardy arrival. She smiled as she set down her teacup, her demeanor noticeably different from usual. Qi Mu and Shinshuru, oblivious to the change, approached simultaneously, carrying themselves with the air of the general's residence. "In-laws, we apologize for keeping you waiting." Qi Mu was the first to take a seat, smiling at Madame Song. Given Madame Song's previous display of pettiness, Qi Mu had always believed that her daughter could easily manage her. Her eagerness to arrive stemmed from a desire to ascertain the extent of the dowry offered by the Song family. Shinshuru shared the same thought, though she maintained the facade of courteousness. Madame Song nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "I have only just seated myself. It is no trouble at all." After a brief pause, she delved into the matter at hand. "As for Wen and Ling Jie's affairs, we shall expedite the matchmaker to calculate an auspicious date. The 28th of this month is an exceptionally favorable day. May I inquire how Qi Foren and the second lady feel about this?" She raised her eyes, signaling a maid to present the calculated auspicious dates. Qi Mu and Shinshuru both accepted the papers and, upon inspecting them, appeared satisfied. The 28th of this month fell just over 10 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although it was a bit rushed, it was indeed a rare and auspicious day. "Yes, this date is agreeable. Thank you for your efforts, Madame Song." Seeing their satisfaction, Madame Song beamed. "Since Qi Foren and the second lady are pleased, it shall be settled. These two children are eager and have already taken such steps. We, as the elders, can only accommodate and hasten the arrangements for the auspicious date. Though the date is set, the preparation of the dowry is rather rushed. Typically, a union between two prominent families requires at least 6 months of preparation. Yet we have merely 10 days for the dowry, which indeed presents a challenge. Nonetheless, we cannot neglect the needs of Miss Ling. There will be a dowry. So please do take a look, Qi Foren and second lady." As Madame Song spoke, she glanced behind her. Qi Mu and Shinshuru exchanged glances, understanding the urgency of the situation. Behind Madame Song stood 4 maidservants and 4 elderly matrons. Following Madame Song's instructions, they hurriedly brought forth a wooden chest and opened it in front of the astonished gazes of Chi Mu and Shinshuru. The content of the chest was not gold, silver, or jewels, but rather trinkets and worthless medicinal herbs. Upon seeing this, Chi Mu nearly gasped for breath. Shinshuru gently patted her hand, casting a glance to calm her. "Mother, do not be anxious. There is more." Chi Mu paused, recalling the valuable items such as land deeds and silver notes, which took up little space. Thus, she quieted down, watching Madame Song with anticipation. Madame Song, as if oblivious to Chi Mu's astonishment, raised her chin and clasped her hands. Smiling, "We have prepared these gifts for now. When N and Miss Ling share a deep bond, and once she enters the residence, she will not be treated poorly. As for the dowry, we will ensure it is adequately prepared according to custom when she marries. There is no need for Chi Foreign to worry." The hopeful expression on Chi Mu's face turned to one of fury as Madame Song's words concluded. She slammed her hand on the armrest, glaring at her without courtesy. "Madame Song, what is the meaning of this? Our Lingjie is the legitimate eldest daughter of the general's residence, not to mention a splendid dowry. The gifts should not be lacking. You have only brought 4 chests of gifts. Do you look down upon our general's residence or what? Which noble family in the capital marries off their daughter with merely 4 chests of gifts?" Chi Mu stood up in anger, incredulously staring at the 4 chests before her. Had they contained gold and jewels, she would not have been so enraged. It was the worthless herbs and trinkets that infuriated her. Shinshuru, equally surprised, quickly tugged at Chi Mu's hand and urged, "Mother, calm down. Let us discuss this properly." She turned to Madame Song, smiling diplomatically. "Mother was merely caught off guard. Please do not take offense. Although the dowry cannot be assembled all at once, are there not some land deeds or silver notes that are more convenient to prepare? These are easily arranged." Chi Mu crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at Madame Song, clearly dissatisfied with the dowry presented. Madame Song, unhurried and composed, responded with a smile, "I am aware that the Song family has indeed underestimated Miss Ling. Had it not been for the circumstances between Wen Un and Miss Ling, we would have had ample time to prepare. In the capital, there is yet to be a maiden so eager to share a chamber with her fiancé before marriage. However, Arwen is genuinely smitten with Miss Ling, so it is not for me to elaborate further. How about this? I will leave these 4 chests of gifts here for your consideration. The general's residence has had precedence for such matters. Did not your eldest lady, upon entering the general's residence, also have only a few chests of dowry? Please give this matter some thought. If you find it unsatisfactory, we at the Song family will adhere to the customs and prepare adequately, which will take at least 6 months and require selecting another auspicious date. Should Chi Foreign and the second lady reconsider and prefer to allow Miss Ling to enter the residence first, we can gradually supplement later. A message can be sent to the Song family to inform me, and I shall return to prepare." Madame Song's words insinuated that Chi Xiangling's eagerness to share a chamber with her betrothed was disgraceful, leaving Chi Mu and Shinshuru speechless with indignation. They had yet to fully grasp the situation when they saw Madame Song leisurely depart with her maidservants. Only then did they realize the transformation in Madame Song today. Her visit was not to amicably discuss the marriage, but rather to coerce the general's residence into accepting these terms. Madame Chi, incensed, unleashed a torrent of invective, overturning the very tea that Madame Song had just sipped. How audacious of the Song family to treat our Lingjie in such a manner. What makes them so remarkable? If only Hungur were to learn of this, they would certainly face the consequences. Shinshuru, too, was taken aback. After all, the Song family was the one she had favored, and she never anticipated such an outcome. "Mother, given the circumstances, must we truly wait for half a year? Now that Lingjie has already crossed a line with the eldest son of the Song family, the entire capital is aware of it. If the Song family continues to delay in marrying her, they may become the subject of ridicule among other families in the capital." Madame Chi recognized the validity of her words, but found it impossible to swallow her indignation. "How dare you say that the Song family is the one you chose? What sort of people are they to commit such acts?" Madame Chi pointed an accusatory finger at Shinshuru. Shinshuru had never been spoken to in such a manner before. Anger surged within her, and she disregarded the fact that Madame Chi was her elder, retorting sharply, "Mother, how can this be blamed on me? If Lingjie had not engaged in such behavior before her marriage, how could she be so belittled? Is it not Lingjie who has failed to conduct herself properly? Had that incident not occurred, the general's residence would have merely withdrawn engagement with the Song family. Now, it seems we are the ones suffering the consequences. At her words, Madame Chi's fury escalated uncontrollably, though she understood that this situation was instigated by Qi Xiangling. To criticize her daughter implied that she had failed in her role as a mother, which was unacceptable to Madame Qi. Her face flushed crimson as she pointed at Shinshuru, berating her. How can you still speak? You were the one who insisted that the Song family was so admirable. And now you shift the blame onto Ling Jie? If Song Wenin were truly a good match, how could he have deceived Ling Jie into the guest room? On that day, she had questioned Ling Jie. They were initially out enjoying the flowers. And it was Song Wenin who suggested they wander further until they ended up in the guest room. Seeing Madame Qi lose her composure, Shinshuru recognized that Song Wenin was not as commendable as she had portrayed him. Panic gripped her, and she hastily shifted the blame onto Yunyu. Mother, is it not sister's fault? It was her meager dowry upon entering that led the Song family to follow suit. Please do not be angry. We must deliberate on this matter. Madame Qi shot her a withering glance. While she knew Shinshuru was shifting the blame to Yunyu, she felt powerless. Regaining her composure, she turned to leave. No, this matter must be discussed with grandmother. Shinshuru, flustered, called after her. Mother, grandmother said not to concern ourselves with this. Let us not trouble her. Madame Qi, filled with rage, turned back, exclaiming, Do you think this can be concealed from grandmother indefinitely? With that, she strode away, her demeanor markedly subdued compared to her earlier bravado. Chapter 101. Infuriation unable to stop her, Shinshuru hurriedly followed. They rushed to Baumel Hall, where old Madame Qi had intended to rest, but was obliged to sit back down upon seeing them approach. A smile graced her face as she inquired, So? Have you come to an agreement? However, Madame Qi's expression was grim as she turned to the matriarch, her voice laden with grievance. Mother, you must advocate for Ling Jie. Old Madame Qi's smile evaporated, her expression darkening as she questioned, What has transpired? At that moment, Shinshuru hurriedly arrived from behind, casting furtive glances at Madame Qi, hesitating to speak in the presence of the matriarch, standing awkwardly to the side. Observing their demeanor, old Madame Qi, recalling Qi Xiangling's earlier transgressions at the birthday banquet, furrowed her brow. What is going on with the two of you? Grandmother, Shinshuru's heart raced, and she dared not speak. However, Madame Qi, unencumbered by such reservations, began to weep as she recounted, Mother, the Song family is bullying us. They are using Ling Jie's actions as an excuse, offering only 4 boxes of dowry, all filled with worthless trinkets and cheap medicinal herbs. They say if we do not agree, we must wait 6 months for them to prepare the dowry. And if we agree, they will marry her off and compensate later. The Song family is clearly taking advantage of our Ling Jie, exploiting our general's residence's desperate situation. Madame Qi's lamentation was devoid of the decorum expected of a matriarch. Old Madame Qi's breath quickened once more, and although she had braced herself, she did not faint this time, but instead bellowed at Madame Qi, How dare you weep here? You should have anticipated the Song family's duplicity. After all, Ling Jie engaged in such disgraceful conduct, and you are not ashamed? Madame Qi was silenced by old Madame Qi's rebuke, her tears abruptly ceasing as fear mingled with her indignation. Shinshuru, witnessing old Madame Qi's fury for the first time, froze in place, fearing that blame would be cast upon her. Before they could respond, Qi Xiangling entered, her face alight with joy, oblivious to the tension as she lowered her head shyly. Grandmother, mother, second sister-in-law, I heard that Madame Song has come with the dowry? Has my engagement been finalized? Old Madame Qi, already irate, found Qi Xiangling's lack of modesty and eagerness to marry into the Song family infuriating. How dare you speak? This situation is entirely of your making, and our general's residence has lost considerable face because of you. Taken aback by the sudden outburst, Qi Xiangling looked up, finally noticing the displeased expressions on their faces. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and with a trembling voice, she asked, Grandmother, what has happened? Is the Song family refusing the marriage? Panic surged within her. She had already committed herself to Song Wenin. If the Song family were to backtrack now, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Old Madame Qi, incensed by her apparent lack of shame, slammed her hand on the armrest, exasperated. Ask your mother. Seeing her mother-in-law's fury, Madame Qi's earlier grievances vanished. She exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xiangling and, in a hushed voice, relayed the matter of the paltry dowry offered by the Song family. Qi Xiangling's eyes widened in shock, simultaneously relieved. She began to fret over the dowry's inadequacy. Wonin promised me 3 li of bridal gifts. It was for that reason I agreed to his proposal, and now he is going back on his word. With that, she burst into tears, collapsing into Madame Qi's embrace. Madame Qi, filled with compassion, consoled her, gently patting her back, and turned to old Madame Qi, pleading, "Mother, what are we to do? Must we allow Ling Jie to marry under such circumstances? Would that not invite ridicule?" Old Madame Qi shot her an exasperated look. "And what of your own face? The Song family is not even obligated to marry her at this point. For an unmarried woman to behave in such a manner is a disgrace to the general's residence. What did I tell you? Yuer had many suitable matches in mind, and she warned you that Song Wenin's character was suspect. You refused to listen. And now here we are with the rice already cooked. What can be done? You must swallow your pride and face the consequences." Old Madame Qi was beside herself with fury. She had never thought highly of Song Wenin. Had it not been for their persistent pleas and tears, she would never have acquiesced. Now, with this debacle unfolding, she felt increasingly vindicated in her initial skepticism toward Yunyu. Shin Shuru felt a tremor in her heart. Though old Madame Qi's ire was directed at Qi Xiangling's indiscretions, the Song family was one she had fervently endorsed, and the rebuke was also intended for her. Tentatively, she stepped forward, addressing old Madame Qi in a subdued tone. "Grandmother, please do not be angry. This may not be entirely Song Gongzi's intent. His character is still commendable. Madame Song has already stated that once Ling Jie marries, the appropriate dowry will be provided, so there is no need for concern."
To her dismay,
Old Madame Qi was not swayed by such reassurances. "Only you would believe that. If they are so indifferent before the marriage, what hope have you for them to remedy the situation afterward? Even if preparing the dowry requires time, what is the worth of these 4 boxes? Not a single item of value among them. As you have mentioned, the deeds to those shops and the silver notes are merely trifles. This is precisely why the Song family does not regard our general's household with any esteem." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiangling wept even more bitterly.
deep down,
She was unwilling to believe that Song Wenin could act in such a manner, especially since she had entrusted both her heart and soul to him. Amidst her tears, she straightened up and gazed at her grandmother, pleading on his behalf. "Grandmother, Wenin is not that kind of person. He promised to treat me well." Witnessing her unwavering delusion at such a moment, old Madame Qi grew increasingly incensed. Lin Mama, watching from the side, felt a surge of trepidation and wished to remind the old lady to temper her anger, yet out of fear of disrupting her fury, she could only remain anxiously silent. Old Madame Qi took several deep breaths, pointing at Qi Xiangling with palpable disappointment. "Even at this juncture, you still speak for him? Grandmother shall no longer concern herself with you. You may fend for yourself from now on." Qi Mu, in a fluster, quickly turned to old Madame Qi, imploring, "Mother, if even you abandon Linger, will she simply be sent off like this? Linger is still your granddaughter. I beseech you to consider her plight." Qi Xiangling ceased her weeping and joined in the earnest appeal to her grandmother. "Grandmother, please assist Linger. I do not wish to become a laughingstock in the capital. Perhaps you could personally speak to the Song family. They would surely not dare to offer merely these few chests of betrothal gifts in consideration of your esteemed presence." Old Madame Qi, exasperated by Qi Xiangling's words, found it hard to catch her breath.